Lin Xian traverses a world where everyone undergoes job transitions. As a wizard, with a mere flick of his staff, he obliterates an entire city. As a formidable warrior, a single punch reverberates through the heavens, shattering the very fabric of space. Embracing the life of a blacksmith, Lin Xian grins broadly. You all are so impressive surely. It's not unreasonable for me to exploit a little advantage. Awakening a 9-star talent heaven and earthforge. Slaying enemies replenishes his health, and advancing in his profession allows him to forge his own destiny. Are you afraid? Not afraid? Then what if I can learn all my skills at will? Chapter 1. The Universal World. In Manhwa, Jibei City, outside the city sports arena. During the early summer, the sun blazes fiercely, and the throngs of people jostle one another, congested outside the massive city sports stadium. Heaven bless. I hope my boy can transition into a primary combat profession. An uncle clad in tattered work attire prays fervently with hands clasped in hope. A well-dressed woman nearby casts a discerning glance, fully understanding the situation. Another family hoping to alter their fate through job transition. Such scenarios have become commonplace. Over 2 centuries ago, the Earth underwent a cataclysmic transformation, expanding dramatically in size. Transitioning professions, battling monsters, and delving into dungeons became the prevailing themes. To confront the beasts unleashed by the great transformation of the Earth and the sudden emergence of dungeons and secret realms, countless ancestors fought valiantly, pouring their blood and sweat to establish the ironclad defense of life we know today. After years of evolution, various professions have flourished, with hidden professions shining brightly. This era demands strength. Thus, the esteemed status of primary combat professions is entirely justified. Even supportive roles hold considerable significance. Those familiar with games understand that a formidable support is akin to a father figure. Life professions, however, occupy a somewhat awkward position while essential for the nation's functioning. They are too numerous. Think positively. There's nothing wrong with transitioning into a life profession. At least it's free from danger. I actually hope my daughter becomes an apothecary, just safe and sound. A parent's words ignite a fervent discussion among the crowd. Indeed, my neighbor's cousin's sister's son transitioned into a combat-oriented hidden profession last year. But after one expedition, he vanished without a trace. What do you even seek justice for that? Sigh. These youngsters, day in and day out at school, seem brainwashed by the teachers, all set on becoming national heroes like Xiao Shun. Exactly. Not everyone possesses such talent and opportunity. It's exceedingly difficult. Who can argue with that? Alas, but in contrast to the clamor outside the arena, the atmosphere within is markedly tranquil. Thousands of high school seniors gather here, their eyes filled with trepidation as they fixate on the job transition platform. Surrounding the enormous transition stone are 16 meticulously arranged transition formations. 16 formation masters stand ready, each eager to facilitate the ceremony, for who wouldn't wish to witness the emergence of outstanding professionals under their guidance? This is a matter of great pride. At this moment, within the formation of Jibei No. 1 High School, the panel reads, Name, Lin Xian, Profession, None Untransitioned, Level, 0, HP, 50-50 MP, 50-50 Attack Power, 5 Defense, 5 Constitution, 5 Strength, 5 Agility, 5 Spirit, 5 Talent, Unawakened, Skills, None Equipment, None. Today will determine whether I'm a dragon or a mere worm. After all, I have traversed directly from the womb, so I should be considered a native, right? Lin Xian indifferently closes the panel. He has viewed this interface for 18 years. Initially, he was quite thrilled, believing it to be the essential golden finger of every traveler, only to discover that every individual in this world has possessed it since birth. As a fervent enthusiast of extreme sports on Earth, he was prepared for accidents, yet he never anticipated that a peculiar stone he stumbled upon in Kunlun Mountain would grant him a second chance at life, awakening within this world as the fetus of Lin's mother. Through years of understanding, he has come to realize the nature of the world he inhabits and what transitioning profession signifies. Will I take off from the ground towards the pinnacle of life, or will I settle for the mundane blessings of the 996 grind? Today will reveal all. There is no time for further contemplation. The transition ceremony is about to commence. That IT is once again that most crucial moment of the year. I trust the students are eagerly awaiting this. Without further ado, let us begin, announces Zhao Wenjie, the president of the Jibei City Professionals Association, with an air of calm. After so many years, he has long since lost the excitement. The homeroom teachers, holding the attendance list, join Principal Su Tianda by the formation masters, clasping their hands in respect. Thank you for your assistance. No need for formality. Principal Su, it is my duty. Let us commence. With a slight nod, the formation master gestures grandly, and the transition formation instantly illuminates, as a phantom star pillar slowly rises at its center. Lin Xiuba, that must be the talent pillar, right? Wang Bo tugs at Lin Xian's sleeve, Nervously inquiring in a hushed tone, as a former underachiever in elementary school, he laments that he has not learned enough until now, and the teachers began too early. Lin Xian, noticing his puzzled expression, decides to explain in detail. Indeed, after completing the transition, one will awaken their personal talent. Do you see the vertical star holes on the ethereal talent pillar? The number of lit holes corresponds to the number of stars in one's talent. Currently, the highest known talent in Manhwa is 9 stars. That I know that. One of Manhwa's top 10 national heroes, Xiao Murong, is from our province. I've heard it so often that my ears are practically ringing. This remark does not sit well with the nearby classmates, leading to a flurry of interjections. Mind your words, isn't my goddess impressive? With her ice and snow spells, who dares claim victory against her in the country? Exactly. And she's also a hidden profession ice spirit mage. I heard she reached level 79 last year this year. Breaking the 80 level is surely a given. What does being a hidden profession have to do with it? There are many hidden professions that haven't achieved national hero status. While hidden professions are indeed rare, over the years, they have become less so. At least half of the top 10 are standard combat professions. How does that happen? As soon as this question is posed, a profound silence falls. Indeed, how does that happen? Lin Xian observes these individuals lost in thought, feeling somewhat helpless. Just as he prepares to offer an explanation, a cool voice emanates from behind him. Who told you to ignore lessons during class? Li Xiao, the school flower. Please. Enlighten us. Class monitor Xiao, please share. Seeing someone stepping in to clarify, Lin Xian feels relieved and chooses to remain quiet. Although they are classmates, they aren't particularly close and seldom converse. Yet, this girl is unlike his fake talent. She is a true genius, consistently vying for the top 2 positions in their grade. They merely alternate seats. Li Xiao casts a glance at him before speaking slowly. What the teacher has said about professions not being superior or inferior does hold some truth. We all know the components that contribute to a person's combat power: professional skills, talent bonuses, equipment, and, most importantly, battle awareness. There's no need to elaborate on professions combat, support, life, and even hidden professions all fall into those categories. At this juncture, Li Xiao pauses, noticing Lin Xian's attentive demeanor, and continues. Talent ranges from 1 star the lowest and 9 stars are the highest, while higher talent is often deemed superior. That isn't always the case. For instance, a warrior awakening a 7-star talent that reduces mana consumption by 70 may not be as advantageous as awakening a 5 or 6-star talent that enhances strength or explosive power. Therefore, the compatibility with one's profession is crucial. As for equipment, I need not elaborate further. Battle awareness is even more vital. Team coordination, seizing opportunities, and skill synergies, among other factors. Thus, to become a powerful individual, talent, opportunity, and temperament are all indispensable. These concepts are taught in university. Enough said. The transition is commencing. Before they can fully digest this information, the homeroom teacher's voice rings out. First up, Li Jiejia. Chapter 2. The transition begins. First up, Li Jiejia. Li Jiejia stepped forward at the call, her hands tightly gripping her sleeves, nervously positioning herself at the center of the transformation array. As the array activated, a dazzling red light flickered and vanished. Li Jiejia, combat profession, archer. The array master's expression remained grave, yet he was not finished. Suddenly, the star holes on the talent pillar lit up from the bottom to the top. 1 star, 2 stars, 3 stars. The principal, Su Tienda, relaxed his features, a broad smile illuminating his face. Excellent, excellent. A promising start for this year's first high school. Talent, 6 stars. Li Jiejia's face flushed crimson, overwhelmed with excitement. As someone often overlooked, she could only think to herself, I in the past. You paid me no heed now. I am beyond your reach. One must not judge by appearances. Who would have thought Li Jiejia would soar? Indeed, 6-star talent is no small feat. I would be satisfied with 5 stars. Dream on. Do you think it's that simple? 4-star talent is already a watershed. Speaking of which, is it too late to curry favor now? Though such words were spoken, no one approached Li Jiejia to lick her boots. The youth were too bashful. The classmates were now filled with anticipation. Who among them was not a favored child of destiny, a protagonist in their own tale? Each one aspired to outshine the rest. The future remained unpredictable. Who among them could not become a dark horse? Zhang Chang stepped forward. As the transformation array operated, a green light surged into Zhang Chang's body. Life profession, Beastmaster. The light on the talent pillar flickered, halting firmly at 1 star. Talent, 1 star. Zhang Chang's face instantly drained of color. As if all his spirit had been siphoned away, he stumbled back to the ranks. It is not to say that life professions lack combat potential, for with higher levels, attribute values can yield a certain degree of battle capability, yet they pale in comparison to primary combat or support professions. Primary combat and support professions possess distinct focuses upon leveling up, while life professions distribute their attribute points evenly across 4 dimensions without equipment or skills. How can a life profession, lacking in standout attributes, engage in battle? The classmates who wished to console him found no words, any language in that moment felt woefully inadequate. Then came the announcements. Su Ming, life profession, angler, talent, 1 star. Zhang Tu, life profession, blacksmith, talent, 2 stars. One after another, 7 or 8 were life professions, and the principal's Su Tianda expression grew grim. The classmates began to grasp the harsh reality. Their notions of being the protagonist, dissipating, and rationality returned. Wang Bo, now devoid of earlier excitement, clenched his fists. Lin Xian, what do you think my profession will awaken to? Before Lin Xian could respond, he continued. I just hope for a support profession. Supports are great for team formation. What about you? Lin Xian, feeling the pressure, was acutely aware that it was just him and his younger brother left at home. The family inheritance had dwindled over the years if he were to awaken a life profession. The future could prove challenging. I don't ask for much anything, but a life profession will suffice. Wang Bo, seated next to Lin Xian, was familiar with his family situation and offered reassurance. Your theoretical grades are excellent, you'll be fine. Perhaps you could even awaken a hidden profession. How does transitioning relate to academic performance? Unless one possesses secret treasures, one's chances of a successful transition remain slim. Zhao Baichuan murmured from behind them, casting a glare at Lin Xian when he glanced back, quickly averting his gaze. The two harbored no real animosity. It was merely that whenever classmates gossiped, they often paired Lin Xian with the school beauty, Li Xiaoxiao. Lin Xian remained unfazed, acting as he always did, which left him feeling somewhat stifled. After all, it wasn't fair to blame Lin Xian for such trivial matters. Certainly, one could not pressure the family to force Lin Xian to transfer schools over such minor issues. That was not how he had been raised. Lin Xian recognized the truth in Zhao Baichuan's word. The transition seemed shrouded in mystique, seemingly reliant on luck. Unless one possessed secret treasures, which were exceedingly rare and typically held by powerful factions, commoners had no hope. At T First High, only Zhao Baichuan and Li Xiaoxiao had perhaps utilized secret treasures beforehand. Others likely remained oblivious to their existence. Next, Zhao Baichuan. At last, it's my turn. Zhao Baichuan strode confidently into the array. The principal also rose, his gaze filled with anticipation. The red light swirled, radiating with brilliance that seemed destined to pierce the heavens. Hidden combat profession, gunner. The array master beamed, now awaiting the reveal of the talent. Typically, hidden professions boast talents that seldom fall below 6 stars. As expected, the talent potential pillar illuminated instantly to 5 stars, then gradually to 6, and upon reaching 7 stars, the glow intensified. Finally, in a climactic moment, it burst through to 7 stars. Hidden combat profession, gunner, talent, 8 stars. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, followed by an eruption of exclamations. Wow. No eloquent words could encapsulate the emotions of the moment. Congratulations. It seems we have a promising candidate for the provincial top scholar from Jinbei City this year. Zhao Wenjie, president of the Jinbei City Practitioners Association, arrived to extend his congratulations. Su Tianda, his face creased with laughter, waved his hand dismissively. Haha, congratulations to us all. We are all from Jinbei City, of course. It is primarily due to the strength of the Blood Alliance's president, Zhao Tianxing, like father, like son. Despite being mentally prepared for a primary combat transition, the high talent level was a testament to his innate ability. After all, secret treasures could only enhance the success rate of transitioning, not influence inherent talent. Zhao Baichuan nodded enthusiastically, striding back to the ranks with a swagger that seemed to disregard familial ties. As he passed Lin Xian, he flashed a grin. In his elation, even those he previously found displeasing appeared more agreeable. How did I not notice how beautifully the city stadium was constructed before? Lin Xian caught his mutterings, his expression darkening. Well, Lin Xian couldn't help but feel a tinge of envy for that lucky fellow. Old Zhao has taken flight. You must take me along in the future. Of course, ha. The transitions continued. Sun Shang, combat profession, mage, talent, 4 stars. Chenro, support profession, priest, talent, 5 stars. In this manner, a considerable portion of the 300 to 400 seniors at First High had completed their transitions. The combined probability for primary and support transitions hovered around 30, which, though not high, was not particularly low either. At this juncture, Lin Xian discerned a pattern. When the red light flickered, the likelihood of transitioning to a primary profession was high. Yellow light typically indicated support, while green light was predominantly associated with life professions. Next, Lin Xian. I wonder what profession the academic prodigy will awaken to. I hope he brings honor to our class, shocking them into silence. You should have seen their faces when Zhao Baichuan transitioned. It was hilarious. Indeed, I even heard the principal exclaim, wow. Haha. Having lived over 20 years, Lin Xian possessed a fair degree of emotional intelligence, allowing him to interact harmoniously with his classmates. Coupled with his striking appearance, short hair, youthful vigor, and a sunny smile he enjoyed considerable popularity at first. His classmates offered their blessings. They were sincere in their well wishes. Stepping nervously into the transformation array, Lin Xian followed the array master's instructions, gently closing his eyes. Chapter 3. Is it not reasonable for a blacksmith to forge materials by himself? The formation began to operate. A vibrant green light flickered, gradually intensifying until it enveloped the entire inner hall. Hiss, the green light. This does not bode well for Lin Xian. Indeed, those who had just been bathed in such green light all belonged to life professions. Surely, it was not the case that Lin Xian would fall into this category. Li Xiao, possessing a broader perspective, immediately discerned that Lin Xian must undoubtedly belong to a life profession as soon as the green light appeared. The flicker of disappointment in her gaze quickly vanished, and she ceased to pay further attention. Zhao Baichuan, overhearing his classmates' speculations, expressed his displeasure and admonished. Do not indulge in baseless conjectures. This magnificent radiance surely signifies something beyond a mere life profession. No sooner had he spoken than the voice of the formation master resonated. Lin Xian, life profession, blacksmith. Alas, what a pity, Lin Xian's fortune seems to have faltered. Such is the nature of fate. None can decipher the underlying principles of this job transition. Who could deny this? Otherwise, one could prepare in advance and hone their skills beforehand. Su Tianda shook his head, lamenting. He was well acquainted with the perennial top contenders and had initially held high hopes for Lin Xian. Alas, fate had decreed otherwise. How little control one possesses over such matters. Upon hearing the formation master's declaration, Lin Xian felt a chill sweep through him. Could it be true? I truly have a penchant for speaking ill of fortune. Before he could ponder further, the talent assessment commenced. The talent column shimmered with green light as the first star hole illuminated, swiftly followed by the second and third. Although the pace was excruciatingly slow, it steadily ascended in an orderly fashion. 4 stars, 5 stars, 6 stars. His classmates watched, wide-eyed, counting aloud in unison. 7 stars, 8 stars, 8 stars, 8 stars. Their voices crescendoed with excitement, their faces flushed, as if it were their own talents being awakened at that moment. 8 stars, 9 stars, 9 stars, 9 stars. The gaze of the entire hall once again converged upon the first area, all present rendered speechless. 9 stars, how exhilarating. The reality of 9 stars was astonishing. Lin Xian was truly remarkable. Most of his classmates erupted in unrestrained cheers. Li Xiao's emotions were conflicted. A fleeting glimmer of jealousy crossed her features, followed by a sigh of regret. What a pity, he is only a blacksmith. As soon as her words fell, her classmates were doused in cold water, falling into a stunned silence. This is indeed a difficult situation to assess. On one hand, one could argue that his luck was favorable, yet he had transitioned to a blacksmith. On the other, he had awakened a 9-star talent. At that moment, Lin Xian could not hear the murmurs of his classmates. Boom. The formation continued its operation, and with a resounding crash, Lin Xian's mind was suddenly enveloped in a haze of gray. A formidable giant hammer, accompanied by thunder and lightning, traversed through the fog, its body entwined with seemingly heavy chains that danced lightly in the air, sporadically crackling with electricity. As the formation's operation concluded, Lin Xian opened his eyes, the vision from earlier instilling him with confidence. Perhaps things were not as dire as they seemed. The formation master, still in disbelief, could hardly fathom that a blacksmith had awakened a 9-star talent. By what means? Rubbing his eyes, he reconfirmed Lin Xian's panel information. With no other choice, he announced. Lin Xian, life profession, blacksmith, talent 9, 9 stars. Fate truly plays tricks on us. This is indeed a challenging evaluation. Lin Xian took a deep breath, steadied his spirit, and was about to investigate the nature of his talent. Lin Xian, you have completed your transition, you may now descend. Alas, what a pity. The gentle reminder came from the formation master. Beside him, the president of the association, Zhao Wenjia, the principal, Su Tianda, and the homeroom teacher all wore expressions akin to that of constipation, their curiosity about his talent hanging on the tip of their tongues, yet swallowed back. In this world, it is rather taboo to inquire about another's abilities, with the exception of fixed teammates. The exploration of another's panel is limited to level, profession, and general attribute values. No other details may be discerned. Thank you, senior, I appreciate it. Lin Xian nodded, forcing himself to remain composed as he returned to the team. His classmates wished to comfort him, but were at a loss for words, ultimately falling silent. Zhao Baichuan squeezed in beside Lin Xian, patting his shoulder. A 9-star talent is exceedingly rare throughout history. It certainly cannot be that simple. Study diligently, and there may be alternative paths available. Do not lose heart. His classmates seemed to find inspiration, offering words of encouragement. Indeed, first, let us discern the nature of the talent. If it pertains to forging, then a 9-star rating is indeed remarkable. All it takes is to advance to a blacksmith at the black iron level to join the blacksmith guild, eventually becoming a platinum level blacksmith. There would be countless individuals seeking your bespoke equipment. Exactly. Without the need for combat, materials will be delivered to your doorstep. Just imagine how delightful that would be. If you have no other plans, consider joining my guild. I assure you, when my father learns that I have brought him a 9-star talented individual, he will be overjoyed beyond measure, Zhao Baichuan said, offering comfort while genuinely wishing to assist Lin Xian. At that moment, Lin Xian was eager to reflect on everything, grateful for the kind intentions of his classmates. Panel. Name, Lin Xian. Profession, Blacksmith. Level, 1. Profession level, none. Attributes, 150, 150. Attack power, 15. Defense power, 15. Constitution, 15. Strength, 15. Agility, 15. Spirit, 15. Talent, Heaven and Earth Forge. Skills, none. Equipment, none. Lin Xian anxiously examined the 9-star talent that had been measured. Talent, Heaven and Earth Forge Level 1 activates the ability to absorb and transform the skills of the target unit into compatible skills for oneself, applicable only once per unit. Equipment Forging allows for self-selected plans. With each advancement in profession level, one will receive an opportunity to refine oneself. If a kill is achieved, one will permanently absorb 1 point of Constitution attribute, with no upper limit. Gasping, Lin Xian realized the extraordinary nature of this talent upon detailed reading. It is noteworthy that main combat professions and support professions awaken one skill every 10 levels, while hidden professions typically possess 2. To learn additional skills, one must rely on skill books. It is said that universities possess skill inheritance stones, but they are exceedingly precious and costly. Dare one claim that living professions cannot learn skills? Moreover, this talent certainly does justice to the blacksmith profession, allowing for the independent selection of forging plans. Consider it. One can forge any type of equipment desired. The most outrageous aspect is the ability to forge for oneself. One can only exclaim, wow. The final line of introduction left Lin Xian unable to contain his excitement. Is this the path to becoming a veritable powerhouse? How can the shield warriors and paladins continue to thrive? Lin Xian felt a wave of melancholy, yet the future held great promise. This was the essence of his existence in this world, the foundation for becoming a formidable force. As a blacksmith, it was entirely reasonable for him to farm materials on his own, wasn't it? Indeed, it was quite reasonable. This was merely level 1. He possessed a 9-star talent, which could potentially elevate him to level 9. At that time, wait, why did a new skill appear in my skill bar? It is common knowledge that life professions do not awaken skills. Focusing his mind, he examined the new addition. Talent skill, Life's Lament Level 1. It was unheard of for anyone to awaken a talent that came with its own skill. He promptly checked the skill's effects. Life's Lament, upon death, revive in place. Entering an invincible state, immune to all damage and control for 5 seconds. Cooldown time, 72 hours. Goodness, has a resurrection armor just manifested? This certainly complicates matters. At that moment, Lin Xian finally felt a sense of relief, realizing that his starting point was not inferior to a hidden profession. He was even in the mood to witness his classmates' class changes. As the transition at the 17th middle school concluded, Lin Xian pondered, is it over already? Indeed. Wang Bo responded, observing Lin Xian's relaxed demeanor, indicating that all was well. Not waiting for Lin Xian to speak, he continued, I know what you're curious about. Li Xiaoxiao has transitioned to the hidden profession of priest, her talent slightly inferior to old Zhao's, being a 7-star talent. However, her family's strength might allow her to upgrade her talent with some treasures, so there's a bright future for her. You might not be worthy of her. Lin Xian shot him a sidelong glance, too weary to engage in conversation. Just a jest. I awakened as a fire mage, possessing a 6-star talent. Although it's quite common, I am genuinely satisfied. Wang Bo appeared quite pleased, clearly content with his achievement. Why so quiet? I'll let you finish your thoughts. What else is there to say? Lin Xian shrugged off the conversation, realizing it was time to prepare for the upcoming college entrance examination in half a month. Now that the class transitions were complete, the high-stakes exam was looming. The novice dungeon in Jinbei City would be open to them all day long. Everyone could arrange their time as they saw fit. A gentle reminder to all students. Life is singular. Please cherish it and act within your means. With that, Principal Su Tianda concluded his address. The students understood. This was a customary measure to offer mental support to those transitioning into life professions, ensuring they did not succumb to despair. I'll head back first. Let us level up together tomorrow. Lin Xian declined Wang Bo's kind offer, opting instead to wait with the transitioning life profession students for their homeroom teacher's instructions. By the time Lin Xian exited the city sports hall, most of the waiting parents had dispersed. Brother, over here. Across the street, a youth of about 16 or 17 stood beneath a tree, a backpack slung over his shoulder. His tousled hair swaying with the movement of his arms, a broad smile adorning his face. Chapter 4. ISNT a time to take off right here? Xiaomo. Don't move from there. I'll come right over. Lin Xian hurriedly crossed the street, ruffling Lin Mo's well-kept hair with a gentle pat. Skipped class. Lin Mo embraced his arm with a cheerful grin, seemingly unfazed. Today marks the day of your brother's career transition. How could I possibly refrain from attending? Moreover, I am well versed in all that the teacher has imparted. Upon seeing my brother preparing to lecture me, I hastily interjected. Hold on, hold on. One must review to learn anew, right? I understand. I just spotted Wang Bo, who mentioned that my brother awakened a 9-star talent. How I wish I could awaken a 9-star talent as well. I would even settle for an 8-star one. Hee. Lin Xian chuckled as he playfully extricated his arm, shouldered Lin Mo's backpack, and embraced him as they strolled back. Brother's career transition is indeed a life profession. From now on, I shall rely on little Mo for sustenance. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo became ecstatic, his thoughts unknown, sporting a grin that was anything but innocent. All right. Then from now on, my brother must heed my every command. I shall guide you in leveling up and gathering materials. But he was swiftly brought back to reality with a playful slap from Lin Xian. You really think you can give me orders? I, your brother, possess a 9-star talent. Do you think it's merely for show? Then tell me, what type of talent do you possess? Lin Mo inquired, brimming with curiosity, as he stood before the nearest living embodiment of a 9-star talent. I have yet to fully comprehend it. Suffice it to say, it is quite formidable and certainly not inferior to primary combat professions. Rest assured, I can support you through school without issue. That is assured. Upon returning home, he urged Lin Mo to attend to his homework while he retrieved some materials left by their parents from the safe. In their lifetime, both Lin Dad and Lin Mom were level 55 combat professionals, members of a military expedition team, with a promising future ahead. Tragically, they perished during a mission. Perhaps they never anticipated such an unforeseen event, leaving behind a modest inheritance for the brothers. These materials and a few pieces of equipment were inadvertently left at home. In an era where everyone possesses a professional backpack, it is indeed fortunate to have retained so much. Lin Xian's first focus was on the conversion function of the Heavenly Flood Furnace, as it pertained to his ability to personally delve into dungeons for materials. The conversion function requires a target for transformation, and he wondered if the equipment left by his parents possessed any unique skills. Due to the inability to inspect any targets before transitioning, he remained oblivious to their quality. Thus, Lin Dad and Lin Mom's belongings were all placed into the safe. With this thought, Lin Xian retrieved the only 3 pieces of equipment in the house. Inspect. Dragon Scale Armor, Level 45, Quality, Platinum, Strength, 10,000, Vitality, 40,000. Spirit, 1,750, Defense, 49,950, Trait, Morning Palace, dealing spell damage equal to 0.3 of maximum health to enemy units within a 5-meter radius every second. Consumes 1 maximum mana per second, with a cooldown of 10 minutes. Wow, this is impressive. Lin Xian never anticipated that what his parents left him would include second transformation equipment. The attributes alone were enough to make one salivate. Continuing to the next item. Thunder Axe. Level 45. Quality. Epic. Strength. 95,000. Agility. 9,480. Physical attack. 103,500. Trait. Thunderous Might. Granting a 20 chance for any attack to unleash chain lightning within a 5-meter radius, causing an additional 100 thunder spell damage. This epic level? How could this be? Even a level 60 expert may not possess such an item. It is essential to recognize that every epic blacksmith is akin to a national treasure, with the Blacksmith Guild comprising no more than a handful of such esteemed artisans, each holding a position of significant prestige. Although it is merely a level 45 piece of equipment, I dare not dwell on it further and hastily grasp the final item. Earthshatter Boots, Level 40, Quality, Platinum, Strength, 22,000, Constitution, 19,000, Defense, 41,000. Earthshatter Charge. Stomping the ground unleashes a series of shockwaves in a 5-meter radius, inflicting continuous damage with an attack power of 200 and a cooldown time of 2 minutes. It seems I still do not know my parents well enough. Regrettably, there is no opportunity to learn more about them. Lin Xian was aware of his surroundings even before his birth. When he was 2 years old, his father brought home his 1-year-old brother, Lin Mo. As Lin Xian became more self-sufficient, his parents embarked on missions with increasing frequency. It was only when he reached middle school that the military delivered the tragic news of their demise. Although he is merely a year older than Lin Mo, he can say that he raised him from infancy. His parents were somewhat carefree. Fortunately, he was not a true child anymore. Otherwise, who knows what might have happened between him and little Mo. With this thought in mind, Lin Xian couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle, dismissing his chaotic musings. Despite the loss of his equipment upon unleashing his talent, he felt compelled to proceed. Lin Xian held confidence in his abilities. In the future, not only platinum or epic gear, but even legendary items would be within his grasp. One must take risks to seize opportunities. He pondered how the equipment skills would transform and optimize. Lin Xian directed his focus towards the dragon scale armor, activating his talent. A silvery light emanated from his right hand, enveloping the entire dragon scale armor. Moments later, the radiance retracted, leaving behind 5 dragon scales and a piece of dragon, height approximately 1 square meter in size on the floor. The skill had successfully transformed. Before transformation, characteristic, Morning Palace. Inflicts spell damage equal to 0. 3 of maximum health to enemy units within a 5-meter radius every second. Consumes 1 maximum mana per second, with a cooldown of 10 minutes. After transformation, Morning Palace active. Inflicts ultimate damage equal to 3 of maximum health to enemy units within a 10-meter radius every second. Consumes 1 maximum mana per second, with no cooldown. Goodness. Lin Xian was astounded by this skill, his skin prickling with excitement. He swallowed hard. This. I would dare to call it a divine skill. It synergizes beautifully with the Heavenly Furnace talent. The ability to absorb 1 point of constitution upon defeating an enemy implies that he would undoubtedly become a formidable tank in the future. Inflicting 3 damage based on maximum health every second is remarkable. The only drawback is the somewhat excessive mana consumption. However, that is a minor concern. He could always acquire mana restoration skills later, making perpetual activation a dream within reach. Suppressing his excitement, he reached for the epic level Thunder War Axe. Although it is classified as epic, the skill effect is rather ordinary, primarily excelling in attribute enhancement and attack power. Without further ado, let us proceed. After a flash of silvery light, the transformation commenced. Before transformation, Thunderous Might. Any of your attacks has a 20 chance to unleash chain lightning within a 5-meter radius, inflicting an additional 100 lightning spell damage. After transformation, the passive ability, Thunderous Might, grants a 50 chance for any attack to unleash a chain lightning strike within a 10-meter radius at level 10, inflicting an additional 500 damage. Upon careful contemplation, Lin Xian felt a numbing shock, rendered utterly speechless. Although the skills of the Death Palace appeared formidable, a deeper reflection revealed a chilling reality. One skill was active while the other was passive, both devoid of cooldowns. The Death Palace's ability dealt final damage, disregarding all defenses and levels within its range. Given sufficient time, even a god could be slain. Lin Xian mused. Though his own health seemed to diminish, his recovery was likely swifter than that of his adversaries. The damage of the Death Palace chiefly depended on one's own health, while Thunderous Might relied on personal attack power. Initially, it did not seem overly impressive. This was merely the entry level, with mastery, minor accomplishments, major successes, and perfection still ahead. One could only wonder how formidable it would become at perfection. Lastly, there was the earth-shattering boots, prior to transformation. Earth-shattering charge, stomping the ground directed at a target within a 5-meter area, unleashing a series of shockwaves that dealt continuous damage. With an attack power of 200 and a cooldown of 2 minutes. After transformation and optimization, earth-shattering charge, active stomping the ground directed at a target within a 10-meter area, unleashing continuous shockwaves that dealt sustained damage and stunning the target for 3 seconds, with an attack power of 300 and a cooldown of 15 seconds, consuming 100 mana. Compared to the previous 2 skills, this active skill appeared somewhat ordinary. Nevertheless, Lin Xian was exceedingly pleased, particularly due to its aesthetic appeal. Just imagine, a gentle stomp, and his foes would be reduced to ashes. Chapter 5, Exclusive Equipment. Let us attempt forging. Lin Xian focused intently, and before him slowly materialized an ethereal furnace resembling a cauldron, towering approximately 2 meters with a diameter of about 2.2 meters. Shimmering red with a hint of purple, supported by 3 legs. 4 curved fangs were evenly spaced atop the cauldron, lending it a somewhat menacing appearance. To forge any equipment, one merely needed to confirm the requirements in their mind, and the furnace would display the necessary materials along with the probability of success. Additionally, there was a hidden ability. The possessor of this talent could craft a set of exclusive equipment capable of growth, but this opportunity was limited to a single occasion. However, for someone with a crafting profession, this ability felt somewhat superfluous. Why, you might ask? Much like the majority of games from his past life, the equipment slots for combat and support professions were fixed. These included a main weapon, a secondary weapon, headgear, clothing, pants, shoes, and 4 accessories. In contrast, crafting professions possessed only a single equipment slot, or more aptly termed, a tool slot. For instance, a farmer's implements or a blacksmith's hammer. This disparity in equipment was a significant reason why crafting professions lacked combat capabilities, although they too could level up and increase their attributes. The absence of skills and equipment was sufficient to extinguish any notions of combat for a crafting profession. Let us give it a try. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Xian began to envision in his mind. Weapon, longsword, output type. Physical, level 1, quality, black iron, special effect, lifesteal. Upon completing his concept, a beautifully crafted one-handed sword gradually emerged above the furnace, with materials listed below. Required materials, 5 iron essence stones, 2 vampire bat fangs. Success rate 40. Astonishing. This is remarkably intelligent. It certainly evokes a sense of gaming. With a success rate of 40, achieving the rank of Black Iron Smith would indeed elevate that rate to a perfect 100, wouldn't it? Curiously, I paced around the forge a few times. As for the intricacies of forging itself, Lin Xian remained somewhat unclear about the methods, yet progressing in his profession seemed to be the correct course of action. In this realm, The status of blacksmiths is rather lowly, as gold-tier equipment is not particularly rare and is generally regarded as mere transitional gear. It is only after reaching level 45 and undergoing a second-class change that the pace of leveling slows significantly, prompting adventurers to seek out blacksmiths of platinum rank or higher to craft equipment tailored to their needs. Thus, platinum rank serves as a pivotal threshold in the blacksmithing profession. Two entirely different worlds lie on either side of it. Some might argue that there is merit in late bloomers. But how does a blacksmith without connections ascend through the ranks? Where would the materials come from to hone their skills and elevate their profession? Exceptionally talented blacksmiths either join official factions or align with conglomerates, guilds, or families to receive resource support, albeit at the cost of their freedom. Even within the blacksmith guild, the number of free agents is regrettably scarce. Fortunately, with my talent, gathering materials poses no challenge. Lin Xian felt a sense of relief. Better to embrace freedom than to languish in bondage. The levels of the blacksmith profession are distinctly defined and linked to equipment tiers, ranging from apprentice blacksmith, black iron smith, bronze smith, silver smith, gold smith, platinum smith, epic smith, legendary smith, to divine smith. Ascending to the rank of apprentice is the simplest task. One merely needs to forge white-grade items. Upon improving proficiency, reaching black iron level allows for the crafting of black iron equipment, and so forth. Without further contemplation, Lin Xian recalled that some materials left by his parents remained, and ordinary white-grade items are not particularly demanding in their material requirements. He summoned the forge and set the parameters. Weapon, longsword, output type, physical, level, 1, quality, none. Special effect, none. Success rate, 100. Required materials, 3 ironstone ore. Lin Xian placed the ironstone ore into the forge and commenced forging. A thunderous roar erupted from within the forge, and within mere seconds, it ceased its operation, ejecting a longsword that floated before Lin Xian. Weapon, longsword, output type, physical, level, 1, quality, none. Attack power, 5. Profession upgraded to apprentice blacksmith. Lin Xian casually tossed the longsword aside, having attained the rank of apprentice. It was now time to forge his own unique equipment. Although it was merely a weapon, Lin Xian regarded it with considerable importance. This was an item bound to his soul, impervious to destruction, and as he grew in level, its quality could also be enhanced. With only one opportunity at hand, it could not be squandered. Lin Xian removed the novice weapon from his equipment slot. A blacksmith's tool is a hammer, and the grandiose image of the hammer that had appeared in his mind during his awakening lingered there, stirring a sense of excitement. This was truly the weapon befitting a man. Disobedient? I'll hammer it into your chest. Do you believe me? The weapon's design would follow this vision. Looking sharp is a lifelong endeavor. As he envisioned, the general shape began to take form. But how to set its attributes? Lin Xian pondered deeply for a moment. This would suffice. Weapon, hammer, output type, physical, level, 1, quality, none, characteristics, 1, ignores all defenses, 2, ignores all immunities, 2, each kill increases strength, success rate, 100. Materials, 5 mithril, 5 meteorite iron, 1 star sand, 1 magic crystal, 1 primary soul crystal. Lin Xian rummaged through the materials at home, finding everything but the meteorite iron. Xiaomo, I'm going out to buy some materials. Don't wander around at home. All right, brother, we're out of vegetables, so please bring some back. Sure. He left the community and headed straight for the largest association market in Jinbei City, a treasure trove of equipment, materials, and skill books. He entered with high spirits, but emerged pale-faced as if he had traversed a daunting realm. The profession of blacksmith, lacking any backing, indeed seemed to have limited prospects. It was exorbitantly expensive. Just the thought of needing to upgrade quality in the future made Lin Xian grit his teeth. At least he was somewhat relieved that he could only equip one item for now. With a mere 600,000 huabi remaining, he stepped inside, only to find less than 10,000 left in his card after spending 450,000 on just the star sand. Money is a fickle beast. We'll earn it back. What he purchased was not merely materials, but rather his future, a cornerstone on the path to divinity. It was worth it. Incredibly worth it. Lin Xian constantly reassured himself. Feeling somewhat relieved, he made a detour to the vegetable market before returning home. Xiaomo, I've spent all the savings. Lin Xian feigned nonchalance, though a hint of guilt lingered. It's fine. I can change my profession next year. Worst case, I'll save for a year, and then I'll take you soaring. Brother, you keep focusing on your talent. I'll go prepare dinner. Lin Mo was unfazed. Being a professional often required substantial investment, especially in the blacksmithing trade. Dutifully, he carried the vegetables into the kitchen, while Lin Xian had long grown accustomed to this arrangement. It wasn't due to laziness on his part. The meals he prepared were edible but hardly delightful. They bore no resemblance to culinary mastery. Since Lin Mo learned to cook, Lin Xian had effectively bid farewell to the kitchen. The urgency to earn money constantly urged him on, and Lin Xian promptly began forging. A brilliant white light flickered as the forge roared for nearly 10 minutes. Amidst Lin Xian's anxious anticipation, the creation finally emerged, measuring approximately 2 meters. The hammer bore intricate unknown patterns, entwined with chains, exuding a primal and rustic aura. Inspecting its attributes: weapon, hammer, growth potential, output type, physical, level 1, quality, none. Attack, 58, strength, 50, attack power increase, 50, characteristics, 1, destruction, all attacks ignore 50 points of any defense, dealing full damage to all targets. 2, limit break, each kill has a minuscule chance to increase strength by 1 point. Lin Xian's smile gradually morphed into something sinister. Chapter 6, Forging Oneself, Invincible. Wow, this destruction characteristic ignores both physical and magical immunities. Striking you means you must endure. Defense? What is that to me? Isn't this invincibility? Moreover, with the limit break characteristic, it's terrifying to contemplate. Even though it was merely a level 1 white grade item, it boasted an impressive 58 points of attack and 50 points of strength, comparable to a top-tier level 5 bronze weapon. Moreover, Lin Xian suspected that even a level 10 bronze weapon would not possess such remarkable attributes. In a word, it was extraordinary. Even if it were the sole piece of equipment, one was worth more than 10. With a casual swing, the air was filled with the sound of slicing through space. Although it appeared somewhat hefty, Lin Xian felt no weight as he held it. It was surprisingly light. After toying with it for a moment, he set it down. The sound of the weight thudding against the ground echoed. Indeed, it was quite substantial. By the way, he hadn't named it yet, had he? Lin Xian patted his cheeks, flushed with excitement, and took a deep breath to calm himself. How about Hao-Yin Hammer? Thunder Hammer? Earth-Shatter Hammer? He scratched his head in contemplation. Since he had embarked on this path of strength and possessed such talent, he decided to name it the Heaven-Splitting Hammer. Lin Xian's youthful spirit ignited fiercely. He was here to conquer. No matter how many reasons he conjured, they could not disguise the fact that he was quite inept at naming things. Next, it was time to forge himself, but how should he proceed? Just as the thought crossed his mind, the furnace began to hum, and amidst a flicker of crimson light, Lin Xian was enveloped and instantly drawn within the cauldron. So, this is the interior? He hadn't expected it to be so vast. Lin Xian regained his focus and surveyed the space, marveling at its boundlessness and towering heights. Beneath his feet lay a raised platform of approximately 10,000 square meters, while behind him stood a magnificent stone tablet entwined with colossal chains. There were no inscriptions, but it was adorned with obscure patterns, resembling the markings on his weapon, the Heaven-Splitting Hammer. Surrounding the platform flowed a tumultuous sea of lava, occasionally splashing fiery droplets, with numerous flames dancing in the air, sometimes plunging into the molten sea and then leaping back up. The platform seemed to possess an invisible barrier, keeping the fiery chaos at bay. At that moment, Lin Xian felt as though he were on a solitary island. If not for the scorching heat enveloping him and the distinct scent of lava, he might have thought he was ensnared in an illusion or tricked by sorcery. Before he could fully absorb the scene, chains from the stone tablet shot out, ensnaring Lin Xian and binding him in a T-shaped pose against the tablet. Whoa, can we at least exchange greetings first? He attempted to struggle, but the chains did not budge. At that moment, the barrier around the platform dissipated, and countless flames rushed towards the bound Lin Xian on the stone tablet. Lin Xian was struck with panic. No, don't come near me. Ah, what the hell? At that moment, lightning crackled around the chains on the tablet. The scene was filled with electric flashes and roaring flames, accompanied by intermittent cries of agony. It was a dazzling and spectacular sight. Unfortunately, Lin Xian was unable to empathize with the grandeur of the moment. Pain. A pain that pierced to the bone. A pain akin to 1,000 ants gnawing at his heart. 10 minutes later, everything fell silent, and the atmosphere in the space was suffused with a serene aura. The flames danced harmlessly, and upon closer inspection, they had significantly diminished. Aside from Lin Xian, who was now devoid of all clothing, his body was entirely black, contorted into the true form of the T-shape, with involuntary twitches occurring from time to time. Everything seemed to be in order. The chains of the stone tablet slowly lowered Lin Xian to the ground, but he could barely stand, completely unsteady. Lying limp on the ground, Lin Xian's gaze was vacant, as if he had been trampled upon countless times, his face reflecting a profound despair. This ability must surely be the domain of a masochist, he mused. If I use it again, I might as well be a dog. After a brief moment, he managed to collect himself. Panel, name, Lin Xian, occupation, blacksmith, level, 1. Occupation level, blacksmith apprentice, 5150, 5150, 5150, 5150, attack power, 935, defense, 515, constitution, 515, strength, 565, agility, 515, spirit, 515, talent, heavenly furnace, skills, talent skill, morning palace, thunderous might, earth-shattering charge, talent skill, upon death, revives at the original location, entering an invincible state, immune to all damage and control for 5 seconds. Cooldown, 72 hours. Morning palace, Active inflicts final damage of 3 of maximum health each second to enemy units within a range of level 10. Consumes 1 maximum mana per second, with no cooldown. Thunderous Might. Passive any attack has a 50 chance to unleash chain lightning within a radius of 10 meters. Inflicting an additional 500 damage. Earth-shattering charge. Active stomps the ground, sending forth a series of shockwaves in a 10-meter area ahead, causing sustained damage and stunning targets for 3 seconds, with an attack power of 300. Cooldown, 15 seconds. Consumes 300 mana. Equipment, Skybreaker Hammer, level 1. Quality, none. Attack, 58. Strength, 50. Attack power increase, 50. Traits, 1. Destruction. All attacks ignore 50 of any defense, dealing intended damage to all targets. 2. Breaking limits. Each kill has a minuscule chance to increase strength by 1 point. Lin Xian stared in astonishment. He understood that forging himself would greatly enhance his attributes. Yet he never anticipated such a significant boost. It was so remarkable that he wished for another opportunity, slapping himself lightly in excitement. Woof, woof, woof. Ha ha. This is truly worth it. Once a day would suffice. He knew that his total attribute value could rival that of a standard level 20 character's 4-dimensional attributes. Of course, this did not account for the equipment bonuses of other classes. Indeed, when one door closes, another opens. When it comes to strength, I could even forge myself. Can you believe it? Alas, such opportunities arise only with each professional advancement. Suddenly, darkness enveloped him, and Lin Xian found himself in the living room. Lin Mo, holding a plate of food, gazed in astonishment at Lin Xian's sudden appearance. Brother, what happened to you? It's nothing, just enhance my body with my talent. I am now immensely powerful, very strong indeed. Lin Mo scanned him from head to toe, his face taut with suppressed laughter. Yes, brother's strength is indeed formidable. Lin Xian sensed something amiss in Lin Mo's tone as he met his scrutinizing gaze, looking down to discover. What the heck? He dashed into the bathroom, shutting the door behind him. You eat first. I'll freshen up. Brother, did you bring clothes? Lin Mo's voice, laced with amusement, reached him, prompting Lin Xian to feel a mix of embarrassment and annoyance. Alas, my dignity as an elder brother is in jeopardy. Yet, he brushed it off, after all. During their younger years, they often bathed together. There was nothing they hadn't seen. At the dining table. Brother, are you going to the novice dungeon to level up tomorrow? Lin Mo expressed her concern. Don't worry. My innate talent allows me to absorb equipment skills. I have transformed the skills of the equipment left by our parents. And with my physical attributes enhanced, my strength has surged, surpassing even that of a hidden class. Rest assured, I will use my skills openly. There is no need for secrecy, especially when it comes to my own brother whom I have raised with my own hands. If you prefer, we can wait until I change jobs next year to go together. A year's delay is of little consequence. Lin Mo still felt uneasy and reasoned with him. 1 step behind means falling further behind. What? Do you not trust even your brother? Rest assured, by the time you change jobs, I might have already advanced twice. All right then, if it doesn't work out, we can withdraw. Safety comes first. Lin Xian gently patted Lin Mo's head to reassure her. Of course, you haven't changed jobs yet, so how can I feel at ease? If danger arises, I will exit the dungeon promptly. However, Lin Xian was brimming with confidence at that moment. What does a hidden class even matter? They should be eager to dive into the dungeon by afternoon. What harm is there in letting them run ahead for a while? Tomorrow, we shall descend into the dungeon. Forgive me, you all, for your emperor has returned. Chapter 7. The following morning, Lin Xian left a note for Lin Mo and hurriedly made his way to the Adventurers Association in Jinbei City. There was only one novice dungeon suitable for level 1. 5, specifically designed for newly transitioned high school seniors to acclimate to this world. Within the dungeon, if one encounters insurmountable dangers, they can exit midway, greatly enhancing safety. Before long, Lin Xian arrived at the association. Hello, may I ask where the novice dungeon entrance is? The staff member, familiar with the recent surge in novice dungeon activity over the past month, replied, Hello, please present your identification. Upon noticing his blacksmith occupation, the staff member glanced at him but chose not to elaborate further. Under the guidance of the entrance staff, Lin Xian arrived at the hall where the dungeon was located. Please wait here for your teammates, the staff member instructed before turning to leave, evidently accustomed to the routine of novice dungeon parties. Whether accompanied by someone or driven by an unwillingness to miss out on fortune, it was not uncommon. Lin Xian paid it no mind as he surveyed the surroundings. He had thought he had arrived early enough, but to his surprise, the dungeon hall was already teeming with people. The novice dungeon was known for its rapid leveling. There were no restrictions on the number of attempts, no cooldowns, and as long as one could endure, they could grind as they pleased. Most importantly for the common folk, the novice dungeon was free of charge. In this world, dungeons were predominantly controlled by the authorities. Aside from the novice dungeon, all other dungeons required payment in gold or equivalent materials. Prestigious academies also controlled a vast number of dungeons. This was the foundation and essence of a school. The number of dungeons controlled by each academy varied. Of course, some powerful personal factions, guilds, and families also possessed their own exploration teams dedicated to uncovering uncharted dungeons. Whether these dungeons were open to the public or how they charged depended on the whims of their proprietors. The novice dungeon was managed by the official Adventurers Association. As a person of modest means, Lin Xian had no choice but to level up either here or in the wild. The wilderness is currently not within Lin Xian's considerations. He wouldn't naively believe that danger only lies in magical beasts. If he were to encounter a less-than-bright adventurer who inadvertently caused his own demise, where would he seek justice? This place offers the highest cost-performance ratio, and reaching level 6 is certainly within reach. Only a fool would venture into the wild. Lin Xian, so early? Are you alone? Wang Bo came running, wielding a rudimentary staff, donning a wizard's hat, and wearing a tattered robe. What a clown. Indeed, I possess a modicum of combat prowess. Let us put it to the test. Such prowess cannot be concealed during examinations, so it is better to be forthright. Wang Bo, upon hearing this, was genuinely pleased for him. The 9-star talent is indeed formidable. Sun Shang and Chun Ro are teaming up with me. Let us level up together. No need. I merely wish to see what the dungeon looks like. If it proves too challenging, I shall withdraw. You go ahead. Lin Xian said his farewells upon noticing Sun Shang and Chun Ro waiting nearby. He too had to hasten his leveling up. His classmates must have already reached level 2. Approaching the dungeon, he did not linger, stepping directly through the portal. Level 1 to 5 dungeon, the Graveyard of the Fallen. Please select the difficulty. Easy, normal, hard, master, hell. Though my attributes have improved somewhat, my equipment and skills have been enhanced as well, yet it is my first time here, so I must proceed cautiously. I shall select hard. The surrounding space trembled, and Lin Xian found himself within the dungeon. Goodness, is it this eerie? Despite being mentally prepared, the atmosphere still sent a shiver down his spine. With a focused thought, he instantly activated his combat stance. Regrettably, he lacked striking armor. But as he extended his right hand, a robust and imposing thunderbreaker materialized. Let me see where these little cuties are hiding. The dungeon was shrouded in darkness and an unsettling silence, quiet enough to hear the rhythm of his own heartbeat. Straining to listen, faint howls echoed in the distance, heightening the sense of dread. Before him lay a hexagonal chamber. At its center stood 4 dark crystals. Each direction bore a corroded bronze door. Yet only the one to the left was ajar, revealing a slightly smaller room containing 3 conspicuous stone sarcophagi at its center. This dungeon mechanism seems rather simplistic. Having played numerous online games during his 4 years at university, Lin Xian possessed considerable experience, even if it differed. The similarities were striking. One principle leads to the understanding of many. A trivial matter. Lin Xian strode directly into the open room. Boom. The bronze door slammed shut, and the lids of the 3 sarcophagi burst open, crashing against the walls. Within, a creaking sound began to emanate. Lin Xian activated his Morning Palace skill. 155, 155, 4675. 4675, a 10-meter radius of a lightning cage enveloped him, encompassing the 3 sarcophagi, with lightning serpents dancing and currents crackling. The room fell silent in an instant. Killed 1 level skeleton soldier, experience 5. Killed 1 level skeleton soldier, experience 5. Killed 1 level skeleton captain, experience 10. Killed numerous level skeleton soldiers, experience 50. Has the thunderous passive been triggered? I have yet to even lay eyes on a monster. With a sense of exasperation, Lin Xian deactivated the skill of the Morning Palace. The thunderous passive had dealt a tremendous blow, yet the monster still owed him over 4,000 health points. In such a rudimentary dungeon, he couldn't even catch a glimpse of the creatures. Suddenly, Lin Xian noticed a notification at the bottom of his panel. Constitution Attribute 12, Strength Attribute 1. Indeed, the Constitution attribute was a result of the talent Heavenly Furnace, which permitted him to permanently absorb 1 point of Constitution for each kill, with no upper limit. Having just vanquished 12 skeletons, he had absorbed 12 points of Constitution. How extraordinarily overpowered. The Strength attribute must have activated the unique characteristic of the Breaking Hammer. The talent effect guaranteed 1 point of Constitution for every kill, while the breaking limit merely had a minuscule chance to increase the Strength attribute by 1. The disparity was glaringly evident. Still, what more could he desire? Others wouldn't even dare to dream of such advantages, as long as he continued to slay numerous foes. The door to the chamber had now swung open. Upon returning to the hall, he observed that one of the 4 crystals had shattered. It appeared he needed to eliminate all the monsters behind the remaining 3 doors to progress to the next level. The room he re-entered was no longer a stone sarcophagus, but rather a disarray of tombstones, arranged haphazardly. Crack, crack. Skeletons crawled forth from beneath the tombstones, each one exhibiting a plethora of forms, though they were predominantly melee fighters. Skeleton, level 1, health, 450, attack, 15, skills, none. It was clear now. The difficulty level was indeed quite challenging, despite Lin Xian dispatching enemies with ease. A typical level 1 character would possess a maximum health of 360 points, particularly for a shield warrior class focused on Constitution. While a combat class achieving around 30 attack points would be considered commendable, they would inevitably require the assistance of a healer after enduring just a few hits from the monsters. If the initial skills were not formidable, forming a party to conquer the challenges would be no simple task. Without further contemplation, Lin Xian hefted his hammer and charged forward, delivering a crushing blow. 936. The bones of the skeleton shattered in all directions. Kill level 1 skeleton, experience 5, constitution attribute 1, a swift execution. Before he could retreat, the surrounding skeletons had already launched their assaults upon him. With a defense of 527 points, these skeletons could not breach his defenses. Another strike. 936. Kill level 1 skeleton. Experience 5, constitution attribute 1. Chapter 8. This skill is quite impressive, a horizontal push. Ground shatter charge. Stopping the ground targets a 10-meter area directly in front, unleashing a series of shockwaves that inflict continuous damage and stun for 3 seconds, with an attack power of 300 and a cooldown of 15 seconds, consuming 300 mana points. Lin Xian gently stomped his right foot, sending forth a shockwave that erupted from the ground and surged forward, instantly enveloping all the skeletons drawn in by his aggro. The attack radius spanned 5 meters. 2808, 2808, 4680. The thunder cage ensnared them, crackling with chaotic roars. The entire room was illuminated as if it were midday. Kill numerous level 1 skeletons, experience 80. Kill numerous level 2 skeletons, experience 40. Constitution attribute 20, strength attribute 3. Splendid. Having completed the skill trial, he needed to hasten his pace. He had only gained 30 experience from slaying 2 waves. Upon discerning the caliber of the formidable monsters, Lin Xian activated his fierce demeanor. Upon entering the chamber, he immediately launched a flurry of strikes, embodying a tempest of thunder with a staggering 50 activation probability of his passive ability. Wherever he traversed, bolts of lightning flashed, resulting in swift annihilation of his foes. However, fortune did not favor him this time, as he only witnessed a mere increase of 32 points in his constitution, with his limit-breaking trait remaining dormant. All 4 crystals shattered, and the grand door ahead thundered open. A passage materialized before him, with flickering oil lamps casting erratic shadows on the walls. Skulls adorned the corridor's edges, intermittently exhaling wisps of black mist, further diminishing visibility. Unfazed, Lin Xian boldly stepped forward. In the dimness, he discerned a massive cluster of black entities hurtling towards him. Without hesitation, Lin Xian did not shy away. Vampire Bat. Level 1. Health 200. Attack 2. Skill none. There must have been 100 of them. Should their attack power increase slightly, who among the novices would stand a chance? Fortunately, he activated the skill Shanggong. Lin Xian strode forward, disregarding the assaults of the vampire bats. Killed 1 level 1 vampire bat, experience 1. Killed 1 level 1 vampire bat, experience 1. Killed numerous level 1 vampire bats, experience 98. With sparks and flashes accompanying his path, he reached the corridor's end, having eradicated all the vampire bats. His experience surged to 79. The experience garnered from soloing was indeed commendable. His constitution attribute rose by an additional 100 points, and his strength increased by 12 points. It seemed that it would not be long before the damage from his Shanggong skill caught up. The damage dealt by Shanggong is equivalent to 3 of maximum health per second, and with 100 points in constitution translating to 1,000 health points. He was on the verge of becoming invincible. It appeared that he would need to seek out dungeons teeming with monsters for farming. The experience gained was of little consequence. Now, the moment had arrived. He hoped the next foe would be somewhat resilient. Lin Xian surveyed his surroundings and pressed down on a conspicuous stone protrusion on the wall. A resounding crash echoed as the right wall receded, revealing the final obstacle. Rather unsightly. The lesser monsters appeared sparse. Corpse Eater, level 5, health 4,300. Attack 80. Skills Pounce, Bite. This one had some semblance of challenge, yet it was still lacking. Before Lin Xian could approach, the creature sensed his presence and let out a thunderous roar. Instantly, the hall's skeletal soldiers and the skeletal captain surged towards him. With a mighty stomp, Lin Xian's right foot struck the ground, causing all the incoming minions to be drawn together by the shockwave, colliding backward. All the skeletal foes were swept away and rendered momentarily dazed. Lin Xian took a stride forward and delivered a crushing blow. After a cacophony of thunder and lightning, the scene fell silent. Killed 5 level 5 corpse eaters, experience 150. Killed numerous skeletons, experience 105. Killed numerous skeletal captains, experience 90. Constitution attribute 31. Strength attribute 5. Leveling up was not arduous. The difficulty level of the dungeon presented no challenge whatsoever to Lin Xian. The college entrance examination is less than half a month away, and to gain admission to one of the 4 prestigious academies of Manhwa, a minimum level of 13 is requisite. Progressing at a rate of 1 level per day? Only those with exceptional talent or formidable backgrounds can hope to succeed. Of course, besides levels, there exist other evaluative criteria. Examining the attributes panel, name, Lin Xian, Profession, Blacksmith. Level, 2. Profession level, Blacksmith Apprentice. Experience, 7,100 and 27,120. Health, 5,200, 5,200. Attack power, 1169. Defense, 712. Constitution, 712. Strength, 621. Agility, 520. Spirit, 520. Talent, Heavenly Furnace Level 1. Skills, Talent Skill, Morning Palace, Thunderous Might, Earth-Shattering Charge. Equipment, Skybreaker Hammer. Level 2. Quality, None. Attack, 158. Strength, 80. Attack Power Increase, 50. Traits, 1. Destruction, all attacks ignore 50 points of any defense, capable of inflicting appropriate damage on all targets. 2. Break Limit. Each kill carries a minuscule chance to increase strength by 1 point. Having only cleared a dungeon once, such a substantial enhancement is remarkable. Comparing this panel to that of other novices of the same age seems rather unfair. Apart from hidden professions, all classes experience a similar growth in attributes with each level up, averaging an increase of 10 points per level. For instance, advancing to level 2 grants 20 points, while level 3 yields 30 points, and so forth. It is said that during the second and third transitions, there is further enhancement, though the total attribute multiplication depends on individual professions and opportunities. Naturally, the second and third transitions are unrelated to life professions, and the attribute points gained through leveling are evenly distributed across the 4 dimensions. Lin Xian's brow relaxed in delight as he closed the panel and exited the dungeon. The world faded to black, and he found himself in the dungeon lobby. Wasting no time, he promptly entered the dungeon, a non-cooldown instance only available to novices. Please select dungeon difficulty. Easy, normal, hard, master, hell. Lin Xian directly locked in the hell difficulty, as it promises greater experience and a higher probability of material and equipment drops. At this moment, in the dungeon lobby, Li Jejia rubbed her eyes and slapped her forehead. What's wrong? Inquiringly asked Li Xiao, who was resting with her eyes closed, upon hearing the commotion behind her. I think I just saw Lin Xian enter the dungeon alone. What is strange about entering a dungeon? Isn't everyone here to clear dungeons? Wait, are you saying Lin Xian? Li Xiao responded, visibly astonished. The shock was not due to Lin Xian clearing the dungeon, but rather the fact that he was doing so alone. Lin Xian? What about him? Zhao Baichuan had just arrived in the lobby and overheard their mention of Lin Xian. It's fine, we've only just arrived ourselves. Jejia said Lin Xian went into the dungeon alone. What do you think? Li Xiao spoke softly. Zhao Baichuan nonchalantly pushed through the crowd. Are you sure he is alone? Though his talent is a 9-star, his profession is a blacksmith. Jejia might have seen it wrong. Are we continuing with hard mode today? Li Xiao remained indifferent, believing that Zhao Baichuan was the primary focus. Perhaps I am simply fatigued. I must have misread the situation earlier. Li Jejia hurriedly remarked that, regardless of whether there had been a misinterpretation, the error had already occurred. As distant relatives, without the opportunity to climb the mighty tree of the Li family, substantial development would be elusive. Fortunately, I possess a commendable talent. Let us continue with the difficult level today. Although it may prove challenging, it is immensely beneficial for enhancing our combat skills. Merely having levels without combat awareness would render any aspirations to join the 4 greats merely a pipe dream, for they do not tolerate mere ornamental prowess. Let us strive today and see if we can elevate to level 3. Lin Xian was entirely oblivious to the happenings in the hall. At that moment, Lin Xian was beginning to grasp what true hellish difficulty entailed. The familiar hall now bore a sinister hue, shrouded in a blood-red veil, rendering it even more ominous. Taking a deep breath, a chilling aura coursed through his chest, prompting Lin Xian to shudder violently. Chapter 9. Hellish Difficulty, Breaking Records. The first door to open was that of the 3 rows of tombstones. Lin Xian entered with composure, quietly awaiting the emergence of the skeletal creatures. Skeleton Monster, Level 3. Health, 1650-1650. Attack, 55. Skill, /Skeleton Captain, Level 4. Health, 3000-3000. Attack, 75. Skills, / Sweep. It was no wonder that the leaderboard outside the new dungeon displayed only Xiao Murong's name, with a completion time of 38 minutes and 27 seconds. At this level, Xiao Murong's 9-star talent was no trivial matter. Otherwise, even as a hidden class, she could not possibly accomplish a solo run through hellish difficulty. For instance, Zhao Baichuan, with his 8-star talent in a hidden class, found it exceedingly challenging even to team up for the difficult mode. Before he could ponder further, the monsters had already surrounded him. Lin Xian did not flinch. Even in hellish difficulty, they could not breach his defenses. Earth-shattering charge, 3507, 3507. Regardless of whether they were mere skeletons or the formidable skeleton captain, all were vanquished in an instant. The other 3 rooms followed suit. While the earth-shattering charge skill was on cooldown, he employed basic attacks, 1 strike for a small monster, 2 for a captain. When the passive skill Thunderous Might activated, it inevitably resulted in a swift demise. With a 50 trigger probability, Hardly any creature could withstand his 3 strikes. Constitution attribute, 64. Strength attribute, 6. After traversing the 4 rooms, he had amassed considerable rewards. Next came the moment Lin Xian had anticipated, the blood-sucking bats. The level commenced. Visibility was markedly lower than in the difficult mode, and Lin Xian felt no inclination to exert himself. Death Palace, 233, 233, 5890, 5890. Defeated numerous blood-sucking bats. Experience, 1100. Constitution attribute, 100. Strength attribute, 9. Acquired materials, 12 blood-sucking bat fangs. In mere seconds, all 100 blood-sucking bats lay vanquished. Health, who cared? A flash of white light enveloped Lin Xian. 2, 3, and just like that, he reached level 3. What a relief. The difficult mode yielded no drops. Yet this time he had secured a substantial amount of materials. Grinding in the abyss proved more lucrative. Things were looking up. I wonder how much I have strengthened? With curiosity piqued, Lin Xian ventured into the final level. Corpse Beast, level 5. Health, 10,000, 10,000. Attack, 201. Skills, Pounce, Bite, Ice Spike. It was rather manageable. Encountering a level 2 fragile target would lead to an instant demise. Moreover, there were additional attribute skills. Suddenly, the Flesh Eater opened its massive maw, launching 3 ice spikes in a triangular formation towards Lin Xian. Satisfying his curiosity, Lin Xian wasted no time and activated the Shanga skill. Charging directly into the horde of monsters. Killed the Flesh Eater, experience 400. Killed numerous skeletal minions, experience 380. Killed several skeletal captains, experience 440. Acquired skill book 1. Acquired equipment, Flesh Eater robe. Amidst the thunder and lightning, tranquility returned to the ancient Tomb S Hall. Constitution attribute 31, Strength attribute 5, and his level had risen to 3. Lin Xian, disregarding everything else, joyfully picked up the skill book to examine it. Such a treasure as a skill book is rare. One only needs to glance at the prices on the trading platform to understand its value. Even the most trivial skill could fetch a substantial price. Mage skill book, Mana Surge. After casting, restores 1 mana per second for 10 seconds, cooldown time 60 seconds. It is known that skills learned through skill books can be upgraded, just like those awakened independently. A premium item indeed, an essential skill for mages, which would undoubtedly exceed tens of millions on the trading platform. However, Lin Xian was not one to engage in short-sighted actions. This skill was far more necessary for him than for a mage. Although this choice was undoubtedly wiser, Lin Xian still felt a pang of regret as his talent activated. Passive Mana Surge restores 1 of maximum mana per second. No matter how many times he tried, Lin Xian remained astounded. The optimization of this transformation was extraordinary. With this, he could activate the Shanga skill throughout his dungeon runs, perfectly complementing the thunderous might. From now on, he wouldn't even need to lift a finger during raids. How exhilarating. And he also had the robe to consider. Flesh Eater robe, level 5. Quality, black iron. Defense, 20. Intelligence, 15. Health, 200. The attribute bonuses were quite impressive. Such low-level equipment could be more valuable than that of levels 10 to 20. Especially considering the immense significance of the college entrance examination in shaping one's future. Anything that could potentially influence exam results was exceedingly precious, let alone black iron-grade equipment. Selling it on the trading platform for 100,000 would be a breeze. I wonder how that fellow Wang Bo is faring. Lin Xian was inclined to gift him this item. Wang Bo's family wasn't affluent, and assisting him in the college entrance exam would bring Lin Xian joy. Now that he was at level 3, a few more runs could hopefully elevate him to level 6 by day's end. Tomorrow, he would venture into the wilderness. The further one progresses, the slower the leveling becomes. Whether others could manage a level a day remained uncertain. However, given his monster-slaying speed, Lin Xian was quite confident. Exit dungeon. Without lingering in the dungeon S hall, he strode directly into the instance, completely unaware of the silence enveloping the space. Just moments ago, Lin Xian had conquered the hell difficulty. The portal to the dungeon blazed with crimson light, and on the announcements leaderboard, Xiao Murong's name was displaced from first place, replaced by Lin Xian's own. First place, Lin Xian, 1 person, held difficulty, 6 minutes 18 seconds. Second place, Xiao Murong, 1 person, held difficulty, 38 minutes 27 seconds. Third place, Zhao Tianxiong, Sun Shi, Quan Lin, Wang Xian, Li Ren, 5 people, held difficulty, 2 hours 45 seconds. Who is Lin Xian? Does anyone know him? A remark seemingly triggered a flurry of discussions in the dungeon hall, with voices rising in a cacophony. Surely, he must be a formidable figure who advanced his class just yesterday. Well, that is obvious, isn't it? But was there anyone remarkable who advanced yesterday in the city? Uncertain, but it is undoubtedly a remarkable class, as even the record set by the esteemed Xiao has been shattered. There was someone who awakened a 9-star talent yesterday, but it seems they were a lifestyle class. Some recalled suddenly, prompting a reminder. But come on, a lifestyle class wouldn't be of any use even with a 10-star talent. This is a solo challenge. Zhao Baichuan had just exited the dungeon with Li Xiaoxiao and Li Jiejie, and what they encountered was such a scene. Upon learning the backstory, they exchanged glances, each one taken aback. Could it be what I'm thinking? Li Jiejie spoke incredulously. Earlier, you mentioned seeing Lin Xian enter the dungeon alone. You must have seen correctly. He indeed went solo, and a 9-star talent is truly extraordinary. I envy him to the core. Zhao Baichuan expressed his longing. Li Jiejie intended to say more, but upon noticing Li Xiaoxiao's grim expression, she hesitated, retracting her head to avoid further comment. It seems I must find time for my father to arrange a coming-of-age ceremony, if it truly is him. Li Xiaoxiao's expression shifted, and her warmth towards Zhao Baichuan waned. At that moment, a notification from her rune phone rang, prompting the three to exchange glances. Li Jiejie pulled out her phone to check and looked at the two. It's not mine. Zhao Baichuan answered the call. Hello, Principal? All right, Uncle Su. Yes. Li Xiaoxiao is here as well. Sure, we will head over immediately. After hanging up, she turned to Li Xiaoxiao and said, the principal wants us to come to school. Don't ask me. I don't know either, but from the tone, it seems to be good news. Li Jiejie, will you rest and wait for us? Or do you want to look for another team to start a run? Li Xiaoxiao collected her expression and, not waiting for Li Jiejie's reply, gently suggested. Let us go to school. Jiejie, you should head back to rest. Lin Xian, indifferent to the opinions of others, now solely desires to reach level 6 swiftly and explore the wilderness, which he eagerly anticipates. Chapter 10, The Four Greats, Directed Mission. As for the novice dungeon, one cannot enter if they exceed level 5. Achieving level 6 would be a fitting culmination of resources. Thus, he initiated his grinding mode, entering the dungeon, activating the Hall of Mourning, navigating the map, exiting the dungeon, and re-entering, all executed with remarkable efficiency, without any delay. Lin Xian completed 6 runs before finally ascending from level 3 to 6. The time on the leaderboard had been refreshed to 4 minutes 01 seconds. Though he remained oblivious to this fact, after 6 runs, his constitution attribute surged by a staggering 1170 points, and his strength attribute increased by 89 points. Unfortunately, he did not acquire any skill books. However, he did obtain 1 piece of the corpse-devouring robe, 2 pieces of the corpse-devouring gauntlets, 1 bloodbat longsword, and 62 fangs from vampire bats. The drop rate on hell difficulty is rather gratifying. Aside from the bloodbat longsword, the other 3 items can fetch a handsome price, allowing for some recuperation at home. Lin Xian took out the corpse-eating longsword. He refrained from selling this piece, not due to any lack of merit, but rather because it possessed unique characteristics that had caught his eye. Bloodbat longsword, level 5, quality, black iron, attack, 15, agility, 18. Characteristic, lifesteal. When dealing damage to an enemy with a normal attack, steal 10 points of health equivalent to the damage inflicted. Thus far, Lin Xian had no skills to recover health. Of course, his talent skill, Life's Elegy, didn't he count. If possible, he hoped never to have to employ that ability. Heaven and Earth's Forge. After optimization, Lifesteal passive. Any attack that inflicts damage on the target unit recovers 10 of the damage dealt. Incredible, although it was still 10. Upon reflection, the optimized Lifesteal passive was clearly more formidable. Whether it be a normal attack, active, or passive, any damage inflicted could be siphoned. Lin Xian smiled with utmost satisfaction. Just as he exited the dungeon, preparing to list the other 3 pieces on the trading platform, his rune phone began to ring. Hello, who is this? All right, I'm free now. I'll head over immediately. After hanging up, Lin Xian found himself puzzled. What could Principal Su Tianda want with him? At Yizhong. In the principal's office. Come in. Upon entering, Lin Xian noticed quite a number of people present, besides Principal Su Tianda, Su Baichuan, and Li Xiaoxiao. There were 4 others he did not recognize. Calmly, he walked over to stand beside Zhao Baichuan. A middle-aged man wore a stoic expression, revealing nothing. A slender woman in her 30s maintained a serene demeanor. Another young man, around 25, appeared spirited. He cast a cursory glance at Lin Xian upon his entrance, and then lost interest, suggesting he was not the most amiable. Only the final elder, with a kindly visage, nodded slightly in acknowledgement of Lin Xian. Once all were gathered, Principal Su Tianda introduced the 3 to the 4 esteemed admission officers from the top universities. He respectfully presented the trio, stating, these 3 are the most talented students at Yizhong. Zhao Baichuan, a hidden class gunner with a talent rating of 8 stars. The 4 nodded in satisfaction, eager to recruit without waiting for Principal Su to finish. I am Feng Zilin, an admission officer from Moon Spirit Academy. Should you join us? Our Academy's dungeons will be fully accessible to you within 6 months, along with a level 20 skill inheritance stone. The slender woman attempted to entice. However, a robust middle-aged man countered, do not heed her fanciful claims. Given your first year's leveling speed, the number of dungeons you can clear is limited, and factoring in cooldown times, you want to have many opportunities. At Star Academy, our dungeons are not only free for your first year, but we also provide 1 each of level 20 and level 30 skill inheritance stones. Principal Su Tianda inhaled sharply. Unlike Lin Xian and the others, he had a profound understanding of the preciousness of skill inheritance stones. In the academy, The most affordable skill inheritance stones were valued at over 5,000 credits. The young man scoffed, casually interjecting, I am Huobai from the Sun Academy, which stands as the foremost institution among the 4 major academies of Huagua. Pausing momentarily, I allowed him a moment for contemplation. Our faculty is unmatched in strength, and you will receive personal guidance from a mentor specializing in the hidden class of marksmen, who will assist you in developing your unique professional traits. Once you possess strength, opportunities for skill inheritance stones, dungeon tickets, and qualifications for secret realms will become accessible. Do you find this difficult to attain? It is wise to maintain a broader perspective. Although the expressions of the other two were less than favorable, they refrained from dissenting. Indeed, Sun Academy possesses such prowess, boasting the title of one of the top 4 elite academies, with the finest student body and abundant resources allocated by the state, supplemented by the support of distinguished graduates, creating a virtuous cycle that renders Sun Academy increasingly formidable, while the prospects of the other 3 surpassing it grow dimmer. Zhao Baichuan furrowed his brow in deep thought. Although his 8-star talent is rare, it is not uncommon among top-tier academies. It is only due to the enhancement from the hidden combat class that he has become a sought-after candidate, courted by the 4 major institutions. The elderly man, however, remained expressionless, gently setting down his teacup. I represent the Demon Suppression Academy. You may call me Elder Qi. Our academy does not possess such extensive resources. We can only promise you 4 years at the academy, with free access to all dungeons and a level 20 skill inheritance stone. Baichuan, perhaps you should consult your father? Seeing Zhao Baichuan appear somewhat intrigued, Su Tianda quickly interjected, casting him a knowing glance. Despite his confusion, Zhao Baichuan possessed the virtue of being receptive to advice and promptly retrieved his phone. Apologies, esteemed teachers, I must make a call to discuss with my father. The 4 nodded slightly as he exited the office, turning their attention to Li Xiaoxiao. Observing this, Su Tianda astutely introduced, this child is also a hidden class. A priest with 7-star talent, Li Xiaoxiao. Fang Zilin realized that with Sun Academy in play, their Moon Spirit Academy stood little chance of capturing Zhao Baichuan. However, the 7-star talent of Li Xiaoxiao still held promise. Our Moon Spirit Academy predominantly nurtures female professionals. The renowned mage Xiao Murong from your province is also an esteemed graduate of our academy. Should you join us, the treatment would mirror what I previously described. A middle-aged man from Star Academy interjected before Hua Bai could respond, stating, joining Star Academy offers the same benefits. This hidden supportive class, particularly the priest, despite having a talent 1 star lower than Zhao Baichuan, can wield greater influence in both dungeons and on the battlefield than combat classes. Hua Bai remained composed, asserting that the prestige of Sun Academy is far more alluring than any tangible benefits. He spoke with calm conviction, 5 of the 10 national-level protectors hail from our academy. The capability we cultivate in our students is beyond doubt. While we may not have a dedicated priest mentor, I assure you that the 2 second transition cleric mentors from the supportive class will regard you with renewed appreciation, as the similarities between clerics and priests are significant. As Hua Bai was about to continue, Elder Qi impatiently interrupted, reiterating, the conditions of the Demon Suppression Academy remain unchanged. For years, free access to dungeons, and 1 level 20 inheritance stone. Hua Bai was prepared to mock a few words, but just as they were on the tip of his tongue, something seemed to cross his mind, and he swallowed them back. Su Tianda, sensing the atmosphere was rather tense, promptly suggested, Xiao, you should discuss this with your family. He then gestured towards Lin Xian and introduced, this child is Lin Xian, whose academic performance over the 3 years of high school ranks among the very best, with a prodigious talent rated at 9 stars. Chapter 11. The Demon Suppression Academy. The trio from the Sun, Moon, and Stars Academy immediately sprang to their feet, exclaiming in unison, 9 stars? Only the venerable Qi from the Demon Suppression Academy remained unfazed, kindly advising, the career transition is to a life profession, that of a blacksmith. The 3 stood there, momentarily stunned, seemingly still processing the information. Old Qi chose not to elaborate further, quietly awaiting their reactions. Lin Xian had anticipated the response of the 4, yet remained unmoved, harboring a sense of self-assuredness that they could not comprehend. So what if he was to pursue a blacksmith's profession? At this moment, a middle-aged man from the Stars Academy regained his composure and thoughtfully extended an invitation. You are welcome to join our life department at the Stars Academy, with a full scholarship for 4 years. Within the department, there exists an epic-level forging master. With your unprecedented 9-star talent in the blacksmith profession, you are certain to attract the favor of that esteemed individual. The Sun Academy also boasts a legendary blacksmith, though not currently teaching. Whether you gain his esteemed attention depends solely on your abilities. I can only offer you a guaranteed admission slot. This seemed both a boast and an attempt to outshine the Stars Academy, but Hua Bai's expression suggested he did not take it seriously. The Linghua Academy is, like the Stars Academy, open for your consideration. Lin Xian turned to the elder of the Demon Suppression Academy, noticing his persistent smile, yet lack of intent to speak, and finally said, thank you, esteemed teachers. I wish to enroll in the combat department. Is your talent related to combat? Fang Zilin inquired, puzzled. Indeed. Lin Xian replied. Oh, what a pity. It seems we cannot force your hand in this matter. The representatives of Linghua and Stars Academies conceded, giving up without further protest. Huobai too no longer cast him a glance. Though they did not know who had facilitated his ascent to level 6, they were aware that combat prowess was not solely determined by level. The Sun Academy had no need for blacksmiths who did not engage in battle. If it were a talent for forging, there would be substantial merit in its development. However, a 9-star combat talent paired with a blacksmith profession was akin to a brawny man being gifted the most exquisite chi-pow in the world, merely for admiration. As the disparity between equipment and skills could not be bridged by talent alone, Lin Xian understood their thoughts and felt no anger, for they were entirely oblivious to the true extent of his remarkable talent. He had no intention of flaunting it, wary of inciting envy that could jeopardize his nascent potential. Su Tian sighed subtly, wishing to smooth over the situation, just as Zhao Baichuan and Li Xiaoxiao entered together. Thank you, esteemed teachers, for your invitation. After careful consideration, I have decided to join the Sun Academy, Zhao Baichuan said with a bashful smile, finalizing his decision. I, too, have made my choice to join the Sun Academy. Li Xiaoxiao quickly chimed in from behind. Huobai maintained a facade of indifference, yet the satisfaction in his eyes was unmistakable. Ha ha ha, a wise decision. Sunday Academy welcomes you all. As for the college entrance examination, those who do not wish to participate need not do so. When the time comes, simply bring your notification letter to register. Such a significant examination is an opportunity for us to demonstrate our worth. Li Xiaoxiao felt a tumult of emotions. Upon reflection, she agreed with her mother's perspective. Even though Lin Xian broke the novice dungeon record, it cannot disguise the fact that he is a blacksmith by profession. Perhaps he has an advantage in the early stages, but what about later? The enhancement of equipment levels will only amplify the benefits for professionals, along with their skills. Rather than gamble on Lin Xian's future, it is wiser to seize Zhao Baichuan, who is evidently a potential asset. Especially with the backing of the Blood Alliance Guild, a formidable partnership that guarantees advantages without drawbacks. Since we have made our decision, we shall take our leave. We need to travel to other cities. Is old Qi not departing? The three bid farewell to Su Tianda. Noticing that Qi Yudao had not made a move, they inquired with curiosity. Though puzzled, they chose not to press further, as it was none of their concern. Old Qi, principal, we shall take our leave now. Let us go. Jejia is still waiting for us to level up together. Li Xiaoxiao pulled Zhao Baichuan, who still wanted to ask about Li Xian, out of the office. Lin Xian was also preparing to head home. Whether he would soar or stumble would be revealed during the college entrance examination, and further discussion was futile at this point. Lin Xiaoyu, would you accompany this old man for a stroll? Old Qi addressed Lin Xian amiably. Certainly. Though he did not fully understand, Lin Xian respected the request. With this thought in mind, he bowed to the principal and followed old Qi, wandering through the familiar campus. It was the weekend, and the playground was deserted, resembling the playground from his past life. As he walked along the rubber track, Lin Xian felt a wave of nostalgia. Indeed, I find myself missing this place. Lin Xian wondered if old Qi was perplexed as to why he had chosen to remain. I have come specifically for you. Noticing the inquiry in Lin Xian's eyes, he continued, do you know why the Demon Suppression Academy, which stood at the pinnacle of the 4 great academies over 40 years ago, has now sunk to the bottom? I am not entirely sure, Lin Xian replied honestly. It was said that the academy suffered a significant setback due to misjudgments regarding the strength of newly discovered secret realms, resulting in the loss of numerous students and second transformation instructors, which led to its decline as the other 3 academies surpassed it. Old Qi smiled faintly. You likely believe that the decline is solely due to the events surrounding the secret realms, correct? There is no need to refute. Some matters are too early for you to comprehend. Lacking sufficient strength, knowing too much can be detrimental. I can only tell you that our threats extend beyond merely the wild beasts outside. Hearing such words was like being enlightened. Yet Lin Xian found himself at a loss for words. Old Qi, as the first academy established in Huagua, the Demon Suppression Academy possesses the most dungeons among all academies. So it stands to reason that it should not have been reduced to this state after all these years. Sighing, old Qi paused. Gazing at the crimson sunset on the horizon, a mix of nostalgia and sorrow etched on his face, filled with melancholy. After the so-called secret realm incident, the quality of students has declined significantly. Most importantly, the dungeons developed by our Demon Suppression Academy are at least several times more challenging than those of other academies. Students find minimal rewards in the easier levels, while they are unable to conquer those of higher difficulty. Over time, this has resulted in a growing gap in levels and equipment. Fortunately, the 3 national level figures who emerged from our academy are still present. Otherwise, maintaining the status of the 4 greats would be in jeopardy. Thus, when Elder Qi just proposed that all dungeons would be free for 4 years, Lin Xian hesitated before weakly inquiring. You are correct. As long as you are a student of the Demon Suppression Academy, all dungeons are fully accessible. Of course, this is limited to levels above difficult, excluding the difficult level itself. It's no wonder Zhao Baichuan, initially tempted by the conditions of our academy, changed his mind after making a phone call. Lin Xian muttered softly, that only works if we can actually defeat them. These R&T beginner dungeons from which one can simply withdraw. Failing means certain death. Elder Chi, without a hint of embarrassment, stated matter-of-factly, "You may inquire. Which academy is as generous as ours? You are the one who achieved a record of 6 minutes and 18 seconds in the novice dungeon, aren't you?" Lin Xian appeared bewildered. "What record? Is there such a thing?" Before Lin Xian could respond, Elder Chi continued. "You are the only one from Jinbei City who just transitioned with the name Lin Xian. Those who are diligent can discover this with little effort." A smirk crossed Elder Chi's face, as if he relished the misfortune of the other 3 families. "Considering the speed at which you cleared the hellish difficulty of the novice dungeon, your talent is evidently remarkable. While the dungeons at the Demon Suppression Academy may be arduous for others, they are undoubtedly the most suitable for you. The higher the difficulty, the greater the rewards, if you desire to avoid mediocrity." Lin Xian shared this sentiment. Ordinary dungeons posed little challenge for him, and the numerous and difficult dungeons at the Demon Suppression Academy, as Elder Chi said, were indeed the most fitting for him. Although he had made a decision in his mind, he still felt entitled to some benefits. "What about the terms?" Lin Xian rubbed his fingers together, smilingly inquiring. "What's wrong? Is 4 years of free access to dungeons not sufficient? You can't even utilize skill stones." Elder Chi shot him an annoyed glance. Lin Xian, unfazed, leisurely replied, "What can I say? I have a younger brother to support." His reasoning was somewhat valid. "I'll give you 5 million. Once you navigate the early stages, money will not be an issue. Focus on enhancing your strength." Elder Chi pulled an anonymous card from his pocket and tossed it to him before turning to leave. Lin Xian expertly caught the card. Hearing Elder Chi's distant voice, "You should still participate in the college entrance examination. This year's exam is quite different." "Sure, participating is fine, but it will cost extra." Lin Xian called out to Elder Chi's retreating figure, only to see him stumble momentarily before vanishing from sight. "So stingy." Lin Xian joyfully waved the card. With money no longer a concern for the time being, he resolved to venture outside the city for leveling up quickly, as he still needed to take the entrance examination seriously. Chapter 12, Outside the City. "Brother, you're back?" Hearing the sound of the door, Lin Mo quickly opened it and pulled Lin Xian inside, scrutinizing him closely. "How was it? Was there any danger?" Lin Xian, aware of his brother's worries, allowed him to inspect him. "Of course, my brother has now reached level 6, and this afternoon, the 4 greats are recruiting at our school. I have already signed with the Demon Subduing Academy." Seeing that Lin Xian did not appear to have any pressing matters, I felt relieved. "The Demon Subduing Academy? Why not attend the Day Sun Academy? Are you not fond of it?" Go, what do children know? What is wrong with the Demon Subduing Academy? There are ample dungeons, and it is the closest to home. I had originally intended to attend the Demon Subduing Academy." Lin Xian shot Lin Mo a glare and dismissively waved him away. "What have you been doing at home today? As a blacksmith, while you're leveling up in dungeons? How could I possibly focus on anything else? I could only stay home and wait idly." Lin Mo set the meal on the table and beckoned Lin Xian to join him. Lin Xian took out his card and handed it to him, picking up his chopsticks to begin eating. "Our family is not lacking in funds. We need not leave leftovers. Buy more monster meat. Do not neglect your nutrition, or it might affect your promotion next year." "Where did this card come from? What is the password?" Lin Mo curiously took the card, examining it from every angle. "The Demon Subduing Academy provided an anonymous card without a password. Later, you can transfer it to our family card, which has 5 million in it. It is more than enough to support you, so do not be overly frugal." Lin Xian mumbled through a mouthful of food, his words unclear. "Oh." Once Lin Xian finished eating and cleared the table, Lin Mo suddenly recalled something. "You just said you reached level 6? "Yes, indeed. What of it? Are you astonished by your brother's leveling speed? If you wish to level up further, does that not mean you must venture outside the city?" Lin Xian emerged from the kitchen and noticed Lin Mo's furrowed brow and pale complexion, which indicated some restlessness. He sat beside him, wrapping an arm around his shoulder to offer comfort. "I will only be on the outskirts. I will not venture too deeply. If I can reach level 6 in half a day, do you still doubt your brother's strength? Other hidden professions are still below level 3. Seeing Lin Mo's continued tension, Lin Xian turned his head to face him, gazing into his eyes with a solemn promise. "Brother will be extremely cautious. I will not be like our parents and abandon you, little Mo. I am looking forward to tackling dungeons and leveling up alongside you." I wish I could promote alongside you." "Nonsense. Do not rush. You still have a year before you can promote. By then, you can also apply to the Demon Subduing Academy." Rarely did they enjoy a peaceful and tranquil afternoon. In this world, the brothers had only each other. The next morning, after breakfast, Lin Xian sauntered out, fully aware of his monster farming speed. He was in no hurry. There are still 12 days left. Time is ample. First, he visited the association, selling the corpse mage robe and 2 pieces of corpse mage gloves for 250,000 Huabi directly to the association. For the moment, he was not short on funds and was too lazy to spend time auctioning them on the platform. As for the remaining corpse mage robe, he could always give it to Wang Bo later. After all, with his leveling speed, whether he reaches level 5 by tomorrow is uncertain. Even if he received it now, he would not be able to equip it. Having reached level 6, Lin Xian had yet to check his panel when the principal summoned him. After returning home, He comforted Lin Mo and completely forgot about the matter. Name, Lin Xian. Profession, Blacksmith. Level, 6. Professional level, Blacksmith Apprentice. The attributes are as follows. Attack power, 1865. Defense power, 2122. Constitution, 2122. Strength, 935. Agility, 575. Spirit, 575. Talent, Heavenly Flood Furnace Level 1. The skills of the forging unit can be absorbed and transformed into compatible skills for oneself, limited to 1 absorption per unit. Equipment forging allows for the selection of plans. With each advancement in professional level, one will gain an opportunity to refine oneself. Should a kill be made, one will permanently absorb 1 point of Constitution attribute. With no upper limit. Skills include Talent Skill, Morning Palace, Thunderous Might, Earth Shatter Charge, Life Steal, Mana Boil. Equipment, Skybreaker Hammer, Level, 6, Quality, None. Attack, 308, Strength, 230. Attack Power Increase, 50. Characteristics, 1. Annihilation. All attacks ignore 50 points of any defense, capable of inflicting damage on all targets. 2. Breaking Limits. Each kill has a minuscule chance to increase strength by 1 point. My attributes are truly terrifying. At just level 6, I possess over 20,000 health. Where do I place my face? Lin Xian laughed heartily, feeling elated. Although he only had 1 piece of equipment, the 50 points of attack bonus were no jest. Look at this attack, nearly reaching 2,000. Do level 20 professionals possess such power? As he approached the city gate, Lin Xian, with satisfaction, closed the status panel. The closer he got to the city gate, the more he could feel the grandeur of the city walls, towering dozens of meters high, albeit slightly worn and mottled, bearing marks of battle everywhere. Hello, please present your identification. Lin Xian handed his ID to the city guard, surveying the area outside the gate through the opening. Do not venture too far from the city wall. Generally, within 15 kilometers, the magical beasts will not exceed level 10, which is more suitable for you. Thank you. Lin Xian retrieved his ID and strode confidently out of the city gate. Before him lay a vast expanse of flat land, sparsely populated, with a few individuals toiling away, likely practitioners who had transitioned to the farming profession. The distant mountains appeared somewhat hazy. Lin Xian estimated that to level up, he would need to venture beyond 5 kilometers. It was said that large cities had teleportation arrays to the wilderness, yet Jinbei City was still too small. The road was bustling with pedestrians, and Lin Xian refrained from recklessly probing, as it could lead to trouble, especially in the wild. Besides, even if he did probe, it might not yield clear results. For practitioners, once one surpassed level 10, probing became ineffective. As for magical beasts, as long as they did not exceed his level by 20, the probing technique would remain effective. Not dwelling further on these thoughts, with his attributes, Lin Xian's speed was commendable. Within a mere 10 minutes, he plunged into the dense forest. Since the cataclysm over 200 years ago, the land had expanded exponentially, and both flora and fauna had undergone mutations, growing wildly. Compared to the primitive forests of his previous life, the trees here were even more robust. The Morning Palace skill has been activated. At this moment, the coverage of Lin Xian's Morning Palace skill and Thunderous Might passive has reached 60 meters, significantly increasing the range. Moreover, with the Mana Boil passive, I no longer need to worry about lacking mana. 637, 637, a pack of black-backed wolves. 9325, 9325. Upon vanquishing 5-level black-backed wolves, I gained a modest experience of 7 points. A subsequent encounter with a multitude of these creatures yielded a far more substantial 77 points. My constitution attribute stood at 12, while my strength attribute was a mere 1. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed within a 60-meter radius, as electric serpents danced through the air, leaving no survivors in their wake. Fortunately, their wrath was directed solely at the beasts. Had it been otherwise, I would have become the harbinger of destruction myself. Engaging a 6th-level foe, I found the experience points gained from slaying these 5th-level creatures to be significantly diminished, yet I was undeterred. Even in the absence of experience, the allure of attribute points compelled me to continue my endeavors. Alas, my vampiric passive ability went unused, a lamentable waste. However, the spectacle of Thunderous Might was overwhelming. I felt a twinge of guilt. After all, I could not control my passive abilities. As I prepared to depart, a tremendous commotion erupted a kilometer away. Swiftly coming into my line of sight, a formidable black-backed wolf king, level 10, boasting 12,000 health points and an attack power of 300. Equipped with skills such as ambush, bite, and claw strike. With my defenses exceeding 2,000, I found myself rather disinterested. As the wolf king approached, damage numbers began to manifest above its head. 641, 641, 641. The wolf king, bewildered by its injuries, charged at me with alarming speed, believing that my demise would cease its suffering. Yet, the disparity between aspiration and reality became starkly evident. A bolt of lightning seared through its form, dealing a staggering 326 points of damage, causing the once mighty wolf king to collapse lifelessly to the ground. The notorious black-backed Wolf King met its end at last. I received a bounty of 450 experience points, an increase in Constitution by 1, and the spoils of the Wolf King's Fong and Claw. Ah, what a gratifying experience. I beamed, my spirits lifted. Before my journey commenced, I had inquired at the guild. Monsters outside the bounds of Jinbei City would not exceed level 35. I remained unconcerned about potential threats, for caution was merely my nature. I resolved to delve deeper into the wilderness, yet my conspicuous presence might attract unwanted attention. Chapter 13. You come here. To my chagrin, no equipment had dropped, rendering the Elite Monster S title a mere disappointment. I approached to collect the Wolf King's Fong and Claw, pressing onward. In the wilds, the bodies of slain monsters linger, refusing to vanish or respawn. Even if adventurers clear an area of its beasts, new monsters soon emerge from the uncharted territories to repopulate the land. These unexplored regions are known as No Man's lands, which have significantly expanded following the growth of the earth. Once, a trio of high-ranking individuals ventured into such lands for reconnaissance, yet none returned. Thus, humanity was left to accept this passive reality. Over time, a cycle emerged. Adventurers continued to slay, while monsters proliferated. Should a city lack sufficient adventurers, the efficiency of clearing becomes inadequate, leaving them perilously close to a beast tide. I pressed forward, unwavering, my path direct and unyielding, striking down all that stood before me. I had stowed my celestial hammer, creating a trail of sparks and fury. Ah, it appears I am becoming rather formidable, I mused, bemused by my own conspicuousness, as I possessed no inclination towards social prowess. Half an hour later, Lin Xian's physical attributes surged by 59 points, and his strength increased by 7 points. At last, Lin Xian reached level 7, with a total attribute enhancement of 70 points. Just then, he inadvertently stepped onto something, and darkness enveloped him, transporting him to a valley of astonishing beauty. The surface of the lake was dotted with myriad shimmering reflections, while a towering waterfall, cascading from a height of 100 meters, thundered down into the depths of the lake, wisps of mist dancing gently in the breeze. Robust vines sprawled haphazardly along the lakeside, growing with wild abandon, alongside mushrooms the size of houses and vibrant flowers in a riot of colors, with butterflies flitting joyfully overhead. This was a sight Lin Xian had never encountered in any grand special effects film from his past life, leaving him utterly awestruck. As he regained his composure, Lin Xian sensed something amiss. Logically, such a colossal sound of water could be heard clearly from 1,000 meters away. Yet he had only begun to hear it after witnessing the scene before him. It seemed he had been transported directly to this place, and his limited experience left him perplexed. Suddenly, he heard four gasps of admiration from behind him, prompting him to turn around. There stood a quartet, a trio of warriors and a wizard clad in robes, gazing at the valley in astonishment. Lin Xian cautiously stepped back, awaiting their acknowledgement. Uncertain of their identities, he knew he could not afford to be careless. "Bro, could this be the legendary secret realm?" exclaimed a petite, agile man. His face flushed with excitement as he turned to the wizard. The wizard, still recovering from his surprise, trembled with anticipation. Upon witnessing their leader's reaction, the trio of warriors realized that this was indeed a secret realm. Otherwise, their leader would not have reacted in such a manner. "Who would have thought that chasing after a plump fellow would lead us here?" remarked another warrior, while the last one hastily covered the mouth of the smaller man, casting nervous glances towards Lin Xian. Remaining composed, Lin Xian, with his current attributes, could hear their whispers as clearly as if they were speaking directly into his ear. What to do? Is this the moment we've been waiting for? Why am I feeling so exhilarated? Lin Xian pondered internally, his smile growing increasingly radiant. At this moment, the wizard finally regained his composure, signaling to his three companions before offering Lin Xian a slight smile. "You are fortunate, young brother. Since we have discovered a secret realm, shall we explore together? We are all free agents. I am Zhang Ongliang, a level 20 water mage, and my three brothers are all level 19 warriors. A level 20 ordinary mage typically boasts just over 2,000 total attribute points, with a focus on intelligence, which would amount to less than 1,300 points, factoring in skill damage, estimating around 4,000 points at most. When considering his own defense exceeding 2,000, these warriors seemed merely targets. It was a secure situation. You are fortunate as well, for you have also entered. I have no objections. I am Lin Xian," he replied amicably. "You little rascal. My leader has already introduced himself with his profession and level. Do you not understand basic etiquette?" The petite man retorted sharply. Feigning annoyance, Zhang Ongliang chided the smaller man. "Be quiet." He then turned back to Lin Xian, his face beaming with a smile. "My apologies, he speaks without thinking. However, since we are preparing to explore together, it would be beneficial for us to have a general understanding of each other. May I inquire what profession you hold, young brother? This could prove interesting." Lin Xian observed them, feigning camaraderie without any pretense. "I am but a newly transitioned student. My level does not match yours." Upon uttering these words, Lin Xian felt a palpable aura descend upon him. "Boss, that kid wasn't lying. He truly has just transitioned, and he's only at level 7. With a profession as a blacksmith, right? The slender man burst into uproarious laughter, nearly brought to tears by his mirth. Just as his laughter subsided, Lin Xian sensed 3 more auras probing him. As expected, he nearly let this matter slip by unnoticed. Zhang Anliang, filled with frustration and embarrassment, quickly cautioned his 3 companions. Let us not be careless. We shall follow this kid closely. His thunder-based treasures are not to be underestimated. After years of vigilance, we must avoid a downfall from overconfidence. Realizing that his own power had been laid bare, Lin Xian felt no panic. Instead, he contemplated the unknown nature of this secret realm and whether to have the quartet scout ahead. However, upon reflection, he realized he possessed no means to manipulate them. Inflicting a near-fatal blow seemed equally impractical, as they were already fragile, and leaving them with minimal health would yield little information. Ultimately, he decided that it would be best to eliminate them entirely. With a resolution in mind, Lin Xian, wearing a broad smile, beckoned the 4 with a coy gesture. Come closer. Wait. Be cautious. It could be a trap. Zhang Anliang intervened, attempting to halt the 3 who were eager to charge forward as his staff glowed with power. Water arrow. Lin Xian deftly evaded the attack. Very well. If the mountain will not come to me, I shall go to the mountain. As Lin Xian advanced, the 3 warriors met him midway, closing the distance to within 30 meters. In an instant, their health plummeted significantly, leaving them with merely 30 points remaining. It appeared that the trio collectively possessed around 20,000 health points. Earth shatter. The damage surged forth, stunning them for 3 seconds. Water wall. A barrier of water materialized before the trio, yet it proved utterly ineffective. The damage from the Shangguang skill continued unabated, and before the stun could dissipate, the 3 collapsed, their equipment scattering around them. Your turn. Ignoring the prompt for attribute growth, Lin Xian smiled gently at Zhang Anliang. At that moment, the Shangguang skill enveloped Zhang Anliang as well. This strike halved his health, only for it to surge back to 70, accompanied by the appearance of a protective shield. Regrettably, in the next instant, under the onslaught of a thunderous passive ability, the shield shattered explosively. Multiple water arrows. 5 arrows surged toward Lin Xian. The damage was commendable, yet it ended there. Lin Xian braced himself against the incoming strike, sustaining over 6,000 damage despite his 2,000+ defense. A testament to the prowess of a mage, albeit one of ordinary standing. Hey, don't run away. Zhang Anliang dashed into the valley, his agility of 575 surpassing that of Lin Xian, making it easy for him to pursue. However, such a valuable scout must not be overlooked. Lin Xian, relieved to deactivate the Shangguang skill, collected the freshly dropped equipment and followed behind at a measured pace. Slow down. The valley is perilous. Be cautious. Chapter 14. The Secret Realm of Dream Valley. Zhang Anliang fled in a panic, while Lin Xian followed leisurely behind. Why did it feel as though he were the villain? Shaking his head in amusement, he noticed that the immense mushrooms and flowers along Zhang Anliang's path seemed to have been awakened, trembling violently. Bang, bang, bang. A multitude of bud-like entities shot forth, pursuing Zhang Anliang, while the wings of unknown butterflies in the air began to gather energy. In the next moment, energy orbs bombarded towards Zhang Anliang. With the enmity diverted, Lin Xian directly employed his detection technique. Illusion Butterfly, level 15, health 15000, 15000, constitution 700, strength 400, spirit 2900, agility 1000, skill, spirit bomb. Description: a peculiar magical beast of the Dream Valley. The spirit bomb directly affects the soul, disregarding defenses. Indeed, these magical beasts were exceptional. Their attributes at level 15 exceeded 5,000 across the board. Lin Xian then inspected the attributes of the mushrooms and flowers. Bud Mushroom, level 20, health 31,500, 31,500. Its 4-dimensional attributes soared above 10,000. Fortunately, apart from the buds that split off, it possessed no other means of attack. Corpse Devouring Flower, level 20, health 29,770, 29,770. Its attributes were nearly on par with the Bud Mushroom, sharing similar attack methods, and also capable of close-range assaults by consuming enemies. This posed no significant threat. Water Wall. A loud shout echoed ahead. Lin Xian raised his gaze to find Zhang Anliang, in a moment of desperation, casting a water wall to block the spirit bombs of the illusion butterflies. This momentary pause was disastrous. The small buds, bouncing eagerly, surged forward. What a pity, Lin Xian thought, shaking his head. The spirit bombs penetrated the water wall effortlessly, striking Zhang Anliang without a sound. His face turned ashen, and the water wall dissipated. To make matters worse, the small buds, previously held at bay by the water wall, rushed forward. Boom, boom, boom. What a tragedy. Lin Xian, unfazed, spread his fingers in an attempt to shield his eyes. It's my turn now. Activating the skill of the Palace of Mourning, he strolled forward, maintaining a safe distance from the flowers. The damage from the Palace of Mourning was final damage, unaffected by the target's defenses. With over 1800 damage reduced by the monster's defense, the lightning strike dealt an impressive 500, while he ignored 50 of any defense, resulting in considerable damage. These two skills constituted Lin Xian's main means of output. The Palace of Mourning inflicted damage once per second, while the lightning strike triggered every 2 to 3 seconds, causing the health of the bud mushrooms and corpse-devouring flowers within a 35-meter radius to plummet rapidly. The passive lifesteal feature also restored Lin Xian's health to full within mere moments, as a large number of buds were once again propelled towards Lin Xian. He decided not to confront them head-on this time, maintaining his speed while deftly leading the buds in a game of kite. Slaying numerous corpse buds, experience 13, 800. Slaying numerous devouring flowers, experience 15, 525. Constitution attribute 17, strength attribute 4, 7, 8, another level up. Alas, these buds yield no experience. As the corpse buds and devouring flowers fell, those buds pursuing Lin Xian seemed to lose their vigor and perished. Lin Xian pressed onward, entering the realm of the phantom butterfly's wrath, where a barrage of psychic bombs erupted. He was aware that these blasts disregarded defenses, so he dared not endure them head-on, instead opting to evade with speed, weaving left and right. Regrettably, the onslaught was too dense. Ah, what a shock. 100. Lin Xian's body stiffened, a moan escaping his lips. This foe's torment rivaled the agony he endured during his own forging, in the moment of his days. Yet more psychic bombs rained down upon him. As the lifesteal passive began to take effect, Lin Xian's health remained around 90, yet the suffering was unbearable. After a minute, the final vestige of thunder dissipated, and the entire swarm of phantom butterflies was finally vanquished. Killing numerous phantom butterflies, experience 60, 375, Constitution attribute 35, Strength attribute 7, 8, 9. Not bad, not bad. Even if this secret realm offers little in terms of treasures, the rapid leveling alone is worth it. Lin Xian picked up a robe that Zhang Anliang had dropped and examined the equipment belonging to the other 3 warrior brothers. This younger brother's luck was rather dismal. He possessed no decent gear, far too mundane. After rummaging through the items, he casually stashed them back into his bag. At least they were a few pieces of bronze and silver equipment, which could be disassembled for materials, aiding in honing his craft and raising his proficiency. Zhang Anliang had dropped only one item, and judging by its luster, it was likely a piece of golden equipment. As expected, life robe, level 20, quality, gold, defense, 2105, spirit, 1540, constitution, 500, trait, progress. In battle, when health drops below 50, instantly restores 20 maximum health, becomes immune to all negative effects, and gains a shield of 50 maximum health. What a treasure! No wonder he suddenly regained health. Unfortunately, encountering Lin Xian, the skills from the Death Palace were not classified as negative effects, nor was the thunderous passive. Such a fine piece of equipment wasted. It needed to be utilized properly. Who knows how it will be optimized upon conversion? Lin Xian was not concerned. If the skill effects were subpar, he could always seek better ones in the future. Covering his right hand with the robe, the talent of the great furnace of heaven and earth activated. Silver light flickered, and moments later, only 3 pieces of engraved emerald remained on the ground. Progress passive. In battle, when health decreases to 80, 50, or 20, instantly restores 20 maximum health. Becomes immune to all negative effects, and gains a shield of 200 maximum health. Incredible. This significantly bolstered his survivability. With the added attribute points from leveling and the absorption from his talent, his constitution increased by 168, bringing his health to just under 2,000. Without the enhancement from the sky-splitting hammer's level up, his strength attribute would have increased even less. It seems the dungeon is indeed more suited for me. Lin Xian contemplated the situation, feeling that the endeavor was not particularly advantageous. While leveling up in the wild offered efficiency, the benefits conferred by his innate talents and the unique properties of the breaking hammer were rather insignificant. It seemed imperative to locate a more densely populated area of magical beasts. For him, the attribute points gained from leveling were of minimal enhancement to his overall strength. Should others become aware of this sentiment, he could only imagine their outrage, demanding his immediate demise. A character not particularly renowned for physical prowess. His total health at level 9 was scarcely above 2,000, this being without any equipment. Suddenly, the surface of the water roiled violently as a massive round stone emerged from the depths, moving steadily toward the shore. Goodness, how enormous! Chapter 15, The One-Eyed Mystic Turtle. It towered as high as a 2-story building, the largest creature Lin Xian had ever encountered among magical beasts, though he had not seen many. Cough. It possesses but a single eye. Scanning the creature, he observed. One-Eyed Mystic Turtle. Level, 25. Health, 165,000. Strength, 3,300. Constitution, 6,000. Agility, 600. Spirit, 8,670. Skills, Rotating Impact. Water Geyser, Wave Slam, Water Prison, Stunning Beam, Turtle Breath. Regardless of its other attributes, it certainly had an abundance of skills. With 6 skills at its disposal, it was undeniably a spellcasting monster. There was no time for further scrutiny, as Lin Xian felt an undercurrent surge beneath his feet and swiftly dodged. A column of water erupted from the ground, soaring into the sky. Was the attack range truly this extensive? How bothersome. Lin Xian maintained a distance of at least 80 meters from the one-eyed mystic turtle. Another attack? In a flash, Lin Xian had to advance at this distance. He could not reach it. Now at level 9, his Shangguang skill's coverage diameter was 90 meters, meaning he needed to close the gap to within 45 meters of the one-eyed mystic turtle. 70 meters, 60 meters. The water columns became increasingly dense, making evasion quite challenging. At that moment, a wave towering 3 meters high and dozens of meters wide crashed toward him. In an instant, Lin Xian leaped high, successfully avoiding the wave. But before he could land, a water prison ensnared him, and 2 water columns surged upward, launching him into the air. 6279, 6279, what a combination attack. Lin Xian's health plummeted to 54, but he quickly regained 20, a shield with 40,000 health materializing around him. Coughing as he was thrown back to the ground, Lin Xian steadied his breath. This was the activation of Process, a passive skill, thankfully. Process passive. During combat, when health drops to 80, 50, or 20. Instantly restore 20 maximum health points, become immune to all negative effects, and gain a shield of 200 maximum health points. With a shield of 40,000, Lin Xian felt a surge of confidence and dashed forward several meters. 687, 3435694112. Finally, he was close. What is this? With 6,000 defense, ignoring 50 still left 3,000 points, while his damage was less than 3,000. Logically, the thunderous strike should not penetrate that defense. Where did this 3,400 damage originate? The Shangguang dealt 687, 3,435 points of damage, precisely 5 times. Could it be? Lin Xian was too weary to speculate further and steadied his mind. As long as one inflicts harm upon oneself, the passive blood-sucking ability can be triggered, leading to a sense of calm. Lin Xian seizes the opportunity, occasionally swinging his broken hammer to deliver a couple of strikes. With his damage exceeding 2,000, he still fails to breach the defenses. However, Lin Xian is unconcerned with breaking through. His sole intention is to increase the frequency of the thunderous momentum passive's activation. To vanquish this creature, he must rely on the damage from thunderous momentum. When the one-eyed dark turtle's health dropped to 50, its singular eye emitted a beam of light. Lin Xian prepared to evade but sensed a surge of energy beneath him, a sign that the water geyser was about to activate. Caught off guard, he was stunned in place. The one-eyed dark turtle retracted its head and limbs, spinning rapidly. Spin impact. 1244, 1244, 1244. Massive amounts of damage rained down upon Lin Xian, leaving him still in a dazed state. His shield had long since shattered, and his health fluctuated perilously. Fortunately, the skills of the Palace of Sorrow remain active unless deliberately deactivated. Coupled with the blood-sucking passive, his health did not plummet drastically. Boom. The final blow of spin impact hurled Lin Xian 100 meters away. What treachery! Not only was Lin Xian losing health, but the one-eyed dark turtle's vitality also dwindled under the assault of the Palace of Sorrow and thunderous momentum, decreasing by 20. Sensing danger, the one-eyed dark turtle attempted to flee, but having executed spin impact, it was already far from the lake's edge. Lin Xian surged forward, running at full speed, even slightly outpacing the turtle. Though he visibly closed the distance, catching up before the turtle submerged was a fanciful dream. How foolish of me. Earth shatter. A shockwave, resembling a collapsing earth, surged toward the one-eyed dark turtle, extending far beyond. The turtle was immediately stunned, allowing Lin Xian to dash forward. With the skills of the Palace of Sorrow combined with Lin Xian's regular strikes, the passive thunderous momentum never ceased. In under 5 seconds, killed the one-eyed dark turtle. Experience 13, 200, Constitution Attribute 1, Strength Attribute 1. Acquired equipment, Dark Turtle Armor. Is this it? Lin Xian stared in astonishment at the corpse of the one-eyed dark turtle. After toiling for what felt like an eternity, this is all I receive? With a wry smile, he picked up the equipment to inspect it. Dark Turtle Armor. Quality, Gold. Level, 25. Defense, 2,500. Strength, 300. Constitution, 500. Property, Thorns. Reflects 10 of damage taken and has a slight chance to restore 1 of maximum health. This characteristic skill seems rather ordinary. I wonder what it will become after optimization. Talent activated. Thorns. Reflects 30 of damage taken and has a 50 chance to restore 1 of maximum health. How remarkable. I am truly on a path of greatness. However, my combat experience still leaves much to be desired. Lin Xian also reflected on the recent battle, now at level 9. The range of his Earth Shatter skill has reached 90 meters, and judging by its earlier effectiveness, its width is a substantial 10 meters. Active earthquake charge. Stomp forward to target an area of 10 meters, emitting continuous shockwaves that inflict persistent damage and stun for 3 seconds. Attack power, 300, cooldown, 15 seconds. Consumes 300 mana. This is not akin to the Palace of Mourning, which has a mere radius of 45 meters. Rather, it strikes directly ahead. Regrettably, I had forgotten about this skill. As it stands, this skill represents the farthest reach of my attacks. I must not be foolish again. Lin Xian surveyed his surroundings. After all, this is a secret realm and surely cannot be limited to such trivialities. He had heard tales of the benefits to be gained within secret realms. Scanning the gorge, he found nothing particularly remarkable. Therefore, Lin Xian focused his gaze upon the lake. Surely, there must be something beneath its surface? He decided to investigate. Lin Xian shed his garments and plunged into the lake. The water was frigid, intensely so. Not only cold, but also profoundly deep, resembling emerald, flawlessly green, mysterious, and somewhat tranquil. It was several hundred meters deep, no doubt. With his physique, he could easily endure several minutes underwater. After a few moments of descent, Lin Xian's attention was suddenly captured by a distant glimmer. He hastened toward the light. As he drew near, he discerned that the source of the soft glow was a piece of jade resting upon a stone pedestal. Once again surveying the vicinity and finding nothing else of interest, he seized the jade and prepared to surface. At that moment, the entire secret realm began to tremble, as if the very fabric of space was about to shatter. Darkness enveloped him, and Lin Xian found himself once more in the forest. Goodness, my clothes! In a panic, Lin Xian glanced around, relieved to find he was alone, allowing him to regain his composure. He shook himself off before retrieving garments from his backpack to don them once more, presenting himself in a more presentable manner. Lin Xian then produced the jade. The realm's fragmentation had to be connected to it. Let me see what this is. Chapter 16, The Core of Dream Valley. An encounter with Zhao Baichuan. Inspect. Core of Dream Valley. Attributes. Mental. Description. The core of the Dream Valley secret realm. Consuming it permanently boosts basic mental attributes by 1,000 or 3,000 points, with no usage restrictions. No wonder Li Xiaoxiao remarked that sometimes opportunities outweigh talent. Among the top 10 national-level heroes in Huagua, 5 are of ordinary professions. It seems each one is indeed a chosen one, with opportunities not to be underestimated. They must have utilized this kind of secret realm core frequently. Otherwise, the disparity in attribute points compared to hidden professions would be glaringly evident. Of course, there are undoubtedly other facets of opportunity, equipment, skills, etc. Every individual capable of advancing beyond the third transfer is no simple figure. Merely a level 25 secret realm. And with good fortune, one can enhance a single basic attribute by 300 points. What does that signify? A typical level 20 professional has total attributes just above 2,000, which illustrates the magnitude of this boon. Lin Xian casually tossed the jade in his hand. While it may not hold immense importance for him, it is undoubtedly better to possess it than not, and the more, the merrier. It resembles a stone. Should I swallow it whole? Lin Xian cautiously placed the stone in his mouth, only to find it dissolve instantly. A liquid flowed down his throat, gradually merging with his body. Lin Xian felt a warmth enveloping him. Just 3 seconds? Is that all? Indeed, it appears to have vanished. The spiritual attribute on the panel gradually increased. Spirit, 617, 3,517. Ha ha ha, what incredible luck. With 2,900 points, how can one not be considered a child of the world? Lin Xian, brimming with vitality, closed the panel. Noticing that his experience had already reached 9, and with still ample time before noon, he resolved to reach level 10 today before returning. Considering it was his first venture out of the city, he felt it would worry Lin Mo if he returned late. There was still plenty of time before the college entrance examination, so there was no need to rush. Lin Xian did not linger, opting instead to change direction and continue hunting monsters using the skills of the Palace of Sorrow. Defeated a level 10 red armored boar. Experience 440. Defeated numerous level 9 demon-tailed monkeys. Experience 3,418. Defeated numerous level 11 black-striped snakes. Experience 2,103. Monsters below level 10 lacked even basic attributes, rendering them exceedingly weak and somewhat tedious, devoid of any engaging gaming experience. With a sense of disinterest, Lin Xian bore his giant hammer, contemplating whether a song about a king summoning him to patrol the mountains would be fitting at this moment. The time spent merely searching for these monsters had consumed a considerable amount of time, far less efficient than delving into a dungeon. Had he possessed experience, he would have simply purchased an outdoor map from the association, which would have been much more convenient. Just then, a tremendous rumble echoed from a distance, accompanied by a cacophony of voices. Just as he was feeling bored, it seemed that excitement was on the horizon. Lin Xian, wielding his massive hammer, dashed toward the commotion with exhilaration. Aware of his own level of strength, as long as misfortune did not strike, he could easily traverse the area outside the city. Zhao Baichuan. Upon arriving at the scene, Lin Xian spotted a voluptuous woman, approximately 20 years of age, sprinting toward him with Zhao Baichuan, likely of the assassin class. Following them were two mages and a knight, retreating while engaging in combat. At that moment, a swarm of monstrous wild bees, resembling the size of fists, relentlessly pursued them, battering against the knight's shield skill. Scouting. Bloodstinger bee. Level, 10 health. 8,000. Attack, 250. Description. Bloodstinger bees are social creatures. Do not underestimate their attacks. Their stingers not only bypass defenses, but also inflict considerable pain. It was no wonder they were in such dire straits. Observing the intensity of the battle, Lin Xian surmised that this team consisted of at least level 20 or higher practitioners, yet they were still beleaguered by these bloodstinger bees. Hey, Zhao Baichuan, need a hand? Lin Xian called out cheerfully, extending a friendly greeting. Ordinarily, with two mages present, a few spells would suffice to wipe out a swarm. Yet for reasons unknown, both mages appeared pale, seemingly exhausted, relying solely on the knight to hold the line. The bloodstinger bees were swift, and the group was unable to maintain speed while carrying Zhao Baichuan. Upon hearing the voice, Zhao Baichuan looked up, his face momentarily lighting up with surprise. But the current circumstances dampened his spirits. Lin Xian, quickly run ahead and inform our blood alliance for reinforcements. The voluptuous woman, upon confirming Zhao Baichuan's recognition of Lin Xian, slightly lowered her guard. She had already noticed Lin Xian's arrival, but was uncertain of his intentions, making her hesitant to speak. Young friend, if you head south for 10 kilometers, you will exit this forest. Please contact our blood alliance, and we shall surely repay your kindness. In that fleeting moment of conversation, the bloodthirsty bees had already encircled them. Damn it, I'm barely holding on, the knight cursed vehemently. He was already displeased with the notion of leveling up while carrying a child, and now they found themselves in peril. A single bloodthirsty bee was not terrifying. It could be vanquished with ease. Yet, this was a swarm of tens of thousands. Lin Xian, we must hurry. If we delay any longer, you won't be able to escape either, Zhao Baichuan urged anxiously. The knight's skills abruptly shattered, and the assault of the bloodthirsty bees landed squarely upon him. He flailed his shield in a frantic attempt to defend himself, but how could he withstand the relentless onslaught of these relentless creatures? Damn it, you all hold on. I will call for reinforcements. The knight charged past Zhao Baichuan, not sparing a glance back as he plunged into the forest. Hey, why the rush? Lin Xian was about to take action when he witnessed the knight abandon his comrades and flee. Lin Xian would not let this bounty of experience slip away. Apart from anything else, he could not afford to miss out on the enhancement of his physical attributes. The shields of the two mages trembled violently, on the verge of shattering, their faces etched with despair. They were not as resilient as the knight, and once their shields broke, they would surely not survive beyond 10 seconds. Only the voluptuous woman's dagger danced, creating a barrier around her and Zhao Baichuan, yet breaking through was beyond their capacity. The moment they exhausted their strength would be their demise. Sister Palon, don't mind me. If you can break through, do so. If this continues, we will all perish. Silence. The woman glared at Zhao Baichuan, wordlessly shielding him as they pressed southward. With such a multitude of bloodthirsty bees and the mages depleted of mana, they could hardly last until reinforcements arrived. Moreover, whether the knight had indeed called for help remained uncertain. Lin Xian scanned the surroundings, his gaze sharpening. Where shall we go? The four followed Lin Xian's pointing finger, their expressions brightening as they beheld an ancient tree, thick enough to be embraced by 6 individuals, its trunk hollowed out. Their eyes sparkled with hope as they surged towards the colossal tree. Lin Xian could charge in directly and eliminate the bloodthirsty bees. But his reconnaissance had warned him that their attacks were painfully fierce. Although he would not perish, he had no desire to endure further suffering. Soon, they reached the vicinity of the giant tree, where the woman forcefully shoved Zhao Baichuan inside, and the two mages, like drowning souls grasping a lifeline, burst forth their potential to dive in as well. Sister Palon, Lin Xian, hurry in. Zhao Baichuan exclaimed anxiously as he saw Lin Xian and the woman still lingering at the entrance. Chapter 17. The Swarm of Bloodthirsty Bees and the Queen Bee. It's of no concern, Lin Xian replied nonchalantly. Earth Splitter. A shockwave, over 10 meters wide, surged forth, clearing a vast expanse of bloodthirsty bees within a radius of 90 meters. Killed a substantial number of level 10 bloodthirsty bees. Experience gained, 7,533. Constitution attribute, 602. Strength attribute, 73. This experience seemed rather meager. No wonder no one bothered to hunt them. It was laborious and thankless work. Lin Xian shook his head, relieved that he had not come solely for the experience. What the hell? Aren't you a blacksmith? Zhao Baichuan stared, mouth agape, astounded by the scene. When had a blacksmith become more formidable than him? A hidden class character? He is a blacksmith? As the woman exhaled in relief, she was startled by Zhao Baichuan's exclamation. Her gaze fixated on him as she sought confirmation that she had not misheard. Even if it were a hidden profession, this was an extraordinary display of genius. From Baichuan's earlier remarks, it seemed they had only transitioned into their roles 2 days prior. How could they have progressed to such an impressive level in such a brief span? Lin Xian paid no heed to their conversation, entirely absorbed in the exhilarating surge of his physical and strength attributes. even when an occasional stray attack struck him, causing him to grimace in pain. The smile on his face remained one of satisfaction. Was he perhaps a masochist? The woman mused to herself, well aware of the pain inflicted by the blood bees' attacks. Defeated numerous blood bees, experience gained, 12, 532, constitution attribute, 856, strength attribute, 92. What a thrill, as the blood bees swarmed in large numbers. Lin Xian unleashed a devastating ground charge, with the rest relying on the skills of the Death Palace to trigger lightning strikes that decimated the foes. Amidst the flashes of thunder and lightning, Lin Xian annihilated wave after wave of blood bees, and in mere moments. The ground was blanketed with a thick layer of their corpses. What kind of profession is this? The two mages peered from their hiding place in the tree hollow. Astonished by the scene before them, Zhao Baichuan replied weakly, I told you, he's a blacksmith. The woman shot him an exasperated glare, give me a break. If he were a blacksmith, I would eat these corpses. A radiant light of advancement enveloped Lin Xian. 9, 10, finally reaching level 10, a hard-earned achievement. Lin Xian sighed in appreciation. Although the experience from individual blood bees was minimal, their sheer numbers compensated for it. The four of them exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. Reaching level 10 in just 2 days seemed almost too easy. Zhao Baichuan, despite being accompanied by them, was still only at level 5. Moreover, how many could boast such power at level 10? At this moment, Lin Xian had taken control of the battlefield, and the tension among the group eased. I heard there was a job changer with a 9-star talent that day. Could it be him? Upon this reminder, one of the male mages recalled. Wasn't it said that the one who awakened the 9-star talent had transitioned into a blacksmith? Could he truly be of that profession? The two exchanged incredulous glances, their awe unmistakable as they regarded Lin Xian. Incredible, truly deserving of the 9-star talent. 10, 11, fortunately, with the passive ability of Mana Surge, he was able to endure the consumption of the Death Palace skills. Lin Xian's slaughter continued. 10 minutes passed. 11, 12, 20 minutes later. 12, 13, in a short span. He ascended 4 levels, now reaching level 13. At this point, Lin Xian no longer found it disagreeable to be outside the city. How delightful. The four watched as Lin Xian periodically radiated the light of leveling up, unsure of how to express their feelings. In the realm of comparison, one may succumb to envy. But when the disparity becomes insurmountable, one can only look up in admiration. Should this individual persist, he would undoubtedly secure a place among the nation's elite. At that moment, the blood bees had nearly been vanquished. In the brief time frame, Lin Xian's strength attribute surged by 980 points, while his constitution attribute soared by an astounding 241 points. This was the true essence of a behemoth. This was the embodiment of a walking colossus. A few thousand of them hovered at a distance, daring not to approach any closer. Their hesitant attempts to ascend were met with Lin Xian's growing impatience as he prepared to guide them back to their siblings. Suddenly, a bloodthirsty bee the size of a water buffalo soared in from afar, its body as dark as ink, exuding an imposing presence. Not good. It's the bloodthirsty bee king. We must retreat. The woman's complexion changed drastically as she grasped Zhao Baichuan's hand and warned Lin Xian. Is the bloodthirsty bee king truly formidable? Lin Xian asked, his face etched with confusion. The bloodthirsty bee king is an entirely different species compared to ordinary bloodthirsty bees. It belongs to a completely different echelon. Even a level 30 practitioner would think twice before provoking it, let alone me, at level 22. Lin Xian observed the two mages, their faces pale with fear, clearly poised to flee, and realized the woman spoke the truth. However, he was in a period of burgeoning strength, filled with confidence. What harm could come from a mere encounter? Even if he couldn't win, he could always escape. Seeing Lin Xian remain unfazed, Zhao Baichuan squeezed through the tree hole, urging, Sister Palon wouldn't deceive you. Even level 30 practitioners dare not provoke it. We should leave. With your rate of advancement, you can return when you are stronger. It's too late. You all go first. Lin Xian replied calmly. The bloodthirsty bee king was swiftly approaching. Lin Xian decided to confront it directly. Their group was not in optimal condition, and he preferred not to be accidentally harmed by the king. Let us wait a moment longer. Perhaps he has some hidden cards. After all, he did save us. If the situation turns dire, I'll assist you. You all should retreat first. The woman declared resolutely to Zhao Baichuan and the two mages. At that moment, the bloodthirsty bee king had entered their detection range. Scan. Knowing oneself and one's enemy ensures victory in 100 battles. To underestimate the enemy strategically while doing so tactically is sheer folly. Bloodthirsty bee king. Level 25. Health 190, 000, 190, 000. Strength 8, 000. Constitution 7, 000. Agility 8, 000. Spirit 9, 000. Skills: Summon Swarm, Stinging Charge, Body Slam, Mist of Magic, Frenzy. Description: appears quite extraordinary, and indeed is remarkable. Is it truly so formidable? Lin Xian frowned. Its attributes were double those of the one-eyed Xian turtle. Yet that was the extent of it. Its skills were even fewer than those of the turtle. This hardly justified the woman's claim that level 30 practitioners would shy away from it. Surely, level 30 practitioners were not that weak. Before he could ponder further, the bloodthirsty Bee King was upon them. Earth-shattering charge. A colossal shockwave stunned the bloodthirsty Bee King, propelling it back 50 meters. Damage numbers floated above its head. 8, 901. Following this, the damage from Shanggong surged forth. As Lin Xian's health replenished, the true potential of Shanggong was realized, no longer akin to a mere scratch. 3, 760. 3, 760, 15, 104, 3, 760. In the brief 3 seconds of its days, they had inflicted around 60,000 to 70,000 points of damage. Is that all? Lin Xian relaxed. Zhao Baichuan, puzzled, turned to the woman and asked, Sister Peilon, the bloodthirsty Bee King is not as fearsome as we imagined. As Lin Xian swiftly dispatched the blood-devouring queen with a few deft strikes, it became apparent that the queen's threat had been exaggerated. She had failed to land a single blow on him. However, it would be premature to draw conclusions, for the queen undoubtedly possessed hidden tactics. Though the woman felt perplexed, she refrained from harboring excessive optimism. Even without having encountered the blood-devouring queen herself, she was well aware of the terror that other adventurers spoke of, which surely stemmed from genuine peril. Buzzing. As the disorientation subsided, the queen, now with only a little over 60 health points remaining, emanated a shroud of dark mist that swiftly enveloped a 200-meter radius. At that moment, Lin Xian was blind to his surroundings, his speed reduced to a crawl. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his chest as he was propelled into the air. Before he could even touch the ground, he was struck again and again, crashing heavily back to earth. Indeed, he had underestimated the creature. Its ferocity was truly formidable. It was worth noting that this damage occurred despite his possessing over 12,000 defense points and a 30-point damage reflection. Regrettably, the thorn's healing was minimal, providing only 1 point of recovery, though the vampiric passive ability proved somewhat beneficial, restoring health with each successful strike. The failure of the Morning Palace skill to activate indicated that the queen was now beyond 65 meters away from him. All he could do was wait and observe. Calmly, Lin Xian stood his ground, anticipating the queen's subsequent move. At that moment, a swarm of blood-devouring peaks surged into the dark mist, launching an assault against him. Oh, how fortunate that these little ones have joined the fray. They will help restore some health. Zhao Baichuan, hearing the muffled groans emanating from the black fog, anxiously tugged at the woman's sleeve and asked, What should we do now? I wonder how Lin Xian is faring? Sighing, he added, although he is quite the prodigy, he has been overly arrogant. Retreating earlier would have been wiser. Now silence. The woman shot a glare at the mage before reassuring Zhao Baichuan. Lin Xian is formidable. He will be fine for the time being. Even if we were to enter now, we would be of little assistance. Observing that the queen was not closing in, and with the remaining blood-devouring peaks having been eradicated, Lin Xian casually chose a direction and feigned an exit. Buzzing. Are you growing anxious? Lin Xian chuckled inwardly, listening intently. To his right, cracking earth charge, a magnificent shockwave surged forth, causing disorientation. The dark mist dissipated instantaneously, and seizing the opportunity, Lin Xian moved swiftly closer. The awakened blood-devouring queen found her health diminished by 30 points. She's emerging, Zhao Baichuan exclaimed with excitement as he witnessed Lin Xian's impressive display. Truly remarkable, Brother Lin. The mage stared in stunned disbelief. Buzz. A visible sound wave abruptly sent Lin Xian flying, as the queen's maw glimmered ominously. On the ground, thousands of blood-devouring bee corpses were drawn into the queen's form like a torrent. Chapter 18. The blood-devouring queen, enraged. Not only did the queen's health return to full, but it also surged rapidly, her size expanding until she reached the dimensions of a one-eyed mysterious tortoise. Had she unleashed her ultimate ability? Scanning for information. Blood-devouring queen. Level, 25. Health, 380,000, 380,000. Strength, 16,000. Constitution, 14,000. Agility, 16,000. Spirit, 18,000. Skills, Summon Swarm, Stinging Assault, Body Charge, Mist of Magic, Frenzy. Description, it has entered a state of frenzy. Lin Xian gasped in astonishment. This frenzy is truly formidable. No wonder Uncle Zhao advised me to flee at my level if I encounter the blood-sucking Bee King, without a backward glance. The woman stared in horror at the frenzied Bee King, murmuring to herself, Miss Peilon, we should retreat. I doubt the president would want to see the young master in danger. The two mages urged the woman in panic. Indeed, Miss Peilon, while that lad is holding the line, we should withdraw and return to summon reinforcements. The woman hesitated, indecisively glancing at Zhao Baichuan. Zhao Baichuan, resolute, did not look at the two mages, declaring firmly, Sister Peilon, you three should leave. If it weren't for Lin Xian, we would have perished just now. I cannot retreat at this moment. I believe in his strength. Young president, do not act on impulse. We are merely a hindrance here. One mage exclaimed. What do you think, Miss Peilon? Zhao Peilon appeared troubled, pondering for a moment before resolutely stating, Baichuan, you three retreat further back, I will go to assist. With that, She charged forward, her expression filled with determination. Though at a distance, Lin Xian could vaguely hear their conversation and was indifferent to the two mages' decision. It was merely human nature. Such individuals are destined to thrive in this world. Don't come over. I can't perform at my best with you here. Zhao Peilon abruptly halted, infuriated as she brandished her dagger and turned to leave. Who needs you? Lin Xian thought he had expressed himself tactfully. With the blood-sucking bee king's enhanced attributes post-frenzy, he was not underestimating her. She simply could not breach his defenses. Even if she dealt some damage, it would be minimal. What's happening? Lin Xian barely had time to react before the blood-sucking bee king executed a series of 3 body charges, reducing his health by 20. Fortunately, he had previously acquired a passive skill. This speed is utterly insane. The passive skill activates. In battle, when health drops to 80, 50, or 20, it instantaneously restores 20 maximum health, grants immunity to all negative effects, and provides a shield of 200 maximum health. The passive skill triggered, instantly restoring him to full health and granting a shield of 240,000 health. Lin Xian immediately calmed down. Come on, let us exchange blows. Earth-shattering charge. This is hilarious. You can't break my defenses. Thankfully, the stun effect took hold. Lin Xian dashed forward like a rabbit. Fortunately, the damage from Shangong is final damage, ignoring defenses. The thunderous damage seems to be calculated based on Shangong's damage per second when defenses cannot be breached. Currently, it appears that if defenses remain intact, the thunder damage could be even higher. Lin Xian pondered whether this was a characteristic of the Breaking Sky Hammer or a hidden feature of the thunder passive skill. Shaking his head, he decided it didn't matter. As long as there was damage, that was all that counted, or else he would be left merely watching helplessly. As 3 seconds elapsed, the bloodthirsty queen swiftly soared away, leaving Lin Xian utterly unable to pursue. The queen's tail arched sharply, unleashing a streak of black energy hurtling toward Lin Xian. Though it was visible to the eye, his body could not keep pace, forcing him to endure the onslaught. A staggering damage of 18,999 manifested upon Lin Xian, or rather, upon the shield encasing him. Huh, dumbfounded are you? Lin Xian scoffed, anticipating the earth-shattering charge skill. It was the only ability he possessed that could counter the bloodthirsty queen. Bang, bang, bang. The queen struck him with a series of 3 consecutive charges, tossing Lin Xian about like a mere plaything, leaving him no room for retaliation. The damage from the Morning Palace skill was ineffective against the queen. Only the triggering of thunderous fury could inflict real pain. How infuriating, to be toyed with by this beast, Lin Xian thought. Earth-shattering charge. Stunned, Lin Xian advanced fiercely, delivering a flurry of strikes, only to be cast aside once more. Occasionally, he endured another triple impact, the damage minor but the humiliation profound. Such formidable defense. Such substantial health. Zhao Baichuan murmured in admiration as he gazed at Lin Xian. The mage nodded in agreement. Indeed, after its frenzy, the bloodthirsty queen's power has multiplied several times. I'm referring to Lin Xian. Zhao Baichuan shot a disapproving glance at the mage, exasperated. Ah yes. It is only natural for brother Lin Xian to possess such strength, the mage chuckled awkwardly. In the blink of an eye, 10 minutes had slipped away. Lin Xian's shield trembled on the verge of shattering. After enduring numerous skills and passive damage, the bloodthirsty queen's health dwindled to less than 20%. Realizing that she could not overpower him, the queen swiftly turned to flee. Humph, beast. It's too late to run now. I have awaited this moment. At that moment, the queen's health had reached Lin Xian's execution threshold. Earth-shattering charge. Lin Xian dashed forward with utmost speed. 3974, 19856, 19856, 3974. You have slain the bloodthirsty queen. Gaining 24, 166 experience points. Constitution 1, Strength 1, Acquired equipment. Bloodthirsty dagger. Acquired skill book. 1. It was worth the long wait to obtain this skill book. Splendid. Lin Xian joyfully collected the equipment and examined the skill book. Bloodthirsty dagger. Level 25. Quality golden. Agility 500. Attack 2800. Critical hit increase 10. Trait bloodthirsty. Normal attacks have a 30 chance to restore 1 health point. The attributes were impressive, with a 10 critical hit bonus, making it a top-tier golden weapon for its level. Lin Xian nonchalantly stowed it away in his backpack, deeming the bloodthirsty trait inferior to his own lifesteal passive. He then turned his attention to the skill book. Amitba, Infinite Celestial Sovereign, Amen. May it yield a worthy skill. Warrior skill book, Gun Mastery. Upon learning, using gun-type weapons increases attack by 10. Is this a mockery of my efforts? Zhao Peilon can wield the dagger. And even the skill book is meant for Zhao Baichuan. Could it be that they are the chosen ones? If I hadn't arrived, they might have been pushed to their limits, exploding with power to obtain the equipment and skill book, ultimately rising as saviors. Am I obstructing their path to greatness? Lin Xian held a skill book in his hand, lost in thought. At that moment, several individuals approached him. Wow, Lin Xian, you are truly remarkable. This time, you are undoubtedly the top scorer in the province for the college entrance examination. Please, take me along. Zhao Baichuan was now thoroughly convinced of Lin Xian's abilities. Brother Lin. Indeed impressive. It seems the national top scorer is all but secured. Absolutely. The two mages chimed in with beaming smiles. Despite being at level 20 themselves, they felt a chasm of difference compared to Lin Xian, a gulf that they believed would be insurmountable in their lifetime. I think it's more likely that you'll be carrying me to success. After all, you and Li Xiaoxiao have both been directly admitted to the Daybreak Academy. Your future is exceptionally bright. Lin Xian teased Zhao Baichuan with a smile. He paid no heed to the mage's flattery, while he understood their intentions. It didn't mean he had to be fond of them. Zhao Baichuan shook his head with a wry smile, noticing Lin Xian casually tossing a detection spell while holding the skill book. Wow, Lin Xian, Brother Lin, this skill is something I've searched for ages. I've scoured the entire association platform and found nothing. Please, let me have it. I'll pay any price you ask. Zhao Baichuan clung tightly to Lin Xian's left hand. Desperate and playful, Lin Xian tried to pull away but found himself unable to do so. With a resigned tone, he said, "Let go first." "No way, brother, please. Save the child," Zhao Baichuan implored. "Whatever skill or item you desire, just say the word, and I'll have my father procure it for you. Then I shall raise my price." Lin Xian responded with a mischievous grin. Although the introduction only indicated a 10-point boost, skills could be upgraded. In truth, Lin Xian could also utilize this skill book. Once transformed, it would likely become something akin to hammer expertise, which would not be insignificant. However, it wasn't imperative to have a firearm specialization skill book. He surmised that a bow specialization, sword specialization, or staff specialization skill book would yield similar results. Moreover, considering Zhao Baichuan's good nature and their camaraderie as classmates, extending a helping hand seemed reasonable. After all, the Blood Alliance was a prominent local force. An attending school could allow Lin Xian to seek their assistance in looking after Lin Mo. In a fleeting moment of thought, Lin Xian contemplated the advantages. How about this? You provide me with any skill book for weapon specialization, and we will call it even. Really? Then I shan't hold back. Lin Xian, you are truly generous, and from now on, your affairs will be my affairs. I will bring the skill book back for you. Zhao Baichuan excitedly cradled the skill book in his arms. Lin Xian then produced the bloodthirsty dagger and earnestly introduced it to Zhao Peilon. By the way, I just acquired an exquisite golden quality dagger. Its attack alone adds 2800, along with 500 agility and a 10 critical hit rate. Oh, and it has a lifesteal passive, making it particularly suitable for an assassin like you. Look, with each word, Zhao Peilon's eyes sparkled brighter, and by the end, she nearly snatched it away. Then I shall not be polite, she declared, reaching out to grasp it. Lin Xian swiftly withdrew his hand, a beaming smile adorning his face as he rubbed his fingers together. Zhao Peilon, irritated, gritted her teeth and retorted, "Speak up. What do you want in exchange? Let me see if I can afford it." "Well, there is quite a bit. You witnessed the battle earlier. Any skills that increase agility or skills related to movement would be ideal." "Oh, the equipment bearing such characteristics is indeed remarkable," Lin Xian added with a cheerful smile. Chapter 19. A Surge in Power, the Imperial Hammer? Zhao Peilon, speechless, rummaged through her backpack. This exquisite golden dagger is of level 25. Although she cannot equip it just yet, its attributes and vampiric traits are irresistibly alluring, allowing her to avoid changing gear until level 34 at the very least. After a brief moment, Zhao Peilon tossed out a skill book and 2 pieces of equipment. "Choose." Lin Xian threw the dagger to her, and Zhao Peilon hastily caught it, her face alight with joy as she examined it. "You wouldn't just throw it out casually to brush me off, would you?" she teased, her hands moving swiftly. Wizard Skill Book, Ambush. Upon learning, you can instantaneously appear in front of any enemy unit within a 5-meter radius that has taken damage from you within the last 10 seconds. Cooldown time, 5 minutes. Mana cost, 2000. Wow, Peilon, are you serious? You're really pulling a fast one on my brother here. Isn't this the most useless skill that even a dog wouldn't bother learning? Zhao Baichuan exclaimed immediately after inspecting it. The 2 wizards nodded in agreement, acknowledging the skill's shortcomings, its limited range, and long cooldown. What is the point of a fragile wizard using an ambush? Are we worried the beasts won't be satiated? Zhao Peilon felt a flush of embarrassment, her voice growing increasingly small as she replied. But there are still 2 pieces of equipment. Lin Xian took his time to respond, examining the gear in his possession. Boots of Agility, level 15, quality, silver, defense, 240, agi, 164. Trait, Agility, increases base agility by 10. Shadow Blade, level 20, quality, silver, attack, 430, agi, 311. Trait, Sword Control, allows one to glide with the sword at low altitude for 5 seconds. Speed increases with agility. Inflicts 50 wind damage on enemies in the path. Cooldown time, 10 minutes. Consumes 100 mana per second. Oh, are you referring to these 2 silver tier pieces of equipment? One at level 20 and the other at level 15? Lin Xian teased intentionally. Zhao Peilon, feeling both embarrassed and indignant, retorted, "Hey, aren't the agility trait of the Boots of Agility and the sword control of the Shadow Blade impressive? especially the sword control. Just think how cool it must be. If it weren't for my low level, I wouldn't want to part with them at all. Fine. I'll give you the wizard skill book along with these 2 pieces of equipment. Is that all right? Lin Xian, inwardly pleased, decided to take the opportunity to settle the matter. Otherwise, if he truly annoyed her and reclaimed all 3 items, he would suffer a significant loss. All right. It's a deal. Consider it a gesture of friendship. Fearing he might have a change of heart, Zhao Peilon stowed the blood-sucking dagger back into her backpack and changed the subject. Uncle Zhao mentioned that the lair of the blood-sucking bee queen must contain royal honey, which is excellent for enhancing one's physique. Even ordinary people can consume it. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian's interest was piqued, and he swiftly stored the skill book and equipment back into his backpack. Really? Let us go look for it. Which direction did the bee queen come from just now? I know it was that way. Zhao Baichuan also expressed anticipation for the royal honey, reasoning that if it was so extraordinary, the honey produced must be equally exceptional. Before long, the 5 adventurers arrived at the lair of the bloodthirsty queen bee, which was not the hive one might envision. The entrance was modest in size, leading into a vast cavern adorned with peculiar stalactites hanging from the ceiling. Even at that moment, a sweet, alluring fragrance wafted through the air. Following the scent, they ventured deeper, discovering a platform at its heart, where a depression cradled viscous, golden honey. Lin Xian estimated it to be roughly the equivalent of 10 bowls, and thus declared, "Each of you may take a bowl for yourselves." "That is out of the question," Zhao Baichuan firmly replied. "You single-handedly vanquished the bloodthirsty queen bee. All of this is rightfully yours. Simply let us sample a taste." Zhao Baichuan was acutely aware that even among the closest of friends, one must delineate boundaries in such matters to preserve the integrity of their relationships. Zhao Peilon shared this sentiment, and even the 2 mages nodded in agreement. Seeing their steadfastness, Lin Xian retrieved 4 small bowls from his backpack, filled them to the brim, and handed them to his companions. He then took out a pot and poured the remaining royal honey into it before stowing it away. One might wonder why he carried such kitchenware. The answer lay in his preparedness. Each individual began their journey with a 100-slot backpack, which expanded by 5 slots with each level gained. What else could one possibly carry? Indeed, the honey proved delectable, unexpectedly increasing his physical attributes by 10 points with just a small bowl. Zhao Baichuan, having savored his bowl, wore a look of lingering satisfaction. Since it is safe for ordinary folk to consume, I shall take some back for Xiao Mo to replenish his strength. With this thought, Lin Xian felt a surge of anticipation. He did not require such a modest enhancement to his physical attributes, belonging as he did to the elite ranks. "I am preparing to return. What about you? Will you continue to level up?" Lin Xian inquired as he prepared to bid farewell. Zhao Baichuan naturally responded. "Then let us return together to shake off the fright. You hardly seem shaken yourself." After parting ways with Zhao Baichuan and the others in the city, Lin Xian returned home. "Xiao Mo, I'm back. Come see the treasures I have brought for you." Yet, upon noticing Xiao Mo's absence, he thought little of it, assuming he was out buying groceries. At that moment, Lin Xian took the opportunity to tally the gains from the day. Before that, I have these as well." Lin Xian's excitement surged. Mage skill book, ambush. Upon learning, you can instantly appear within a 5-meter radius in front of any enemy unit that has sustained damage from you within the last 10 seconds. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Cost, 2,000 mana points. Talent Heavenly Furnace activated. A flash of silver light. Upon transformation, ambush active. You can instantly appear within a 10-meter radius in front of any enemy unit that has sustained damage from you. Cooldown 1 minute. Cost, 200 mana points. This was extraordinarily useful. Continuing. Boots of Agility. Trait. Agility. Increases base agility attribute by 10. Optimization of transformation. Agility passive. Increases base agility attribute by 30. Splendid. Lin Xian was now thoroughly energized, finally reaching the moment he had eagerly anticipated, the trait skill. Shadow Blade. Trait. Sword control. Glide through the air at low altitude while wielding a sword, lasting 5 seconds. Speed increases with agility. Inflict 50 wind damage to enemies along the path. Cooldown time, 10 minutes. Consumes 100 mana points per second. Moments later. Active Hammer. Glide through the air with the hammer, entering a state of invulnerability for 1 minute. Speed increases with agility. Inflicts 500 wind damage to enemies along the path. Cooldown time, 10 minutes. Consumes 10 mana points per second. What does this even mean? Am I not allowed to fly? Lin Xian, after reading the skill description, was utterly bewildered. A hammer? Ugh, I can't even bear to imagine it. The imagery is too beautiful for my eyes. Let it gather dust. I, Lin Xian, would rather perish than wield a hammer. Lin Xian declared resolutely. He glanced at his character panel, filled with a sense of accomplishment. At level 13, he boasted 140,000 health points, 14,000 defense, over 6,000 attack, and 11 impressive skills. The only shortcoming remained agility. I ask you, who else can compare? This is the fruit of my arduous labor. 2. Kingdoms earned. Lin Xian beamed with joy. Brother, what has happened? You seem so elated. Lin Mo? Upon entering the room, was greeted by Lin Xian's exuberant laughter as he sat on the sofa. My power has surged dramatically, of course. I'm overjoyed. Come here. I have a treasure to show you. What treasure? Lin Mo inquired, yet he appeared somewhat troubled. Noticing Lin Mo's pensive expression, Lin Xian's smile faded, and he asked earnestly, "What is the matter?" Lin Mo hesitated, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts, then countered, "Brother, before anyone changes their class, their panel values are fixed, with all attributes at 5 points, right? Indeed, isn't that common knowledge?" Although puzzled by Lin Mo's question, Lin Xian affirmed it. "Well, for some reason. My panel's 4 attributes have been steadily increasing over these past few days. My total attribute points have already reached 100. Chapter 20. The anomalous changes in Lin Mo's panel. A blessing or a curse? After speaking, Lin Mo anxiously looked at Lin Xian. "Brother, do you know what this means? Also, my inventory is now usable." Lin Xian was secretly astonished but, in order to ease Lin Mo's worries, maintained a calm demeanor and reassured him, "Do not fret. This is a good thing. Others can only increase their attribute points through leveling up or obtaining rare treasures. However, this matter must remain a secret. Do you understand?" With that, Lin Xian attempted to inspect Lin Mo's panel information, only to find his probing skills ineffective, which brought him immediate relief. "Do not worry. No one can see your panel unless you disclose it. This is actually advantageous. After the class change next year, your starting point will be significantly higher than others. Before anyone undergoes a class change, they cannot inspect others' panels, and likewise, others cannot inspect those who have not yet changed." Lin Xian felt reassured that Lin Mo's peculiarity would not be discovered and subjected to scrutiny. Lin Mo let out a deep sigh, feeling a bit more at ease, but soon expressed his concern. "I've been terrified these past few days. Brother, do you think this will affect next year's class change?" Lin Xian paused, equally worried. But with a hint of amusement, he advised, "Do not frighten yourself. Your attributes are steadily increasing even without a class change. Once you do transition, it is quite likely that you will acquire a hidden profession, and then you shall be formidable. Who knows, perhaps even your elder brother might rely on you. By the way, today I procured some royal jelly from the bloodthirsty beehive. Do take a sip and see how it tastes." Lin Xian retrieved a large pot of royal jelly from his backpack and ladled a bowl for Lin Mo. Normally, for an ordinary person who has not yet transitioned, consuming such a substance would merely enhance their health without altering their status. However, Lin Mo's situation was exceptional. He obediently drank it all in one gulp, awaiting the effects with bright, eager eyes fixed on Lin Xian. His constitution attribute increased by 10 points. Lin Xian was not taken aback. It was within reason. "Since your backpack can now accommodate items, keep the remaining royal jelly for yourself to enjoy gradually. There are about 15 bowls left, which would grant a total of 150 points to your constitution. Brother, you should drink it yourself, especially as you are nearing your college entrance examinations. Enough of this modesty. I am not in need of such attributes." "Very well. Wait a moment while I prepare dinner." Lin Mo, seeing that Lin Xian was not boasting, ceased his polite refusals and carried the vegetables into the kitchen. "I shall not partake in free meals. I will wash the vegetables instead." Meanwhile, on the other side, "You mean to say that you encountered a swarm of bloodthirsty bees?" Zhao Tianxiong exclaimed in astonishment. Zhao Baichuan wore an expression of incredulity, casually biting into a piece of fruit from the table. "Do continue. What happened next? Given Peilon and the strength of the 4 of you, how did you manage to escape?" Zhao Tianxiong glared at his son, his hand itching to act. Zhao Baichuan recoiled slightly, sitting further away, swallowing the fruit in his mouth before replying. "Father, do you remember when I told you that a classmate of mine awakened a 9-star talent? The one who transitioned into a blacksmith? Yes. At that moment, we were on the brink of collapse. The knight abandoned us and fled. Then, my classmate descended from the sky, and with a mere wave, a large number of bloodthirsty bees perished, and with a gentle stomp of his right foot, he commanded them to halt." Zhao Tianxiong interrupted Zhao Baichuan, who was animatedly recounting the tale, with a furrowed brow. "It sounds like a tale from a storyteller, with grand gestures and dramatic foot stomps. I find it dubious. I should inquire with Peilon instead." Just then, Peilon entered the room. Zhao Tianxiong quickly beckoned her over, asking, "Peilon, you arrived just in time. Come here. This lad claims you encountered a swarm of bloodthirsty bees today, and that it was his classmate who came to your rescue." Upon hearing this, Peilon hurried over to sit beside Zhao Tianxiong. "Uncle, I was just about to discuss this matter with you. Not only did we face a swarm, but the bloodthirsty bee king also appeared." "What? The bloodthirsty bee king?" Zhao Tianxiong exclaimed in shock. Peilon, recalling the event, was still filled with awe. Indeed, the bloodthirsty bee king was no match for Baichuan's classmate. In his frenzied state, he was single-handedly defeated. Zhao Tianxiong was left speechless with astonishment. Regaining his composure, he noticed Zhao Baichuan staring at him in disbelief, and he slapped him on the back of the head, causing him to stumble slightly. "How high is your classmate's level?" "He is already at level 13, while I am merely at level 5. How does this speak of your father's capabilities?" Zhao Baichuan rubbed the back of his head, filled with resentment. "Uncle, our guild has recently encountered some challenging issues. Perhaps we could enlist his help?" Zhao Peilon suggested, having come specifically for this reason. Allow me a moment to ponder it. Zhao Tianxiong fell into deep contemplation. At level 13, one can vanquish thousands of bloodthirsty wasps and even face the bloodthirsty wasp king in single combat. Such prowess in both single target and area damage is exceedingly rare, transcending mere talent. The strength is undoubtedly unquestionable. However, the complications arise from their unique circumstances. Trust cannot be placed in outsiders. Their guild has already suffered losses with 2 waves of elite level 25 players, and further losses are intolerable. Alas, what is there to ponder? It is merely the fear that, after successfully clearing the dungeon, ownership will not revert to us. Rest assured, my brother is not that kind of person. By the way, Father, I still owe someone a weapon specialization skill book. Please remember to help me find it. Zhao Baichuan, unable to tolerate his father's dawdling expression, pounded his chest in assurance. That dungeon is for levels 15 and 25, and your classmate, Lin Xian, is only level 13. His name is Lin Xian, Zhao Baichuan swiftly reminded, waving his hand before continuing. His leveling speed is astonishing. He can easily reach level 15 within a day. We are not particularly concerned about being a day late. Zhao Tianxiong felt exasperated as he observed his son's unabashed admiration for Lin Xian, wearing a blissfully naive expression. How did I end up with such a foolish son? One day you might be sold off and end up giving money to others. Zhao Baichuan muttered under his breath. There's no cash now. Everything is via transfer. Are you talking back? As Zhao Tianxiong raised his hand in a gesture, Zhao Baichuan quickly embraced his father's arm. Oh, I am not foolish. Our blood alliance is, after all, a top guild in Jinbei City and even in Jianghuai Province. It's merely a level 15 and 25 dungeon. As long as Lin Xian isn't mentally impaired, he wouldn't dare to withhold ownership from us. Besides, his brother is still studying in Jinbei. Where could he possibly run off to? Seeing that his son had regained some semblance of sense, Zhao Tianxiong relented. What did you say about owing someone a skill book? Didn't I encounter the bloodthirsty wasp king? After Lin Xian defeated it, he dropped the gun proficiency skill book, which I shamelessly traded for. I just haven't given it to him yet. Did he not ask for too much? Zhao Tianxiong inquired, surprised. Skill books related to weapon specialization are sought after by every class, aside from those in crafting professions, resulting in a scarcity in the market. Acquiring one's own weapon specialization skill book often hinges on luck. Zhao Baichuan felt somewhat embarrassed. Lin Xian is not that kind of person. He said it was fine to return any weapon specialization book. Here, I intended to exchange it for the gun proficiency book, but I want to be able to do that for a while. I'll just give him this one. It's superior to the ordinary specialization skills, so it won't leave him at a disadvantage. Zhao Tianxiong reluctantly handed the skill book to Zhao Baichuan, hoping that good deeds would bring good fortune. Ah, father, do you think I could switch to using an axe? Zhao Baichuan lamented, holding the skill book with a pained expression. Chapter 21, Invitation. I still have a younger brother to support. Warrior skill book, Great Axe proficiency. Upon learning, using a great axe weapon increases attack by 10 and strength attribute by 10. Alright, enough of this foolishness. Deliver it, and while you're at it, mention the dungeon situation. The talented will surely be intrigued. Zhao Tianxiong shot his son an exasperated glance, opting not to engage further. He turned to Zhao Peilon and said, I still don't fully trust this lad. You should accompany him. All right, dear uncle, but since Baichuan and Lin Xian share a close bond, there's no need to be overly formal. It's perfectly fine to be straightforward. Is brother going outside the city tomorrow? Lin Mo casually inquired at the dining table. Not necessarily. I should be delving into a dungeon. I need to elevate my profession to black iron rank, which requires a considerable amount of materials, Lin Xian replied after a moment of contemplation. For him, significantly enhancing his strength was most expedient through upgrading his profession level. Knock, knock, knock. I'll go answer the door. Lin Mo quickly set down his chopsticks and rose to open the door. Just before any person was visible, a skill book was thrust inside. Lin Xian, see what skill book I found for you. Oh, is this little Mo's younger brother? Hello there. Lin Mo greeted politely, inviting the two guests in. Zhao Baichuan and Zhao Peilon entered without hesitation, seating themselves comfortably on the sofa. Zhao Baichuan waved the skill book triumphantly, declaring, look at this. To Lin Xian, any specialized skill book held little significance. Nonchalantly, he accepted the book and tossed it into his bag before taking a seat. You two didn't come merely to deliver a skill book. Speak up. What is the matter? Hold on. Take a look at the skill book first. It's truly remarkable, Zhao Baichuan exclaimed, noticing Lin Xian's indifference toward the book. Seeing his expression of reluctance to divulge any details until Lin Xian examined it, Lin Xian reluctantly retrieved the skill book. Inspection. Warrior skill book, Great Axe specialization. Upon learning, using Great Axe weapons will increase attack by 10 and strength attribute by 10. Wow, impressive, old Zhao. When did you become so generous? Lin Xian remarked, slightly taken aback. The book offered more than the usual weapon specialization skill book with its added strength attribute. If sold, it could fetch at least 10 times its normal value, if not more, and would be in high demand. One must not underestimate this 10-point attribute increase. Every professional in this world knows how rare such percentage enhancements can be. The higher the level, the more significant the effect, and starting with a 10-point increment, coupled with future skill upgrades, would surely amplify even further. For those focusing on strength, this enhancement directly boosts their base damage, the importance of which is self-evident. Zhao Baichuan boasted, "When have I ever been stingy? I had to negotiate with my dad for quite a while to procure this for you." Zhao Peilon rolled her eyes at him in exasperation, too weary to expose his exaggeration. Glancing at Lin Mo, she then addressed Lin Xian. "Do you know how those factions acquire their own dungeons? Those dungeons that haven't been cleared yet? The first team or individual to complete the highest difficulty and conquer it becomes the dungeon's master, right?" Although Lin Xian was puzzled as to why she posed such a question, he was well aware of this knowledge, having studied it as a top student. Seeing Lin Xian's clarity on the matter eased Zhao Peilon's explanation. "Indeed, that is correct. Recently, our guild discovered an undeveloped level 15 and 25 dungeon. Our guild dispatched 2 groups of 5 elite level 25 players, but they all." Upon hearing this, Lin Xian quickly grasped the implication. "So, you wish for me to assist you in clearing it?" "Yes. Your strength is incredibly formidable. You've even defeated the level 30 boss, Bloodthirsty Bee King. With you and 4 level 25 elite professionals, clearing it should be entirely feasible. We can assure you that any materials and equipment dropped within the dungeon will belong to you. You should be aware of the immense advantages that come with being the first team to conquer the highest difficulty dungeon," Zhao Peilon remarked, her eyes glimmering with anticipation as she awaited Lin Xian's response. This dungeon was not solely discovered by their Blood Alliance guild. 2 other guilds were also in fierce competition. The Blood Alliance had already suffered 2 waves of losses among their professionals, while the other guilds had endured even greater casualties. The ownership of a dungeon signifies a continuous influx of wealth and materials, making its importance to the guild's development abundantly clear. "I'm still only level 13. I can't enter, can I?" Lin Xian chuckled lightly. "Is leveling up difficult for you? We are not pressed for time, given your pace. A single day should suffice for you to reach level 15, Zhao Peilon retorted, rolling her eyes. She was not blind. She had witnessed how someone managed to ascend 4 levels in less than an hour right under her nose earlier that morning. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Xian concluded that he could take on this task. Danger? It posed no threat to him. Even at level 35, he could manage a confrontation. Most importantly, he was curious to discover the benefits that came with a first-time completion of the dungeon. "I can take on this task, and I can also provide you with any unused equipment. If there are any requirements regarding your personnel, feel free to express them," he stated. Zhao Peilon was not surprised. Despite their limited interactions, she understood Lin Xian's character well. Clearing her throat, Lin Xian smiled radiantly, feigning modesty. "Ah, you see, my family is not wealthy, and I have a younger brother to support. Besides, as you know, I am a blacksmith, striving to elevate my profession level. Unfortunately, I lack the funds to purchase materials. We are familiar enough that I hesitate to make excessive demands. Just a few high-grade materials would suffice, and perhaps 5 tons of ordinary forging materials would do." Zhao Baichuan, taken aback, stared at Lin Xian in disbelief. "Goodness, Lin Xian, are you truly willing to ask for so much? Would you like me to sell myself to you as well?" Lin Xian remained unfazed. "Well, in business, one must set a high price before bargaining down." He then adopted a melancholic expression. "A child from a poor family must mature early. If I do not plan for my future, what can I do? I still have my brother to support." Lin Mo, beside him, stifled laughter at being used as an excuse without any concern. Zhao Peilon, exasperated, rubbed her temples. "All right, providing you with materials is not out of the question, but at least you should show some sincerity." Lin Xian ceased his jesting and stated earnestly, "Very well. I shall forego the high-grade materials and settle for 3 tons of ordinary forging materials. I do not mind the type, as long as they are suitable for forging." 3 tons may sound considerable, yet in the context of forging materials, iron, ores, 3 tons is not an overwhelming amount. But it would suffice for him to reach the black iron level. "That seems acceptable," Zhao Peilon contemplated for a moment before agreeing. "As long as the materials were not of high grade. High-grade materials are exceedingly rare. Even the Blood Alliance Guild possesses very few, unlike the ordinary forging materials which are more abundant." "So, the day after tomorrow?" Lin Xian inquired, satisfaction evident in his tone. "Indeed, the day after tomorrow it is. We shall take our leave now. See you then." Zhao Peilon tugged at Zhao Baichuan, who was still stuffing food into his mouth, urging him to step outside. With a mouth full of food, Zhao Baichuan mumbled towards Lin Xian, "The meal is quite good. Take good care of my brother." Chapter 22, The Falling Moon Mountain Range. Once the two departed, Lin Xian withdrew his expression. "Does brother have confidence?" he inquired, gently ruffling Lin Mo's hair with a light chuckle. "Hurry and eat, don't worry. I lack the strength for them to come knocking at my door." Early in the morning, Lin Xian arrived at the Blood Alliance Guild following the address provided by Zhao Baichuan. After their agreement 2 days prior, Lin Xian had visited Wang Bo's home, but regrettably, he found Wang still preoccupied with leveling up in a dungeon, leaving behind the corpse-eating robe at his residence. This realization left Lin Xian somewhat reflective. In a mere few days, it seemed he was drifting further from his peers. Fortunately, the enhancement of his abilities granted him a sense of fulfillment. Yesterday, Lin Xian ventured outside the city once more. For reasons unknown, the monsters outside seemed to have multiplied significantly in comparison to the previous day. In just one day, he had leveled up 3 times. Name, Lin Xian. Occupation, Blacksmith. Level, 16. Profession level, Blacksmith Apprentice. Health, 151,300. Mana, 37,450. Attack power, 9,911. Defense, 15,130. Constitution, 15,130. Strength, 400,51202. Agility, 845,254. Mentality, 3,745. Talent, Heavenly Forge level 1. Skills, Talent Skill, Morning Palace, Thunderous Might, Earth-Shattering Charge, Life Steal, Mana Surge, Progression, Thorn, Ambush, Agility, Hammer Mastery, Hammer Weapon Specialization. Equipment, Breaking Dawn Hammer, Level, 16. Quality, None. Attack, 1,400. Strength, 1,400. Attack Power Increase, 50. Traits, Slight. In addition to the 450 total attribute points gained from leveling up, his Constitution increased by 366 points, and Strength rose by an impressive 40 points. Furthermore, upon converting the specialization skill book brought by Zhao Baichuan, his stats surged significantly, yielding a terrifying enhancement. Passive of Hammer Weapon Specialization. Using hammer-type weapons increases attack power by 30. Strength attribute increases by 30. The ratio of strength to attack power is 1:1. Thus, with an additional 30 strength, the Breaking Dawn Hammer's attack power becomes 50. And with the hammer specialization, another 30 is added, resulting in an overall increase of 80 to attack power. This propelled Lin Xian's current attack power to a staggering 9911. What freedom in attack! Is there truly a challenge in hell difficulty? With a sense of satisfaction, Lin Xian closed the interface, realizing that his level 16 stats had already reached an extraordinary peak. Without further contemplation, he stepped into the Blood Alliance Guild. Wow, it's so grand. Truly befitting the top guild in Jianghuai province. What appeared modest from the outside revealed a different world within. The expansive hall adorned with a touch of traditional decor allowed natural light to pour through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting dancing shadows. The open design enabled a direct view of the ceiling from the hall. Lin Xian, over here. Lin Xian looked up to see Zhao Baichuan waving at him from the second floor, accompanying a dignified middle-aged man. President Zhao, greetings. I apologize for the wait. There's no need for such formality, just call me Uncle Zhao. I have yet to express my gratitude for your life-saving assistance to Baichuan and the others. I must trouble you once more, Zhao Tianxiong said amiably, smiling at Lin Xian. You're too kind. You have already provided me with forging materials, Lin Xian replied. A hint of shyness in his voice. Of course. Materials? Zhao Baichuan whispered to his father, the commission fee. As I promised the day before yesterday. I'll explain it to you later. Zhao Tianxiong's lips twitched as he forced a smile. Ah, yes indeed. The smile on Lin Xian's face remained, though the atmosphere turned slightly awkward. Just then, Zhao Peilon ascended from the first floor. Uncle, everyone else has arrived. We can set off now. Zhao Tianxiong promptly responded. All right, Lin Xian, let us proceed. Very well. Lin Xian nodded with calm assurance. The group took the elevator directly to the 18th floor, where the teleportation hall awaited them. At that moment, numerous individuals were gathered, and upon hearing their arrival, they turned to scrutinize the newcomers. Their gazes swept over Zhao Baichuan and Zhao Peilon before settling on Lin Xian, clearly aware that he bore the significant responsibility of this dungeon raid. President, Lin Xian, the head of the Blood Alliance's raid department, furrowed her brow slightly at Lin Xian's youthful appearance. Yet with the president present, she refrained from voicing her concerns, offering a slight nod to Zhao Tianxiong. Allow me to introduce this young man, Lin Xian, whom we have invited to assist us in conquering the dungeon, she said, then turned to Lin Xian. This is Lin Xian, our raid department head, along with the elite team that will support you in this endeavor. Lin Xian calmly inclined his head and clasped his hands in greeting. Greetings to all. Well then, without further ado, I suspect the other 2 major guilds have also received word. Let us proceed. Zhao Tianxiong waved his hand grandly, leading the group into the temporary teleportation array. This marked Lin Xian's first experience with a teleportation array, and he curiously surveyed his surroundings until a wave of dizziness washed over him, signaling their arrival. Oh, this must be the location of the dungeon. The Falling Moon Mountains, he mused, spotting a large, reddish portal slowly rotating 100 meters ahead. That was indeed the entrance to the dungeon. In the distance, peaks rose in succession, shrouded in mist, resembling a mystical paradise yet exuding an air of enigma. One could not help but marvel at the breathtaking scenery that emerged in the wake of Earth's transformation. At that moment, they stood upon an expansive platform, where 2 teams of individuals were subtly poised against one another, their attention drawn to the newcomers. Ha, President Zhao, you are quite late today? A slightly slender middle-aged man stepped forward, calling out from the left. This was Shun Xian, the president of the Firebeacon Guild, which maintained a cordial relationship with their guild. Zhao Baichuan quietly informed Lin Xian. President Zhao is a person of great importance. I hear he has invited formidable individuals to assist us. Where are they? Let us witness their prowess. A strident voice interjected. Lin Xian glanced over, momentarily taken aback by the stark contrast between the speaker's boisterous demeanor and his seemingly simple appearance. The source of the peculiar tone was Zhang Huairan, the president of the Berserker Guild, a figure known for his contentious relations with the Blood Alliance, as well as with most guilds in Jinbei City, a true instigator. Zhao Baichuan's disdain for this man was unmistakable in his tone. Certainly, Lin Xian was indifferent to the intricate affairs between the guilds. His sole purpose was to navigate through the challenges and depart with the materials, leaving the entanglements of grievances behind him. Zhao Tianxiong bowed slightly to Lin Xian, not sparing a glance for Zhang Huairan. Haha, how amusing. There's no use in haste. As Lin Xian waited, boredom crept in, and he sensed a probing presence directed towards him. His gaze sharpened as he traced the source of this energy, in the direction of the Frenzied Battle Guild. A member of what appeared to be an elite squad whispered a few words into the ear of President Zhang Huairan, eliciting a hearty laugh from him. President Zhao, have all the elites of your Blood Alliance Guild perished? If you can't hold on any longer, we, the Frenzied Battle Guild, would be gracious enough to take you in. Your words are jest, President Zhang. If I recall correctly, your Frenzied Battle Guild has already lost 4 waves of members. Can you still muster an elite team to tackle the instance? Perhaps it would be best to disband. I believe both our Blood Alliance and the Flame of War would be more than willing to absorb you. Before Zhao Tianxiong could respond, the pioneering minister, Lin Xian, interjected sharply. The losses of 2 waves of elite members from the Blood Alliance had already caused her considerable distress. Zhang Huairan was merely rubbing salt into her wounds. Not everyone could disregard the bonds of brotherhood within a guild. Zhang Huairan chuckled, mocking, "Oh, is Minister Ming now stepping into the role of president as consort? My Frenzied Battle Guild is replete with elites, unlike your guild, which seems to be resorting to desperate measures by hiring a mere level 16 novice. A mere artisan at that. Are you trying to amuse me, hoping to divide our Frenzied Battle Guild?" Chapter 23. The Shadow Demon Abyss. Where do you think you're inserting yourself? What? A level 16 artisan? Has the Blood Alliance gone mad? This is for clearing the highest difficulty dungeon. ISNT that akin to delivering a meal. A mere monster could take him out in an instant. The previous teams that had attempted the dungeon were at the pinnacle level of 25, donned in formidable gear, yet they had been utterly decimated. How could this child dare to venture forth? As Zhang Huairan's words faded, Lin Xian felt a multitude of probing gazes upon him, a flicker of rage flashing in his eyes, his smile turning increasingly gentle. President, it appears Lin Xian is oblivious to Lin Xian's level 16 status, Zhao Tianxiong thought, casting a questioning glance at her as he struggled to articulate his thoughts. The 2 waves of brothers we lost were all level 25, each adorned with no less than 5 pieces of golden gear. Yet, despite this, they could not emerge unscathed, and here stands Lin Xian. Zhao Tianxiong smacked his forehead, exclaiming, I forgot to inform Lin Xian beforehand. He promptly pulled her aside and recounted Lin Xian's solo battle against the bloodsucking Bee King. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian's eyes sparkled with newfound confidence. With the aid of her own elite members, passing through the dungeon would undoubtedly be achievable. President, what is happening here? This is no jest with the lives of our brothers. President, Minister, we do not wish to assist a level 16 artisan who is recklessly entering the dungeon. Once inside, there's no turning back. If we fail to clear it, death is the only outcome. There is but one life. And I am unwilling to gamble on the abilities of a level 16 artisan. Indeed, this fool may disregard his life, but we still value ours, President. The elite team of the Blood Alliance was evidently shocked by the reality of Lin Xian's level 16 status, having witnessed the fate of the previous 2 teams. How could they dare to take such a risk? Their strength is not significantly superior to that of the previous 2 teams. Just as Lin Xian was about to inform them of Lin Xian's capabilities, they heard Lin Xian's calm voice. President Zhao, I can handle the dungeon on my own. The more people there are, the more troublesome it becomes, and I am not accustomed to leading others. Just prepare the materials we discussed earlier. Lin Xian had evidently overheard the elite team's conversation, yet he could empathize. Entrusting his life to an unfamiliar adventurer was not something he could readily accept. Zhao Tianxiong was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. Lin Xian interjected, then it settled. Rest assured, I do not make a jest of my own life. Zhang Huairan let out a cold laugh and remarked, I am eager to see how a level 16 blacksmith manages to clear the dungeon. With that, he signaled his elite team to depart. Zhao Tianxiong's expression hardened as he shot a cold glance at him. Then there is no need for President Zhang to concern himself. Lin, my young friend, I appreciate your efforts. Lin Xian nodded slightly and proceeded towards the dungeon entrance. President Zhao, is this young friend the only one venturing into the dungeon? Lin Xian inquired, noticing Lin Xian alone approaching the instance. Indeed, I have faith in Lin, Zhao Tianxiong affirmed with a nod, rather than trusting Lin Xian's abilities. It was more a belief in the words of Zhao Peilon and Zhao Baichuan regarding Lin Xian. Lin Xian chuckled, Then I wish you smooth sailing. Should we seize the lead, do not be envious. Lin Xian strode directly towards the dungeon, while the elite team of the Frenzied Battle Guild lingered at the entrance, delaying their entry. Kid, how did Zhao Tianxiong manage to fool you? This is no place for a mere blacksmith, one of the team members jested. Our captain is joking. They simply go in to slay monsters and bribe their way through. Run home and drink your milk. If you perish, your mother would be heartbroken. Keep your distance. Little Blacksmith, the initial scout of Lin Xian's team, taunted, laughing mockingly. Lin Xian's expression turned icy as he glanced back at the Frenzied Battle Guild's direction, flashing a smile. You should be grateful to still be here. Grateful that we are not together inside the dungeon. With that, he brushed past them and calmly entered the dungeon. The Frenzied Battle team, now at a loss for words, could only follow him inside. The three guild leaders were all seasoned veterans over level 60, and Lin Xian was not someone they could easily provoke. Shadow Demon Abyss, level 15 to 25 dungeon, limited to 5 players. Suddenly, darkness enveloped him, and he found himself within the dungeon's confines. All uncharted dungeons do not offer difficulty selection. Upon entry, one faces the highest level, and exiting midway is impossible. A message flashed in his mind. Is this a level introduction? Description: this level consists of 5 distinct areas, each sealed off. Only by eliminating all monsters can one pass through. If too slow, there will be penalties. Additionally, beware of the ultimate entity lurking about. Lin Xian had heard tales of such introductions in uncharted dungeons, and today he finally witnessed it. Before him lay a seemingly bottomless hall, rather than a hall. It was more aptly described as a colossal corridor, with barriers every 200 meters. It appeared he had entered the first area. As Lin Xian stepped out of the safe zone, swarms of monsters materialized from thin air. They resembled birds, glowing with flames as they soared low. Scout. Firewing Demon Bird. Level 15. Health 18750, 18,750. Strength 820. Constitution 820. Agility 2,350. Spirit 2,670. Skills: Fireball, Rending Claw. Lin Xian smiled faintly, deeming this mere appetizer, just a small karami. With the activation of the Shanga Palace skill, he charged straight into the flock of birds. Damage numbers floated up around him, transforming a 160-meter radius into a realm of thunder and lightning, as numerous firewing demon bird carcasses plummeted to the ground. Lin Xian grinned widely, reveling in the joy of being besieged. Killed a multitude of firewing demon birds. Experience: 6454. Killed a multitude of firewing demon birds. Experience: 8,761. In less than a minute, every firewing demon bird lay utterly defeated, not a single one remaining. The barrier ahead vanished, and Lin Xian, unwilling to squander time, proceeded directly to the second segment of the area, again encountering firewing demon birds, albeit in greater numbers. In a mere minute and a half, he left behind a sea of corpses, acquired 89 firewing demon bird claws. Just as Lin Xian was about to enter the third segment, a shadowy, colossal figure appeared behind him. Its main body was the size of a giant elephant, but it was adorned with waving tendrils that resembled ribbons or tentacles, brandishing about with an ominous grandeur. Inspection: Shadow Demon Spirit. Level: Health, Attack, Skills. As Lin Xian stood dumbfounded, he witnessed the shadowy tendrils disperse and plunge into the ground, piercing upwards beneath him like stalagmites, the area too vast and densely packed. Lin Xian, caught unawares, was inadvertently grazed. Damage: 21,988. Startled, Lin Xian's expression tightened, his heart racing with trepidation, not due to the damage itself, but because of the chilling placement of the skill. Earth-shattering impact. At this moment, the earth-shattering impact's width reached 20 meters, and its length extended to 160 meters, charging directly towards the Shadow Demon Spirit and striking true. However, the Shadow Demon Spirit showed no reaction, vanishing in an instant. Lin Xian gnawed at his teeth in frustration, recalling the level S description, which warned to be cautious of its lurking presence. I shall crush you soon enough. Provoked, Lin Xian was eager to advance through the level, wasting no further time. With his own stats, what strategy was necessary? He could simply bulldoze through. The third, fourth, and fifth areas bore no difference from the previous, save for an increase in numbers. The fifth area boasted a staggering 800 firewing demon birds, a far greater challenge than the bloodthirsty swarm. While other teams might find themselves overwhelmed by the barrage of fireballs, Lin Xian faced no such dilemma. With a defense of 15,000, he could easily disregard these attacks, occasionally fending off the sporadic annoyances, yet he remained exceedingly relaxed. As the last firewing demon bird in the fifth area fell, the first level was deemed complete. Nevertheless, the rewards were quite substantial, as his constitution attribute surged by 2,000 points, and his health increased by 20,000 points. With the probability for the breakthrough hammer's limit lowered to a mere 191 points, Lin Xian felt immensely satisfied. More would be welcome. With a sigh, Lin Xian stepped through the luminous portal, entering the second level. Is this really happening? Chapter 24, Unconventional Combat, Invincible New Skills. Upon entering, Lin Xian beheld a colossal beast formed of stone, patrolling like a lord. Enveloped in a radiant blue aura, it was the external manifestation of its invincible state. At that moment, an introduction echoed in the air. Introduction. This level is in an invincible state, which can only be broken by shattering a sufficient number of obsidian crystals. Only normal attacks are effective. Furthermore, beware of the ultimate creature that may appear. Lin Xian surveyed his surroundings. He found himself in a pentagon-shaped hall, with rows of obsidian crystals glimmering ominously in the depths, behind the massive stone creature. To shatter the crystals, one must confront the stone beast. This posed quite a challenge, and Lin Xian wondered about the durability of the obsidian crystals. Rock Giant. Level, 25. Health, 155, 000, 155, 000. Strength, 9, 700. Constitution, 11, 000. Agility, 4, 000. Spirit, 4, 000. Skills, Rock Impact, Meteor Bomb Dive. While it seemed manageable, the mechanics were somewhat troublesome. First, Lin Xian assessed whether the invincible state was susceptible to dizziness. Before he could approach, the rock giant noticed him, swinging its arm with great force, sending 5 massive stones rumbling toward him. Fortunately, he was at a safe distance and evaded with ease. Earthquake Impact. The shockwave surged toward the rock giant from 100 meters away, its grandeur apparent. Yet it was all deflected by the blue aura. With no other option, Lin Xian charged forward. Energy coalesced in his hands, forming meteors that the rock giant hurled at him. He nimbly dodged left and right, evading each meteor, which detonated violently upon impact with the ground, sending debris flying and stinging his face. Thankfully, the rock giant's immense size rendered it somewhat clumsy as Lin Xian drew nearer. With a swift dash, he slipped under its arm and reached the obsidian crystals. He brandished his hammer and struck down. 10, 359? A single crystal has 50, 000 health? Lin Xian felt a pang of despair, realizing why those elite teams had faltered here. With his over 10,000 damage from a normal attack, it would take him 5 hits to destroy 1 crystal, not to mention the meteors and rock impacts that would intermittently rain down on him. Here it comes again. Lin Xian swiftly dodged another rock and pressed on to strike the crystal. 80, 80, 80, 80. Upon shattering 1 obsidian crystal, he noticed the blue aura surrounding the rock giant dim slightly. A glimmer of hope ignited within him, and he grew more determined. 2, 3, 4, until the 5th crystal shattered, finally dispelling its invincible state. After all this time, it's my turn now? Earthquake Impact. Dizziness. That's Palace. Lin Xian sprinted forward, dealing 80 damage repeatedly. The triggering of thunderous might, unable to break defenses, coupled with the instant damage from Death's Palace, resulted in a staggering loss of half his health in mere seconds. Lin Xian pressed on, a flash of blue light enveloping him as he entered an invincible state, his health gradually replenishing. Such tenacity. With no other option, Lin Xian swiftly retreated to the side of the obsidian crystal and continued his efforts. The colossal rock beast leaped into the air, crashing down towards Lin Xian with breathtaking speed. He narrowly dodged the center, only to be sent flying by the shockwave generated upon impact. Damn it! Lin Xian couldn't help but curse, yet he found himself helpless against the overwhelming force. Frustrated, he resumed shattering the crystals. 1, 2, 3. It was only after breaking 10 crystals that the invincible state finally dissipated. Time was of the essence. He had already regained 10 health points, leaving him with a total of 60 health points remaining. Earth-shattering impact. Dizziness. The ambush skill materialized before him. Ambush active. You can instantly appear within a 10-meter radius in front of an enemy unit that has previously taken damage from you. Cooldown 1 minute. Cost 200 mana. With a powerful combination from the thunder of the fallen palace, the colossal rock beast, still boasting over 90,000 health points, was swiftly eliminated. You have slain the rock beast, gaining 21,033 experience points. Constitution 1. Strength 1. Acquired material. Core of the Colossal Rock X1. Core of the Colossal Rock. Equipment material for level 25 to 30. Can be used to forge strength-based weapons and defense-oriented armor. Acquired equipment. Rock Gauntlet X1. Fortunately, the rock beast did not possess an excessive amount of health. Otherwise, it would have been a troublesome endeavor. Lin Xian couldn't help but reflect, given the mechanism just witnessed. Should he fail to eliminate it in one go, the next attempt would require him to break double the number of crystals, thus consuming more time. And the beast would continue to heal. Teams with low burst damage stood no chance in this encounter. Lin Xian toyed with the core of the colossal rock before stashing it away in his backpack. If no valuable items dropped, the worth of this dungeon would indeed be limited. Time to grind levels. The monsters were not overly abundant, and if no good materials or equipment dropped, what would the adventurers gain? Rock Gauntlet. Slot. Offhand. Quality. Gold. Strength. 800. Attack. 1,300. Trait. Dive. After casting this skill, leap into the void and descend rapidly, striking the ground with your weapon. Inflicts damage within a 10-meter radius, dealing 300 attack power. Cooldown 10 minutes. Cost, 3,000 mana. Lin Xian picked up the gauntlet. At first glance, despite its gold quality, it seemed rather unremarkable even with its special trait. Upon closer inspection, he mused, was it truly so ordinary? Did it even deserve the gold classification? To learn it or not? This was the dilemma Lin Xian faced. To learn it? The skill appeared rather mundane. To not learn it? The panel seemed unlikely to fetch a high price. After much deliberation, he decided to go ahead and learn it. Lin Xian realized his active skills were too few, and if the optimization didn't work out, it would end up collecting dust like the hammer skill. He might as well consider it as dismantling equipment. Without further ado, Lin Xian activated his talent. Enveloped in silver radiance, he succeeded in a matter of seconds. The rock gauntlet transformed into several shards of rock. Lin Xian indifferently examined the newly acquired skill, Unyielding Dive. Upon activation of this skill, the user leaps into the void, pausing briefly before plunging downwards at high speed, striking the ground with their weapon. This inflicts damage within a radius of 10 meters, with an attack power of 800, and grants invincibility during the skill's execution. The cooldown period is 10 minutes, consuming 800 mana points. Lin Xian, overwhelmed with joy, exclaimed in disbelief. He had previously underestimated the power of this skill, which was indeed an invincible technique, marking his first of such caliber. Furthermore, the skill's description indicated a sufficiently lengthy invincibility period and substantial damage output. The longer cooldown was inconsequential, as upgrades were possible. This was true invincibility. His fortune was soaring. His talent was extraordinary. The celestial furnace of the universe was magnificent. Ecstatic, Lin Xian stepped through the light portal, entering the next level. With this skill alone, his venture was already worthwhile. As the scene shifted, he found himself in the third challenge. Introduction. This level tests one's intellect and reflexes. You must either discover the method or soar across. Be warned, delay may incur penalties. Was this introduction truly lacking? At that moment, he stood upon a broken cliff, gazing across at a platform that appeared to be inhabited by a creature resembling a humanoid eagle, its massive wings extending dramatically. They exchanged a slow, intense gaze, separated by hundreds of meters, with only a swaying suspension bridge connecting them. Cautiously, Lin Xian treaded upon the bridge, only to see the creature's wings flap, unleashing a barrage of feather blades towards him. Instinctively, he pivoted and retreated to the platform. The already dilapidated bridge was effortlessly severed into fragments by the feather blades, plummeting into the abyss. How was he to cross this chasm? Chapter 25. The Hammer of Control is truly tempting, a flying tool. In the Falling Moon Mountain Range, as three teams entered the dungeon, Zhang Huairan retrieved a shadow stone from his backpack, causing the elite team of the Mad Warriors Guild to materialize in the air. What? Zhao Tianxiong gazed at Zhang Huairan in astonishment, never expecting him to invest such a significant resource in a dungeon for players around level 20. The shadow stone actually comes in pairs. One is carried into the dungeon or secret realm, while the other allows the bearer to observe the scene within. Its value is self-evident, a treasure for pioneering dungeons or exploring secret realms, exceedingly rare. Major factions remain tight-lipped about how to acquire shadow stones. Yes, the Blood Alliance possesses some, but they have yet to indulge in using them for a level 15 or 25 dungeon. It's crucial to note that if the team entering the dungeon faces annihilation, the pair of shadow stones becomes utterly useless. With a hint of pride, Zhang Huairan cast a sidelong glance at Zhao Tianxiong and remarked, being so impoverished, perhaps it would be better to disband the guild and retire comfortably at home. This dungeon shall be mine to conquer. Lin Xian, slightly embarrassed, smiled at Zhao Tianxiong and also produced a shadow stone. The members of the Blood Alliance exchanged glances, rendered speechless. No wonder they had brought two elite teams. They had only entered one team thus far. Dream Lotus suddenly realized, President Zhao, please join us to observe. Lin Xian graciously invited Zhao Tianxiong and the others. Without hesitation, they approached, and as they drew near, Lin Xian leaned in mysteriously to whisper to Zhao Tianxiong. Haven't you heard the news? What news? Zhao Tianxiong inquired, puzzled. There are whispers that the dungeons appearing in the Falling Moon Mountain Range are no ordinary trials. There may be significant secrets behind them. Ah, no wonder you all have such a grand secret. Lin Xian remarked with an expression that implied disbelief. If I knew what the secret was, would I even tell you? Enough of the chatter. Let us see if there is anything extraordinary. Zhao Tianxiong found himself speechless. With everything you just said, what could I possibly add? He could only turn his gaze towards the image projected by the shadow stone. At this moment, the elite team of the Fire Beacon Guild had reached the third area of the first checkpoint. The elite team was composed of a balanced configuration, a shield warrior, a support, an archer, and two mages. The shield warrior strategically occupied a corner, guarding four fragile teammates behind him, while the mages and archer unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks, and the support remained nervously vigilant, not daring to let their guard down for a moment. The recent event had sent a chill down Lin Xian's spine. If they were to suffer total annihilation now, it would render the shadow stone utterly pointless. Everyone was utterly absorbed in the projection, having just vanquished the last of the fire-winged magical birds. when a sudden bolt of lightning struck the 5 of them from above, leaving them gravely wounded. The archer was on the brink of death, but fortunately, no further damage ensued. Only now did they truly clear the first checkpoint, and a collective sigh of relief escaped their lips. Zhao Tianxiong couldn't help but exclaim, and this is just the first checkpoint. It's already so arduous. 800 fire-winged magical birds, truly a formidable challenge for them. That last lightning strike must have been a punishment mechanism, right? As a seasoned player above level 60, his insight was undoubtedly remarkable. Lin Xian nodded in agreement, suddenly wondering aloud, I wonder how Lin is faring now? Zhao Tianxiong felt a wave of concern as well. His understanding of Lin Xian's abilities was limited to what he had heard from Zhao Peilon and Zhao Baichuan, and he had never witnessed them firsthand. A sense of unease settled within him. How was Lin Xian faring at this moment? Oh no, there's no escape. Lin Xian had finally located a mechanism on the platform, and with a thunderous roar from the cliff below, a series of stone pillars, as thick as round tables, rose irregularly to the opposite side. Just as he thought he had found a path, a fierce gale swept in as he jumped onto the first stone pillar. Had it not been for Lin Xian's quick reflexes, he would have been swept off the cliff. Was he really going to perish here? Lin Xian's complexion shifted like a painter's palette, alternating between hues of blue and white. Well, no one is watching anyway, he muttered. With a swift motion, he activated his skill, the Skybreaker Hammer. The colossal hammer hovered in midair, and as Lin Xian stood upon its surface, his thoughts guided it to propel him directly across. The skill description read, Skybreaker Hammer, allows low-altitude movement with the hammer, entering a state of invulnerability for 1 minute. Speed increases with agility. Deals 500 wind damage to enemies in the path. Cooldown time, 10 minutes. Consumes 10 mana points per second. The harpy flapped its wings furiously, the chilling winds brushing against Lin Xian, yet failing to dislodge him even slightly. Standing confidently upon the giant hammer, he felt a surge of triumph within. As he neared the opposite shore, he cast a probing glance forward. The harpy's attributes were comparable to those of a rock giant, which posed little concern. The Skybreaker Hammer skill lasted a full minute, yet he only required a mere 10 seconds to reach the other side. Coupled with the inherent 500 wind damage from the skill, Lin Xian, ever the resourceful one, circled around the harpy while maintaining his flight on the hammer. As the skill duration concluded, the harpy fell to the ground. The harpy has been slain, granting 22 for 162 experience points. Constitution Attribute 1. Strength Attribute 1. Acquired 50 fragments of harpy feathers. Harpy feather fragments. Components for a flying item. Collect 300 to synthesize a complete item. Zhao Tianxiong has struck gold this time. Flying items are exceedingly rare, transcending terrain and engaging foes, and most importantly, they exude an air of elegance. Who among the adventurers does not yearn for the skies? Who does not revel in the notion of flight? Without a flying item, one may still rely on personal strength to soar after the third class change. Yet achieving level 75 for such a transformation is a formidable challenge. Just behold the scarcity of third-class powerhouses visible throughout Huagua. A dungeon that consistently yields flying items holds immeasurable value, as long as one has not undergone the third-class change. Even seasoned players at levels 50 or 60 would surely be intrigued. If one cannot partake, surely the younger generation and students can? It seems that Jinbei City is destined for excitement. Lin Xian chuckled softly. After all, it bore little significance to him, so he resolved to continue progressing through the dungeon. Old Shun, your team's burst damage is rather insufficient. Look, alas, the health has returned to full. Are you ever going to stop? If you want to keep watching, then please be quiet. Lin Xian was quite vexed by Zhao Tianxiong's incessant chatter. At that moment, the Fanhwa team was navigating treacherous circumstances. The obsidian crystals were immune to skills, forcing them to rely solely on the shield warrior and archer to balance the fight. They were not like Lin Xian, who could effortlessly strike again and again. The two mages were exceedingly fragile, unable to draw aggro too aggressively, which meant the archer and shield warrior had to constantly be vigilant, dodging the skills hurled by the rock giant. After finally shattering 5 crystals, they had not dealt much damage before the invincibility state was restored. The next wave of crystals had barely been damaged when their health returned to full once again. At this juncture, they could only take it one step at a time, grateful that the attack frequency of this level was not excessively high and that the skills were somewhat easier to evade. Otherwise, given their current state, it seemed unlikely they would clear the level. Lin Xian lamented, feeling sympathy not only for the 5 members, but also for the Shadow Stone. Zhao Tianxiong reassured him, do not worry too much, as long as they hold on. If another team manages to clear the level, they could be ejected. He still held a glimmer of hope for Lin Xian. Given the current 2 levels, it should not prove too challenging for Lin Xian, who could solo the Bloodstained Queen. Assuming Baichuan was not exaggerating. Let us hope so, Dad. I just sneaked a peek at the Mad Warrior Guild. They are also stuck on this level. Zhao Baichuan whispered conspiratorially to Zhao Tianxiong. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianxiong shot him a glare, feigning innocence. What are you sneaking about for? Uncle Shun is not a stranger. Is it not merely that the Mad Warriors are also stuck here? What is there to hide? Really? That makes me feel much better. Xian sighed in relief. Feeling a sense of equilibrium restored, Zhao Baichuan rolled his eyes at the two, continuing to watch the Fanhua team leap amidst the rock giant, desperately fighting for survival. Lin Xian, at this moment, stepped into the light circle, entering the final level. Shadow Demon, I have arrived. At last, I can avenge this grievance. Chapter 26. I wait. What are you waiting for? Upon entering the luminous circle, I found myself in the arena of the final challenge. Before me stood a colossal altar, and within it lay the ultimate foe, Shadow Demon Spirit. Level 25, Health 330, 000 330, 000, Strength 9, 010, Constitution 8, 240, Agility 12, 500, Spirit 11, 100. Skills: Spinning Charge, Dark Earth Spike, Tentacle Assault, Demon Cannon. Description: Beware of the ground. Here we go again. Can you believe this? Before I could fully assess the situation, I sensed a surge of energy from beneath my feet. Without hesitation, I unleashed a seismic impact, stunning the Shadow Demon Spirit in place. Activating my ambush skill, I materialized before it, delivering a devastating blow with my thunderous strike, the damage exploding instantaneously. In mere seconds, I triggered the passive effect of Thunderous Strike twice, instantly depleting nearly 100,000 of the demon spirit's health. Noticing it was regaining its senses, I swiftly retreated several dozen meters, ensuring I remained within the radius of its passive effects, quietly observing its futile struggles. Whether the demon was anxious or not mattered little to me. I felt no urgency. Its defense was not as formidable as in the previous stages. With my ability to disregard 50 points of defense and dealing over 30,000 damage with Thunderous Strike, triggering every 2 to 3 seconds, its 330,000 health would soon be a mere memory. 20 seconds was more than sufficient. Suddenly, the Shadow Demon Spirit propped itself up with its tentacles, elevating its form while rapidly gathering a massive sphere of energy aimed directly at me. I attempted to evade, but alas, with my agility barely exceeding 1,000, I was powerless to escape. This must be the Demon Cannon skill. Time to test my new ability. Fearless Dive. In an instant, I leapt into the air, the Shadow Demon Spirit appearing diminutive in my view. As the Demon Cannon was unleashed, I plunged downwards, weapon in hand, crashing into the demon with immense force. The impact created a massive pit, 10 meters wide and 5 meters deep, sending cracks radiating outwards for 160 meters. Fearless Dive, upon activation. This skill propels the user into the void, pausing briefly before descending at high speed, striking the ground with their weapon. It inflicts damage within a 10-meter radius, with an attack power of 800, rendering the user invulnerable during the skill's execution. The cooldown period is 10 minutes, costing 800 mana points. As I emerged from the chasm, I marveled at the sheer destructive power I had unleashed. Observing the critically wounded Shadow Demon Spirit preparing to unleash another skill, I remained unfazed. 3, 2, 1. Down it went, emitting a despairing roar as its massive form collapsed, gradually transforming into that of a human female. She gazed at me, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions, mingling apology with a sense of relief. It was as if she wished to convey something, her lips moving silently, yet no sound emerged. I could only surmise she was uttering words of gratitude and remorse. Then she fell, lifeless. Of course, this interpretation was merely a guess based on her lip movements. I could not be certain. Yet, such details were trivial now. What mattered was that this transaction had been completed. Defeated the Shadow Demon Spirit. Experience gained. 27, 421. Constitution Attribute 1. Strength Attribute 1. Wait, what? No loot. Wasn't this supposed to be the final encounter? After waiting several minutes without receiving a completion notification, I was left utterly perplexed. Was there still another challenge ahead? Suddenly, the corpse of the Shadow Demon was slowly absorbed by the altar, which emanated a dark aura. Someone has slain my little toy. How intriguing, exceedingly intriguing, haha. The black mist gradually coalesced into a human silhouette, which, after surveying its surroundings, fixed its gaze upon Lin Xian. Is it you? The one who killed my toy? Lin Xian felt a wave of confusion. Did this quest truly alter the storyline? He scrutinized the somewhat ethereal figure before him. It resembled a human, yet his instincts warned him otherwise. Magic Lord's avatar projection, level, health, constitution, strength, agility, intelligence, skills, description. It seems to still possess a strike of power. Young one, what do you wish to know? Speak up, and perhaps, if I am in a good mood, I might divulge it to you. The projection, seemingly aware of Lin Xian's hesitation, spoke with a smirk. Lin Xian, unsure of how to engage with this sudden apparition, could only respond nonchalantly. Who is this master? Where does he hail from? And where is he bound? The projection paused, its expression shifting to one of fury. Insect, do you dare mock me? No. I merely admire your elegance, your striking presence, your formidable physique, and your strikingly refined features. Lin Xian retorted, silence. You have indeed succeeded in inciting my wrath. The black aura surrounding the projection trembled violently. Lin Xian shrugged and raised his hands in a gesture of innocence. What else can I do? Are you seeking your demise? With a furious roar, the projection unleashed a cataclysmic surge of black mist, hurtling towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian clapped his hands together, grinning. Such an adorable little fool. I await your skills. What do you await? Enough. Dive into the fray. Lin Xian leapt into the air, surveying the battlefield below, where a thick black fog enveloped the entire arena. Bang, bang, bang. The air was filled with the sounds of explosive detonations from within the black mist. Goodness, a full-screen attack. Lin Xian rejoiced, realizing that the time he had suspended in the air had ended. He swiftly descended, weapon in hand, crashing down upon the projection. Boom. Ah, insect. We shall meet again. Lin Xian observed as the projection dissipated in defeat. You have slain the avatar projection, gained 53 for 123 experience points. Constitution Attribute 1. Strength Attribute 1. Acquired 3 shards of the Magic Core. Magic Core Shard. Can be refined to obtain a small amount of free attributes. Acquired 1 Shadow Demon Core. Shadow Demon Core. Can be used to access the Shadow Demon Dungeon. Can be bound to a master. Level 16, 17. With a sigh of relief, Lin Xian noted that this entity seemed to lack defenses. Otherwise, he would have been defeated. He relaxed, recognizing that this was his first encounter with a storyline-driven dungeon. This must be deemed a successful venture. As he toyed with the Shadow Demon Core, he fell into a contemplative silence. Collect. Instantly, the entire dungeon trembled violently. Darkness enveloped him, and he found himself on a platform in the falling moon mountains. The dungeon's aura transformed into a streak of light, shooting into the Shadow Demon Core. Observing the other 2 teams from outside the platform, all eyes were fixated on the elite squad struggling at the second checkpoint, their movements abruptly halting as they vanished into the instance. They reappeared in the falling moon mountains. They emerged. How could they all have exited? Obviously, they must have successfully cleared the level. Our guild's team has only reached the second checkpoint. Could it be that the Flame Guild's group has completed it? Their expressions hardly indicate that. Members of the Berserk Guild whispered among themselves. It was not just them. All present from the Blood Alliance and the Flame Guild were equally perplexed. The 2 elite teams, engaged in clearing the instance, gazed bewilderedly in the direction of their guilds. Chapter 27. Clearing the Shadow Demon Core. Zhao Baichuan, brimming with excitement, tugged at Zhao Tianxiong's arm. Dad, Lin Xian has emerged. He must have cleared it. Ha ha. I knew he would succeed. Zhao Tianxiong, equally overjoyed, headed toward Lin Xian's direction. Ha ha ha. My young friend Lin, you have worked hard this time. It was my duty to assist, Lin Xian replied with poise and a smile. Zhao Baichuan interjected, if not for my insufficient level, I would have loved to join you and witness it firsthand. The 4 members of the Blood Alliance, initially meant to aid Lin Xian, were now trembling with astonishment. Their shock unmistakable. Good heavens, why? He is only level 16. You forgot to mention that he is merely a blacksmith. A level 16 blacksmith. Although I know it's unreasonable, how could he possibly clear it? I still cannot comprehend how he succeeded. Zhang Huairan finally regained his composure. Disbelief etched across his face as he stared fixedly at Lin Xian, murmuring, impossible, absolutely impossible. How could a level 16 blacksmith clear a level 25 high difficulty instance? Zhao Tianxiong, buoyed by joy, found greater delight in Zhang Huairan's irritation. Shouldn't Chairman Zhao express gratitude for Lin's life-saving assistance? Without Lin, your losses would have extended beyond 5 elites to include a pair of invaluable shadow stones. Lin Xian, is it? We shall see each other again. Zhang Huairan sneered coldly at Lin Xian, leading the disgruntled members of the Berserk Guild away. At this moment, Shin Xian approached Lin Xian with the elite team, cautioning, young friend Lin, it would be wise to remain vigilant. Zhang Huairan is not a man of broad mind. By the way, I must extend our gratitude. Had it not been for you, our Flame Guild would have suffered greatly this time. He then exchanged knowing glances with the 5 elite members, who understood the implication. Thank you again, Brother Lin. Without you, we would surely have perished within. One of the 5 spoke gratefully. Lin Xian waved dismissively, responding nonchalantly, Chairman Shun, you are too kind. I merely fulfilled my agreement with Chairman Zhao. Noticing Lin Xian's growing impatience, Zhao Baichuan discreetly nudged Zhao Tianxiong, saying, Dad, it's time we head back. Let us chat with Uncle Shun. Wouldn't it be more comfortable to visit the Flame Guild or our Blood Alliance next time? That rascal. Very well then, old Shun, we will converse another day. Indeed, I hope to collaborate with you, young friend Lin, in the future. Senior Shun, you are too courteous. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to command. Polite banter was certainly within Lin Xian's capabilities. After all, he was a formidable figure of over level 60. There was no harm in being courteous. The crowd each stepped onto the temporary teleportation array to return, and the falling moon mountains gradually regained their former tranquility. Upon his return to the Blood Alliance Guild, Lin Xian wasted no time and promptly presented the core of the Shadow Demon Nest to Zhao Tianxiong. Upon receiving it, Zhao Tianxiong seemed to recall something and inquired, Did you encounter anything particularly noteworthy in the dungeon, my young friend Lin Xian? Noticing Lin Xian's puzzled expression, he elaborated. Is there anything that stood out? Well, let me think. Does particularly lewd behavior count? Lin Xian replied with a touch of humor. Zhao Tianxiong, momentarily speechless, thumped his thigh and bluntly stated, Isn't this what that old scoundrel Shin Xian hinted at, saying this dungeon was extraordinary and held some deep secrets? Realization dawned upon Lin Xian regarding the nature of the inquiry. A great secret? After a moment of contemplation, he began, I was actually preparing to discuss this with you. President Zhao. After defeating the harpies in the third checkpoint, they dropped fragments of flying items, which you know are quite precious. Zhao Tianxiong's body quivered with excitement as he stood up, his right hand clutching the core of the shadow demon nest, trembling slightly. Are you serious? Absolutely, Lin Xian replied, retrieving a piece of the harpy feather fragment from his bag and handing it to Zhao Tianxiong. I hope, once you manage the dungeon, you might allow me to run it a few more times to collect a complete flying item. After examining the feather fragment's description, Zhao Tianxiong returned it to Lin Xian and slowly sat down. Of course, once everything is settled, you may come any time. However, I fear this dungeon might be too much for my guild alone. Lin Xian understood the implication. Flying items did not have level restrictions, and once word got out about this, it was likely that all players below level 75 would flock to it. Although players over level 25 could not enter the dungeon, they could still procure the items at high prices, hire others to play, or send their own level 25 players to participate. For someone of Zhao Tianxiong's level 68 prowess, monopolizing this opportunity was utterly impossible. Lin Xian quickly reasoned that the dungeon would likely remain unsettled for some time. He reassured himself, thinking, I possess the flying hammer skill, so I am sufficiently equipped for now. There is no rush. With a bashful demeanor, Lin Xian gently reminded, as President Zhao understands, since the task is completed, I should be on my way. Before he could finish, Zhao Baichuan stepped forward, wrapping an arm around Lin Xian's shoulder and ushering him out. Come on. I've already prepared everything. Let me take you. You know, I picked out many materials just for you. Hey, Zhao Baichuan, your enthusiasm seems a bit excessive. Brother Lin, isn't it only natural for me to be enthusiastic? I need to cling to your coattails. I don't believe it. Speak up. What do you want? Look, you're already level 16, and I'm only level 5. Could you spare a bit of pity and help me out? Wait, I'm actually level 17. Helping you level up is not out of the question, but it comes at the cost of 1 ton of materials per level. How does that sound? Zhao Tianxiong watched their retreating figures with a bemused shake of his head. Then, he pinched the bridge of his nose in frustration. This dungeon was quite a hot potato. Upon returning home, he found that Lin Mo had yet to finish school. In one's own abode, be it a golden nest or a silver one, is incomparable. Lin Xian reclined comfortably on the sofa, gazing at the bulging backpack filled with materials, a wave of accomplishment washing over him. With this, he could finally upgrade his profession. Once he ascended to the black iron level, he could forge himself anew. The thought tightened Lin Xian's body, his muscles and bones protesting, voicing their reluctance to undergo the forging process. Gritting his teeth, Lin Xian muttered to himself, a little pain could enhance his attribute points. Where else could one find such a favorable opportunity? What more could he possibly desire? Speaking of attribute points, Lin Xian suddenly recalled the magic core fragments he obtained in the dungeon. Magic core fragment can yield a small amount of free attributes after refinement. However, it did not specify the method of refinement, nor did he know if his heavenly furnace would suffice. Chapter 28. Ascending to black iron level, forging oneself. Strength amplified. Let us give it a try. Activating his talent, a tremendous roar echoed as the colossal furnace materialized before him. Lin Xian retrieved 3 magic core fragments from his backpack, and with a mere thought, the fragments were swiftly absorbed into the furnace. A thunderous sound ensued, and the furnace began to rotate. After 10 seconds, it ceased its motion. An orb of energy erupted from within the furnace, hovering before Lin Xian. Inspection. Attribute energy. Absorption grants an increase of 300 free attributes. Astonishing. Just 3 fragments yielded such a significant boost. Lin Xian marveled at the prospect of what 100 fragments might achieve. He dared not dwell on it. Without further ado, he absorbed the energy and allocated it to his agility attribute, which was currently the lowest on his panel, manifesting as his most evident shortcoming. Having dealt with the magic core fragments, Lin Xian emptied his backpack of the 3 tons of materials provided by the Blood Alliance, as well as all the forging materials he had gathered himself, strewn across the living room floor. There was much to be done. Ascending to the black iron level as a forger was no simple task, and even with Lin Xian's forging speed, he would likely find himself quite exhausted. After all, each forging session demanded considerable energy. Brother, you're back. How was your day? Was it smooth? Lin Mo exclaimed upon entering their home, finding Lin Xian lost in thought while staring at the pile of materials on the floor. Is this what the Blood Alliance provided? What do you mean provided? It was a trade. I assisted them in exploration, and they compensated me with materials. Quite reasonable. Lin Xian corrected Lin Mo, feeling a tad disgruntled. Lin Mo remained speechless, wearing an expression that suggested Lin Xian had the final say. All right then, are you going out again? The college entrance examination is only 8 or 9 days away. Isn't it? Lin Xian lazily sprawled back on the sofa, responding nonchalantly, not for the time being. I need to focus on my profession upgrade first. I expect to be home for a few days. That's good to hear. You've been busy for so long. You deserve a proper rest. Lin Mo wholeheartedly agreed, with Lin Xian staying home. Each time Lin Xian ventured out, he was filled with anxiety. Time flew by. Apprentice blacksmith, black iron level forger, phew. After 5 arduous days, he finally leveled up. Wiping away a non-existent bead of sweat from his forehead, Lin Xian couldn't help but click his tongue. The proficiency required for this profession was more challenging to attain than he had anticipated. The 3 tons of materials obtained from the Blood Alliance Guild are nearly depleted. And aside from the core of the giant rock, all the materials I gathered through my own efforts have been consumed, barely allowing me to ascend to the black iron level. I cannot fathom how those blacksmiths of platinum rank managed to endure such trials. Lin Xian dared not dwell on it. Possessing the innate talent of the heavenly furnace, forging has become relatively effortless for me, albeit still requiring considerable energy. It took me 5 days and a significant quantity of materials just to reach the black iron level. I fear that aside from the major powers and large corporations, smaller factions are unlikely to sustain the cost of nurturing blacksmiths, as the return on investment appears far too low. It must be said, if platinum-level blacksmiths continue to lose their appeal, this profession may truly face extinction. During these 5 days, Lin Xian conducted numerous experiments, eager to discover whether he could successfully transform the unique equipment he crafted, utilizing his innate talent's conversion capabilities. If he succeeded, it would be a remarkable leap forward. Just imagine, identifying one's weaknesses and creating equipment to compensate for them, only to absorb the enhancements through his talent, a truly tantalizing prospect. However, while the idea was beautiful, reality proved to be harsh. The truth was that he was chasing after an unattainable dream. If it didn't work out, it was of little concern. He could always grind for materials or purchase them directly. Lin Xian had not held too high expectations. It was merely a sense of reluctance that compelled him to try. Now that he had successfully leveled up, it was time to proceed. Taking several deep breaths, he summoned the heavenly furnace. Come on, let the storm rage even more fiercely. 30 minutes later, Lin Xian, feeling as limp as a noodle, found himself sprawled on the floor of the living room, clad in black and frothing at the mouth. He assumed a position reminiscent of the character Tai. Each involuntary spasm caused fragments of blackened skin to fall away, revealing his healthy and robust muscles beneath. Struggling to lift his body proved futile, so he crawled slowly toward the bathroom like a tortoise. He tumbled into the bathtub and filled it with hot water, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. Unlike last time, when he had been caught by Lin Mo due to his lack of experience, he was fortunate that Lin Mo had not yet returned. Why did this ordeal seem to drag on longer than before? Lin Xian was speechless. Last time it had only lasted 10 minutes, but this time it was a full 30. Do you know what I endured during these 30 minutes? I hope this suffering was not in vain. Panel, name, Lin Xian, occupation, blacksmith, level, 16, occupation level, black iron blacksmith, health, 221830, 221,830, mana, 87880, 87,880, attack power, 31,068, defense power, 22,183, constitution, 22,183, strength, 9356468, agility, 61453073, spirit, 8,788, innate skills, NA. His constitution regained from 1 point to 2 points, and all skill proficiencies advanced to mastery level, significantly increasing damage, enhancing the effects, and reducing cooldown times. Chapter 29, Forged Stone, Orc Cave. Lin Xian stared blankly at his panel, rendered speechless for a long while. In this endeavor of self-forging, each of my 4 core attributes surged by an impressive 5,000 points. Even my previously lacking agility attribute now stands at 6,145 points, and with the passive enhancement from dexterity, which grants an additional 50 points. My total agility has reached a remarkable 9,218 points. It is worth noting that a typical level 30 practitioner, without any extraordinary opportunities, usually maintains a single attribute focus around 5,000 points. The increase in strength compared to before is nothing short of exponential. All skills have been upgraded to mastery level, and my talent, the Heavenly Furnace, has ascended to level 2, enhancing the Constitution attribute gained from kills from 1 point to 2 points. Other aspects remain unchanged. My health has reached 220,000, and my average damage exceeds 30,000. Take, for instance, a few area skills. Their coverage has transformed from the original 10 meters to an astounding 100 meters, making future dungeon raids and secret explorations as effortless as breathing. In stark contrast to the previous struggles of drawing near, now, I can unleash devastating attacks from a considerable distance. Furthermore, the damage of my primary output skills has significantly increased. The damage per second of the Shanga skill has risen from 3 to 6, while the passive damage of Thunderous Might has surged by 300. Without even considering other skills, the output of these two alone is utterly sufficient. With my current stats, the Shanga skill can achieve over 13,000 damage per second, and when Thunderous Might activates, the damage can reach nearly 250,000 per second, with a 60 activation probability. Against the Shadow Demon, it would take a mere 2 to 3 seconds. Who could rival such power? The Earth-Shattering Strike has a linear attack range of 700 meters, allowing one to escape 3 miles ahead, not to mention the enhancements to other passive skills and the reduction in cooldowns. This marks a significant update to my stats. The only minor drawback is that the Heavenly Hammer has yet to advance to the Black Iron level, which leaves me, slightly obsessive-compulsive, feeling quite unsettled. Extending my right hand, the Heavenly Hammer materializes within my grasp. I summon the furnace. With a mere thought, the hammer is drawn within. The promotion information immediately appears. Weapon, Heavenly Hammer. Promotion requirement, upgrade to Black Iron level. Promotion material, Refined Stone X2. What exactly is this refined stone? I gaze at the promotion material, utterly perplexed. Refined stone? It sounds completely unfamiliar. Resolutely, I search the trading platform. Indeed, it is available for purchase, but the price makes me grimace. 3 million for such a small piece? Have they lost their minds? 2 pieces would amount to 6 million, a sum I cannot afford. It would be far better to farm for it myself. I wonder which dungeon might yield this material. Consulting the vast knowledge of this world, I focus particularly on the Jinbei City region. After a thorough search, I uncover that the Orc Cave, a level 15 to 25 dungeon, drops it as a final reward on Hell difficulty. This presents a dilemma, as it is controlled by the Berserker Guild. My brow furrows. This world seems rather small. I am not afraid, but I do find the situation bothersome. Nevertheless, I shall proceed. The members stationed at the dungeon likely do not recognize me. As a mere minor character, whether they remember my name is questionable. Engaging in a normal transaction to enter the dungeon is all that is required. Besides this dungeon, the only other place to acquire refined stones is the Demon Suppression Academy, located within the same province. Lin Xian pondered whether to wait, but the pressing matter was that the dungeon was designed for levels 25 and 35, while he was merely at level 17, rendering entry impossible for the time being. With only 4 days remaining until the college entrance examination, there was still time to prepare. The following day, outside the north gate of Jinbei City, a figure darted swiftly forward. Lin Xian. He muttered to himself, the crazy battle guild must be quite unwell. They didn't relocate the dungeon back to the guild, and there's no teleportation array. The journey stretched at least 50 kilometers ahead, but fortunately, the guild had taken the initiative to construct a path leading directly to the Orc Forest. The forest itself had been named after the Orc Cave dungeon. Likely due to the guild's frequent clearing of the area, he encountered no formidable beasts along the way. Before long, Lin Xian arrived at his destination, the Orc Mountains. From a distance, he noticed a small outpost surrounding the dungeon, but it appeared eerily desolate, with only a handful of individuals meandering about. He surmised they were members of their own guild. Having arrived, he decided not to dwell on it further and approached directly. Before he could utter a word, he sensed a probing presence directed at him. Lin Xian frowned in distaste, the sensation fleeting. He thought to himself, this crazy battle guild certainly lives up to its name. They are all cut from the same cloth. Suddenly, a voice broke the silence. What do we have here? A level 17 blacksmith. Did you cry when you encountered a beast on your way? The station personnel laughed heartily, drawing the attention of several nearby workers. A level 17 blacksmith? Which guild or family do you belong to? Kid, we're the ones who were supposed to level you up. Why have you come alone? Lin Xian maintained his composure and replied coolly, I am all alone. May I inquire about the entrance fee? The guard was taken aback and reflexively responded, 100,000 gold coins per entry. Realizing the absurdity of his situation, he became indignant. Wait a minute, kid. You, a mere blacksmith, think you can solo this level 15 to 25 dungeon? Lin Xian, unwilling to let any distractions hinder his quest for the blacksmith stone, ignored the provocation and produced his currency card, handing it over. I wish to enter twice. As the guard processed the transaction, he continued to jabber. Kid, I bet you'll only need to enter once. You 1T survive the second time. If you die, the Crazy Battle Guild 1T take responsibility for your burial. After receiving the currency card, Lin Xian turned and proceeded toward the dungeon entrance, deeming it unnecessary to engage further with such an individual. Observing Lin Xian's indifference as he entered the dungeon, the guard gritted his teeth and muttered, Humph, so arrogant. I'll let you be for now, but you'll soon meet your end. Orc Cave, level requirement 15 to 25, 5 players. Please select difficulty. Easy, normal, hard, master, hell. Hell difficulty. Other difficulties were not even a consideration given Lin Xian's prowess. The cave was a vast descent, with thick torches illuminating the walls every meter. Standing at the top, Lin Xian could clearly see a multitude of tents scattered below, with numerous orcs bustling about. After a quick estimation, he noted around 200 orcs were present. With a serene smile, he activated his skills and began his descent as if taking a leisurely stroll. What a thrill, he thought, as he prepared for the impending challenge. The thunder cage swiftly enveloped all the orcs, resulting in their instantaneous annihilation. Before Lin Xian could take more than a few steps, this layer of orcs had been entirely vanquished. Killed a significant number of orcs. Experience 23413. Constitution attribute 404. Strength attribute 23. The experience gained was commendable, though no materials dropped, which was regrettable. With each kill, he accrued 2 points in Constitution, greatly enhancing his efficiency and growth. Lin Xian smiled faintly. If the subsequent levels were akin to this one, he might very well achieve a level up by the time he completed this run. The entire cave seemed to descend, presumably leading to the deepest depths. Chapter 30, Hidden Dungeon Passage. The second layer was unremarkable, featuring even more orcs than the first. Predominantly at level 20, yet still failed to stir the slightest ripple. Lin Xian remained unfazed, dispatching foes from a distance of 1,000 meters. Killed a significant number of orcs. Experience 43254. Constitution attribute 490. Strength attribute 27. Once again, besides the satisfactory experience, nothing else was dropped. It was no wonder this dungeon felt so desolate. The ticket price was twice that of other dungeons of equal level. After arduous efforts to clear it, no materials or equipment dropped, making it a poor value for other adventurers. It was not worth the grind. The third layer, in contrast to the preceding two, no longer featured tents, but rather scattered makeshift abodes. What astonished Lin Xian most was a magnificent structure situated in the center. A creation that seemed far beyond the capabilities of the Orcish beasts. It stood in stark contrast to the surrounding dilapidated houses, appearing almost jarringly out of place. In this layer, the orcs were not as densely populated as in the first two, yet there were 15 elite bosses, each with health around 200,000. To Lin Xian, they were no different from the common orcs. Killed a significant number of elite bosses. Experience 123582. Killed a significant number of orcs. Experience 20841. Constitution attribute 388. Strength attribute 21. Level 17, 18. He had only reached level 18, and the rate of leveling was becoming increasingly sluggish. Lin Xian could not help but lament. He had been continuously soloing hell-level dungeons, hindering his progress. Others, in contrast, formed parties of 5 to tackle simpler, normal-level dungeons, spending several hours for minimal experience. Not dwelling further on this, the passage to the final layer had finally opened. This last layer was surprisingly the smallest, with a diameter of over 2,000 meters. Two colossal orcs, standing around 10 meters tall and robustly built, faced each other 100 meters apart before suddenly charging. The crash echoed painfully in Lin Xian's ears as the two orcs collided and fell to the ground. With a grunt, they rose and retreated 100 meters, seemingly intent on continuing this game of collision. Orc Brothers Kurlu, Lord Level 25, Health, 370,000, 370,000, Strength, 12,000, Constitution, 10,000, Agility, 8,000, Spirit, 3,000, Skills, Roar, Combo, Charge, Swing. Description: they may not be particularly intelligent, but should either be defeated, the other will vanish within 10 seconds. Another orc brother, Lulik, of the same rank as the previous one, bore no differences apart from his name. Both possessed attributes exceeding 30,000, yet their health points were below 400,000. Lin Xian, no longer wishing to linger, advanced a few steps and gently stomped his right foot. The Earth Shatter. Mastery level Earth Shatter had extended its range to 100 meters, now reaching an impressive 1,800 meters. A shock wave surged forth, not merely a wave, but a colossal wave measuring 50 meters in width, rolling tumultuously like the ocean, racing towards the two orc brothers over 1,000 meters away. The impact forced a 5-second stun. Following closely behind, the damage from Shanggong and Thunderbolt followed suit, resulting in a significant overflow of direct damage. You have slain Orc Brother Lulik, Lord Level, gaining 25, 834 experience. You have slain Orc Brother Kulyalu, Lord Level, gaining 25, 387 experience. Constitution Attribute 4. Strength Attribute 2. Acquired 1 Forging Stone. Acquired 1 Forging Stone. To Lin Xian's surprise, he had collected both stones in one go, despite having spent twice the amount. Unbeknownst to him, other teams struggled to defeat a single orc, let alone slay another within 5 seconds. It was a mere fantasy for most. Not everyone possessed his extraordinary prowess. He couldn't let this opportunity slip away. Time to grind again. This dungeon offered splendid experience. Outside the dungeon, the team leader of the elite raid team of the Mad Warrior Guild addressed his team. We have cleared this dungeon numerous times without discovering anything of note. Why does the guild leader insist we continue grinding? Do not question what ought not to be questioned. We obey the guild leader's directives. The members grumbled. After so many runs, I'm on the verge of nausea. A few more runs, and we should be due for a level up. The team leader scanned the surroundings, ensuring no one was nearby, and whispered, the guild leader has indicated that this dungeon is extraordinary. Otherwise, it wouldn't be stationed outside the city. Are you suggesting there is treasure? It's also possible that the guild leader's intel may be inaccurate. After all, we have run it countless times. At that moment, the dungeon's light circle trembled violently. A figure appeared outside the dungeon and swiftly re-entered. The team members gazed at the entry's leaderboard, noticing their previous hell level record gradually descending. Replaced by a new record. First place, Lin Xian, 1 player, hell difficulty, 3 minutes 18 seconds, while their second place, taking 2 hours, appeared glaringly inadequate. The station personnel also noticed the changes in the dungeon's light circle, rendered speechless, stammering. Did he just go back in? The elite team remained silent, contemplating Lin Xian's name. Turning back to inquire of the station personnel, they asked, "How many times has he run it?" "He has paid twice," replied the station personnel, struggling to conceal his astonishment. The elite team leader, not in a rush to enter, pulled out his phone and dialed the guild leader Zhang Huiren. Moments later, the elite team leader pocketed his phone and instructed his members, "The guild leader has asked us to wait here for further instructions." Meanwhile, Lin Xian rapidly cleared the first 3 layers of orcs and stood before the exquisite structure on the 3rd layer, scrutinizing it meticulously. Regardless of the circumstances, this edifice stands out with an unsettling prominence, warranting a thorough examination. Although the members of the Berserker Guild have undoubtedly scrutinized this location countless times, Lin Xian ventured slowly into the structure, only to discover an entity enshrined within. The statue, towering approximately 3 meters, was draped in a crimson robe, devoid of a face, and wielded a massive scythe, emanating a sinister aura. Apart from this statue, the interior was barren. Stepping back, Lin Xian retreated 100 meters, then stomped his right foot, unleashing the ground shatter skill toward the sanctum. With a resounding boom, the entire structure collapsed, clouds of dust billowing forth. The shockwave traveled a considerable distance before it finally ceased upon striking the rocky wall behind the edifice. After a brief interval, Lin Xian executed another ground shatter, clearing the dust and debris entirely. The original site now lay empty, revealing a wall behind the structure, marred by fissures from the 2 ground shatter impacts, suggesting a hollow appearance. With his colossal hammer in hand, Lin Xian struck twice, unveiling a narrow passageway, wide enough for 2 individuals. "You have discovered a hidden passage to a dungeon, which may only be entered once. Please choose wisely whether to proceed." He chuckled heartily, confident in his status as the chosen one. Lin Xian had sensed something amiss with this dungeon. It was illogical for the Berserker Guild to explore it without a profit motive. Positioned so far from the city, with exorbitant entry fees, it seemed designed to dissuade many adventurers. Were it not for his need for forging stones, he would not have chosen to engage with this dungeon. Curiosity compelled him to enter. Chapter 31, World Class, Class Transition Treasure, Void Escape. Navigating the narrow, winding passage for approximately 2 minutes, Lin Xian arrived at a hall resembling a plaza. Despite the absence of a light source, the chamber was merely dim, allowing for a clear view of the surroundings. Towering stone pillars adorned with intricate carvings of various magical beasts stood around him, vividly lifelike. Suddenly, a damage notification flashed before him. 14,848. Lin Xian glanced over, catching a glimpse of a shadowy figure darting away. After a moment of silence, nothing emerged, and the stillness enveloped him, save for the sound of his own footsteps. Resolutely, he made his way to the center of the hall, utilizing his skill's expansive range of 900 meters to cover a significant portion of the area. Anxious, he was uncertain. Regardless, he remained calm. 14,848, 181, 281 to the right. Ground shatter. 114, 994. The stun was ineffective? The figure vanished in an instant. At that moment, Lin Xian caught sight of the entity, and his detection skill promptly activated. It was an identical replica of the statue from the sanctum, albeit slightly smaller. Crimson-Eyed Reaper, World Class, Level 25, Health 1, 650, 0001, 650, 000. Constitution 20, 000. Strength 20, 000. Agility 55, 000. Spirit 70, 000. Skills Void Escape, Throat Cut. Reaping Return, Scythe Slash. Description: this is a special world-class entity. Physical attacks are ineffective. Astonishingly, this was his first encounter with a creature boasting over 1,000,000 health points. Truly, it lived up to its world-class designation. Lin Xian gazed in astonishment at the information he had uncovered. At only level 25, its attributes surpassed that of an ordinary lord by at least 5-fold. Physical attacks ineffective? Lin Xian was perplexed. Wasn't the skill of the Hall of Mourning supposed to deal ultimate damage? Wasn't the Thunder passive considered a physical attack? And what about the Earth-Shattering Strike? Surely that qualified as physical output. After pondering for a considerable time, Lin Xian slapped his forehead and focused his gaze on the Celestial Hammer in his hand. Equipment: Celestial Hammer. Level 18. Quality: None. Attack: 1,600. Strength: 1,600. Attack power increase: 50. Traits: 1. Destruction. All attacks ignore 50 points of any defense, capable of dealing damage to all targets. 2. Breaking limits. Each kill has a minuscule chance to increase strength by 1 point. Indeed, it was the destruction trait that made the difference. Ignoring 50 points of any defense allowed him to deal damage to all targets. Elated, Lin Xian waved the celestial hammer. His time spent grinding for refined stones was certainly not in vain. After waiting for about a minute, impatience began to set in. Summon hammer. In a flash, he stood atop the celestial hammer, soaring rapidly around the hall. 14848, I have found you. Lin Xian swiftly darted towards the crimson-eyed reaper. With his current agility exceeding 9,000, he moved with impressive speed. The hall was not particularly vast, and even though the crimson-eyed reaper constantly tried to evade, it could not escape the coverage of Lin Xian's Hall of Morning skill. With the upgraded summon hammer skill, now at 181281, the flight duration had reached 2 minutes, ample time to annihilate the crimson-eyed reaper. Waves of damage continuously emanated from him, reducing the crimson-eyed reaper to a mere sliver of health. Realizing escape was futile, the reaper suddenly materialized behind Lin Xian, its enormous scythe slicing towards his neck. 55,000, stun judgment, currently in unbreakable state, immune to stun. Lin Xian broke into a cold sweat as his health triggered the process skill, instantly restoring 20 points and enveloping him in a shield of 540,000. Damn. Even with nearly 30,000 defense, it can still inflict 55,000 damage. The power is truly fierce. The moment of astonishment passed quickly, with a swift retreat. The Reaper still could not shake off Lin Xian's relentless pursuit. The Reaper hurled its scythe, which silently grazed Lin Xian's neck, causing the shield to tremble violently. The scythe then vanished into thin air, only to reappear, striking Lin Xian's back. 2 blows had nearly halved his shield's health. Are you getting anxious? It won't do you any good. Lin Xian laughed heartily. With the shield in place, he had no need to worry about his safety. As the final strike of thunder descended, it evaporated into nothingness. You have slain the world-class Crimson-Eyed Reaper. Experience gained, 63,462. Constitution attribute, 2. Strength attribute, 1. Acquired equipment, Reaper's Robe, 1. Acquired treasure, Battle Soul Stone. Treasure? Let me take a look. This was Lin Xian's first encounter with such an item. Anything labeled as treasure must be extraordinary. Battle Soul Stone has a minuscule chance to drop from world-class foes. Consuming it increases the probability of transitioning to a primary combat class by 80. Ha. This is perfect to take back for Xiaomo. Lin Xian joyfully stored it away, aware that Xiaomo might not be able to use it yet, given that she had not yet transitioned. Her attribute points were on the rise, and not being able to switch to a primary combat class would indeed be illogical. However, it was better to be prepared than not. Possessing this item was certainly preferable to lacking it. Reaper's Robe, quality, platinum, level, 25, defense, 2000, spirit, 5000, agility, 900. Special trait, Void Step. Upon casting, the user can vanish into the void, becoming immobile and invisible to others. This state cannot be targeted or selected, and any movement will interrupt the skill, lasting for 20 seconds with a cooldown of 1 hour. It consumes 1000 mana points per second. Astoundingly, Lin Xian used. This world may seem average, yet the Void Step skill is undeniably magnificent, akin to a ghostly presence. The equipment's Void Step skill is truly an invincible technique, lasting for 20 seconds, even surpassing the invincibility duration of his own fearless dive. However, the mana consumption is quite substantial. Nonetheless, the Void Step exhibited by the Red-Eyed is somewhat different. It allows for free movement, but cannot evade Lin Xian's skill attacks. In comparison, each has its merits and drawbacks, making it difficult to ascertain which is superior. A level 25 platinum item is indeed a rarity. Typically, platinum-grade equipment is encountered only after the second class transition, around level 45, while before that, gold gear is considered the pinnacle. Even in hellish dungeons, such items are seldom dropped, unless forged specifically by a platinum-grade craftsman. That said, it is improbable for any craftsman of platinum rank to expend high-tier materials and immense effort to forge an item of merely level 20 or 30. Alas, I am left with no choice. My envy for this skill has led me here. Lin Xian sighed quietly and activated his talent. Optimization Transformation. A silvery light enveloped him, and after 30 seconds, Void Step active. Upon casting, the user can vanish into the void, moving freely within their line of sight. In this state, they are invisible and cannot be targeted, lasting for 30 seconds with a cooldown of 10 minutes. It consumes 10 mana points per second. Despite having used it numerous times, Lin Xian could not help but chant once more, the talent is incredible. Suddenly, he noticed a numeral appearing beside the Void Step skill. Without hesitation, he focused his mind and clicked on it. The Void Step skill surged with brilliance before cooling down. Behold, Void Step active. Upon casting, the user can vanish into the void, moving freely within their line of sight. In this state, they are invisible and cannot be targeted, lasting for 1 minute with a cooldown of 8 minutes. It consumes 15 mana points per second. Chapter 32, Ambush. The members of the Berserk Guild exhibit a distinct lack of courtesy. The Void Step skill has directly upgraded to Mastery, and the numeral beside the skill has vanished. To his astonishment, Lin Xian realized that his skill does not progress through proficiency as others do. Since forging himself yesterday, all his skills had upgraded to the Mastery level. Lin Xian was at a loss for words. As far as he knew, all other profession skills increased in proficiency through usage frequency to achieve upgrades. Yet, considering the circumstances, this might be a fortunate turn of events. Compared to the slow grind of proficiency, advancing his professional level and upgrading skills through self-forging is far swifter. Having spent considerable time here, Lin Xian decided against further delay and retraced his steps through the narrow passage back to the 3rd level. The path to the 4th level, where the Orc brothers resided, was not accessible from here. Unbeknownst to Lin Xian, upon vanquishing the Red-Eyed Reaper, world class, Zhang Huairen, the master of the Orc Cave dungeon, sensed that the treasure he had long coveted had vanished. He immediately contacted the elite team stationed at the dungeon stronghold, inquiring, "Has Lin Xian emerged yet?" The team leader glanced at the dungeon entrance, noting its stillness, and promptly replied, "Not yet. However, it's peculiar. He completed the dungeon in just 3 minutes and 18 seconds the first time, yet this time has exceeded 5 minutes. Zhang Huairen's expression darkened with malice as he declared, "I see. Once Lin Xian exits, ensure he is detained. He must not return to the city. I will dispatch reinforcements immediately." After ending the call, he muttered to himself, filled with murderous intent, "Does he think he can feast from my Wild War guild?" Defeated Orc Brother Rulik, Lord level. Experience 25834. Defeated Orc Brother Kalu, Lord level. Experience 25387. Constitution Attribute 4. Strength Attribute 2. Acquired 1 Forging Stone. Acquired 1 Forging Stone. Level 18, 19. Lin Xian swiftly dispatched the Orc brothers, elevating his level to 19. Were it not for the Forging Stones, he wouldn't have bothered with this wretched dungeon. Had he not discovered the hidden dungeon after 2 runs, he would have left with nothing but the stones. As darkness enveloped him, he found himself outside the dungeon. The earth truly felt small. A casual glance revealed the elite team from the Wild War Guild glaring at him intently, flanked by the 12 guards stationed at the stronghold, all wearing expressions of ill intent. Although the reasons eluded him, it mattered not. Those who provoke me shall meet their demise. With a calm demeanor, Lin Xian stepped toward the stronghold, cautiously activating his skills. Should any hint of murderous intent be directed at him, he would show no mercy. Let them fend for themselves. "Lin Xian, are you not going to leave something behind?" The elite team leader obstructed his path, questioning him. At that moment, Lin Xian began to grasp the situation. The master of the dungeon was undoubtedly aware of the hidden dungeon's existence. Feigning surprise, he pretended to retrieve a forging stone from his backpack, exclaiming, "What? Are the materials acquired in the dungeon not permitted to be taken? Is this the rule of your Wild War Guild? You know I am not referring to that." The team leader remained unfazed. Lin Xian felt a surge of irritation. Patience was not his strong suit. Flashing a grin, he retorted, "You wish to keep me here? That depends on your capabilities." With that, he strode purposefully toward the exit. The members of the Wild War Guild sprang into action, attempting to encircle Lin Xian. Ah boom. 15237, 15237. Among the 17 members of the Wild War, only 5 from the elite team were at level 25, while the others hovered around level 30. But what use was that? Even fully equipped in gold, with health barely exceeding 100,000, and without triggering the passive skill Thunderbolt, his demise would only take a few seconds. Impossible? What have you done? No, I refuse to die. Healers, heal me. I will not succumb under the thunder. Moments later, all fell silent. Lin Xian's smile grew ever brighter as he softly whispered, "I warned you not to provoke me, yet you refused to listen." His eyes scanned the surroundings, and he chuckled softly. "Ah, there is still one little bug left. Will you emerge on your own, or shall I draw you out?" Before he could finish his words, the elite captain, feigning death, suddenly leaped up, bolting away for over 1,000 meters in an instant. Trembling with fear, he exclaimed, "Lin Xian, don't get too pleased with yourself. The president will deal with you." Unfazed, Lin Xian smiled slightly. "Unfortunately, you won't be able to witness that." With a gentle stomp of his right foot, a shockwave struck the elite captain from 1,000 meters away, exploding him into a brilliant display akin to blooming fireworks. "How beautiful," Lin Xian mused, bending down to collect all the gear dropped by the berserk warrior, giving it a cursory glance. Useless. He nonchalantly stowed it back in his backpack. After all, even a small grave yields meat. He still had a younger brother to support. Lin Xian's gaze drifted to the elite captain's corpse, now ravaged by the shockwave. That life-saving skill he had used, was it something he learned himself, or a characteristic of his equipment? He hastened over, picking up the dropped helmet to inspect it. It seems fortune doesn't always favor the bold. Lin Xian shook his head in disappointment, tossing the helmet back into his bag. Nevertheless, he was unconcerned. He too possessed a life-saving skill, so it was of little consequence. Time to return. Lin Xian strode back, realizing that the Berserk Guild had now thoroughly made an enemy of him. As he walked, he pondered deeply. Suddenly, He snapped back to reality. The damage he had dealt had not prompted him to activate the Morning Palace skill. How could this be? Why hadn't his health bar budged? A man clad in assassin garb stared at Lin Xian in shock. A probing aura settled upon him. And Lin Xian smiled at him, casually remarking, "From the Berserk Guild, I see? Still as impolite as ever? It was impossible, given your stats exceeding 6,000. Your defense and health should not be this high." The assassin's face was a mask of disbelief, still caught up in the astonishment of Lin Xian's unscathed health bar. Lin Xian furrowed his brow slightly, calculating in his mind. Could it be that attributes gained through talents and those enhanced through forging are imperceptible to others? Observing the assassin preparing to strike, Lin Xian decided not to waste any more time and activated the Morning Palace skill. In a flash of lightning, the assassin collapsed, dropping 2 pieces of equipment. Lin Xian picked them up, phantom boots, quality, golden, level, 35, and realized he was merely a 35-level assassin. "Oh, these little ones are far too fragile," he remarked, smacking his lips as he continued on his way back. "Xiaomo, look what I brought back for you," he called out. "Brother, what did you bring me?" Lin Mo rushed out of his room, eagerly wrapping his arms around Lin Xian's. With a flourish, Lin Xian produced a battle soul stone and handed it to him, inquiring, "Can your probing skills be used?" "Of course," Lin Mo replied, understanding his brother's intent. Although he hadn't yet advanced in class, his attribute points had been steadily growing, making it unsurprising that he could still use the probing skill. "Wow, where did you get this, brother?" Lin Xian grinned with pride, patting his chest. "Who am I? The chosen one. Treasures simply fall into my lap." Noticing Lin Mo's skeptical expression, he added, "This time, I've thoroughly offended the Berserk Guild, so be cautious at school. Avoid secluded places." Chapter 33, the eve of the college entrance examination. Lin Mo was deeply worried, hesitating to speak. Lin Xian comforted him. "Don't worry. I will stay at home with you for the next 3 days. Everything will be fine once the college entrance examination is over. All right, just be a little cautious, brother." The following morning, after sending the reluctant Lin Mo to school, Lin Xian returned home. The refined stone was now in his possession, and it was time to commence the upgrade of the celestial hammer. "For you, I have even offended a large guild," Lin Xian mused to himself while holding the refined stone. With a thought, the furnace absorbed both the celestial hammer and the refined stone. Weapon, celestial hammer, upgrade requirements, self-promotion to black iron level, upgrade materials, 2 refined stones. Both conditions and materials were fulfilled. Upgrade. 10 minutes later, a brand new celestial hammer was ejected from the furnace, floating before Lin Xian. Its overall appearance had not changed significantly, though it now glimmered with a greater sheen. Equipment, celestial hammer, level, 19, quality, black iron, attack, 3,900, strength, 3,900, attack power increase, 80, traits, 1, destruction, all attacks ignore 60 of any defense, dealing full damage to all targets. 2, break limit. Each kill has a chance to increase strength by 1 point. Lin Xian lovingly caressed the celestial hammer. Although he did not frequently utilize weapons, this was his sole piece of equipment. Truly, it was a talent-specific artifact. The enhancement in attack and strength attributes did not overly concern him. He was primarily thrilled by the elevation of the 2 traits, especially the break limit trait, which originally had a minuscule chance of increasing strength by 1 point. After the enhancement, it now had a chance to increase strength by 1 point. Though the removal of the word minuscule may seem trivial, it signified a substantial increase in probability. Status panel, name, Lin Xian, profession, blacksmith, level, 19, profession level, black iron forge master. Experience, 249,220, 249,220, health, 89,230, 89,230, attack power, 214, 502, 7885, defense, 24,922, constitution, 24,922, strength, 117005850, agility, 62803140, mentality, 8,923, talent, minor, skills, minor, content with his status. Lin Xian closed his panel. After upgrading the celestial hammer, he gained an 80-point increase in attack, complemented by a 50-point boost from the hammer mastery passive skill, culminating in a total attack increase of 130. This meant Lin Xian's basic attack reached nearly 50,000, an unimaginable feat for even a level 35 player clad in 10 pieces of golden gear. And Lin Xian was merely at level 19. Knock, knock, knock. Lin Xian, are you at home? Yes. The door was knocked upon with fervor, and Lin Xian instantly recognized the voice of Wang Bo. I've come several times, but you were never home. So what is your level now? I'm already at level 8. Impressive, right? Oh wait, why can't I detect you? As Lin Xian opened the door, he hesitated, momentarily considering closing it again. However, Wang Bo was undeterred and squeezed his way inside. No need for pleasantries. I'll pour myself some water. Why are you so quiet? With a resigned roll of his eyes, Lin Xian retorted, you speak so incessantly. Have you left me any opportunity to respond? He continued, you are only at level 8 now. The top 4 are beyond your reach. With merely 2 days left until the college entrance examination, put in a little more effort, and securing a place in a relatively prestigious academy should still be feasible. After saying this, he retrieved the equipment he had crafted for his promotion to black iron level from his backpack and piled it in the living room. Pick an outfit for yourself. Originally, Lin Xian had intended to guide him for another couple of days, but now it seemed prudent to avoid burdening him. Even if he were to enter one of the top 4, given Wang Bo's talent, it might not necessarily be advantageous. Rather, a more reputable academy would be of greater importance. Wow, Lin Xian, so much equipment. Did you steal from someone's armory? Wang Bo exclaimed excitedly as he rummaged through the gear, his astonishment evident in his remarks. Lin Xian, uninterested in engaging with this foolish friend, replied, have you forgotten? I am a blacksmith. A blacksmith, mind you. I must have overlooked that given your high level. Wang Bo scratched his head, then, with a sudden enthusiasm, declared, with all this equipment, let me help you sell it. Consider it a gesture of support for a fellow classmate. Lin Xian casually nodded, do as you see fit. Handle it all. Anything unsold can be dumped at the association's shop. All right, I'm off then. Bye. Wang Bo collected the equipment into his backpack and dashed away, leaving Lin Xian shaking his head in exasperation before closing the door. After 2 days of accompanying Lin Mo to and from school, Lin Xian found himself utterly bored. It had only been a mere 10 days, yet he had grown accustomed to the thrill of intense battles. The quiet was proving rather unsettling. The college entrance examination is finally upon us, Lin Xian mused. After adjusting his attire, he summoned a vehicle and headed toward the Jinfeng City Association. In Manhwa, the college entrance examination is organized uniformly by the state, with millions of candidates participating simultaneously. Once the results are released, students fill out their preferences based on the admission standards of various academies from previous years, and the institutions select candidates based on their performance. However, Lin Xian was still somewhat unclear about the specifics of the examination process. Nevertheless, he held confidence in his abilities. Before long, Lin Xian arrived at the association, where the bustling crowd transformed the usually austere environment into a veritable marketplace, with numerous guards maintaining order. Since the planetary upheaval 2 centuries ago, the military had taken full control of Manhwa, with the guard forces managing and safeguarding the cities and the populace. Yet, the college entrance examination remained under the auspices of the professional association. Lin Xian, over here. Turning around, Lin Xian spotted Wang Bo jumping and waving at him, prompting Lin Xian to navigate through the throng. Wang Bo handed him a Huabi card, whispering, I sold all the equipment. Since we're classmates, I kept the price low. There's 520,000 inside. Lin Xian promptly accepted it, pulling out his phone to transfer funds. I've transferred 1 million to your card as a token for your assistance. Understanding that this was a gesture from a brotherly friend, Wang Bo did not feign modesty and playfully punched Lin Xian on the shoulder. Thanks, brother. I just saw Zhao Baichuan and Li Xiaoxiao. They've already gone in. Before Lin Xian could respond, the president of the Jinfeng Professional Association, Zhao Wenjie, emerged, exuding an imposing aura that rendered the entire assembly silent. The sound of a pin dropping palpable. All candidates entered in an orderly fashion, while parents were instructed to wait outside, refraining from any noise. After the announcement, Zhao Wenjie turned and departed. Bozi, let us proceed inside, Lin Xian urged, pulling Wang Bo along as they entered the association. This was a place Lin Xian had never before visited. He was unaware that within the association lay such an expansive square. At this moment, all the high school seniors from Jinbei City preparing for the college entrance examination were gathered here. The entire square was enveloped by a colossal formation, and above it, a tower-like apparition spun slowly. Chapter 34. The Tower of Hope. The examination commences. Just then, Zhao Wenjie's voice resonated in the ears of all present. This assessment will not have examiners. Once the examination begins, all candidates nationwide will be transported to the Tower of Hope. At this juncture, Zhao Wenjie paused slightly before continuing. The Tower of Hope consists of 100 floors. Of course, no one expects you to reach the 100th floor. Even I cannot achieve that. The higher you ascend, the better your results will be. Furthermore, for each floor you conquer, you will receive rewards from the Tower of Hope. During this period, the more outstanding and remarkable your performance, the more generous the rewards will be. These rewards encompass foundational attribute points, vocational skills, equipment, materials, and more. Within the Tower of Hope, you will not face life-threatening dangers. This is your opportunity. Barring unforeseen circumstances, this may be your singular chance to enter the Tower of Hope. Therefore, even if not for the sake of the examination, I hope you will give your utmost effort, unleashing your potential to scale greater heights. Auxiliary and lifestyle professions will also be treated similarly. The Tower of Hope will present different challenges based on your selections. Do not be overly anxious. Just make sure not to choose incorrectly. Lin Xian had heard of the Tower of Hope before. It had descended upon China when the Earth underwent a cataclysm, and its origins remain a mystery. After years of national research, only a fraction of its functions had been understood. Each time a floor is cleared, rewards from the Tower of Hope can be obtained. but each floor's rewards can only be claimed once. Nonetheless, it has always been regarded by the state as a strategic national treasure, nurturing elite practitioners. The rewards from the Tower of Hope align with the individual capabilities of each climber, making such enhancements more precious than any secret treasure. It is deemed the greatest opportunity for every practitioner. Some even claim that reaching the pinnacle of the Tower of Hope could lead one to divinity. In summary, the Tower of Hope is a unique gem within the entirety of China. This year, for reasons unknown, the state has generously decided to utilize such a rare Tower of Hope for the college entrance examination. Lin Xian, somewhat startled, placed a hand over his chest, feeling immensely relieved. Fortunately, they had not gone directly to the Demon Town Academy. Otherwise, they would have missed out tremendously. Turning to Wang Bo, he advised, Bozi, President Zhao is correct. This may be our only opportunity to enter the Tower of Hope. Inside, we will not be in danger. So let us strive with all our might and aim to ascend the tower. Wang Bo, understanding the gravity of the situation, affirmed resolutely, I will. Lin Xian gazed at the ethereal image of the Tower of Hope above, its rotation quickening and its brilliance intensifying. He murmured, it is about to begin. Please select the type of assessment. Although Lin Xian had chosen to become a blacksmith, he had no intention of truly embracing that role. Hesitating even for a moment would be a disservice to his own talents. Choice, combat profession assessment. The instant he made his selection, Lin Xian was enveloped in an ethereal shadow and vanished from sight. Similarly, the candidates in the square were drawn into this realm, transported to the Tower of Hope. Principal Su Tianda and other school heads gathered beside the association president, Zhao Wenjie, gazing up at the grand projection of the Tower of Hope. Beneath this projection, 3 enormous leaderboards gradually materialized, clearly visible even from outside the association, yet they remained entirely blank. I wonder if anyone from Jinbei City will make it onto the list? Zhao Wenjie detected the anticipation in Su Tianda's voice and could not help but shake his head with a wry smile. With hundreds of thousands of candidates nationwide storming the tower simultaneously, only the top 100 will be listed. Jinbei City is but a small place. The odds are daunting. Su Tianda maintained a positive demeanor, laughing heartily. Zhao Baichuan has transitioned to a hidden profession and awakened an 8-star talent. There is indeed hope. When I last saw him, he was already at level 18, and Li Xiaoxiao is also quite promising. The other school heads, unsure of what to say, refrained from boasting about their students. As none stood out particularly, they remained silent, listening intently. Let us hope for the best. Zhao Wenjie rallied his spirits, closely monitoring the changes on the leaderboard. Unbeknownst to him, while others entered the arena, Lin Xian found himself in a coliseum spanning 1,000 meters. A massive countdown loomed overhead. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. The assessment commenced. The bronze barriers in front suddenly swung open, revealing a colossal spider, adorned with peculiar patterns, slowly emerging. Lin Xian cast a probing glance. Magic spider. Level 5. Health 1,500-1,500. Attack 150. Skills web, venom spray. True to the Tower of Hope, the first floor featured monsters of level 5. Lin Xian had initially believed that each floor corresponded to the level of the adventurers, but it appeared he had overestimated. Nevertheless, these creatures posed little challenge for him. Without wasting another moment, Lin Xian activated his Shanga Palace skill. The magic spider's health was obliterated before the skill's damage could even register, and it yielded no experience points. Upon its demise, a radiant orb of energy floated forth from its remains, shooting directly towards Lin Xian. Cleared level 1. Reward 10 free attributes. Outstanding performance reward 5 points. Indeed, even if the rewards for each level were merely basic attribute points, this trip was far from fruitless. Lin Xian smiled in satisfaction and was promptly transported to level 2, which was no longer a coliseum but a lush, dense forest. An orb of energy shot towards Lin Xian from behind. Cleared level 2. Reward 20 free attributes. Outstanding performance reward 5 points. Lin Xian could only shake his head in bemusement, never having even glimpsed the monster. Ah, well, it matters not. After all, it was a swift victory. From the 3rd layer to the 9th, Lin Xian did not pause for even a moment. As the designated time elapsed, the light orb retracted, and he departed. Upon reaching the 10th layer, he encountered a level 10 boss with over 70,000 health points. This compelled Lin Xian to linger for a mere 2 seconds, triggering his thunderous strike passive, resulting in a single, instantaneous kill. In the 11th and 12th layers, they found themselves outside at the Jinbei City Square. As the examinees progressed through the 1st layer, the leaderboard began to update in real time. Zhao Wenjie anxiously scrutinized the rankings, desperately seeking the name Jinbei City. Su Tianda, equally tense, remained fixated on the screen, his eyes unblinking. Suddenly, he exclaimed, look at the battle rankings. Jinbei City made it onto the list. At the 89th position, Zhao Baichuan appeared in the 2nd layer. Ah, it's gone, Zhao Wenjie remarked. Alright, old Su, being on the leaderboard early doesn't mean much. Don't overreact. My heart can't take it. He patted his chest vigorously, irritation evident in his voice. Su Tianda nonchalantly waved his hand, his gaze still glued to the leaderboard, casually stating, just being on the list proves strength, doesn't it? Incredible. Zhao Wenjie was taken aback again, glancing at the leaderboard while retorting, watch your language. Thankfully, the students can't hear you now. Otherwise, your reputation would be at stake. Chapter 35. Am I insane, or is the world mad? The battle leaderboard displayed. First, Lin Xian, Layer 3, Class, Blacksmith, Jinbei City. Second, Li Wutong, Layer 3, Class, Annihilation Sorcerer, Imperial Capital. Third, Xie Zishuan, Layer 3, Class, Thunder Mage, Magic City. As they reached the fourth layer, then the fifth and sixth, Zhao Wenjie stood in stunned silence, unsure how to react. Grabbing Su Tianda's hand, he shook it vigorously, incoherently exclaiming, Old Su, did you see that? Did you see? First place. Since Lin Xian first appeared on the leaderboard, Su Tianda had been rendered speechless, not merely in disbelief. Were it not for Zhao Wenjie's similar excitement, he might have thought this was merely a figment of his imagination. Not just the two of them, but all professionals nationwide who were following the exam were equally astounded. A man turned to his companion and slapped him on the back, asking, did that hurt? The friend, holding his cheek where 5 fingers had left their mark, nodded in a daze. My heavens, did you see that? First place, a blacksmith? Am I insane, or is this world mad? Even more astonishingly, as the exam commenced, a live feed of the leaderboard began, skyrocketing in popularity to over 1 billion views. What the hell? Is this even human? How does he deserve that? A blacksmith? What gives him the right? He must be cheating. Upstairs, the naysayers concluded their judgments. Tower of Hope, let us see you cheat. Meanwhile, not to mention the uproar online. At the headquarters of the Professional Association in the Imperial Capital, the association's president, Lu Ziqiu, convened with the heads of the 4 prestigious academies. Ji Tianlong, president of the Sun and Moon Academy, Nin Xiangru, president of the Moon Spirit Academy, and Shi Chong, president of the Star Academy, and Qi Yudao, president of the Demon Suppression Academy. If Lin Xian were present, he would be utterly astonished, as he had always believed Qi Yudao to be merely an admissions officer at the Demon Suppression Academy. In that moment, the 3 esteemed presidents appeared as if struck by lightning, staring blankly at the battle leaderboard. What astonishes us is not who occupies the first position, but rather the title of blacksmith that follows it. Only Elder Qi wears a knowing smile, leisurely sipping his tea, one sip after another. The illustrious Sun Rieo is the first to speak. Is this blacksmith the one I am thinking of? Xingqian and Shichong furrows his brow. A crafting profession? How could it possibly clear the level so swiftly? Yuling Naxiang, however, remained silent, casting her gaze toward President Lu Ziqiu. The Tower of Hope is currently under the aegis of President Lu Ziqiu, who is most familiar with these matters. Indeed, it is the crafting profession blacksmith you are envisioning, not some hidden class. President Lu Ziqiu replies with a resigned smile, bringing up Lin Xian's combat perspective. Wow, at just level 19, the damage is astonishingly high. And he hasn't even made a move. Is that a passive skill, or perhaps a lightning-based ability? How can a blacksmith learn skills? President Lu Ziqiu clarifies. It is his inherent capability. Whether or not it qualifies as a skill remains unknown. The only equipment he possesses is that hammer in his hand. Truly, he is deserving of his 9-star talent. 9-star talent? The 3 exclaim in unison, their astonishment palpable. Seeing their reaction, Lu Ziqiu is somewhat perplexed and glances at Qi Yudao before returning his gaze to the trio. On the second day after your promotion, did you not all attend the special recruitment at the 4 academies? What, were you unaware? Elder Qi leisurely sets down his teacup, sighing. At that time, the admission officers from your 3 major academies overlooked him. I perceived that the young lad had awakened a 9-star talent, yet he was dismissed and deemed undesirable. Thus, I had no choice but to ensure his acceptance into our Demon Suppression Academy. What can I say? I'm getting old and my heart is too soft. Little Xiao, having given Lin Xian a subtle hint, sees that the 3 major academies are about to speak again and quickly interjects. Oh, look, we VE reached level 15. Instantly, their attention is diverted. Cavern Flame Python, Lord level 15, health, 140,000, 140,000. Lin Xian barely finishes reading the stats of the Cavern Flame Python when the creature transforms into a mass of energy, absorbed by him. Cleared level 15. Awarded 150 free attribute points. Exceptional performance yields an additional 50 points. Is this all? Perhaps it will only pose a minor challenge after level 30. Lin Xian feels a sense of helplessness. Compared to his peers, he has already traveled an exceptionally far path. Level 16, level 17, at this moment, level 10. Li Wudong, at level 22, dispatches the critically wounded boss with a single shadow ball, smiling confidently. Who can surpass my speed? Xie Zishuan. She can chase slowly. As the most gifted practitioner of the Li family in the Imperial Capital for nearly a century, having transitioned to the hidden class, Annihilation Sorcerer, and awakened an 8-star talent, he possesses this confidence. Meanwhile, in Magic City, Xie Zishuan gazes coldly at her rapidly depleting health amidst the storm, her heart betraying no emotion. Li Wudong, this time, I shall see whether your annihilation sorcerer is more formidable or if my thunder mage holds the upper hand. In Jinbei City, father, your son has achieved greatness, bringing forth a national champion. The homeroom teacher of Class 1 stands outside the association, tears streaming down her face, her lips trembling with excitement. The teacher from Class 2, green with envy, allows tears of frustration to trickle from the corners of her mouth, commenting sourly, not only Lin Xian, but Zhao Baichuan is also ranked 49th on the combat leaderboard. Check the support leaderboard. Li Xiaoxiao is in 17th place. It is not I who speaks, but perhaps you should return to pay homage to your ancestral grave, lest it be engulfed in flames. The head teacher of Class 1 casually touched his face, a smug grin spreading across his features. Are you envious? Jealous? It is of no consequence. Lin Xian, from my class. Zhao Baichuan, from my class. Li Xiaoxiao, still from my class. The head teacher of Class 2 cast a disdainful glance at him, thinking to himself that this troublesome class could not be managed for even a single day. He turned away and began chatting with several other head teachers. As time slowly elapsed, the rankings on the battle leaderboard remained steadfast. From the 4th place onward, the competition was closely contested, with the 2nd and 3rd places forming a distinct tier. Lin Xian's first position was indeed unparalleled. First place, Lin Xian, level 25, profession, Blacksmith, Jinbei City. Second place, Li Wudong, level 15, profession, Annihilation Sorcerer, Imperial Capital. Third place, Xie Zishuan, level 15, profession, Thunder Mage, Magic City. Fourth place, level 12. Fifth place, level 11. Reaching level 25, and this Lin Xian lad hasn't even revealed his true strength. Quite remarkable. Lu Ziqiu, the president, marveled. The president of the Day Sun Academy, Ji Tianlong, observed Lin Xian leisurely sauntering to level 25 and cast a sidelong glance at Qi Yudao, lamenting, indeed, as long as one can reach level 18. They have essentially met our 4 major standards. Director of the Star Academy, and Shi Chong, immediately countered. It is not merely a matter of how many levels one attains that determines their capability. The Tower of Hope is not a place where one's level equates to their worth. Lu Ziqiu, feeling exasperated, interjected, enough of the bickering. Once a monster surpasses level 30, it undergoes a qualitative transformation. This Lin Xian is about to enter level 26, and soon he will face monsters of level 30. Just wait and see. He will have to showcase his true abilities. Chapter 36, the qualitative change at level 30, new skills. Clearing level 25, reward, 250 free attribute points. Outstanding performance bonus, 80 points. Lin Xian gradually absorbed the energy orb from level 25. Up to this point, the rewards he had received were still in the form of attribute points. Thus far, he had accumulated 4,225 free attribute points. Among these, 975 points were awarded for exceptional combat performance, which means that even with a mediocre display, simply reaching level 25 guarantees 3,250 free attribute points. No wonder the Tower of Hope is hailed as a treasure of Huagua. Lin Xian sighed. One must understand that without equipment bonuses, an ordinary level 25 professional would possess only this many total attributes. Moreover, the rewards from the Tower of Hope were in free attribute points. If a professional also had equipment or skill enhancements, the potential increase would undoubtedly be staggering. What to allocate this 4,225 free attribute points towards? Lin Xian scratched his head in perplexity. His constitution was increasing the most rapidly, while his strength, though slow, was still on the rise. As for agility and mental attributes, they were currently sufficient. This was quite the conundrum. Perhaps it would be best to save them for later. Having made his decision, Lin Xian prepared to continue ascending the tower. The monsters at present posed no obstacle to him. Level 26. This was the map of the Noon Desert, where the sweltering heat assailed him, and with a few breaths, he felt a stinging pain in his nostrils. 100 meters in front of Lin Xian, the sands began to stir, and a gargantuan scorpion emerged. Desert Hunter, Elite, Level 30, Health 2, 820,002, 820,000, Strength 24,000, Constitution 23,500, Agility 30,000, Spirit 16,500, Skills, Sand Entanglement, Crushing Claw Strike, Tail Strike. It was no wonder the teacher remarked that beasts of level 30 before and after were entirely different species. Lin Xian observed the colossal scorpion before him. Its health surpassed that of the 25-level Red-Eyed Reaper he had encountered earlier, though its overall attributes still fell short. Yet, this was merely an elite of level 30. Was 850,000 health a significant amount? Lin Xian chuckled. His Thunder passive, upon activation, dealt a staggering 300,000 damage, rendering its mere 20,000 defense inconsequential. The scorpion burrowed into the sand, swiftly waving its massive pincers, transforming the surrounding area into a realm of yellow sand within 1,000 meters, akin to a sandstorm. With visibility horrifically low, Lin Xian remained unperturbed. As long as the damage from the Death Palace skill persisted, there was no reason for him to worry. With damage being dealt, the Thunderous Might passive had a 60 chance to trigger. Why should he be anxious? Tail Strike. The scorpion appeared before Lin Xian as if teleporting, its tail stabbing directly towards him. With a flicker of thought, Lin Xian swung the Skybreaker hammer towards the scorpion's tail. However, he found himself afflicted. 58, 349 damage. Poison status lasts for 1 minute. Continuous damage of 12, 834 floated from him, but the passive activated, instantly restoring 20 health points and cleansing the poison status. Ground Shatter. The scorpion was stunned for 5 seconds. With the Skybreaker hammer in hand, Lin Xian unleashed a flurry of chaotic strikes, augmented by the instantaneous damage from Death Palace. The Thunder Arc never ceased to ravage the scorpion. In a mere 5 seconds, the scorpion was critically injured, its health plummeting below 600,000. Lin Xian quickly distanced himself, the damage still ongoing. Although his agility did not surpass that of the scorpion, with a slight premonition, he managed to narrowly evade its attacks. Cleared level 26. Reward, 260 free attributes. Outstanding performance reward, 80 points. Despite having several skills at his disposal to evade the scorpion's tail strike, such as Fearless Dive and Void Escape, he opted for caution. Unsure of the strength of the monsters in the subsequent tower levels, especially since those skills had considerable cooldowns. It must be said, he had previously underestimated the Thunderous Might passive. Lin Xian could hardly fathom how his peers, who were preparing for college entrance exams, would face such challenges. It seemed that the path ahead would not be as effortless as before. Lin Xian collected his thoughts and steeled his resolve. Onward. Levels 27 and 28 progressed, and the 30th level of the Tower of Hope raised the stakes further, featuring a boss-level adversary with a staggering 700,000 health, with attributes exceeding 100,000. Even his nearly 50,000 standard damage struggled to penetrate its defenses, requiring a full minute for him to vanquish the foe. Upon conquering the 30th level, Lin Xian was pleasantly surprised to discover the addition of a skill, Divine Purification, to his skill repertoire, alongside a generous allocation of 300 free attribute points and an additional 100 points for outstanding performance. The active ability of Divine Purification allows the user to remove all negative effects for a duration of 1 minute, with a cooldown period of 10 minutes, consuming 1,000 mana. He had expected only attribute points as rewards. Regarding purification skills, he had long coveted such abilities, having noticed similar ones on the Association's trading platform, but found them beyond his means. Each encounter with controlling skills had forced him to endure, relying on his passive skill, Progress, to break free. Now, with this new skill complemented by Progress, he felt a sense of relief. No longer would he have to fear being controlled. Initially, Lin Xian assumed that each level beyond the 30th would grant a skill, but reality proved otherwise. On the 31st and 32nd levels, he faced the formidable, evil Wind Cyclone unleashed by Li Wutong, who gathered a massive amount of obliteration energy in his palm, forming a colossal cyclone that swept through, leaving desolation in its wake. Finally, after much effort, Li Wutong managed to clear the 25th level, claiming 250 free attribute points and an additional 30 for outstanding performance. He exhaled deeply, having reached his limit on that level. However, the thought of the woman from the Dragon Pearl Guild in Magic City spurred him to push further. He reassured himself that there would be no life-threatening dangers within the Tower of Hope. On the 26th level, he found himself in the midday desert, stunned and vacant-eyed, as if ravaged 100 times. With 82 million health points, he felt an overwhelming urge to cry out, "Who can possibly withstand this? Is this truly what someone at my level should endure?" 10 minutes later, having exerted every ounce of strength to deplete a quarter of the giant scorpion's health, he was abruptly transported to the Imperial Capital Association's examination square by the Tower of Hope, following a devastating tail strike from the creature. Upon emerging, he was greeted by the sight of his homeroom teacher, who looked both elated and troubled, wearing an expression akin to someone suffering from constipation. Li Wutong's heart raced as he speculated. Could it be that the woman from Magic City has surpassed me? Look for yourself. His teacher gestured towards the leaderboard with a nod of the chin. First place, Lin Xian, level 39, profession, Blacksmith, Jinbei City. Second place, Li Wutong, level 26. Profession, Obliteration Sorcerer, Imperial Capital. Third place, Xie Zishuan, level 26. Profession, Thunder Mage, Magic City. In shock, Li Wutong gaped at the leaderboard and then at his teacher, stammering incoherently. His teacher, embodying the wisdom of experience, patted his shoulder and offered words of encouragement. You have outperformed that girl from Magic City. This round is yours. Do not concern yourself with the rest. No, it's impossible. What level is he even at? He is a blacksmith. Did you not see? A blacksmith. Li Wutong's face flushed crimson as he grasped his teacher's sleeve, gesturing vehemently at the leaderboard in a state of exasperation. His teacher, pained by the disarray of his sleeve, an expensive purchase intended for this occasion, attempted to pull it back, but to no avail, feeling utterly defeated. Yes, I observed him. He is a blacksmith, a formidable warrior indeed. Release your grip. He seemed to have calmed down, nonchalantly loosening his hold, murmuring to himself. I am curious to witness how a blacksmith can ascend to the 39th level. The class teacher gently reminded from the side. He hasn't finished yet. He may very well reach even greater heights. Chapter 37. The entire nation awaits his conclusion, to see if he can conquer the 39th level. At the examination site in the Demon City Association, Xie Zishuan gazed expressionlessly at the leaderboard, yet internally, her emotions surged wildly. A short-haired girl, slightly chubby, stormed over, wrapping her arms around Xie Zishuan's and exclaimed indignantly, Zishuan, you and Li Wutong both reached the 26th level. Why is he ranked second while you are third? He must be gloating again. Xie Zishuan patted her hand and shook her head, choosing silence. Being on the same level as Li Wutong, yet ranked third, left little to say. Either she had survived for a shorter duration at the 26th level, or her damage output was inferior to his. Xie Zishuan was not one to shy away from defeat. What troubled her was the fact that the first-place contender had already reached the 39th level and had not yet concluded his ascent, leaving her at a loss for words. Having transitioned to her new profession less than half a month ago, reaching level 30 at the 26th level was already impressive, and she murmured softly, I truly cannot fathom how much of a genius a peer must be to ascend to the 39th level. The short-haired girl, upon hearing this, expressed her astonishment. Moreover, he is a life profession. I wonder what kind of person he is? At this point, most of the national candidates had already exited. The results were set. Candidates merely needed to return to school to fill out their preferences and then await the verdict from their desired institutions. The three major leaderboards of the Tower of Hope featured the top 100 in combat professions, support professions, and life professions, and were expected to spread nationwide like wildfire. However, the nation's attention was captivated by Lin Xian, the top of the combat leaderboard, and the question lingered as to how far he could truly go. Both acquaintances and strangers were fervently discussing. At the examination site in Jinbei City, Zhao Baichuan stared agape at the leaderboard, though he had known Lin Xian was strong. The reality remained astonishing. As a candidate who had been eliminated at the 24th level, he fully understood how formidable the monsters became in the later stages of the Tower of Hope. The 39th level? That was a tier he had never dared to imagine. Li Jiejia stood behind Li Xiaoxiao, excitedly congratulating her. Sister Xiaoxiao, you are amazing. Ranked 17th on the support leaderboard, the family head must be overjoyed. And congratulations to Zhao Baichuan as well. Ranked 24th on the combat leaderboard. This ranking is national. Internally, Li Xiaoxiao felt a tumult of emotions. A single breath of frustration lodged in her chest, unable to rise or fall, ultimately feeling she had missed out on a treasure. Even though Zhao Baichuan was exceptionally talented, it all depended on whom one compared oneself to. Sigh, what am I even good at? Compared to Lin Xian, I am nothing. Zhao Baichuan chuckled self-deprecatingly. Such a prodigy. What comparison could be made? Being 24th on the combat leaderboard is still unsatisfactory. Isn't it, Sister Xiaoxiao? Li Jiejia took it all in stride, having emerged early. She had already experienced the shock and fully accepted the fact of Lin Xian's extraordinary talent. Look, President Zhao Wenjie is so moved that he is in tears, exclaimed Li Jiejia, pointing in Zhao's direction, prompting curiosity from the two bystanders. Old Zhao, isn't it a bit excessive to be this emotional? Teased Principal Su Tianda, who had been inexplicably excited until he witnessed Zhao's behavior. Zhao Wenjie wiped his face, shot him a glare, and joyfully retorted, what do you know? This is the national champion, and he outshines the second place by a considerable margin. So what? I know he is impressive, Su Tianda replied, perplexed. With your understanding. You've reached your pinnacle as a principal. Let me ask you, where's Lin Xian from? Zhao Wenjie shot him a sidelong glance, exasperated, and reminded him. Not expecting Su Tianda to catch on, he continued, Lin Xian hails from our Jinbei city. A relatively obscure city has produced such an extraordinary national champion. What does that signify? I foresee that the resources allocated to Jinbei by the state will multiply several times in the latter half of the year. And it's not just you. I too must ascend the ranks. This young man is a great benefactor to our Jinbei. Realization dawned on Su Tianda as his heart raced. The capital, the headquarters of the Professionals Association. How remarkable. Just how high a level is this young man? Dean Ji Tianlong of the Daylight Academy expressed his disbelief. This year's circumstances are exceptionally unique. The reason we summoned the Tower of Hope is to unearth some promising talents with excellent character, striving to nurture them swiftly. Initially, we anticipated that exceeding level 20 would be commendable, but we never expected a candidate to achieve such heights. Seeing the puzzled expressions of those around him, Lu Ziqiu finally divulged, Lin Xian is currently at level 19, still yet to reach level 20. Upon hearing this, the room fell silent. Eyes wide and lips moving without sound. After a long pause, Dean Nanxiangru of the Moon Spirit Academy incredulously remarked, we have all entered the Tower of Hope, beyond level 35. Unless one has undergone the second transition, even elite professionals at level 40 may struggle to pass. Even if he possesses 9-star talent, this is unprecedented. You all know that Mu Rong also has 9-star talent. yet she has never exhibited such extraordinary prowess. Struggling to find the right words to convey her feelings, she ultimately described her emotions as beyond comprehension. At this point, Elder Chi finally looked up and stated, "Thus, I propose that before Lin Xian undergoes his second transition, we classify his footage as a strategic level dossier. You all understand that those individuals will stop at nothing for their own gain. There is nothing they would shy away from. Once Lin Xian matures, even the national level will be an underestimation of his capabilities." The group exchanged resolute glances and nodded in agreement, declaring in unison, "It is indeed warranted. He has passed level 39. Upon clearing level 39, awarded 390 free attributes, with an additional 130 points for outstanding performance." Lin Xian exhaled, finally feeling a bit fatigued. At this moment, he was likely unaware that the entire nation awaited his conclusion. Since surpassing level 30, each subsequent floor had proven increasingly challenging. Although he could grind his way through with the immense damage of thunderous might, merely evading the skills was exhausting enough. Had it not been for the life steal and the damage reduction from thorns, he might have faced a dire setback. Currently, the passive abilities at the 80 and 60 stages have already been utilized, rendering them unavailable for the immediate future. Only the 40 and 20 stages remain effective. Reaching the 40th layer should be sufficient. The potential that ought to be displayed has already manifested itself, Lin Xian mused. If he were to surpass too greatly, the drawbacks might outweigh the benefits, and he harbored little confidence in his self-preservation capabilities. Standing out amidst the trees is ultimately not a favorable position. He wished to conceal his resurrection armor skill, as it was his greatest trump card. At the 40th layer, Lin Xian surveyed his surroundings. It appeared to be an immense underground cavern. Before him lay a colossal and fearsome beast, sprawled upon the ground, its tentacles splayed out, obscuring its full form. Scan. Judicator. Commander level. Level 40. Health. 24, 750, 000. Constitution. 200, 000. Strength. 210, 000. Agility. 190, 000. Spirit. 2, 250, 000. Skills. Mental shock. Spin. Earthquake. Light rain. Charged laser. Scatter laser. Good heavens, with over 800, 000 in four-dimensional attributes, who could possibly contend with that? Chapter 38, 40th layer, Commander level Judicator. Lin Xian stood frozen, uncertain of how to proceed. The defenses were insurmountable. As a Commander level entity, the Judicator had already detected his presence upon his arrival. It slowly rose, floating 2 meters above the ground, towering at approximately 8 meters, its entire body a gleaming silver. A massive mouth dominated 2/3 of its form, while its tentacles, adorned with sharp barbs, writhed menacingly. As the damage from Shandong, marked 14, 953, the Judicator trembled slightly, and then charged forward. Lin Xian had no time to evade. He desperately lunged to the left, but was still grazed by a tentacle. 102, 574, 498, 215, 386, a chilling figure, as thorns reflected 30 damage. Yet he suffered a loss of 10 health points. Lin Xian was horrified. His total health barely exceeded 250, 000. Recklessness was not an option. It seemed he would have to engage strategically. Ground-shattering impact. Stunned for 5 seconds, Lin Xian surged forward, unleashing a flurry of strikes, augmented by the true damage of Shandong, with the thunder passive triggering twice per second. 14, 953, 119, 624, 119, 624, 14, 953. Moments passed, and Lin Xian managed to deplete over 1 million health points from the Judicator, yet he had barely scratched the surface of its vitality. Fortunately, the life steal passive came into play, restoring his health to near full capacity, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. As the Judicator began to awaken, Lin Xian strategically retreated, maintaining a distance of approximately 800 meters, just within the range where Shandong could still inflict damage. 14, 953, 119, 624. The Judicator spun in place, causing the entire underground cavern to fill with a myriad of luminous circles. Headmaster Shurchong of the Starry Academy furrowed his brow, remarking, "This lad might be in peril." I vividly recall my own encounter at level 40 in the Tower of Hope, where I met my demise due to this very skill. Headmaster Nan Xiangru of the Moon Spirit Academy nodded in agreement. The skill known as Judgment possesses formidable damage potential, should it strike true. Lin Xian would likely be obliterated in an instant. He lamented the disparity in levels, recognizing that at level 19, one could boast over 200, 000 health points. He mused that once he matured to level 30, he might have a fighting chance against Judgment. As a prominent figure in China, his discerning gaze could effortlessly gauge Lin Xian's health based solely on the damage he endured. President Lu Ziqiu nodded in agreement, remarking that even if Lin Xian were to falter this time, his innate talent would surely afford him another opportunity to rise in the future. One should not speak too soon. Elder Chi interjected with a confident snort. This young lad will not be so easily vanquished. Though Elder Qi felt a twinge of uncertainty, for he was unaware of Lin Xian's true potential, he felt compelled to maintain morale, as Lin Xian would soon become a student of their academy. The other three deans exchanged knowing glances, rolling their eyes. They merely spoke the truth, yet could empathize, for even a mother hedgehog perceives her offspring as splendid, let alone a human. Meanwhile, Lin Xian, observing the multitude of energy circles surrounding him, felt a surge of trepidation. He sensed the immense power contained within those circles. If struck, he would surely find himself resurrected without a place to evade, akin to a full-screen attack from a previous Life S game. With a resigned sigh, Lin Xian realized that he had already deployed his invincibility skill before the battle had even commenced, leaving him to ponder how he might proceed. Time was of the essence, and it appeared that he would have to forego further contemplation. The energy within the circles erupted instantaneously, enveloping the entirety of the underground cavern without a single blind spot. The cavern trembled ominously. Alas, is this truly insurmountable? Dean Ji Tianlong of the Sunlit Academy mused, shaking his head in dismay as he beheld the projection. The outburst of energy consumed the entire screen, and he could scarcely fathom how Lin Xian could possibly survive. Nan Xiangru glanced at Elder Qi and quietly remarked, "He is already extraordinary. Let us not forget he is merely level 19. No, not yet," Elder Qi retorted with a slight smile, brimming with optimism. Ji Tianlong speculated whether Elder Qi could accept this reality and attempted to console him. Lin Xian is indeed a prodigy, but he is still a novice, just embarking on the path of a professional. Elder Qi is right. It is far from over, President Lu Ziqiu exclaimed, his eyes alight with fervor as he focused intently on the projection. The group resumed their rapt attention. As the skill, judgment, unleashed its full power, it confidently returned to its original position, preparing to rest. Yet, its health points diminished at a slow yet steady pace. 14953, 119624, 14953, 14953, 114680. What is this? A spatial skill? Ji Tianlong queried, glancing toward Elder Qi. Noticing that Elder Qi was equally bewildered, he understood that they were both in the dark. He lamented, "If even a blacksmith can master spatial skills, it seems every genius has their fortuitous moments." Enough with the lamentations, let us continue to observe, Nan Xiangru interjected impatiently, as the group remained fixated on the projection. Meanwhile, at the moment the energy erupted, Lin Xian activated Void Escape. Upon activating the Void Escape, one vanishes into the ethereal realm, allowing for unfettered movement within the line of sight, rendering oneself invisible and unselectable for a duration of 1 minute, with a cooldown period of 8 minutes. This ability consumes 15 mana points each second. In a split second, Lin Xian slipped into the interstice of the void, deftly evading the global attack from the Judicator, maintaining a safe distance. Although other abilities were rendered unusable, the skill known as the Morning Palace, akin to an aura, remained unaffected. The Judicator, blinded to the presence of its adversary, found its health steadily dwindling. In a fit of desperation, it flailed its tentacles, unleashing a barrage of attacks, charges, spins, tremors, beams of light, and concentrated lasers. The subterranean chamber was left in ruins, scarred and battered. Meanwhile, Lin Xian traversed the void, capitalizing on the Morning Palace and the passive thunderous might to inflict substantial damage. He bore witness to the full repertoire of the Judicator's skills, marveling silently at their complexity. Any single hit could spell his demise. As the minute elapsed, Lin Xian had managed to whittle down the Judicator's health by over 4 million points, yet with still 20 million remaining, he couldn't help but smile wryly. Gradually, he manifested 800 meters behind the Judicator. The Morning Palace continued to deal damage, each additional second of harm proving invaluable. Uncertain if the Judicator's skills had cooldowns of their own, the following 4 minutes saw both parties cultivate in relative peace. Whether the Judicator felt joy or despair was unknown, but Lin Xian was undeniably elated. Devoid of skills, the Judicator's basic attacks, though rapid, were bearable for Lin Xian, especially with the passive lifesteal, allowing his health to hover around 80%. Meanwhile, the Judicator was left with a mere 20% of its health, equating to just under 6 million life points. As victory seemed imminent, the Judicator let out a thunderous roar. A sudden mental shockwave struck Lin Xian, evaporating nearly 80% of his health in an instant. Chapter 39 concluded. How he longed to test his little hammer. The progress to Phase 40 was triggered in an instant, jolting Lin Xian back to attention. Earthquake strike. A 5-second stun. Chaotic hammering. With a savage grin, Lin Xian bellowed, "More output. I require more output." Damage figures soared. 149, 532, 242, 11, 962, for 17, 943, 119, 624, 179, 43. Each additional instance of thunder triggered another activation of lifesteal, with the exception of the true damage from the Morning Palace. All active skills that could not breach defenses dealt no damage. Thus, it was evident that the passive abilities reigned supreme. Calculating the damage per second from thunderous might, Other passives like Lifesteal and Thorns would retaliate and restore health as intended, remaining unaffected. Even as the stun duration elapsed, Lin Xian pressed on, engaging the Judicator in a fierce exchange. His health fluctuated alarmingly, a sight that would unnerve any spectator. The Lifesteal passive, any damage inflicted upon the target would siphon back 15% of that damage's health. 2 million, 1 million, 500,000, 200,000. In the next moment, the Judicator's upper tentacles lunged violently, seizing Lin Xian and attempting to engulf him whole. Divine Purification. Fearless Dive. Lin Xian swiftly executed a fearless dive, leaping into the air without a moment's pause, descending rapidly as his weapon crashed down upon the judge. Alas, the thunderous roar belied the meager impact, merely evading a wave of skills without inflicting any damage. The fissures radiated from a central point, resembling a spider's web sprawling across the cavern. The massive body of the judge collapsed with a resounding thud. Having conquered the 40th level, Lin Xian was rewarded with the skill Rogue and an impressive allocation of 400 free attribute points, along with an additional 130 points for exemplary performance. What a formidable opponent! Lin Xian lamented. This was indeed the most challenging adversary he had encountered since his class advancement. In the live broadcast room of the college entrance examination rankings, the excitement was palpable. It's over, it's over. Level 40, what an incredible feat. Could anyone imagine how a blacksmith class could achieve such a victory? Oh, it's just level 40. If next year's college entrance examination is also in the Tower of Hope, just wait until I shatter that record. A voice from above chimed in. No need for explanations. Step aside. The crowd erupted with enthusiasm as the declaration rang out. I announced that this year's strongest hidden class is the blacksmith. Meanwhile, in the plaza of the examination site in Jinbei City, someone exclaimed, "He is out, he is out." Instantly, everyone began to scan the expansive area, eager to locate the man who had shocked the nation. At that moment, Lin Xian appeared in the plaza, and a 3-meter radius cleared around him. Standing at 185 meters tall with a striking short hairstyle, his face beamed with a smile, buoyed by the rewards from the Tower of Hope, exuding an invigorating aura. In his hand, he wielded a massive hammer bound with chains, a somewhat jarring sight. My goodness, how handsome and radiant. Is that Lin Xian? Doesn't he seem like someone who could conquer level 40? I wonder if I could try out his little hammer. Perhaps level 40 wasn't a guaranteed victory. Why don't you give level 39 a shot, and let me see? Fool. Lin Xian observed the circle of examinees around him, their clear discussions reaching his ears, causing his lips to twitch slightly. Fortunately, at that moment, Principal Su Tianda and Association President Zhao Wenjie approached briskly. All right, the college entrance examination has concluded. Tomorrow at noon, the association will announce the rankings. You may check them at your convenience. Dismissed. Thankfully, the president's authority still held sway, prompting the examinees to leave reluctantly, particularly the female students, who seemed quite enamored with the handsome, sunny Lin Xian, a figure of strength and charm. Lin Xian, wait a moment. Just as he was about to find Wang Bo to head home, Principal Su Tianda called out to him. Principal, President Zhao, is there something else? Although he could surmise the reason for being called, he still inquired out of politeness. Li Xiaoxiao and Zhao Baichuan, waiting nearby, had intended to converse with Lin Xian but opted to depart upon witnessing the unfolding scene. Once the crowd had thinned, President Zhao spoke. You've truly put Jinbei City on the map this time. Who doesn't know that the national champion hails from our city? Lin Xian could only respond with an awkward smile, unsure of what else to say. Zhao, the president, did not mind and continued, given the uniqueness of your profession, we are uncertain about your needs. If there is anything you desire, please speak freely. As long as it is within our association's capabilities, we shall extend our utmost assistance. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian felt invigorated. With a shy smile, he hesitantly replied, that might not be entirely appropriate. Before Zhao Wenjie could respond, Lin scratched his head and continued in a soft voice. As you know, I am a blacksmith, and to elevate my profession, I require a substantial quantity of materials. Additionally, I have a younger brother to support. After a brief pause, he continued timidly. Therefore, could you possibly provide me with around 10 tons of a little bit of material? I wish to break through to the bronze level. Zhao Wenjie was momentarily taken aback. Surely, he must have misheard. However, upon observing Lin Xian's bashful demeanor, he was convinced otherwise. Su Tianda, unable to contain himself, remarked to Zhao Wenjie, I am aware of the child's family situation. His parents were members of the military and sacrificed their lives when he was in middle school. It is truly remarkable that he has come this far. He then pulled Zhao Wenjie aside and whispered, your guild is not lacking in forging materials. Why cultivate such mediocre individuals? You are on the verge of advancement, largely due to Lin Xian's efforts. Furthermore, this authority should not go to waste. If you reward him, who would dare to question it? Zhao Wenjie looked at Su Tianda in astonishment, realizing the validity of his words. Su Tianda, recognizing the thoughts racing through Zhao's mind, rolled his eyes and said, I am merely providing you with a reminder. Enhancing a situation is far less impactful than offering assistance in times of need. Lin Xian's future is beyond our imagination. If we do not cultivate this relationship now, we may regret it later. If our school possessed such resources, you would find yourself sidelined. Your reasoning is quite sound. However, it begs the question of why you lack such resources, Zhao Wanjie chuckled, dismissing Su Tianda's concerns as he approached Lin Xian with a smile. So, you merely seek some forging materials? How trivial. Please, tell me how much you require. Feigning ignorance of their prior conversation, Lin Xian continued to speak softly. Perhaps I will need quite a bit. With a sigh, he added, our association may lack many things, but we certainly will not be short on materials. Zhao Wanjie thumped his chest, declaring with great enthusiasm, rest assured. Seeing his confidence, Lin Xian felt emboldened and decided to be candid. He had required over 3 tons of materials to advance from apprentice to black iron, so to reach bronze, he estimated he would need at least double that amount. Blushing, he suggested, 20 tons? What? How much? Zhao Wanjie, bewildered, sought clarification. Lin Xian, his gaze lowered, was unable to reveal his expression, appearing even more bashful. It dawned on Zhao Wanjie that he had indeed heard correctly. The association might not have such a quantity of materials readily available. Just as he prepared to decline, he noticed Su Tianda giving him persistent signals. Taking a deep breath, he forced a smile and said, Lin Xian, do not fret. I will see what I can gather for you upon my return. With that, he turned to leave, as if pursued by some ferocious beast. Casting a fierce glare at Su Tianda, who was giving him a thumbs up. You are truly relentless. Su Tianda chuckled, seemingly amused by Zhao Wanjie's predicament. Lin Xian smiled shyly and remarked, I was merely speaking in jest. All right, let us drop the act in front of me. Chapter 40, New Skills, Scoundrel. Lin Xian offered a faint smile, but remained silent. Su Tianda sighed, furrowing his brow, and asked, have you truly made up your mind about attending the Demon Suppression Academy? Is there something wrong with the Demon Suppression Academy? Lin Xian inquired, puzzled by Su Tianda's tone. Su Tianda struggled to articulate his thoughts, finally stating, the challenges of the academy are not merely in the dungeons. I believe you would have no trouble with those. However, it is worth noting that the Demon Suppression Academy has the highest mortality rate among all the academies. He added, fearing Lin Xian might misconstrue his words. I'm not referring to the dungeons. I don't possess all the specifics. After all, I am merely a small-town principal who has yet to undergo a second transition. In any case, do consider your options carefully. If you change your mind, the other 3 major academies would be more than willing to accommodate you. With that, he laughed heartily and turned to leave. Lin Xian furrowed his brows in contemplation, feeling somewhat bewildered by Principal Su's cryptic words. Nevertheless, he had faith in his own abilities. He believed that when the time came, he would navigate his path with ease. If necessary, he would vanquish any divine or demonic obstacles in his way. Having made his decision, he resolved to forge ahead, for indecision is the mark of the weak. Should anyone dare to wrong him, he would obliterate them. Should the heavens hinder him, he would shatter those very skies. Brother, how are you so formidable? You have no idea how those classmates mocked you for transitioning to a blacksmith, only to be left in tatters when I defended you. Now they envy me for being your brother. Where were they earlier? Upon returning home, Lin Imo rushed over excitedly, showering Lin Xian with praise. Lin Xian promptly grasped the crux of the matter. Oh really? You got into a fight at school? Lin Imo gasped and quickly retreated to his room. Brother, you must have misheard. I need to go do my homework now. You can handle dinner today? A loud bang resonated from behind the door. Lin Xian shook his head with a smile, not particularly concerned. What mattered to him was whether his brother had been bullied. He slumped onto the sofa, finally taking the time to reflect on his gains from the recent college entrance examination. He had reached the 40th floor of the Tower of Hope, earning a staggering 725 points in free attribute rewards alone. The completion reward amounted to 250 points, complemented by a performance reward of 475 points. Along with 2 skills, Holy Purification and Scoundrel. Holy Purification active. Upon activation, this skill removes all negative effects for 1 minute, with a cooldown of 10 minutes, consuming 1,000 mana points. Scoundrel passive. Normal attacks have a 50 chance to stun the target for 2 seconds. The rewarded skills appeared directly in his skill bar, both at the mastery level. Lin Xian suspected this was due to his own circumstances, since he had ascended to the black iron rank and honed his abilities. All his skills, including those acquired later, were at the mastery level. The utility of Holy Purification is self-evident, while Scoundrel was an invaluable boon for Lin Xian, who already possessed significant damage potential. Given his agility, delivering 3 strikes in a second was hardly an exaggeration. A 50 chance to stun? Laughing heartily, Lin Xian reveled in the moment. Once the enemy lacked purification skills. The recent adventure in the Tower of Hope during the college entrance examination not only yielded immense rewards, but also illuminated the shortcomings within himself. His conventional means of attack were woefully insufficient, aside from the skills Palace of Sorrow and Thunderous Might, which provided consistent damage and the stunning control of Earth Shatter. The other passive skills were overly passive. Skills such as Progress, Thorns, Holy Purification, and Lifesteal failed to facilitate a seamless offensive strategy. Moreover, the potential of the skill Ambush had yet to be fully realized, But now with Rogue's infinite stun, future battles promised to unleash his capabilities. Amused by this thought, Lin Xian chuckled aloud, but soon his expression turned contemplative. A significant concern loomed. His health points remained alarmingly low. He had believed his vitality to be commendable among his peers. Yet in comparison to the transformed level 30 monsters, his health was perilously inadequate. The forthcoming focus would be to prioritize monster hunting, enhancing not only his life points, but also his strength attributes. After a moment of introspection, Lin Xian resolved to allocate the 725 free attribute points acquired from the Tower of Hope entirely to agility. The constitution and strength attributes could be autonomously enhanced through talents and the breaking limit feature of the breaking hammer, whereas agility could only grow through level progression. For the time being, his mana was more than sufficient, requiring no further consideration. Once his agility was increased, not only would his movement and reaction speeds improve, but the velocity of his normal attacks would also experience a significant boost. Coupled with Rogue's passive ability, he would become invincible. Suddenly, the ringing of a phone jolted him back to reality. Hello, President Zhao, long time no see. Thank you. It was merely good fortune. Zhao Baichuan performed exceptionally well as well. Oh, really? Ha ha ha, splendid. I have been eagerly anticipating this. I shall come by tomorrow. I appreciate your assistance in advance. Goodbye. With a smile, Lin Xian hung up the phone, relieved that the Blood Alliance had finally settled the Shadow Demon Abyss, continuing their collaboration with the Demon Suppression Academy. How intriguing. Shaking off further thoughts, he resolved to gather all the flying items the following day. Xiaomo, what as for dinner tonight? You'd better finish whatever I make if you don't come out. Wait, where are you putting that? Let me handle it. In the office of the Berserker Guild, Zhang Guangqing, filled with resentment, questioned, Dad, that Lin Xian has now become the national top scorer. What shall we do? Shall we just let it be? Zhang Huairan gently patted his son's head, his eyes narrowing in reassurance. He must have used the secret chamber to enhance his job transition probability for his brother. Before your transition next year, I will certainly find a way for you. Do not worry. As for Lin Xian, I will ensure he understands that the resources of the Berserker Guild are not easily obtained. Suddenly, a shadow flitted past the curtain. With a serious expression, Zhang Huairan turned back to his son and smiled. All right, it's just a soul stone. I'll help you acquire one later. You may return home now. I'll head back then. Mom and I will prepare dinner and wait for you to come home. Zhang Huairan nodded with a kind smile, watching his son exit the office before rising to close the door. In a cold tone, he commanded, Show yourself. How dare you be so brazen? President Zhang, it has been a while. Let us be a bit more cordial, considering how delightfully we collaborated last time. Suddenly, a man clad in black appeared on the sofa, nonchalantly crossing his legs while gently swaying a cup of tea, as though it were a glass of fine red wine. Zhang Huairan, unfazed, chose not to engage further and directly inquired, What brings you here? The man in black chuckled sinisterly, his chilling voice escaping his lips. A trivial matter. The Lord wishes to locate someone in Jinbei. A trivial matter? Is that why a deputy hall master is personally involved? Your target cannot possibly be our national champion, can it? Zhang Huairan was far too astute to believe that the involvement of a deputy hall master was merely trivial. The man in black replied with a menacing grin. Not necessarily, but it is highly unlikely. However, should the opportunity arise to deal with him, it would indeed be a significant accomplishment. Ha ha ha. As per our usual arrangement, I require the soul stone this time. I will provide you with the information. Whether it materializes depends on your own capabilities. The man in black nodded dismissively and vanished in an instant. Chapter 41. Foster Father, please take me along. Early in the morning, Lin Xian arrived at the Blood Alliance Guild, where he found Zhao Tianxiong and Zhao Baichuan awaiting his arrival. He hurried over, a smile gracing his lips, and said, President Zhao, I must trouble you once more. Oh, what trouble could this possibly be? I have yet to congratulate you in person on your achievement as the national champion. Zhao Tianxiong beamed, continuing, the negotiations with the Demon Suppression Academy have gone exceptionally well, largely due to your reputation. We have collectively decided to offer you 10% of the profits. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian felt a jolt of surprise. If it were merely a standard dungeon, it would be one thing, but this was a dungeon that could yield flying items, the value of which was immeasurable. He initially considered declining, but soon realized that since he had already resolved to go to the Demon Suppression Academy, there was no harm in a few additional entanglements. Thus, he bashfully replied, I cannot possibly accept. I have contributed little. He then inquired, is the dungeon fully accessible now? Not yet. It will only open completely once the personnel from the Demon Suppression Academy arrive, Zhao Tianxiong explained. Now that my level has increased sufficiently, you must take me with you. Zhao Baichuan interjected eagerly. Having missed out last time due to insufficient level, he was determined not to let this opportunity slip away again. Lin Xian glanced at Zhao Baichuan. Puzzled, for a level 25 dungeon, you might be lacking for hell difficulty, but master difficulty should be within your grasp, shouldn't it? No way. I must accompany you. I want to see how you clear it. Zhao Baichuan grinned mischievously. Very well, Lin Xian conceded, but be prepared for a harsh reality, young man. Zhao Baichuan, elated, pulled Lin Xian along as they headed outside. I will lead the way. Lin Xian managed only to nod at Zhao Tianxiong before being whisked away by Zhao Baichuan. They took the elevator straight to the top floor. Currently, the Shadow Demon Cave dungeon is temporarily situated here. It will be moved to our guild's dungeon hall once the personnel from the Demon Suppression Academy arrive, Zhao Baichuan explained as they walked. Upon reaching the dungeon entrance, Lin Xian paused and insisted, "Let me make this clear. Until I have gathered 2 complete feather items, all feather fragments obtained will belong to me." All right, no problem. Everything is yours, Zhao Baichuan urged nonchalantly. Only then did Lin Xian contentedly utilize the party function on the interface, a wave of energy enveloping Zhao Baichuan. Let us go. Shadow Abyss, level 15 to 25 dungeon, limited to 5 players. Please select difficulty. Easy, normal, hard, master, hell. In an instant, the two found themselves within the dungeon. Is this what hell difficulty looks like? It doesn't seem that daunting, Zhao Baichuan remarked, brimming with eagerness. How about I go first? If I can't handle it, you can join in later? Lin Xian, unhurried, chuckled and replied, all right, you go ahead. But I must caution you, there are plenty of monsters in this level. So be careful, just watch. With that, Zhao Baichuan dashed forward, immediately drawing the attention of 200 firewing demon birds. In an instant, a barrage of fireballs hurtled toward him. Whoa, dodge. He swiftly darted behind Lin Xian. Brother, Lin, maybe you should take over. TSK. And I was expecting to see you show off your prowess. Lin Xian laughed heartily, feigning regret as he shook his head. Activating his skill, he remained where he was, merely observing. With a flurry of thunder arc, within mere seconds, the 200 firewing demon birds vanished. Massively defeated firewing demon birds, experience gained, 18,349. Acquired 45 firewing demon bird claws, constitution attribute, 400, strength attribute, 43. Zhao Baichuan stood dumbfounded, as if struck by lightning, frozen in place. Only when he saw Lin Xian advancing did he snap back to reality and hurriedly follow, stammering, Lin Xian, is this really how you clear a level 25 hell dungeon? Well, what else would it be? Lin Xian replied, glancing at him in surprise, feigning astonishment. This is how I've always done it. Aren't you all doing it the same way? TCH. Zhao Baichuan shot him a disparaging gesture and took the lead into the second area. Ha. Lin Xian shook his head, following suit. It was far more enjoyable to tackle the dungeon with a partner than alone, despite having to share the experience. Whoosh. Lin Xian's eyes sparkled as he noticed Zhao Baichuan grinning behind him, making a gesture of respect. Brother Lin, please go ahead. With a sidelong glance, Lin Xian took the lead. Massively defeated firewing demon birds, experience gained, 21,473, constitution attribute, 520, strength attribute, 55. The first level was swiftly cleared. The second level, Rock Giant, brought back the familiar task of smashing crystals. Lin Xian gazed at the rock giant, reminiscing about how inadequate he had felt during his previous attempts. Now, with over 25,000 agility, he couldn't even be touched by its sleeves. In a swift motion, he maneuvered past the rock giant and approached the obsidian crystals. Instantly shattering 5 of them, he proceeded directly to the third level. Defeated the rock giant, experience gained, 10,526, constitution attribute, 2, strength attribute, 1, acquired rock helmet, 1. Zhao Baichuan retracted his astonished expression, picked up the rock helmet, and hurriedly followed suit. Lin Gu, your equipment. You take it first. The third checkpoint. Lin Xian, is that a harpy over there? Is that flying item dropped by it? Zhao Baichuan curiously stared at the harpy across the way, seeking confirmation from Lin Xian. The guardian hammer. Lin Xian nodded, his form instantaneously appearing atop the heavenly hammer, standing with arms crossed as he advanced towards the foe. Wow. Zhao Baichuan exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement, flailing his arms and shouting from behind. Lin Gu, my dear father, please carry me, I want to fly. Upon defeating the harpy, he received 11,231 experience, 1 constitution attribute, 1 strength attribute, and 30 harpy feather shards. Last time, I got at least 50 shards, why only 30 this time? Lin Xian muttered to himself. At that moment, Zhao Baichuan had crossed the broken bridge and arrived beside Lin Xian, collapsing to the ground and clinging tightly to Lin Xian's leg. Father, I beg you, help me out, I want to fly too. Zhao Baichuan, where's your dignity? Lin Xian shook his leg, exasperated. Get up, if you keep pulling, my pants will come off. Zhao Baichuan nonchalantly replied, what is dignity? It doesn't fill my stomach or quench my thirst. Lin Gu, please take me flying just once. Unfortunately, I cannot. You must diligently gather flying items yourself. Once you have the item, you can fly independently. Lin Xian waved the feather shards in his hand, flatly refusing. What a joke. I haven't even taken Xiao Mo flying. Let alone you. Chapter 42, the flying item acquired. Zhao Baichuan was taken aback, promptly rising as though he had just shed his lack of dignity. He smacked his forehead, realization dawning upon him. Right. This dungeon is our own. Isn't it simple to farm a flying item? Come on, let us not fantasize. We still have one more to defeat. Lin Xian kicked him, urging him on. Zhao Baichuan quickly perked up. Let us go. Let us see what the final challenge entails. This must be the shadow demon. It doesn't look impressive. Let me check its stats. He then cast a reconnaissance spell. Lin Xian, unwilling to waste any more time, left the skills of the Death Palace activated. The shadow demon, with a staggering health of 15, 618 and 35, for 71, 233 was swiftly obliterated. Defeated the shadow demon lord. Gained 19,437 experience, 2 constitution attributes, 1 strength attribute. Level 19, 20. Finally leveled up, but it's a pity there's no experience in the Tower of Hope. Lin Xian sighed, begrudgingly reaching level 20, feeling a twinge of disappointment. When we were first exploring, there was a storyline. Now it's vanished. Lin Xian lamented. Magic core shards are truly valuable. At that moment, Zhao Baichuan also reached level 19, yet he grumbled, I hadn't even finished checking the stats when you defeated it. What is the point of teamwork? Fine, next time you handle it alone. 2 people mean half the experience. Don't say that, Lin Gu, you should still lead me. Zhao Baichuan has come to appreciate the advantages of relying on others, yet it feels rather effortless. Back when he transitioned to a new role, he leveled up alongside Li Xiaoxiao and Li Jiajia, with his output entirely dependent on him, which was truly exhausting. Lin Xian reminded him, don't you wish to soar? Following me is an option, but you must understand that you won't possess any flying apparatus. In truth, he was indifferent. Completing the first level of this dungeon grants 2,400 points in vitality attributes, and nearly 250 to 260 in strength attributes. It is indeed beneficial to enhance attributes as much as possible while managing levels. After all, once one surpasses level 30, monsters undergo a qualitative transformation. If one's attributes aren't sufficiently high, mass farming becomes significantly more laborious. The pursuit of levels is akin to sharpening a knife before chopping wood. After much deliberation, Zhao Baichuan resolved, no, I still prefer to lean on others. The flying apparatus can wait. When this dungeon opens, each team can collect some feather fragments, and I shall soon gather enough. You certainly know how to exploit resources, Lin Xian remarked, surprised at Zhao Baichuan's insight. However, upon reflection, it made sense. As the young master of the Blood Alliance, he could hardly be a naive saint. By the way, Baichuan, I recall that dungeons have cooldown times. Can we continue farming indefinitely? Lin Xian suddenly pondered this, as he had not engaged in many dungeons apart from the novice one. Seeing Lin Xian's genuine confusion, Zhao Baichuan chuckled, realizing that Lin Xian was adorably naive. He suppressed his laughter and explained, did you not know? The cooldown for dungeons is set by their creators. Operating a dungeon consumes resources. Furthermore, the number of participants is also limited. Thus, the more popular a dungeon is, the longer its cooldown time. Conversely, obscure dungeons may even have no cooldown at all. Only the novice dungeon is unique. The state spares no expense to allow unlimited access. Lin Xian nodded in understanding, finally resolving a significant question. Then what are we waiting for? Let us proceed. He kicked Zhao Baichuan playfully and urged him on. Zhao Baichuan, unfazed, brushed off his pants and cheerfully followed suit. For the remainder of the day, the two immersed themselves in the Shadow Demon Cave, 30 kilometers outside Jincheng, at Zhukfeng. The vice leader declared, everything is ready. A man cloaked in a dark robe knelt respectfully. 10 meters ahead, a man in black leaned casually against a boulder, idly toying with a purple hollow sphere. His tone was icy as he inquired, what did President Zhang say? The president assured that the goods will be delivered on time. The vice leader replied with a cold laugh, gesturing for the robed man to withdraw. A chilling voice emanated from behind, launched the full assault at 10 tonight. Finally, they concluded their session, and Zhao Baichuan collapsed at the dungeon entrance, his eyes vacant and voice weak. Lin Xian cast a glance at him and remarked, a man's stamina is crucial. That poses a significant issue. As he spoke, he retrieved 300 feather fragments from his backpack and tossed them onto Zhao Baichuan. Zhao Baichuan, filled with delight, sprang up, gathering the scattered feather fragments while muttering, your manner of discarding materials resembles a scoundrel settling a bill post encounter. Seeing Lin Xian raise his leg, he hastily sidestepped. It was no wonder Zhao Baichuan felt exasperated. They had traversed the Shadow Demon Abyss a staggering 28 times, making it a total of 29 rounds including the initial one. He had reached his limit. Not only synchronizing the flying device fragments for himself and Xiao Mo, but also acquiring a complete set for Zhao Baichuan. Beyond the flying devices, the most significant gain was their simultaneous ascension to level 25, with Lin Xian merely a whisker away from reaching level 26. The accumulation of attribute points was nothing short of remarkable. Vitality increased by 69, 687 points, and strength surged by 7, 395 points. Not accounting for the additional attributes gained from leveling up, a plethora of equipment and materials had dropped, yet only one piece of equipment caught his eye. The rest were generously bestowed upon Zhao Baichuan. After all, one must not be insatiable. Naturally, all forging materials were imperative to retain, for the blacksmith profession is indeed a voracious consumer of resources. Noticing Zhao Baichuan engrossed in synthesizing the flying device, Lin Xian turned to retrieve the sole piece of equipment that piqued his interest, the demonic spirit helmet. Slot. Head. Quality. Gold. Spirit. 800. Defense. 1400. Feature. Taunt. Upon casting this skill, it will attract the enmity of all enemy units within a 30-meter radius. Consumes 3,000 mana points. Although this skill bore no offensive power, Lin Xian was not one to underestimate its potential. At critical moments, its utility could be substantial. He even envisioned himself maxing out the Thorn skill, where he could simultaneously gather foes while reflecting damage. No need to activate the skills of the Morning Palace. With a click, he activated his talent and optimized the skill. As the silvery light dissipated, he stored the decomposed materials and leveled up. Lin Xian then examined the enhanced effects of his skill. Taunt active. Upon casting this skill, it will forcibly attract all enemy units within a 100-meter radius to attack oneself. Consumes 100 mana points. Truly, I am formidable. Lin Xian felt a surge of satisfaction with this skill. Once the Thorn skill was fully upgraded, he could easily adopt a damage-reflecting playstyle. At that moment, a brilliant light burst forth behind him. Chapter 43, Monsters Assault the City. Lin Emo was in trouble. Lin Xian turned to witness a pair of enormous, pristine wings manifesting in Zhao Baichuan's hands. They were impressive, nearly matching his own height, and appeared capable of enveloping him entirely. Binding, equipping. These wings seemed to grow organically from his back, gently fluttering as Zhao Baichuan began to levitate, suspended in the void. How do I look? Am I not striking, my friend? He chuckled. Birdman, who doesn't have one? Lin Xian, uninterested, proceeded to synthesize both pairs of wings from his inventory. He extracted one pair and bound them. Inspecting them, he found shadow wings, quality, gold, skill, dash, description, allows low-altitude flight for 30 minutes, with a cooldown of 1 hour. Dash, instantly accelerates, doubling speed for 10 seconds. Is that all? Lin Xian shook his head in disappointment. After such prolonged anticipation, it felt rather trivial. Moreover, how can something so clearly white be called shadow wings? Hey, what kind of expression is that? Who are you to judge, the well-fed ignorant of the starving? Do you have any idea what one can accomplish with the ability to fly? Zhao Baichuan, upon witnessing Lin Xian's disappointed visage, could not help but voice his resentment. Lin Xian chose not to engage in a debate with him and instead began to scrutinize his attribute panel. This marked his second instance of self-refinement, promising substantial advancement. Name, Lin Xian. Occupation, Blacksmith. Level, 25. Profession level, Black Iron Level Smith. Experience, 949,470 949,470. Stamina, 92,600 and 92,610. Attack power, 398,005,1740. Defense, 94,947. Vitality, 94,947. Strength, 221,331,1067. Agility, 173438672. Spirit, 9,261. Equipment, Heaven-Shattering Hammer. Level, 25. Quality, Black Iron. Attack, 6,600. Strength, 6,600. Attack power increase, 80. Characteristics, slight. My health is nearly 950,000. On the brink of surpassing 1 million. Fantastic. With this health and defense, those incapable of inflicting over 90,000 damage are unworthy of engaging me in combat. They cannot breach my defenses. Lin Xian felt an overwhelming sense of accomplishment swelling within him. His Black Iron level Heaven-Shattering Hammer likely surpassed even Platinum level weapons, and despite possessing only a single piece of equipment, it was not something they could easily surpass. At level 25, his attack power had officially transcended 90,000. Who else could claim such a feat? Not hearing Lin Xian's reply, Zhao Baichuan turned to see Lin Xian grinning with uncontainable delight, descending and playfully waving his hand before him. Curiously, he inquired, what delightful thoughts occupy your mind, causing you to smile so broadly? Go on, it's nearly 10 o'clock. I must hurry home. Little Mo is all alone. Lin Xian regained his composure, pushed him aside, and prepared to make his way home. Just then, a jarring bell tolled throughout the city, illuminating it in an instant, causing a tumult of commotion. How strange. Rehearsals had already been conducted this year. So how could this be the real thing, a true monster invasion? Before Zhao Baichuan could finish his sentence, Lin Xian, with astonishing agility, flung open the window and leaped out. Lin Xian, where are you going? Zhao Baichuan rushed to the window, only to see Lin Xian soaring through the air, wings unfurling like a white shadow, racing toward his home. Oh no, flying is prohibited in the city. Zhao Baichuan hurriedly took the elevator down to find his father. Attention everyone. Attention everyone. Monsters are attacking the city. Monsters are attacking the city. All practitioners above level 15 immediately proceed to the 4 city gates for support. Attention everyone. Attention everyone. Monsters are attacking the city. Monsters are attacking the city. All practitioners above level 15 immediately proceed to the 4 city gates for support. The voice of Colonel Luo Feng, commander of the Jinbei City Guard, resonated throughout the city. In such moments, no one could remain detached. Even those engaged in civilian occupations were compelled to make their way to the city walls as logistical support in preparation for battle. Lin Xian could not afford to dwell on trivialities. He was racing home at an astonishing speed, for nothing mattered more than the safety of his younger brother. 10 minutes later, the neighborhood lay desolate. Xiao. Lin Xian burst through his own window and entered the house, checking each room, yet found it utterly empty. Damn it, my head. Lin Xian slapped his forehead, suddenly recalling that when the signal for a monster siege sounded, all non-combatants would gather in the underground shelter. Just as he was about to leave for the refuge, his peripheral vision caught sight of a note quietly lying on the ground. This was unusual. He and Lin Mo had never resorted to leaving notes. Lin Xian quickly picked it up, his expression darkening ominously. He spoke slowly. No matter who you are, I will ensure your demise is most unpleasant. In an instant, he dashed out the window, heading northward. Colonel Luo Feng. This is Lieutenant Wang Shi from the Northern District. There is a breach in the formation 3 kilometers west of the Blood Alliance Guild. Requesting reinforcements. Colonel Luo Feng. This is Lieutenant Wang Shi from the Northern District. There is a breach in the formation 3 kilometers west of the Blood Alliance Guild. Requesting reinforcements. Colonel Luo Feng. The Blood Alliance members led by Zhao Tianxiong have already arrived. Understood, Lieutenant Wang Shi. Ensure your safety. We cannot allow the monsters to breach the walls. I will arrive as swiftly as possible. Colonel Luo Feng sighed in relief, setting down the communication stone. There was no time to ponder why a breach had occurred near the Blood Alliance Guild. For now, the priority was defense. And any investigation could wait until after the beast tide had passed. In the Northern District, the guard forces had already taken their positions atop the city walls. While numerous professionals hurried to the scene, melee fighters instinctively shielded the fragile ranged classes behind them, and support roles remained poised to provide healing. Despite the large number of individuals, they maintained an admirable order. All airborne personnel, please descend immediately. Lieutenant Wang Shi noted a white figure speeding toward the northern city gate from the inner city. Lin Xian rushed to the northern gate, where a massive protective shield enveloped the area. To exit, the guards would need to create a breach. Lin Xian reluctantly landed before Lieutenant Wang Shi. His expression fraught with urgency. Sir, may I be permitted to leave? Preposterous. What could a level 25 professional accomplish outside? The monsters are less than 10 kilometers from the walls. Do you think I can simply open the formation for you? It is not a matter of whim. It cannot be easily opened or closed. Lieutenant Wang Shi reprimanded sternly. What time is it? It is the beast tide. It is a monster siege. How could I possibly open the formation for your sake? Lin Xian understood that once the formation was opened, it could not be closed again in the short term. Yet, with Lin Mo still awaiting rescue, he held on to a glimmer of hope and asked again, is it truly impossible? Then I shall have to try. Chapter 44. Confrontation with a second transition professional. In an instant, Lin Xian vanished from sight. All personnel, be on high alert. Lieutenant Wang Shi exclaimed, his face paling in shock as he shouted. All around, individuals gripped their weapons tightly, scanning their surroundings for the enemy. Lieutenant Wang Shi. I recognize that young man. He is this year's top scorer in the college entrance examination. He is undoubtedly capable. Zhao Baichuan urged Zhao Tianxiong to approach quickly. Offering an explanation, Lieutenant Wang Shi felt a sense of relief, yet remained puzzled. What business does he have leaving the city at a time like this? Are you aware of the perils that lie beyond the city walls? Though I remain uncertain of his intentions for venturing outside, I can assure you that he is undoubtedly safe. Zhao Tianxiong, equally perplexed, holds faith in the judgment of Elder Qi from the Demon Suppression Academy, who has deemed him worthy. Zhao Baichuan furrowed his brow and suddenly spoke. Upon hearing the alarm bells toll, Lin Xian hurried back to find his younger brother. Having observed his anxious demeanor earlier, could it be that something has befallen Lin Mo? As an ordinary individual yet to transition into a profession, who would target him without cause? Surely, it cannot be aimed at Lin Xian himself? Zhao Tianxiong was startled by his own thoughts and expressed his concerns. Lieutenant Wang Shi sighed, having heard tales of the extraordinary talents among the garden's top scholars. However, if he has already left the city, there is little they could do to assist him. I can only report the truth to Colonel Luo Feng, though I fear there is little hope for rescue. One can only hope his self-preservation skills are ample. Lin Xian wished to test whether the skill, Void Escape, could traverse the array, and fortunately, it did not disappoint. He sped through the interstitial space towards the distant Juku Peak, approximately 30 kilometers away. The skill, Void Escape, could only be sustained for a minute. Yet within that fleeting moment, Lin Xian surpassed the tide of beasts and witnessed thousands of them surging towards the north of the city like a dark wave. At that moment, he had no room for concern about the northern defenses. He focused solely on his journey. 5 minutes later, Lin Xian beheld the flickering purple glow of Juku Peak. A man clad in black, holding a shimmering purple orb, looked on in astonishment as Lin Xian approached. Lin Xian folded his wings and landed atop the peak, relieved to see Lin Mo unharmed, carelessly discarded by the man in black 100 meters away. He exhaled deeply, his gaze reassuring Lin Mo, who seemed ready to speak. Turning his attention to the smiling figure in black, he calmly inquired, "What do you desire?" "Oh, I initially believed the task would be a smooth success, yet it seems we have an unexpected wild card in the form of a national champion." "Ha ha. Has fortune finally smiled upon me, Han Liang?" The man in black cackled maniacally, his probing gaze unabashedly scrutinizing Lin Xian, as if attempting to uncover his very essence. TSK, utterly unremarkable, devoid of any outstanding traits. "Young man, how did you manage to steal the title of national champion?" Lin Xian maintained a stoic expression, aware that despite the man's apparent lack of caution, he was ever ready to eliminate Lin Mo, rendering him unable to act. He opted to bide his time, stating, "That is none of your concern. Capturing my brother is merely a ploy to lure me here. Now that I am present, release him." "Ha ha ha, you amuse me." "For me? You are hardly worthy of my personal attention as a vice leader." Han Liang laughed as if he had heard the finest jest, doubling over in mirth while pointing at Lin Xian. "However, I am quite curious about how you found us here." Was it not you who left a note for me to come?" Lin Xian was momentarily taken aback, producing the note and crumpling it before tossing it towards Han Liang. The man displayed caution, retreating with Lin Mo until the paper landed safely before he raised his hand to retrieve the note. After reading it, he scoffed. "Zhang Huiran possesses quite the cunning, attempting to use me as a pawn in his schemes. Young man, it seems you have seriously offended that old rascal Zhang Huiran." It seems that he feels quite confident in his victory, revealing everything without reservation. Lin Xian, no longer anxious, tentatively inquired, "So, if I understand correctly, your primary target is my younger brother. May I ask why? Does a national champion like me not surpass an unpromoted high school student?" Lin Xian's expression was one of anger, feigning dissatisfaction as if he had been underestimated. Han Liang, fully aware of Lin Xian's intentions, remained unfazed, believing that a mere level 25 practitioner could not stir any significant upheaval against him, a seasoned level 46 second-tier practitioner. He tossed off his explanation with a light-hearted demeanor. "He is the one our divine lord is seeking. As for you, merely a national champion. Our sect would not go to great lengths for someone of your stature." Lin Xian understood. With that, he need not worry about Lin Mo's safety for the time being. With a soft chuckle, he said, "Then let me see what you are capable of." With that, he charged directly at Han Liang. Han Liang disdainfully curled his lip and vanished from sight. Lin Xian, having never faced a second-tier practitioner, dared not take unnecessary risks. Evading. In an instant, Lin Xian disappeared. The Hall of Sorrow was activated. Spatial skills? How could a blacksmith possibly possess spatial skills? Han Liang was taken aback, having assumed a casual strike would easily dispatch his opponent. Yet he found himself unable to even make contact, unable to discern Lin Xian's location. Fortunately, he had not been careless. His defenses remained intact. Upon seeing that the damage from thunder was 8 times that of the Hall of Sorrow, Lin Xian realized that his 90,000 attack could not breach Han Liang's defenses. Although Han Liang could not locate Lin Xian, his health steadily diminished, no matter which direction he attempted to flee. Just as Lin Xian's evasion was about to conclude, Han Liang roared, his eyes turning crimson, his body emanating dark energy. "Why are you all considered geniuses? Why do you possess all the resources? Why?" The man seemed to have been profoundly affected, losing all rationality, cursing incessantly like a wild beast. Was this the temperament of a vice leader? Even if he were marginally superior, such fury seemed unwarranted. Lin Xian would not pause to wait for him to regain his composure. Earth Shatter Charge. Stunned for 5 seconds. The skills of the Hall of Sorrow continued to unleash devastating damage. Han Liang, suddenly jolted back to awareness, left behind in effigy as he abruptly reappeared a kilometer away. Seeing that no further damage was inflicted upon him, he let out a heavy sigh of relief, astonished as he gazed at Lin Xian. "What on earth are you? Even as a second-tier level 46 practitioner, I cannot withstand such exorbitant damage." In truth, he had overestimated the situation. Lin Xian's attacks bypassed all defenses, primarily due to the true damage from the Hall of Sorrow and the passive effects of thunder. Lin Xian let out a cold laugh, choosing not to engage in conversation. He had lost patience. Hammer of Command. With a determined leap, he swiftly approached. Surprise attack. Seizing the moment while Han Liang was distracted, Lin Xian suddenly appeared before him, swinging the Hammer of Command with great speed. Stunned for 2 seconds. Although unable to break through the defenses, the rogue's passive ability was triggered. The damage from the Hall of Mourning and Thunder continued unabated. Following the stun, Lin Xian methodically struck the creature's forehead with a hammer, one blow after another. At a pace of 1 strike per second, a roar erupted, unleashing an irresistible shockwave that sent Lin Xian flying 1,000 meters away, revealing the bloodied Han Liang, who writhed in pain with his hands clutching his head, emitting sounds that resembled nothing human. Chapter 45, Slaughter and Catharsis. Han Liang's body appeared riddled with wounds, exuding black mist that spread ominously for hundreds of meters. Within the dark fog, roars akin to those of beasts echoed. Lin Xian swiftly summoned his wings and soared towards Lin Mo. Brother, are you all right? Lin Mo gazed at the tumultuous battle with trepidation, unable to fathom the scene even after countless descriptions from their teachers. As his brother approached, he looked on with both concern and admiration. Lin Xian shook his head, swiftly lifting Lin Mo and flying towards the distant mountain peak. Once they reached the summit, he set Lin Mo down and retrieved another pair of shadow wings from his backpack, handing them to him. A beast siege is underway. This area is currently safe. Do not wander off. I will check on Han Liang's situation. Additionally, bind these wings. Should any sudden incident arise, take to the skies immediately. Understanding the gravity of the moment, Lin Mo nodded. Brother, I understand. Please be careful. Noticing the wing's flight duration nearing its end, Lin Xian wasted no time and swiftly flew towards the dark mist. Before he arrived, the black fog dissipated. Before him loomed a creature towering over 100 meters. Its body covered in scaly armor, crowned with dark horns. Its robust tail flicked behind it, creating explosive sounds as it sliced through the air. Why does this aura resemble that of the shadow demon spirit so closely? Lin Xian pondered briefly, his curiosity deepening. Casting aside further thought, what mattered was that it dared to abduct Lin Mo, and it must face the consequences. Roar. North City Wall. A figure appeared instantaneously beside Zhao Tianxiong, who was commanding the members in battle, startling him. Upon recognizing Elder Qi, he immediately bowed. Elder Qi, where is Lin Xian? Which direction did he go? Elder Qi inquired with an impassive expression. Zhao Tianxiong, visibly troubled, replied hesitantly. We are uncertain. We only know that Lin Xian should have exited the city. He vanished from this location. Just then, a tremendous roar resounded from afar, as the besieging beasts launched themselves into a frenzied, suicidal assault. Elder Qi's countenance shifted, and in an instant, he appeared outside the formation, heading towards the source of the beastly roar. Wherever he passed, all beasts were reduced to mere piles of flesh. Lin Xian felt his heart constrict. With Lin Mo absent, he could no longer endure the torment. A savage aura permeated the surroundings, a ground-shaking collision, a surprise attack. To abduct my brother? To kill me? The hammer fell, one strike after another. The sky-breaking hammer left behind a blur of afterimages. The instantaneous damage from the Hall of Mourning could not keep pace with the passive triggers of thunder, as arcs of lightning incessantly struck the creature. When Elder Qi arrived, this was the scene he beheld. The towering 100-meter monster was being pounded by a diminutive figure of less than 2 meters, resembling a 2-year-old child striking an adult elephant. It was both comical and astonishing. Observing that Lin Xian was unharmed, Elder Qi refrained from approaching and allowed him to vent his fury. The colossal creature had been reduced to chunks of flesh, yet Lin Xian showed no sign of ceasing. With each blow, he continued relentlessly. Lin Xian, Elder Qi's commanding voice, infused with spirit, roused Lin Xian from his trance. He halted, his eyes aflame with crimson intensity, staring blankly at Elder Qi. It's over, it is dead now. Elder Qi said as he approached, gently stroking Lin Xian's bloodied head in a soothing manner. Elder Qi, Lin Xian's voice was hoarse, still seemingly lost in the moment. Let us return. The beast tide has not yet ended. We must assist them. Elder Qi smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, I will protect Xiao Mo. I won't allow anyone to harm a single hair on him. Without hesitation, Lin Xian turned and propelled himself towards the northern city at a speed of 50 meters per second, wielding his celestial hammer. Elder Qi followed closely behind, unhurried, with Lin Mo anxiously observing his brother's figure and inquiring, Elder, is my brother all right? Do not fret. Let him release his pent-up energy, Elder Qi replied. 10 minutes later, Lin Xian charged into the throngs of beasts, transforming an area of 1250 meters into a silvery, thunderous cage, where arcs of electricity danced. And magical beasts fell like wheat being harvested. Killed Gale Magic Wolf, experience 2346. Killed Blood Shadow Leopard, experience 4662. Killed Ironback Bear, experience 5041. Killed Ironbone Beast, experience 3197. Not enough, still insufficient. Summoning the hammer, Lin Xian maneuvered it through the northern battlefield at breathtaking speeds, generating a gale that inflicted damage equivalent to the thunder's passive effects. Reaching a staggering 720,000. Coupled with the skills from the Hall of Mourning and the thunderous might, his swift flight rendered him as a harbinger of destruction. The entire northern battlefield was illuminated as if it were daylight. All the combatants on the city walls gazed in astonishment at the awe-inspiring figure, rendered speechless. A warrior's great sword clanged to the ground. As if awakening from a dream, the crowd erupted. My heavens, am I hallucinating? Who is this second-tier master? I don't recall any second-tier thunder specialists in Jinbei City. Mother, come and see this divine being. After vanquishing all the magical beasts outside the northern city, Lin Xian, brimming with ferocity, did not pause to collect the scattered loot. Instead, he summoned the shadow wings and shot towards the eastern city. What master? That is my brother. Lin Xian, the top scholar of the nation. Zhao Baichuan's voice rang out, silencing the crowd, who gazed at him with envy. Come, little brother, I will protect you. Protect? Please, the master has already annihilated all the beasts alone. Leave half the personnel to secure the area and clean the battlefield. The rest follow me to support the east," ordered Lieutenant Wang Shi, as the crowd surged towards the eastern city. 15 minutes later, the group of professionals from the northern city arrived at the eastern city, only to be met with a scene of devastation. Corpses, mangled flesh, rivers of blood, and a ground littered with equipment and materials. While the combatants on the city walls stood dazed and disoriented. "We are late. Lin Xian is simply incredible. Indeed. We arrived as swiftly as we could, yet still missed it." The voices of the crowd abruptly awakened the petrified professionals atop the city wall, who promptly inquired about the unfolding events. "Silence," commanded a man clad in a captain's uniform as he leaped down from the wall to stand before Captain Wang Shi, saluting respectfully. "Captain Wang Shi, what is happening?" he asked. "Captain Sun Xian, the one who came to our aid is none other than our national top scholar, Lin Xian. However, his current whereabouts are unknown." Sun Xian replied hesitantly. A fierce roar from the south just echoed, likely indicating that Lord Luo Feng is engaged in battle with the Beast King. And it seems that Lin Xian has also joined him. Sun Xian expressed his concern. The national champion indeed possessed formidable strength, particularly in group attacks. Yet he was rather reckless. The confrontation between the Lord and the Beast King was not a matter for those who had yet to undergo their second profession transition. "I hope nothing unfortunate befalls Lin Xian." Chapter 46, Slaying the Beast King. After the indiscriminate slaughter at both city gates, Lin Xian had now regained his composure. It would be best to bring the beast tide to a swift conclusion. This assault by the magical beasts was undoubtedly orchestrated. He pondered the hollow orb nestled in his backpack, his expression darkening. Subconsciously, he felt it was best that this item remained undisclosed. Just ahead, Lin Xian quickened his pace upon hearing commotion ahead. "President Zhao, be cautious of the right side. President Shun, take the lead." He observed Zhao Tianxiong of the Blood Alliance. President Shun Xian and a middle-aged man locked in a fierce battle with a colossal beast. The beast, though not as large as Han Liang after his transformation, emanated a more terrifying presence. It appeared to be a bear-type magical creature, towering approximately 60 meters, its fur providing formidable defense. It roared skyward, its massive paws crashing down, creating a colossal pit in the ground, placing the three in perilous danger. Although the exact level of the Beast King remained unknown, based on the rumored levels of the two presidents, it was likely that this Beast King exceeded level 60. At that moment, the Beast King's body glowed a deep crimson, its enormous nostrils expelling thick white mist as its imposing aura surged, causing the three to stagger backward. "This is bad. The Beast King is about to go berserk. Retreat!" Zhao Tianxiong shouted, and the three swiftly withdrew 100 meters. Earth shatter. Stunned for 5 seconds. With an attack power nearing 500,000, it astonishingly failed to breach defenses. Lin Xian, lacking time for further contemplation, activated the Morning Palace and launched a surprise attack. He appeared directly above the Beast King, not daring to hesitate, and struck down without delay. The triggers for his relentless passive abilities activated in succession. Fortunately, the skills of the Morning Palace dealt true damage, unaffected by defenses. Otherwise, his Thunder passive could not have inflicted such high damage. Observing that he had lingered too long, Lin Xian urged, "Why are you all still dawdling? Attack! Oh, here it comes, hurry! Zhao Tianxiong immediately snapped to attention, rallying his companions to charge at the Beast King. Though Shun Xian, a night-class professional, had the lowest output, he was still formidable compared to Lin Xian. 3 minutes later, the giant bear Beast King let out a mournful howl and collapsed to the ground. "You have slain the mighty bear. Experience gained. 442,052, Vitality Attribute 2, Strength Attribute 1, Acquired Equipment. Mighty Armor X1, Acquired Equipment. Mighty Boots X1. Acquired Skill Book 1, Acquired Materials. Levels 29, 30. With a sigh of relief, Lin Xian finally relaxed, having gained insight into the limitations of his passive skills. The passive ability of the rascal was also capped. The more powerful and larger the magical beast, the shorter the duration of its dizziness. If it weren't for his relatively high speed, he feared he might not have been able to withstand it. Upon reflection, it was clear that his skills were not akin to the rule-based skills found in novels. They were simply the norm. After this encounter, once the materials were delivered from the association, he would strive to advance to bronze rank and elevate his skills to the next level, thereby enhancing his attributes once more. "Lin Xian, we owe you a great debt. Otherwise, the three of us might not have been able to defeat the Beast King," Zhao Tianxiong said, turning to introduce Colonel Luo Feng. "Colonel Luo Feng, this is the National Top Scholar of the Year, Lin Xian." Colonel Luo Feng straightened his expression and said solemnly, "Student Lin Xian, it is a pleasure to meet you. I regret not being able to attend during the college entrance examination due to my duties. Congratulations. Our nation needs exceptional talents like you. You are too kind. I was merely fortunate," Lin Xian replied, before adding, "By the way, here are the materials and skill books." He handed over the items he had just acquired. Luo Feng glanced at the two presidents, who nodded in approval, before speaking. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have so easily vanquished the Beast King. Furthermore, you've brought great honor to Jinbei. As the representative of Jinbei, I find myself at a loss to reward you adequately. Please keep these items for yourself. Well, don't be modest, even if you have no use for them. You can sell them. There will be many opportunities to utilize resources in the future, Zhao Tianxiong interjected, encouraging Lin Xian to accept the items. Luo Feng nodded in satisfaction before saying, then let us return. I wonder how things have fared in the north and east of the city? Lin Xian hesitated, contemplating whether to speak, but decided against it. It seemed unnecessary. The four hurried back to the east of the city at an impressive speed. To their surprise, Lieutenant Sun Xian had performed exceptionally well, swiftly driving back the magical beasts. The guards and professionals were busy clearing the battlefield, engaging in lively discussions. Lieutenants Wang Shi and Sun Xian jogged over and saluted. Reporting to Colonel Luo Feng, all magical beasts in the east and north of the city have been eradicated. I am well aware of the strength of our Jinbei Guard. Did any formidable professionals join us? Luo Feng inquired, puzzled. Wang Shi and Sun Xian turned their gaze toward Lin Xian, who was preparing to leave, their eyes filled with admiration. It was the national top scholar, Lin Xian, who single-handedly vanquished the magical beasts in the north and east of the city. The three were astounded, looking at Lin Xian in disbelief. Although the beast tide comprised creatures ranging from level 10 to 40, as the saying goes, many ants can kill an elephant. Even if they faced the tide alone, they would struggle to hold their ground, possibly succumbing to the chaos. Seeing the attention directed at him, Lin Xian had no choice but to pause and bid farewell. Colonel Luo, President Zhao, President Shun, esteemed officials, I have matters to attend to and must take my leave. Farewell. All right. Good. Ignoring their stunned expressions, Lin Xian vanished from his spot, utilizing the void escape to hasten homeward. As the skill concluded, he summoned his shadow wings and flew low to the ground. I wonder if Xiao Mo was frightened this time. Upon returning to the residential community, Lin Xian was greeted by the familiar bustle that had resumed after the recent beast tide, with lively discussions echoing among the residents. A sudden gust of wind swept past him, leaving no trace of its source. Eagerly, Lin Xian ascended the stairs, and upon entering his home, he found Qi Lao and Lin Mo quietly seated on the sofa, his anxious heart finally at ease. Brother, are you all right? Lin Mo rushed over and embraced him. Lin Xian gently patted his head, soothing him with a soft, it's all right, I'm fine. Tell me, how were you taken out of the city? After school? I returned home as usual. Just as I was nearing my house, a man cloaked in black knocked me unconscious. Before I lost consciousness, I saw Zhang Guanqing nearby, grinning at me with a smug expression. When I came to, I was handed over to someone named Han Liang by the masked man. In my struggle, I caught a glimpse of the emblem on his clothing. It belonged to the Berserker Guild. A flash of anger crossed Lin Xian's face, but it quickly faded as he inquired, how do you know it was the Berserker Guild's emblem? Last time, when you mentioned we had offended the Berserker Guild, I did some research online. I am certain I couldn't have mistaken it, Lin Mo replied with conviction. Lin Xian nodded, pulling Lin Missouri close as they sat on the sofa. He then turned to Qi Lao, expressing his gratitude. Thank you very much, Qi Lao. Not at all. It was merely a small act. Qi Lao waved his hand dismissively. Contemplating the implications of the black-clad man, Lin Xian's instincts warned him that this matter must remain confidential. After a moment's reflection, he asked Qi Lao, do you know of any factions that refer to their leaders as Hall Master and Vice Hall Master? Oh, have you encountered one? Qi Lao inquired. Yes, the masked man who handed Lin Mo over identified himself as the Vice Hall Master. He appeared confident of his victory, revealing to me that the Berserker Guild was involved in this beast tide as well. Lin Xian unhesitatingly attributed the blame for the beast tide to the Berserker Guild, realizing that Han Liang was clearly suspicious. What sort of normal person transforms into a monstrous beast? Collaborating with such individuals indicates that the Berserker Guild is certainly not innocent. It's no wonder then. This explains the threats to leave the city, as well as the beast tide that has not erupted in over a decade, Qi Lao murmured. Before looking at Lin Xian and continuing, now that you have reached level 30, coupled with your combat prowess, you possess the means to uncover some of the true secrets of Huagua. Qi Lao posed a counter-question. Are you curious as to why, despite 2 centuries of mutations on Earth, there are still so few third-tier professionals, and even fewer above level 60? Lin Xian nodded, acknowledging the truth in Qi Lao's words. The lifespan of professionals has significantly increased. Living for 300 to 400 years is certainly feasible. Even those with lesser talents would, over such an extended period, inevitably produce a considerable number of formidable individuals. Qi Lao regarded him for a moment before his gaze shifted to the window, his voice taking on a somber tone. Though magical beasts are perilous, once professionals mature, they become less of a threat and even serve as nourishment for our growth, acting as a stepping stone to greater strength. Our true adversaries have never been the magical beasts, but rather the extraterrestrial demon clans. Lin Xian was momentarily taken aback, questioning, the outer demon clan? Elder Qi nodded gravely, his tone heavy with portent. Beasts corrupted by demonic energy are merely monsters. The deeper the corruption, the greater their strength. Yet, even the mightiest of them has its limits. Our nation boasts numerous prodigies. Should one fail, a team of 5 or 10 elite individuals of equal rank would suffice to vanquish them. However, the Outer Demon Clan is an entirely different matter. They bear a striking resemblance to humans, yet their bodies are adorned with demonic runes. According to our intelligence, their hierarchy is dictated by bloodline. The fewer the runes, the more noble the lineage. Even the weakest of these demons possess power equivalent to our second-tier professionals, while the higher-ranking ones can wreak havoc on a grand scale, commanding even the mightiest beasts. Are they merely cannon fodder? Lin Xian suddenly interjected. Elder Qi paused, then chuckled softly. Cannon fodder, indeed. They serve as the vanguard in the demons' warfare. Fortunately, the number of demons that appear during each conflict is relatively small. With most being beasts, humanity can only struggle to resist. As for why their numbers are limited, we remain uncertain. Elder Qi shook his head, then continued with a serious demeanor. However, every 50 years, the demons surge forth in great numbers, launching a full-scale assault. This is a significant reason for the heavy casualties among our professionals. It is during these times that humanity truly confronts the specter of mortality. Where's the battlefield? Why have we not heard of it all these years? Lin Xian inquired, perplexed. Not only did my teacher fail to mention it, but there isn't even a whisper of it online. That place is what we refer to as the demon suppression battlefield. It is a vast secret realm. Once the demons breach certain areas, they will descend directly upon our world. Globally, apart from the small nations that have already been eradicated, all are striving to establish defenses against further incursions by the demons. But what purpose does it serve for you to know? It would only incite widespread panic. In truth, even if I do not disclose this now, you will inevitably learn some information upon reaching the academy. Only those professionals who qualify for the academy hold significant value for our nation's cultivation efforts. Elder Qi's expression darkened, and now, the 50-year mark approaches swiftly. This is also why the state has chosen to unveil the Tower of Hope this year, allowing numerous lower-tier professionals to build a solid foundation, so they may muster greater strength to face the impending calamity 2 years hence. That said, due to the formidable nature of the Outer Demon Clan, it is unavoidable that some among humanity, driven by fear, choose to betray their kin. They align themselves with the demons, lurking in the shadows under the guise of the divine sect, gathering intelligence and assassinating our prodigies. Elder Qi scoffed. Humph, a rabble of lowly creatures, mere rats in a foul sewer. As for that so-called vice leader you mentioned, he belongs to that very organization. Upon absorbing this information, Lin Xian feigned an epiphany. Is it because I achieved the national top score that they would act thus? Such base individuals are beneath contempt. If there is nothing else, proceed to the academy and report in. You must grow swiftly. Our time is running short, Elder Qi cautioned. Seemingly struck by a sudden realization, Lin Xian exclaimed. That man in black is the vice leader of the divine sect, and the Berserker Guild is connected to them. Humph. Such traitors deserve 1,000 deaths. Leave this matter to me. I will pay a visit to the military's inspection department. Elder Qi's expression was far from pleasant, evidently agitated by the actions of the Mad Warrior Guild. He then remarked, speaking of guilds, previously Zhao Tianxiong from the Blood Alliance contacted the Demon Suppression Academy, proposing a collaborative effort to develop the dungeon you assisted him in clearing. I had him allocate your share. Did he comply? Ah, it turns out to be you, Elder Qi. I am at a loss on how to express my gratitude. Lin Xian replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Elder Qi rose, gently patting Lin Xian's head with earnestness. Your swift growth would be our greatest boon. Very well. I shall take my leave now. Once you have arranged everything, come to the academy. Lin Xian nodded, glancing at Lin Mo before continuing his inquiry. By the way, Elder Qi, is there a high school near the Demon Suppression Academy? I wish to assist Xiao Mo in transferring. After the recent events, he felt uneasy about Lin Mo's safety. After all, he had only Lin Mo as his younger brother left. I can manage alone if I must. Lin Mo, clearly unwilling to be a burden, immediately objected. You shouldn't say that. Elder Qi, understanding Lin Xian's concerns, cast a knowing glance at Lin Mo, shaking his head with a gentle smile. Very well, you both can come together. I will arrange for your brother. Thank you, Elder Qi. I apologize for the trouble. Lin Xian expressed his gratitude as he watched Elder Qi's retreating figure. This assistance was truly invaluable, far surpassing the joy of receiving a mere 10% share from the dungeon profits. After all, transferring schools was no trifling matter for someone of their humble background. Once Elder Qi departed, Lin Xian promptly secured the door. The window, unfortunately, was beyond repair after his earlier mishap. He pulled Lin Mo back into the room and retrieved a hollow sphere from his backpack, which emanated a mysterious purple glow. He lowered his voice. Xiao Mo, has Han Liang ever mentioned why this sphere lights up in your presence? Before we returned, he experimented with it, and it did not react at all, yet upon returning, or rather, when it is near you, it glows purple even when stowed away in my backpack, though others cannot see it. He said. Chapter 48. Do you no longer want me as your brother? Lin Mo glanced at Lin Xian before lowering his gaze. He mentioned that I am not our parents' child, and spoke of bloodlines. Before Lin Xian could respond, Lin Mo continued. I know I am not their child. I was found by them outside. Lin Xian interrupted. I am aware. Lin Mo abruptly lifted his head, his eyes reddening in astonishment, as if bewildered by Lin Xian's knowledge. Listen, Lin Mo, you are my brother, Lin Xian's brother, and nothing anyone says can alter that, do you understand? Seeing Lin Mo nodding in a daze, Lin Xian released his shoulder and teasingly remarked, what is this? Does having me as a brother burden you? Do you no longer wish for me to be your brother? Lin Mo suddenly embraced Lin Xian tightly, choking back tears. I always thought you were unaware, and I carefully concealed this secret, even fearing that I might inadvertently reveal it in my sleep. I was terrified that one day you would discover it and abandon me. Realizing that his collar was dampened by Lin Mo's tears, Lin Xian suddenly understood why Lin Mo had seemed off during the 6th grade and had insisted on sleeping alone, shunning the idea of sharing a room with him, believing that his adorable younger brother had matured and developed his own little secrets, thus distancing himself from his elder brother. Lin Xian felt a pang of sadness for quite some time. Upon hearing Lin Mo's recounting, he realized the oversight he had made, gently stroking the boy's fluffy head. Lin Xian softly inquired, you only discovered this in the 6th grade, didn't you? How did you know, brother? Lin Mo replied, hiccuping through his tears, that day, I skipped class and returned home early. I overheard our parents talking. Although they quickly realized I was there, I pretended not to hear, fearing you would find out too. Lin Xian reached out, wiping the tears from his brother's face, and reassured him, how foolish. How could I ever abandon you? Regardless of what happens, at any time, I will always be by your side. Promise me, no more silly talk, all right? I understand. Brother, Lin Mo replied obediently. Good, now go to sleep. Observing that Lin Mo was utterly exhausted, Lin Xian urged him to rest. After exiting the room and closing the door, Lin Xian sat quietly on the sofa, brow furrowed in contemplation. He pondered the true identities of Lin Mo's biological parents. That Han Liang had mentioned Lin Mo was someone their master sought. Along with that peculiar orb, it was likely that the orb served as a tracking device. They surely possessed more than one. The deputy hall master had also perished in Jinbei. No, he couldn't linger in Jinbei any longer. Tomorrow, he would visit the association and then hasten to the provincial capital where the Demon Suppression Academy was located. He refused to believe that those pests would dare to linger near the academy. As for Zhang Huairan of the Mad Warrior Guild, he could relish the scrutiny of the inspection for now. Lin Xian had neither the time nor the opportunity to retaliate against Zhang Huairan. He could only bide his time until he could evade the inspection. Hello, I'm here to see President Zhao Wenjie, Lin Xian announced as he and Lin Mo arrived at the Practitioner Association early in the morning. He was reluctant to leave Lin Mo home alone. The receptionist, noticing the two young men, suppressed her curiosity due to her professional ethics and asked, hello, may I have your names? Do you have an appointment? Although Lin Xian had achieved the top score nationally, the lack of any circulating images of him due to President Lu Ziqiu and the 4 deans meant it was natural that the staff did not recognize him. Lin Xian had no expectation that everyone should know who he was, and explained, I am Lin Xian, and I have an appointment with President Zhao. Oh, the receptionist exclaimed, suddenly realizing that this sunny youth was the national prodigy. Seeing that no one was paying attention to them, she excitedly added, I'm so sorry for not recognizing you earlier. The president mentioned that if you came, you could go directly to his office. Please wait a moment while I escort you. Xiao Hong, please cover for me, she called to a nearby staff member, who looked at her in surprise as she led the two into the elevator. Could I trouble you for an autograph? The receptionist asked, her face flushed and head bowed. Appearing rather bashful, Lin Xian was taken aback. This was a first for him. He then smiled and replied, of course. However, I don't have a pen with me. By the way, why do you want my autograph? I have one. My name is Wang Wan, and my brother is Wang Shi. He participated in last night's Beast Tide and spoke highly of your deeds upon his return. Unfortunately, I'm just a civilian and cannot partake in the battles. Moreover, with your extraordinary talent, it is merely a matter of time before you attain the esteemed rank of a national protector. I have every confidence in you. The young woman produced a pen and unfurled the inner page of her coat, her face radiating admiration as she spoke. Lin Xian shyly touched his nose, accepting the pen to inscribe his name on the fabric, and exclaimed in surprise, your brother is Captain Wang Shi? He is known for his integrity. He recalled the stern captain who had reprimanded him for venturing beyond the city limits. Indeed, everyone speaks highly of him. Once you arrive, you may enter on your own. I must return to work now. Best of luck. As she gestured a thumbs up, Wang Wen hummed a cheerful tune while descending, her spirits evidently lifted. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Ah, Lin Xian has arrived. Please, take a seat. I hear you displayed remarkable prowess last night, vanquishing the magical beasts of the northern and eastern parts of the city without leaving a trace. It is a pity I was stationed in the south and could not witness it. This must be Lin Mo, correct? Zhao Wenjie welcomed Lin Xian with a broad smile, expressing his regret. Yes, indeed, he is my younger brother. You flatter me. I have come to bid you farewell, as I intend to report to the Demon Suppression Academy ahead of schedule, Lin Xian gently reminded him. Zhao Wenjie appeared taken aback, then promptly smacked his forehead in realization. Lamenting, I had meant to send someone with your belongings, but I did not anticipate your early arrival. Everything is ready. With that, he sent a trade invitation. And Lin Xian, realizing it was another function of the interface he had not previously utilized, accepted it. Zhao Wenjia's inventory frame was inundated with an abundance of forging materials, taking a full 5 minutes to complete the transfer. At last it is done, Zhao Wenjia exclaimed. A pained expression on his face. Lin Xian efficiently confirmed everything and shyly expressed, "Thank you, President. I will not forget your assistance. Should you ever require my help, do not hesitate to ask." Upon hearing this, President Zhao's pained demeanor vanished, and he chuckled heartily. "You overstated. This is what you rightfully deserve. Then I shall not intrude upon your work any longer. We shall have ample time in the future." Lin Xian discreetly noted the substantial stack of documents on the desk before taking his leave. "Ha ha ha. Indeed, we have plenty of time ahead." After bidding farewell to Zhao Wenjia, Lin Xian and Lin Mo also took their leave of Principal Su Tianxiong and the Zhao father-son duo. Once again, they returned to the association's teleportation hall. Lin Xian, holding the slightly anxious Lin Mo's hand, stood within the teleportation array bound for the provincial capital of Jianghuai, glancing back at the bustling hall. With this departure, it was uncertain when they would return. Chapter 49, A New Beginning. The Demon Suppression Academy. Is this truly the provincial capital? Upon exiting the teleportation hall and beholding the towering skyscrapers and vibrant city life, Lin Xian murmured to himself. After less than 5 seconds of teleportation, the two brothers found themselves in the association's teleportation hall. It is noteworthy that the Earth star has expanded. Jianghuai province alone is now a fifth the size of a former nation. Without the existence of teleportation arrays, venturing outside would be unimaginable. Where shall we go now? Lin Mo queried, following closely behind Lin Xian, gazing at the incessant flow of vehicles and throngs of people, his expression a mixture of confusion and wonder. First, we shall visit the Demon Suppression Academy and see how Elder Qi has arranged things. Prior to our arrival, I had already contacted Elder Qi, so we can proceed directly there. Brothers, shall we depart? Indeed, let us go to the Demon Suppression Academy. Outside the association's teleportation hall, a multitude of taxis lingered, reminiscent of past lives, as drivers warmly beckoned to potential passengers. After ushering Lin Mo into the vehicle, the driver, noting the lack of conversation between the two, refrained from prying into their silence and promptly set course for the Demon Suppression Academy. As Lin Mo gazed through the window, taking in the towering skyscrapers with a fleeting glance, the driver reassuringly patted Lin Mo's hand, saying, "Do not worry, we will return to Jinbei when the time is right. With you by my side, what is there to fear? Whether we return or not is inconsequential." However, Lin Xian swallowed back the words that almost escaped his lips, opting instead to give Lin Mo's shoulder a gentle pat. "Never mind, as long as he is well taken care of." An hour later, the two stood before the grand entrance of the Demon Suppression Academy, gazing up at its imposing gates. The structure was 100 meters wide and several dozen meters tall, adorned with intricate carvings depicting battles between practitioners and magical beasts. At its pinnacle, the words Demon Suppression Academy shone resplendently, emanating a fierce aura that struck awe and rendered one breathless. Lin Xian, quick to react, pulled Lin Mo behind him, urgently warning, "Do not look at those 4 characters." "I am fine, though I have no idea who penned those words," Lin Mo replied, appearing unfazed, which eased Lin Xian's concerns. It was perplexing, for despite Lin Mo not yet having changed his occupation, his attributes had been inexplicably rising, likely surpassing those of many ordinary practitioners of higher levels. "I am unsure. But let us proceed inside." Upon passing through the gates, the interior of the academy remained shrouded in a veil of mist, obscuring its true nature. As they entered, Lin Xian felt an intangible force sweep past him. Contrary to the anticipated beauty and verdant surroundings, they were greeted by a vast academy plaza. At the center of the plaza stood a massive stone tablet, emblazoned with 3 colossal characters: "Kill, kill, kill." The words ignited an involuntary surge of battle spirit within Lin Xian, as it likely did for others. They were undoubtedly crafted by the same hand that inscribed the academy's name. Returning to the present, Lin Xian then noticed the few students within the academy, all bearing serious expressions and moving swiftly, scarcely affording a glance at the brothers. The ambience of the academy mirrored the imposing gates, steeped in solemnity and gravity, resembling more of a military encampment than a legendary educational institution. "Is this Lin Xian the student?" A voice unexpectedly called from beside him, startling Lin Xian, who feigned composure as he turned. He found a middle-aged woman clad in a light purple qipao smiling at him. Lin Xian nodded slightly, inquiring with calm detachment, "Yes. May I ask who you are?" "I am Qiu Lin, the director of the admissions office. The principal instructed me to escort you directly to him upon your arrival." With that, Qiu Lin led the way, casting cautious glances at Lin Xian, eager to discern the remarkable nature of the student who had outshone his peers in the realm of vocational prowess, achieving a national accolade. Lin Xian was somewhat puzzled as to the principal's intentions for summoning him, especially considering he still needed to arrange for Lin Mo's transfer with Xiao Lao. Nonetheless, as it was the principal's request, he resolved to comply. Director Qiu Lin guided the brothers through the plaza, detailing their surroundings as they walked. The teaching complex, the office building, the combat room, the cafeteria, the library, and the dormitory clusters, along with the most significant, the Academy's instance hall, all appeared rather ordinary at first glance. Lacking any extraordinary features, the principal's residence lay deep within the heart of the Academy. With their pace, it took them a full 40 minutes to traverse the entire Academy to reach their destination. The three-story building still looked unremarkable, causing Lin Xian to question whether he had made the right choice in selecting this academy. Principal, Lin Xian has arrived, Director Chiu Lin respectfully announced from outside the door. Come in. Lin Xian was taken aback. Was that old Chi's voice? Was he also inside? Under Director Chiu's watchful gaze, he entered alongside Lin Mo. A swift glance around the room revealed an environment that mirrored the exterior. Ordinary, indeed. Old Chi sat leisurely on the sofa, sipping tea, and upon seeing the two of them in a daze, he chuckled warmly. What's the matter? Don't you recognize me anymore? Lin Xian, feeling no need for formality, pulled Lin Mo down onto the sofa beside him, poured 2 cups of water, handed one to Lin Mo, and complained, You never mentioned you were the principal. Had I known, I would have asked for more benefits from the start. Lin Xian felt he had been greatly shortchanged, selling himself for 5 million. It's too late for that. Old Chi laughed heartily, continuing, Come on, you, the national top scholar, do you think I would neglect you? Once you register, you'll understand. He merely spoke lightly. Given that he rushed to Jinbei the moment he heard of Lin Xian's troubles, Lin Xian felt assured. I know you're anxious. I've already arranged for Lin Mo to attend the provincial number 1 high school next to the Demon Suppression Academy. Just take him there when the school year begins. There is still a month until then. As he spoke, he tossed Lin Xian a transfer certificate, followed by a white badge-like object. Lin Xian carefully tucked the transfer certificate away and picked up the badge, promptly using it for reconnaissance. Military merit badge item. Level, 1 star. All attributes, 5. Merit points, 100. Function, owners whose level does not exceed that of the badge by 20 levels cannot be detected. Additionally, it allows a rough assessment of the attributes of any profession within 20 levels of the owner. Privilege, a military badge unique to Huagua. Ranging from 1 star to 9 stars, its rank corresponds to command authority on the battlefield. Enjoy a 10 discount at any official Huagua store. Note, effective upon wearing. Can be upgraded by slaying demons or magical beasts. Instance creatures cannot be recorded. This is something Luo Feng asked me to give you. You played a significant role during this beast tide, and Luo Feng applied for it on your behalf. Don't waste those merit points. They will be quite valuable in the future, Old Chi remarked casually. The military merit badge could only be obtained by making substantial contributions to the human race or Huagua. Its underlying significance far outweighed its functional privileges. Lin Xian, indifferent to the badge, donned it, appreciating its detection and anti-detection capabilities. It counted as an item, akin to a flight tool, requiring no equipment slot, and taking effect immediately. Old Chi continued, with your talent, can you learn skills from any profession? Yes. Lin Xian nodded, albeit confused. The ability to learn skills was common knowledge, requiring no concealment. With such remarkable talent, there was no need for concern about others' envy. They were simply powerless to act against it. However, I still lean towards the physical side. I have yet to experiment with the magical aspect. Upon being questioned by Elder Chi, Lin Xian felt a surge of excitement. Chapter 50, Different Worlds, Same Credits. It dawned on Lin Xian that he had seemingly never attempted skills from the magical side, but the very thought sent a shiver down his spine. Throwing fireballs with the Skybreaker? Hurling ice spikes? Swinging a hammer to summon a rain of fire? Surely, there must be some fundamental rules to adhere to. Elder Chi nodded in understanding and continued his inquiry. Can your profession undergo a second transition? Not at all. Don't you know I'm a blacksmith? Lin Xian stared at Elder Chi in disbelief. Elder Chi's face flushed, and he retorted with irritation. I merely thought, given your formidable combat strength, you might be able to learn some skills. I assumed your profession was not unlike ordinary life occupations. It can't be transitioned. Lin Xian awkwardly averted his gaze. All right, no need to linger here. Go register. By the way, there is an empty house in the faculty quarters of the academy. You can move in with Lin Mo. With that, he tossed over 2 keys and waved off the 2 brothers impatiently. Thank you, Elder Chi. Elder Chi stroked his beard, his brow furrowed, murmuring to himself. If a second transition is impossible, how will one enhance their strength? Surely, it cannot just be a fleeting brilliance at the onset. How does one cultivate this? Lin Xian remained oblivious to Elder Chi's concerns. At this point, the two had arrived at the registration area. Upon entering, they heard a mechanical voice resonate within the room. Profession, Blacksmith, Auxiliary Division Registration Desk. Please turn left and ascend to the 2nd floor. The Demon Town Academy welcomes you. As the announcement echoed, the few individuals in the hall turned their attention towards the entrance, then resumed their activities. Quite advanced indeed, but alas, I am not here for the auxiliary division. A young woman approached them. Though not particularly tall, her figure was well proportioned. When she smiled, her eyes formed crescent moons, exuding a friendly and charming demeanor as she welcomed them. Hello, juniors, allow me to escort you upstairs. Lin Xian pointed towards the prominently marked combat division registration desk in the center of the hall, smiling as he replied, "Thank you, senior sister, we will register there." The young woman appeared momentarily taken aback. Had she misheard? Had the registration guidance mechanism made an error? With an apologetic smile, she led Lin Xian toward the combat division registration desk, explaining, "I'm sorry, I must have misheard. It's my first time working here, and I'm still unfamiliar with the process. I apologize for the oversight." It's quite all right." Lin Xian found no need to elaborate, deeming it overly complicated. The outcome was the same. In 3 minutes, the paperwork was completed efficiently, and he received a student wristband. Fortunately, the crowd was sparse, so there was no need to queue. Aside from the brief moment when someone realized he was the national champion of the wild blacksmith profession, causing a stir of astonishment and scrutiny, everything proceeded smoothly. If he were merely the national champion, it might not have elicited much shock. For there is one national champion each year, and such an accolade is not particularly rare. However, this year's champion was just a tad different, making it difficult for them to comprehend. Unprecedented, indeed, necessitating a thorough examination. Lin Xian, the formalities are complete. Allow Lin Ling to escort you to the dormitory to avoid any detours. Additionally, you can check the school's rewards through your wristband. Lin Xian nodded and courteously addressed Lin Ling. "I appreciate your assistance, senior sister." Lin Ling, the petite girl who had just guided them, regained her composure and shyly nodded, saying, "You're welcome, let's go." With that, she took the lead, though the flush on her cheeks betrayed her true feelings. Humans are naturally drawn to strength, and she was no exception. It was one thing to possess talent, but to be so strikingly handsome as well. What girl wouldn't be smitten? After walking a few hundred meters, Lin Ling suddenly remembered that she was supposed to be leading, and noticing the two following closely behind, she finally relaxed and feigned nonchalance, remarking, "What a coincidence that we all share the surname Lin." "Indeed," came the awkward reply, and the atmosphere grew even more uncomfortable, unsure of how far the dormitory was. In order to ease the tension, Lin Xian decided to change the subject, inquiring, "Senior Lin Ling, is there anything we need to be aware of at the academy?" Upon hearing Lin Xian's question, Lin Ling felt a bit more at ease. This was knowledge she could certainly share. During the freshman year, students enjoyed considerable freedom, with no mandatory courses. Subjects like combat awareness, combat coordination, and monster recognition were all elective. Personally, I believe these courses are essential, especially the monster recognition class. After level 40, the efficacy of the reconnaissance skill significantly diminishes, providing only a rough estimate of the four-dimensional attributes, and even the skills may not be fully revealed. This is undoubtedly perilous for us, despite my own lack of experience battling monsters above level 40. At this point, Lin Ling felt slightly embarrassed. She was already in her second year, but only at level 34, far from capable of facing level 40 monsters. After a brief pause, she continued, "Then there are credits. All equipment, skill books, materials, and skill inheritance stones on the Academy's platform must be purchased with credits, highlighting their importance for us as practitioners. As for how to earn credits, there are numerous ways. Enrolling in elective courses, completing Academy tasks, and even through part-time jobs like mine here. Although the credits earned are minimal." Lin Ling chuckled at her own predicament, feeling somewhat helpless about being an ordinary practitioner. Gaining admission to the Demon Suppression Academy was largely due to the recent expansion of enrollment across various institutions. Lin Xian understood that such jobs would yield scant credits. And just as he was about to ask about other methods, Lin Ling added, "Of course, for a talent like you, earning credits will be much simpler. Each year has a leaderboard, with different ranks corresponding to different credits, updated monthly. The fastest ways to earn them are by breaking dungeon records and tackling high-difficulty academy tasks." "Senior Lin Ling, are there battlefield tasks?" he inquired, knowing that for him, the quickest way to progress lay in battlefield engagements or densely populated monster dungeons. Lin Ling was clearly taken aback that Lin Xian was aware of matters regarding the frontline battlefield. The thought of the associated mortality rate sent a chill down her spine as she replied, "There aren't any in the freshman year, but from the second year onward. There are mandatory tasks. Either you complete them or you withdraw. There is no third option." With a worried frown, Lin Ling continued, "Many excellent seniors went and never returned. This year, I too must go." Lin Xian was at a loss for how to console her, as perspectives varied greatly among individuals. Fortunately, they had arrived at the dormitory, and Lin Xian breathed a silent sigh of relief, politely expressing, "Thank you, Senior Lin Ling. I hope to treat you to a meal next time." After bidding farewell to Lin Ling, the brothers entered their dormitory, room 101 on the first floor, comprising one bedroom, a living room, and a bathroom. Lin Xian was taken aback. This hardly seemed fit for a national top scholar like himself. Although the amenities were complete and nothing needed to be prepared, it could not conceal the starkness of the situation. Sigh, now that he was here, he might as well make the best of it. Fortunately, Elder Qi had made thoughtful arrangements, and the family quarters were set up perfectly, especially since Xiao Mo had already left. The primary purpose was merely to familiarize themselves with the surroundings. The family quarters were conveniently located between the Demon Suppression Academy and the Provincial No. 1 High School, showcasing Elder Qi's attentiveness. In less than a day, everything had been organized meticulously. Upon entering the room, they found the layout reminiscent of their home in Jinbei, yet somewhat larger and more warmly decorated, complete with vegetables prepared in the kitchen. Lin Xian, sprawled on the sofa, closed his eyes in comfort and remarked, "How can this be more exhausting than a day spent in dungeons?" It was indeed tiring. "So, will we be living here from now on, brother?" Lin Imo nodded in agreement, also reclining on the sofa, tilting his head to inquire. "At least for the time being. This place is relatively safe. The courtyard is inhabited by the Academy's faculty, and those rascals wouldn't dare to trespass here. Oh, brother, take a rest. I shall prepare dinner." Lin Xian teased. "With your diligent nature, Xiao Mo, wherever I go, I must bring you along." Lin Xian lay lazily on the sofa, reluctant to move. Lin Imo snorted. "If you're not hungry, I certainly am, especially since someone's culinary skills are hardly palatable." With everything now in order, Lin Xian intended to take a short nap while Lin Imo cooked. Suddenly, he remembered he had yet to examine the skill book and equipment dropped by the Beast King. He promptly sat up and retrieved the skill book. Investigate. What on earth is this? Shinra Tensei? Chapter 51. Ascending to bronze level, refining oneself once more. Night skill book. Repulse. Emit a roar, pushing away all enemies within a 5-meter radius and inflicting damage. Attack power 100. Cooldown time 5 minutes. Cost 5,000 mana points. Should I learn this? A roar seems rather unrefined. Lin Xian stroked his chin, appearing conflicted. Forget it. I might as well learn it. I can decide on its use later. Transform and optimize. Repulse active. Emit a roar, pushing away all enemies within a 30-meter radius, inflicting damage. Attack power 100. Cooldown time 2 minutes. Cost 100 mana points. It leveled up twice to proficiency. Repulse active. Emit a roar, pushing away all enemies within a 100-meter radius, inflicting damage. Attack power 500. Cooldown time 30 seconds. Cost 500 mana points. At least I have gained an active skill for self-defense. That's quite satisfactory. Lin Xian was thoroughly pleased, though he regretted not being able to rename it. He then took out the 2 pieces of platinum equipment dropped by the Beast King for inspection. Bah, worthless. He tossed them back into his bag. The 65-level platinum gear lacked any formidable traits and was of mediocre value. It could fetch a bit of money, though. Oh, let me check what rewards I received for being the national top scholar. Elder Qi assured me I would not be treated poorly. With great enthusiasm, Lin Xian activated his wrist device, found it, and navigated to the personal information page. Lin Xian stared at the screen, his expression a mixture of disappointment and incredulity. Is this all there is? He mused, shaking his head in dismay. If his fellow students were to discover this, they would surely clamor to bind him and execute him on the spot. The value of credits was self-evident. Even Lin Ling, who had completed part-time tasks at the academy, had only accrued a mere 30 credits. The 3 inheritance skill stones, on the other hand, were worth at least 100,000 credits each. It is important to note that once one acquires an inheritance skill stone, there is no need to painstakingly progress from the beginner level. One begins at a substantial mastery level. The time saved by bypassing the stages of entry, proficiency, and minor mastery is nothing short of remarkable. The enhancement in combat power from skill level increases is immense, especially in the later stages, where one's strength escalates exponentially. With a determined heart, Lin Xian resolved to elevate his professional level before the semester commenced. He gazed at the 18 tons of low-grade materials gifted by President Zhao Wenjie, muttering to himself. During the Beast Tide, he had ruthlessly slain countless magical beasts, elevating his level to 30. Not only had he achieved this, but his physical and strength attributes had also surged remarkably. Beyond the 400 points added to his overall attributes from advancing from level 25 to 30. His physique had increased by approximately 21,050 points. Upon closer inspection, he deduced that he had gained 2 points of physique for each beast vanquished, tallying over 10,000 kills. His strength, too, had risen by 310 points, which was commendable. "Brother, what are we having for lunch?" Lin Imo called out, emerging from his room only to find the living room cluttered with a disarray of equipment, yet Lin Xian was nowhere in sight. Scratching his head in confusion, he resigned himself to the prospect of grocery shopping, realizing that he had already been living there for a month, with classes commencing the following day. Meanwhile, Lin Xian was undergoing an intense ordeal within the forge, his senses overwhelmed by a tumult of sensations. This session of forging was not merely accompanied by arcs and heavenly fire. Thunder had joined the fray. The cycle of heaven and earth dictated that retribution was inevitable. It was simply not yet time. After slaying so many magical beasts, it was now his turn to face the storm. An hour later, the final bolt of lightning struck. A moan of ecstasy escaped Lin Xian's lips involuntarily as his body stiffened under the electric shock, his joints seemingly rendered immobile. It was not only his joints that were affected. The morning's ascent heralded more than just the sun. After a few labored coughs, he expelled billowing clouds of black smoke. Round and voluminous, Lin Xian was finally no longer etched in the form of the character on the living room floor, though the specifics of that character were now lost to him. Slowly, He made his way toward the bathroom, moving with a deliberate slowness that evoked both sympathy and admiration. Loving you as I walk alone through dark alleys. Loving you in your unyielding stance, he murmured, finally catching his breath as he stood before the mirror, marveling at the robust physique that beckoned admiration. With a contented stroke, he sighed, no doubt about it, this is me. After indulging in a moment of self-admiration, Lin Xian returned to the sofa. Name, Lin Xian. Profession, blacksmith. Level, 30. Professional level, bronze level smithing. Experience, 1, 746, 641, 746, 640. Health, 625, 920, 625, 920. Attack power, 139, 275, 208, 913. Defense power, 174, 664. Constitution, 1, 663, 478, 317. Strength, 7, 544, 356, 582. Agility, 6, 769, 350, 770. Spirit, 596, 112, 981. Unexpectedly, the talent level has risen to level 3, with the absorbed constitution attributes increasing by 4 points. The talent skill, Life's Elegy, has also reached level 3, extending the duration of the invincibility state. The cooldown for resurrection has been reduced to 24 hours, meaning there is now an opportunity for resurrection each day, significantly enhancing survival capabilities. Moreover, all skill levels have been upgraded to minor achievement, resulting in increased damage, reduced cooldowns, and so forth. It is noteworthy that Lin Xian's recent upgrade has transformed several area skills to a radius of 1,000 meters. A radius of 30,000 meters? Am I not about to ascend to the heavens? Lin Xian stared in astonishment, regardless of the damage. Just the range alone is astonishing. He felt as if he had transcended humanity. Furthermore, there has been a substantial breakthrough in damage, with each of the 4 primary attributes increasing by 50,000 points, totaling 200,000 points. The cumulative total of the 4 attributes approaches 470,000, with attack power exceeding 300,000. For instance, with the highest damage skills, Thunderous Might and Fearless Dive, one strike can inflict 4,000,000 damage, which is nothing short of invincible. Second transition? What's second transition? That does not exist. With my panel and skill damage, the president of the Blaze Guild, Shen Xian, will surely be overwhelmed. Lin Xian chuckled. Even if my attack power of 350,000 cannot breach defenses, with the help of the Hall of Mourning, Thunderous Might still deals 500,000 damage, enough to wear him down. To him, a shield warrior is merely a target. What overwhelming. As soon as Lin Mo returned home, he heard Lin Xian talking to himself. Lin Xian quickly composed himself, maintaining his brotherly authority, and shifted the subject. Isn't it mandatory for you to reside at school in the first year? Yes, I can only come home on weekends, Lin Mo replied, feeling disheartened. He had never been apart from his brother for such an extended period. Lin Xian took the dishes from his hands and consoled him. I will also be starting school tomorrow, and once I get busy, I might not be able to come back either. It's just as well that you're staying at school. We can both come back on weekends. If only I could transition alongside you, brother. Ha ha ha. Don't worry, a year will pass swiftly. While Lin Mo was busy cooking, Lin Xian tossed the Skybreaker hammer into the furnace. Weapon, Skybreaker hammer. Promotion condition, personal advancement to bronze level. Promotion material, 5 Xianlei crystals. What kind of material is this? Without hesitation, he pulled out his phone to ask Wan Du. Damn it. Even the Daylight Moon Spirit Dungeon has it, yet our Demon Suppression Academy does not? Right. Let us check the trading platform. Indeed, it exists, but this isn't enough. Lin Xian slumped onto the sofa in frustration. He wasn't Jia. This was utterly absurd. Xianlei crystal, isn't it merely a precious material capable of crafting equipment with lightning attributes? How could it come to this? No way. After registering tomorrow, I must seek help from old Qi. I refuse to believe this. Chapter 0. Detailed Introduction to Panel Skills. Important matters must be reiterated thrice. Please refrain from ridiculing me for my sentiments. Name, Lin Xian. Profession, blacksmith. Level, 30. Class level, bronze forgemaster. Attack power, 139, 275, 208, 913. Defense power, 174, 664. Constitution, 1, 663, 478, 317. Strength, 7, 544, 356, 582. Agility, 6, 769, 350, 770. Spirit, 596, 112, 981. Talent, the Heavenly Furnace, Level 3. Enables the absorption and transformation of target unit skills into compatible abilities, optimizing them. Limited to a single instance per unit. Equipment forging allows for autonomous selection of plans, With each advancement in class level, an opportunity for self-forging is granted. Should a kill be achieved, a permanent absorption of 4 points of constitution is returned. With no upper limit. Talents and skills: Morning Palace, Thunderous Might, Earth Shatter Charge, Fearless Dive, Repulsion, Ambush, Void Escape, Hammer Mastery, Life Steal, Progression, Taunt, Thorns, Divine Purification, Scoundrel. Arcane Surge, Dexterity, Hammer Specialization. Talent skill: Upon death, revival occurs at the original location, entering an invulnerable state immune to all damage and control effects for 1 minute. Cooldown, 24 hours. Morning Palace, active, inflicts ultimate damage equal to 12 of maximum health to enemy units within a 1,000 meter radius every second. Consumes 1 point of maximum mana per second, with no cooldown. Thunderous Might, passive, any attack possesses a 70 chance to unleash a chain lightning effect within a 1,000 meter radius, inflicting an additional 1,200 damage. Earth Shatter Charge, active with a stomp, unleashes a continuous shockwave in a 1,000 meter frontward area, dealing sustained damage and stunning targets for 6 seconds. Attack power, 800, cooldown, 10 seconds. Consumes 800 mana. Fearless Dive, active, upon activation, the user leaps into the void, pausing briefly before descending rapidly, crashing the weapon into the ground. Inflicts damage within a 1,000 meter radius, attack power, 1,200, and grants invulnerability during the skill's execution. Cooldown, 6 minutes. Consumes 1,200 mana. Repulsion, active, emits a fierce roar, repelling all enemies and skills within a 200 meter radius, inflicting damage. Attack power, 800. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Consumes 800 mana. Ambush, active, allows instantaneous appearance in front of an enemy unit within a 1,000 meter radius that has previously sustained damage from you. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Consumes 1,000 mana. Hammer Mastery, active, flies low while wielding the hammer, entering a dominant state for 3 minutes. Speed increases with agility. Inflicts 1,000 wind damage to enemies in the path. Cooldown, 6 minutes. Consumes 20 mana per second. Void Escape, active, upon activation, the user vanishes into the void, allowing free movement within the line of sight, becoming invisible and untargetable for 2 minutes. Cooldown, 6 minutes. Consumes 20 mana per second. Vampiric Passive, any attack dealt to a target unit inflicts damage while siphoning 20 of that damage to restore health to oneself. Progression Passive, during a battle, when health diminishes to 80, 60, 40, or 20, an instantaneous restoration of 20 maximum health occurs, rendering one immune to all negative effects, and bestowing a shield with a maximum of 400 health. Each stage has a cooldown of 10 minutes. Taunt active. Upon activation of this skill, all enemy units within a 1,000 meter radius are compelled to attack the user with a counter damage of 200. It consumes 1,000 mana. Thorn passive, when attacked, reflect 45 of the damage taken back to the attacking unit, while restoring 5 of maximum health. Holy Purification active, upon activation, all negative effects are removed for a duration of 2 minutes, with a cooldown of 8 minutes. It consumes 2,000 mana. Scoundrel passive, normal attacks have a 60 chance to stun the target for 3 seconds. Mana Boil passive, restores 3 of maximum mana per second. Agility passive, increases base agility by 70. Hammer Mastery passive, using hammer-type weapons increases attack power by 70. Strength attribute increases by 70. Equipment, Skybreaker Hammer, level 30. Quality, Black Iron. Attack, 7,250. Strength, 7,250. Attack power increase, 80. Traits, 1. Destruction. All attacks ignore 60 points of any defense, allowing damage to be inflicted on all targets as intended. 2. Limit Break. Each kill grants a chance to increase strength by 1 point. Military Honor Badge item. Level, 1 star. All attributes, 5. Military points, 100 points. Function, those whose level does not exceed the badge holders by 20 levels cannot be detected. Additionally, one can directly sense the approximate attributes of professionals within 20 levels. Privilege, a unique military badge from Manhwa, with a minimum of 1 star and a maximum of 9 stars, where star rank corresponds to command authority on the battlefield. Enjoy a 10 discount at any official Manhwa store. Note, activation occurs upon wearing. Can be upgraded by slaying demon races or monsters. Dungeon creatures cannot be recorded. Chapter 52. The Truth of Attributes for Second Transition Professionals. The following morning, after sending Lin Mo to the provincial No. 1 high school, Lin Xian made his way to the Demon Subduing Academy. Is this truly the Demon Subduing Academy? Have I taken a wrong turn? Goodness. Is there still time to reach Starry Academy? The seniors from Demon Subduing Academy Online certainly did not convey this. What a scam and utter deception. At that moment, the academy was bustling with activity, filled with a throng of people. Lin Xian listened to the cacophony of curses around him, secretly amused, as the majority of individuals exhibited reactions identical to his own. Fortunately, He had arrived early for registration, sparing himself the need to jostle with the newcomers. Disregarding the adorable new arrivals, he proceeded directly to the residence of Elder Qi. Elder Qi, I have arrived. Lin Xian knocked on the door and, without waiting for a response, pushed it open. Elder Qi was busy at his desk, glancing up with a glare, exclaiming, I asked you to report early to hone your skills in dungeons, yet I haven't seen you for a month. Oh, look at me. I have already advanced to the rank of bronze-level blacksmith. Saying this, he moved behind Elder Qi, dutifully kneading his shoulders. Old Qi set down his pen, reclined comfortably in his chair, and reprimanded, You are wasting your talents. Since your innate gift lies in combat, it would be prudent to set aside your professional pursuits for the time being. Oh, Old Qi, you are unaware that advancing in my profession significantly bolsters my strength. President Zhao Wenjie of the Jinbei Association has bestowed upon me a considerable quantity of low-tier materials, 20 tons, to be precise, without which my advancement would not have been so swift. Lin Xian revealed a fraction of his talents to Old Qi, his trust in the old man only slightly lower than that in Lin Mo. Old Qi paused, opened his eyes, and turned to him, lightly nodding his chin, Sit down and speak. It is no wonder your vitality and attack power are so formidable. I surmise that those below the second tier pose no real threat to you now. Cough cough. Lin Xian cleared his throat, boasting. Even those of the second tier cannot defeat me. Wasn't he the vice-chapel master of that divine secte, second-tier practitioner? He was effortlessly vanquished by me. If ascending to the second tier were truly as simple as you suggest, how could we hope to withstand the demonic forces? Old Qi shot him a disapproving glance and continued, Thus, they are a mere rabble. Moreover, once tainted by demonic energy, they transform into mindless beasts, which is why you managed to eliminate them by mere chance. Hearing this, Lin Xian expressed his confusion. I sense that second-tier practitioners do not seem to possess particularly high attributes. They appear weaker than magical beasts. You have encountered but a handful of second-tier practitioners, and yet you dare to make such sweeping statements. Each advancement, be it to the second or third tier, is a profound elevation of one's profession. The better prepared one is, and the higher their innate talent, the greater the enhancement post-ascension. Attributes can multiply tenfold at the very least, and in some cases, even by 100-fold. Old Qi continued, somewhat irritated. Additionally, after reaching the second tier, most individuals can acquire a full set of platinum gear. Can you calculate that? Lin Xian mentally computed, before the second tier, one merely reaches level 45, which grants over 415 points in attributes. If we consider the least capable practitioners, multiplying by 10 would yield a bit over 100,000. Adding in skills like specialization and agility, it would be reasonable to estimate around 150,000. He had witnessed platinum gear attributes for levels above 45, which typically boasted attribute bonuses in the tens of thousands, and with 10 pieces, the numbers could escalate dramatically. Lin Xian was momentarily stunned. This did not even account for any fortuitous opportunities, such as Tower of Hope or Core of the Mystic Realm. With a stroke of luck, one might even acquire a few pieces of epic or legendary gear. As for divine grade, well, let's not even entertain that thought. Lin Xian was thoroughly flabbergasted, slumped in his chair, and lamented, Old Qi, just tell me, what is the minimum starting point for attributes, factoring in all bonuses for second-tier professionals? Old Qi, amused by Lin Xian's defeated demeanor, replied with a smile, It is not an exorbitant amount. I would estimate the base attributes to be around 400,000 to 500,000 at the very least. This is already considered the lower threshold. As for the upper limits, multiplying that figure several times over is quite reasonable. Lin Xian, not yet disheartened, pressed on. After reaching the second tier, do attribute points continue to follow the original pattern for each level gained? The intricacies of the second tier were not divulged in high school, as they were still far from the student's reach. Old Qi smiled slightly, casually remarked, It merely multiplies by 10, not much at all. Is multiplying by 10 not considerable? Lin Xian retorted, incredulous. Lin Xian was utterly speechless. The leap from level 44 to level 45 yielded a mere increase of 450 attribute points. Upon completing the second job transfer at level 45, the subsequent upgrade would grant an additional 10 points, resulting in a total of 4,600 points for level 46 and 4,700 for level 47. Old Qi shook his head, chuckling softly. However, you must understand that after the second job transfer, leveling up will become extraordinarily sluggish. At that point, relying solely on dungeons for advancement will prove inadequate. You will comprehend this fully once you reach that level. Noticing Lin Xian still in a daze, he continued earnestly, Therefore, do not underestimate any professional beyond the second transfer. Especially in your unique situation, where a second transfer is unattainable, make the best use of your innate talents to bolster your strength. Otherwise, your peers will swiftly catch up to you, if not surpass you. Old Qi's words jolted Lin Xian from his self-inflated reverie. His most significant shortcoming was his singular weapon, rendering him unable to equip any other gear. The higher the level, the greater the attribute bonuses of the equipment. The disparity of 9 pieces of high-level gear was not something he could bridge in a short span. Nevertheless, Lin Xian refused to belittle himself. Despite his inability to change classes, a single talent could mitigate these gaps. The mere refinement of career advancement could bestow an increase of 200,000 attribute points upon reaching bronze. Thus, how could one compare to future levels of silver, gold, and platinum? Based on old Chi's insights, Lin Xian established a personal assessment. Presently, he could easily dominate professionals below level 45. As for those between level 45 and before the second transfer at level 50, he believed he could also prevail against ordinary professionals lacking escape or control immunity skills. It must be said that to enhance his overall strength, he needed to focus on career advancement. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to prioritize enhancing his professional proficiency. He required a substantial amount of materials. Nearly 20 tons had been consumed to promote to bronze, and he estimated that advancing to silver would demand at least 30 to 40 tons, with even more required for gold. Acquiring forging materials would also pose a challenge, necessitating a clever approach to gather resources. Moreover, he needed to elevate his constitution attributes promptly, as they directly influenced his health and defensive capabilities. Lin Xian, what brings you here today? Old Chi inquired, having noticed his prolonged silence. Startled, Lin Xian snapped back to reality and hurriedly moved behind Old Chi, continuing to knead his shoulders, ingratiatingly stating, "Ah, what are you saying? I can't come to see you for no reason." He gestured with his fingers, indicating a minuscule matter. "Let me hear it. The left side feels a bit tense." Much better. Old Chi squinted in enjoyment, directing Lin Xian. "I need to upgrade my weapon, but I'm still short a few mystic thunder crystals. What do you think?" Chapter 53. Li Wutong, Xiezi Xuan. Casting a surprised glance at Lin Xian, Old Chi did not inquire why he needed such materials, but leisurely remarked, "If I recall correctly, those materials can only be found in the hands of the sun and moon spirits, right?" Before Lin Xian could respond, Old Chi paused, then added, "That's manageable. I'll have a word with Ji Tianlong. Given your eagerness, you should go right after the opening ceremony." The head of the Sun Academy? Yes, indeed. After dispatching Lin Xian, Old Chi sipped from the now cold tea and picked up the phone. "Old Chi, what brings you the leisure to call me? Enough with the pleasantries. That young lad Lin Xian is heading to your academy in the next few days to submit some materials. Find a way to give him a good thrashing." Ji Tianlong was taken aback, perplexed, and jested, "What is going on? If you don't want him, we shall keep him at the Sun Academy." Coincidentally, the second place is already pursuing Lin Xian to your exorcism institute. You're overthinking it. I feel this lad has become rather arrogant lately. You ought to bring him back to his senses. Then why don't you handle it yourself?" Ji Tianlong replied, at a loss for words. Old Chi placed his teacup on the table with a sense of righteousness and retorted, "I assent it because I find it difficult to do so." All this talk. Ji Tianlong listened to the silence on the other end of the line, speechless. This reason was quite formidable. He shook his head in amusement. This old man, growing softer with age. When Lin Xian returned to his dormitory, the area was already bustling with activity. Having settled matters regarding the Xian Lei crystal, his mood momentarily lifted. "You must be Lin Xian." Turning around, Lin Xian saw a man clad in a blue robe, fixating his gaze intently on him. With long, striking hair as dark as ink, sharp brows, and bright, deep-set eyes, the man possessed a tall, slender figure, exuding a sense of determination. Goodness, so handsome. With that long hair, how intriguing. Lin Xian internally scoffed, feeling a twinge of mischief, and with a beaming smile, replied, "Indeed. And you are?" "Li Wudong from the imperial capital. When shall we spar?" Li Wudong boldly extended the invitation. With a subtle glance up and down at Lin Xian, he felt a sense of satisfaction within. His looks were undeniably superior. "1 point for me. Why didn't you go to the Sun Academy?" Lin Xian inquired, genuinely curious. He was aware of the second place in the college entrance examination. After all, being from the imperial capital, he should have logically attended the Sun Academy, which not only ranked higher than the Exorcism Institute, but was also closer to home. Li Wudong replied with a faint smile, relishing in the misfortune, "Not only me, but that crazy woman from Magic City has also arrived." Just as he spoke, he sensed a chilling aura behind him, sending shivers down his spine. Turning stiffly, he saw a strikingly beautiful woman in a black robe standing behind him. Her lips moved coldly. "Who do you call a crazy woman?" Li Wutong chuckled awkwardly and hurriedly clarified, "Xiezi Xuan, please don't misunderstand. I wasn't referring to you. I meant someone else. Who was it?" Struggling to come up with an excuse, he turned to Lin Xian for help, casting frantic glances. Lin Xian, bemused, sighed and said, "You must be Xiezi Xuan? A pleasure to meet you. Welcome to Jianghuai province." Xiezi Xuan shot a frosty glare at Li Wudong before shifting her gaze to Lin Xian, speaking coldly. "I hope you can maintain your pace of progress and not be surpassed by me." She understood well that there was no comparison between the 26th and 40th floors. She would not put herself through unnecessary hardship. Then, she turned back to Li Wudong and glared fiercely, stating, "You too. Or I will show you what a real crazy woman is." Each word was enunciated with a biting intensity. With that, she disregarded the two and gracefully entered dormitory No. 3. Bang. The door slammed shut. The two continued to stare at each other in disbelief. Lin Xian, unable to endure the awkward atmosphere, raised his keys and awkwardly smiled. Well, you're busy? All right, let us team up for a dungeon raid sometime. Li Wudong seemed to regain his senses, awkwardly extending an invitation. Next time for sure. Next time. Bang. Lin Xian stepped into dormitory 001. In the corridor, only Li Wudong remained, filled with frustration, standing alone amidst the wind's disarray. What are you doing? Li Wudong? You promised to find reliable teammates and join forces on the battlefield. What on earth is happening? He vigorously shook his head, deciding to let it go. There would be plenty of opportunities in the future, he thought, taking it slow. Bang. He entered dormitory 002. Wasn't the opening ceremony supposed to be held in the auditorium? Why was it taking place in the square? It was baffling. What a disillusionment regarding the Demon Suppression Academy. He couldn't believe that dormitory was even inferior to his high school accommodations. Hadn't he explored the campus after registering yesterday? It resembled a military camp. Sigh. Had he known, he would have chosen Star Academy, as it would have been closer. But alas, he had already arrived. When Lin Xian reached the square, it was already teeming with people. Groups of 3 or 4 huddled together, complaining about the academy's environment and accommodations. Lin Xian, over here. Turning around, he saw Li Wudong and Xie Zishuan standing together. Waving at him. Lin Xian? The national top scholar? The blacksmith who cleared level 40? Goodness, if I didn't know that was the Tower of Hope. I would have suspected he was cheating. He smiled, indeed strikingly handsome, with such white teeth. How he longed to approach him. Lin Xian was at a loss for words. He was not one to seek the limelight, yet with Li Wudong's shout, the crowd instantly recognized him. Although there were no images of him online, everyone was familiar with his name. He hurried over, greeting Xie Zishuan before saying with a hint of annoyance, "Stop shouting. I can see you from a distance." Among the 3,000 new students, aside from the girls, only Li Wudong sported long hair, especially striking today in his moon-white robe, his hair tied up high, with 2 strands deliberately left loose, dancing in the breeze. His ancient-style attire was undoubtedly flamboyant. That must be one of this year's top 3. Who would have thought they all ended up at the Demon Suppression Academy? So easy on the eyes. Wait, pervert, step back. You're not wrong. Cold, beautiful, sunny. Each with distinct styles. Why not say it to my face? What's stopping me? I truly wouldn't dare. Laugh at what? Are you brave enough? With their trio-esque characteristics, their whispers seemed minuscule, yet they were heard clearly by the 3. Lin Xian and Xie Zishuan quietly stepped back, distancing themselves from Li Wudong. Why are you 2 backing away? Are you feeling inferior standing next to such a handsome guy like me? Li Wudong teased, playfully flicking the strands of hair he had left loose, seemingly indifferent. Lin Xian chuckled, choosing to ignore him. Just then, a middle-aged man appeared abruptly in the sky, clad in a tight black combat uniform, drawing everyone's attention like a magnet. An overwhelming aura of dominance radiated from him, accompanied by a chilling presence reminiscent of a sea of blood and mountains of corpses, silencing the entire square. The powerful energy was enough to instill a sense of reverence. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Yin Xingnan, the head of the combat department, a level 74 second transformation combat practitioner, and I will be presiding over this opening ceremony. Without my consent, all are forbidden from making any sound. Those who defy this command shall be expelled from the academy. Trust me, no other institution will dare to accept those cast out by the Demon Suppression Academy. Perhaps the aura I exude is too overwhelming. The new students gaze in a daze at this domineering figure before them. Very well, I hereby declare the commencement of the opening ceremony. As the words fell, the stone tablet inscribed with the word kill in the center of the square emitted a brilliant red light, soaring towards the heavens before cascading down like a waterfall, enveloping the entire plaza. Kill, kill, kill. For the sake of humanity, an endless horde of magical beasts surged forth, thundering like a tempest, trampling all vitality underfoot. Countless soldiers, clad in heavy armor, charged fearlessly into the torrent of beasts, only to be crushed as easily as a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. Their flesh and blood scattered in layers. Explosive flames, suffocating ice, and bone-rending gales raged furiously across the battlefield. The sound of war drums and battle cries intertwined, devoid of fear or despair, as they valiantly swung their hefty weapons, advancing like fierce beasts. Ranged combatants drained the last remnants of their mana, wielding their staffs and longbows, their frail bodies standing resolutely against the ceaseless tide of magical beasts. Were they foolish? Perhaps they were. For the sake of humanity, for the billions behind them, they willingly donned the mantle of folly. The entire world fragmented amidst this lopsided conflict, until an elder pierced the heavens, plunging into the rear of the magical beasts. A blinding white light slowly yet swiftly blanketed much of the battlefield. At that moment, it felt as though time itself had been paused. Sound ceased, enemies vanished, and a gentle breeze stirred. It seemed as if time stood still as the warriors silently pieced together their bodies, desperately searching amidst the remnants of flesh and bone. Their eyes, once resolute in battle, now reflected a semblance of confusion. On this day, the world was painted red, as the glow of the kill tablet faded. All were released from the scene. Lin Xian lowered his gaze, tears silently cascading down, an indescribable aura of brutality coiling within his chest, rendering him breathless. Silently staring at the word kill upon the tablet, he understood all too well that the joyful days of leveling up were now distant memories. And yet another reason to grow stronger had emerged. Lin Xian gazed down at the children below, filled with righteous indignation or weeping profusely. His heart eased considerably, his voice softening as he spoke. What you just witnessed was neither an illusion nor a fabrication. The upheaval of our terrestrial realm was real. At that time, we had barely begun our journey as practitioners, yet the army of magical beasts was upon us. What were we to do? Allow the beasts to slaughter us? Lin Xian paused, his voice resolute and stern. Of course not. It was during this period that the Demon Suppression Academy had only recently been established. Under the leadership of the formidable Demon Suppression War God, Lord Chu Jingtian, we forged what has become the present-day Demon Suppression Legion. The images you just beheld were the authentic depictions of our legion on the front lines, where heroes sacrificed themselves to strike at the heart of the magical beast horde. None other than Lord Chu Jingtian himself. It is through his sacrifice that we have the present day in our homeland, enabling you to live in peace and security. As all the newcomers listened, a wave of sentiment washed over them, mingled with a profound sense of pride for their acceptance into the Demon Suppression Academy. Lin Xian was no exception. Having lived on this land since birth, he felt no different from the ordinary inhabitants of Earth or the citizens of Huagua. Yin Xingnan continued. I am aware that many of you are dissatisfied with the environment of the Demon Suppression, perceiving it as akin to a military camp. Here, I can assure you, your perceptions are not mistaken. The mortality rate at Demon Suppression is the highest among all academies. Why is this so? Because we exclusively cultivate professionals destined for the battlefield, training the elite of the Demon Suppression Corps, the pinnacle of combat prowess. What you will face is not the leisurely life of dungeon crawling and romance, but an unending onslaught of ferocious magical beasts. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in shock. Lin Xian turned to observe Li Wudong and Xie Zishuan, who exhibited no signs of surprise, clearly well informed about the circumstances at the academy. Lin Xian was not surprised. The online community was remarkably resourceful, and by the time they secured their second and third placements, their backgrounds had already been thoroughly investigated. One was an heir of the Li family from the imperial capital, and the other, the daughter of the president of the elite guild Dragon Pearl in the magical metropolis. It was only natural that they would be privy to some insider knowledge. For those who do not wish to engage in battle, now is the time to withdraw. Rest assured, withdrawing does not equate to expulsion, and it will not affect your ability to enroll in other academies. I permit your exit. You now have 10 seconds to consider. Despite their trepidation, the vivid images from the stone tablet lingered in their minds, the life-defending line established by countless valiant predecessors that they were now called to uphold. In this moment, how could they retreat? How could they possibly back down? Yin Xingnan's eyes sparkled with intensity as he surveyed all the newcomers below. After a long pause, seeing no one speak out or step back, he felt a swell of relief. Earth and even Huagua required generations of fervor and relentless effort to harbor hope of vanquishing the demon race. Sensing the passionate enthusiasm of the newcomers, who longed to charge into battle, Yin Xingnan smiled slightly and said, Excellent. I can feel your resolve, but the time is not yet ripe. Your most pressing task now is to grow strong within this fleeting year of your freshman studies. Strive with every fiber of your being to become more powerful. Do you understand? Understood. The fervent shouts of the spirited youth resounded throughout the square. Yin Xingnan nodded in satisfaction, exuding authority as he declared, From this day forward, you are students of the Demon Suppression Academy. While the academy does not permit you to retreat even a single step on the battlefield, as long as you conduct yourselves with integrity and righteousness in the outside world, any aggression towards you shall be regarded as a provocation against the Demon Suppression. The Academy, and indeed the entire Demon Suppression Corps, shall serve as your steadfast support. Upon hearing this, all the newcomers trembled with excitement, their hearts yearning to roar in unison. Demon Suppression is formidable. In the first month of enrollment, the newcomer rankings would be determined by examination results, and credits would be allocated upon registration. Starting from the second month, re-evaluations would take place. That concludes our opening ceremony. Now, go level up and embark on your dungeon raids. Yin Xingnan smiled lightly, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. Lin Xian pondered, Shall we team up for dungeon raids? They say the dungeons of Demon Suppression are challenging. I am eager to discover just how difficult they truly are. Li Wudong could hardly conceal his battle intent as he beckoned Lin Xian. Xie Zishuan's gaze also fell upon him. Though she remained silent, her intentions were unmistakable. She was not merely eager to witness the demon-subduing dungeon, but was also keen to assess Lin Xian's prowess. Lin Xian discerned their motives at a glance, but thought little of it. Their current strength was still too juvenile for him to regard seriously. However, he had other matters to attend to first. He needed to make a trip to the Sunlight Academy to procure the Xianlei crystal before discussing anything further. Thus, he politely declined, saying, I have business to attend to at Sunlight Academy. Let us converse upon my return. Very well, we shall take our leave, Li Wudong replied, glancing at Xie Zishuan, who nodded in agreement, and they departed together. Being adults, Lin Xian's silence was enough for them not to awkwardly pry into his affairs. After all, they were all part of the same academy and would have their chances to interact. I, too, should set off for sunlight, Lin Xian mused, unaware that Dean Tianlong was furrowing his brow, concocting a troublesome script for him. Chapter 55, Sunlight Academy, Why Bully the Young Ones? The entrance to the academy lacks the grandeur of my own demon-subduing academy. Standing before the gates of Sunlight Academy, Lin Xian offered a rather indifferent assessment before proceeding forward. At the reception area, he announced, "Greetings, I am Lin Xian from the Demon-Subduing Academy. Here to deliver some items on behalf of our dean to Dean Ji. Certainly, I will make contact. Please take a seat and wait a moment." The staff member responded with commendable courtesy. Lin Xian complied, settling into a nearby chair to await his summons. From this vantage point, he could catch a glimpse of a portion of Sunlight Academy. If the Demon-Subduing Academy resembled a military camp, then Sunlight Academy bore more resemblance to a scenic park. Towering ancient trees cast dappled shadows, and pavilions adorned the landscape, with meandering paths weaving through. To his astonishment, Lin Xian even glimpsed a waterfall in the distance. Is this truly an academy? How could one find the time to study or strive for strength amidst such distractions? Idly, he mused to himself, chiding the place for its frivolities, refusing to admit that he was envious of what he could not attain. At that moment, a young man entered, surveying the surroundings before his gaze settled on Lin Xian. "Are you a junior from the academy?" he inquired. "Hello, I am Zhou Sheng, a fourth-year student and disciple of Dean Ji. The dean is currently unavailable. Allow me to show you around the academy." "Greetings, senior. I would be most grateful for your guidance," Lin Xian replied, appreciating the opportunity to explore, even if the dean himself was not present. As Lin Xian sensed the stillness of his badge, it confirmed that Zhou Sheng's level exceeded 50, unlike the seniors at the Demon-Subduing Academy. The students at Sunlight Academy appeared to lack the urgency to enhance their powers. They gathered in small groups, chatting and laughing, occasionally demonstrating their skills. As they walked, every student who spotted Zhou Sheng paused to greet him, indicating his considerable esteem within the academy. Noticing Lin Xian beside him, they regarded him with curiosity but refrained from prying too deeply. "What do you think of Sunlight Academy, Junior?" Zhou Sheng asked, his demeanor gentle yet unable to mask the pride in his eyes. Lin Xian remained unfazed. If he were part of such an institution, he too would take pride in its reputation. With a faint smile, he replied, "The scenery is exquisite, and the company is quite pleasing to the eye." "Haha, you are indeed a person of character, Junior. How does it compare to the Demon-Subduing Academy?" Zhou Sheng continued, his smile unwavering as he pressed further. He had indeed visited the Demon Suppression Academy, and its environment was incomparable to that of their Daybreak Academy, which prompted his inquiry. Of course, it was also at the behest of the dean. Despite his pride, he would never engage in self-aggrandizement, though the dean might not share the same restraint. This year's national top scholar is considered to possess the highest caliber in recent years, and in the dean's opinion, if they could attract Lin Xian, it would be most fortunate. Even if he couldn't be retained, it would still serve to annoy Qi Lao, which is quite a challenge in itself. It is a fact that the environment is superior to that of the Demon Suppression Academy, a truth Lin Xian does not deny. Yet he would never belittle his own institution. Thus, he smiled lightly and remarked, "The environment and atmosphere at Daybreak are indeed top-notch, unlike our Demon Suppression Academy, where the seniors are either slaying magical beasts or on their way to do so. They are a bit too competitive, which is not ideal." Lin Xian feigned a complaint, adding, "Although we must battle relentlessly every year to protect the stability of countless citizens, we must also embrace life. If the front line relies solely on our Demon Suppression Academy, collapse would not be far off." After saying this, he ceased speaking and simply smiled at Zhou Sheng. Zhou Sheng felt somewhat awkward, unsure of what to say. Although Daybreak Academy has battlefield tasks each year, participation is not mandatory. It relies on rewards to attract students confident in their own abilities. The rest are merely eradication tasks of certain divine cults. How to articulate this? It simply stems from differing educational philosophies. However, in recent years, battlefield tasks have increased, with rewards now doubled, thus enticing many students to partake. As they approached a certain area, Zhou Sheng's eyes lit up, and he changed the subject. "Junior, this is our academy's combat hall. Would you be interested in taking a look?" "Oh, the combat hall. Is it a real battle?" Lin Xian inquired, genuinely curious. The Demon Suppression Academy also seems to have a combat room, though he had yet to explore it. Zhou Sheng let out a slight sigh of relief as he led Lin Xian inside, explaining, "It's akin to a secret realm. When health drops to 10, it automatically locks, preventing any fatalities. Once ejected, participants instantly recover, so the consumption in the combat room is considerable, and credits are expensive. Only students in their second year and above may engage in duels there." Lin Xian nodded in understanding. First-year students like him could hardly afford to spend credits in such a place. Senior Zhang is bound to rise up this time. He has lost 3 times already. I feel like it's going to be intense. Just watch. Once he gets close to the goddess Tang, one combo will take him down. A mage challenging an assassin? What are they thinking? He expressed disbelief. They need to familiarize themselves. Otherwise, they wouldn't easily avoid ambushes in the future. The combat hall was quite noisy. Although first-year students couldn't participate, they could still watch and gain some combat experience. As Lin Xian and Zhou Sheng entered, they were greeted by a vibrant scene. Two massive screens displayed the duel from different perspectives, showcasing the battle between a mage and an assassin, accompanied by brief character introductions. Lin Xian sighed softly. Even among second-year students, senior Lin Ling from the Demon Suppression Academy was only at level 34. Clearly, there is still a significant gap, and he wondered just how challenging the dungeons at the Demon Suppression Academy truly are. Tang Yuanshuang, level 42, Shadow Apostle, and Zhang Tong, level 42, Fire Mage, were engaged in a fierce confrontation. At that moment, Tang Yuanshuang's health had plummeted to below 30, while Zhang Tong still boasted 70. On the surface, it appeared that Zhang Tong held the upper hand. However, the reality was quite the opposite. Tang Yuanshuang had already cloaked herself in invisibility. Zhang Tong, feeling the tension, immediately unleashed his Fire Sea skill, engulfing an area of 80 meters instantaneously. He waited patiently for the flames to dissipate before advancing swiftly. Zhang Tong's ears perked up with delight as he sensed the activation of the fire resistance ring. Lin Xian let out a soft sigh. Zhang Tong was doomed. It turned out that Tang Yuanshuang had merely feigned an attack, rendering the 10-meter radius of the fire resistance ring utterly ineffective. A kidney strike. Stunned for 3 seconds. Despite his remaining 70 health points, for an assassin, such a fragile mage could be dispatched effortlessly in one fluid motion. Zhang Tong appeared dejected as he materialized in the battle chamber, puffing angrily. Tang Yuanshuang, I shall surely defeat you next time. Dreams hold all possibilities. Tang Yuanshuang smiled lightly. Her words succinct. Zhou Sheng turned to Lin Xian with a smile. Junior, would you care to join the fray? My treat. Perhaps not. I wouldn't want to squander your credits, senior. Lin Xian promptly declined. It wasn't arrogance on his part. These beginners, lacking a second class, boasted health pools of 500,000, at most 1 million. Any skill could obliterate them instantly. What was there to gain from such a contest? Moreover, they were all squishy targets. Why would he bully the young? Not you too. Surely you cannot best him. Are the second-class professionals not worth a try? Zhou Sheng enticed. Having ventured into the Tower of Hope, he knew that even if Lin Xian had not conquered the 40th level, his prowess far surpassed that of Tang Yuanshuang and Zhang Tong. Lin Xian gazed incredulously at Zhou Sheng, who wore a grin. Was he deliberately speaking so loudly to ensure others could hear? As expected, Senior Zhou, your words do not please me. Zhang Tong interjected. It's one thing to be outmatched by Tang Yuanshuang, but this fellow clearly appears to be a newcomer. How could I not prevail? Tang Yuanshuang and Zhang Tong exchanged glances, clearly perturbed by Zhou Sheng's audacious claims. Satisfied by their reactions, Zhou Sheng nodded approvingly. The task assigned by the dean must not falter. He continued to stoke the flames. Do not jest. Lin Xian is this year's national champion. Having reached the 40th floor of the Tower of Hope, how could you possibly contend? Are there not plenty of champions in our academy? Every year, several emerge. Yet they are still trampled upon. Indeed, what does it matter to be a champion? A provincial champion is still a champion. It is only through comparison that one reveals their true worth. The two were indignant. Having never set foot in the Tower of Hope, and possessing no comprehension of what the 40th floor entailed, what of being a champion? The 4 grades held no shortage of champions. Lin Xian felt his scalp tingle from Zhou Sheng's relentless provocations, his mouth agape in astonishment. However, he was not a young man consumed by competitiveness, nor did he fall for such baiting. He waved his hands repeatedly. Yes, yes, yes. Seniors are indeed remarkable. I humbly bow to your excellence. The two, seeing his compliance, nodded in satisfaction, casting glances at Zhou Sheng, who continued to signal them with his eyes. Tang Yuanshuang was momentarily taken aback, but she quickly grasped the situation. Was this an invitation for her to showcase her prowess? To assert the dominance of the Demon Suppression Academy? To exhibit the might of the Sun Academy? Indeed, as a member of the Sun Academy, it was her duty to rise to the occasion. Lin Xian, whether you are competent or not, mere words cannot determine that. Let us engage in a duel. With a charming smile, Tang Yuanshuang seized Lin Xian and began to lead him inside. Zhang Tong also caught on, following closely behind, while the onlookers, having gathered for quite some time, buzzed with excitement, speculating on the upcoming spectacle. It was clear that they were in for an entertaining show, though doubts lingered about whether Lin Xian could hold his own. Needless to say, with Tang Xuejia already at level 42, Lin Xian had only reached level 19 during his entrance exams, and now, being at level 25 was quite a feat. It seemed rather lopsided. After all, she could ascend to the 40th floor, and such achievements were not merely handed out. Brimming with confidence, Tang Yuanshuang was determined not to believe that a sophomore could possibly be outmatched by a freshman. Zhou Xuezhang, hurry up and pay the fee. Having exerted herself already, she certainly could not let her academic credits take the hit. Zhou Sheng shrugged and followed suit, successfully completing the payment, while silently mourning for Tang Yuanshuang for 3 seconds before his spirits lifted again. Even though it was evident that Tang Yuanshuang would prevail, the agreed-upon opponent had yet to arrive, so it was only fitting for Lin Xian to participate first. realizing that the credits had been successfully paid. Lin Xian had no choice but to dive in, driven by curiosity about the battle arena, and thought to himself that it would be worth experiencing. Tang Yuanshuang opted for a random map, and upon entering, they found themselves in a desert landscape, separated by a distance of 1,000 meters. Gazing at each other from afar, the countdown began, 10 seconds. Meanwhile, their information was displayed outside the battle arena. Tang Yuanshuang, level 42, class, Shadow Apostle, Lin Xian. Level 30, class, Blacksmith. He had leveled up remarkably quickly, advancing 11 levels in such a short time. Leveling had become increasingly arduous since the entrance exams. He had only gained 5 levels. Wasn't he the focus supposed to be on his class? At last, he would have the opportunity to observe how this blacksmith would fare in combat. Upon seeing that Lin Xian had reached level 30, Tang Yuanshuang felt a slight sense of relief. At worst, she could forego her invisibility. That wouldn't be taking undue advantage, right? Lin Xian mused. I want to use skills. Surely that won't be considered bullying her? Having recently assessed Tang Xuejia's attributes through his badge, he estimated her power to be just over 100,000. He believed that even a single skill of his could easily defeat this delicate girl. As Tang Yuanshuang charged towards him without even activating her invisibility, Lin Xian found himself pondering whether to admire her boldness or question her judgment. What should I do? Should I strike first? I have no experience battling as a blacksmith. Tang Yuanshuang was murmuring to herself, feeling a bit apprehensive. In the end, she decided to disregard her doubts and test the waters with an attack. She dashed forward to Lin Xian's side, opting for a basic strike without using any skills. Ding! In the battle hall. Did you see that? Tang Xuejia didn't even break through his defenses. Stop shaking. I saw it. Is he a shield warrior? It can't be that exaggerated. Wait, is this real? Am I seeing things? To my surprise, Zhou Sheng observed that Tang Yuanshuang, whom he knew well, had sustained significant damage, around 80 to 90,000, but it was insufficient to breach her defenses. This indicated that Lin Xian possessed an impressive amount of health, as physical constitution is directly correlated with both defense and vitality. As Lin Xian gazed at the dazed Tang Yuanshuang before him, he teased, if you remain in a stupor, I shall be compelled to attack. With that, he summoned a colossal hammer, brandishing it in front of her. Upon regaining her senses, Tang Yuanshuang decided that, given her formidable constitution, she need not hold back any longer. Invisibility. Devastating strike, she declared, and in an instant, she transformed into a flash of white light. Appearing in the battle hall, the audience, akin to a group of breathless spectators, fell into a profound silence. What just happened? How did I end up here? Tang Yuanshuang's voice broke the stillness, igniting a flurry of inquiries in the hall. What transpired in the battle room? Echoed the voices of many, with one remarking, I just witnessed 2 damage indicators flash across Tang Yuanshuang. I saw it too, a hit over 7,000, and another surpassing 33 million. Someone scoffed. Impossible. It must be a trick. Indeed, even Lin Xian found himself momentarily stunned. I haven't even made a move, and you're already down? But upon reflection, the truth dawned on him. The skill Tang Yuanshuang unleashed had inflicted nearly 20,000 points of true damage upon herself due to the Thorn passive, which reflected 45% of the damage she inflicted. That translated to nearly 8,000 points of damage. Unfortunately for her, she had triggered the Thunderous Might passive, compounding her misfortune. With Lin Xian's attack power nearing 350,000 and disregarding her 60 points of defense, the results were astounding. The health he regained was a product of the Lifesteal and Thorn passives, overflowing his health to an impressive 850,000 points. The Lifesteal passive allows him to recover 20% of damage dealt to the target, while the Thorn passive reflects 45% of the damage taken, restoring 5% of his maximum health. Reflecting 45% of the damage dealt is classified as true damage, wholly unaffected by the opponent's defenses. Striking me is tantamount to striking oneself. Nevertheless, Tang Yuanshuang's possession of a skill that deals true damage was an unexpected twist, a stroke of fortune indeed. Zhou Sheng. What just happened? How did I end up here? Tang Yuanshuang grasped Zhou Sheng, her expression one of bewilderment. Witnessing Lin Xian being ejected from the battle room, she glanced at him in confusion. Shrugging, Lin Xian could only assert, this truly isn't my fault. Thunderous Might is a passive skill with a 70% activation probability. There's nothing I can do. Zhou Sheng chuckled awkwardly, realizing that aside from understanding Lin Xian's formidable reflection skill, they had gleaned little else. At a loss for words, a loud and exuberant voice suddenly pierced through the air as a young man with a wild hairstyle burst into the scene. Zhou, are you looking for a fight with me? Chapter 57. Are you a hedgehog or a turtle? The madman of battle has arrived. Surely. He isn't here to challenge Zhou Sheng, is he? Shu, do you wish to perish? Someone whispered. I suspect he is here to confront Lin Xian. Really? Just thinking about it ignites my enthusiasm. I didn't quite grasp how Tang Yuanshuang lost so inexplicably. Zhou Sheng beckoned the young man with the explosive hairstyle to approach, explaining to Lin Xian, this is my junior brother, Wu Fan, who has recently transitioned to the 2nd tier. He then introduced Lin Xian to Wu Fan. This is Lin Xian from the Demon Subduing Academy. And he is the one with whom you will engage in sparring. No, Zhou Sr. The dean should have returned by now. We ought to proceed. Wu Fan interjected. Is he also a second-tier practitioner? He doesn't seem like it. Both of them spoke simultaneously. Lin Xian, however, was reluctant to follow Zhou Sheng's arrangement, feeling that he did not wish to waste time. How had it come to this sparring session? Zhou Sheng shot a glare at the explosive-haired Wu Fan, sighed, and stated plainly to Lin Xian. The dean is aware that you came for the Xianlei crystal, a material that can only be dropped in hellish difficulty. Although it pertains to level 30 or 40 dungeons, the dean remains concerned about your capabilities. If anything were to happen to you inside, how could we explain it to Dean Shi? He then turned to Wu Fan with an authoritative tone. You are not permitted to refuse. This is a command from our master. Lin Xian felt somewhat speechless. This rationale was somewhat plausible. He assessed Wu Fan's military merit badge and estimated his attributes to be around 1 million in total. Considering that the primary attributes contribute approximately 50 to 60%, his attack power likely mirrored this. Given that he appeared to be a warrior class, combined with equipment bonuses to life, it should not exceed 10 million, a reasonable estimation. Let us just fight. It matters not. Lin Xian thought to himself. The battlefield was a grand arena. Given Wu Fan's attributes, Lin Xian would not allow him to approach, lest he risk being defeated in a single blow. Setting aside any reservations, Lin Xian resolved to engage seriously. He cautiously observed Wu Fan's movements. Wu Fan dashed over 100 meters away, unleashing a wave of sword energy 30 meters wide. Lin Xian calmly sidestepped to the left. Windstep. Wu Fan instantly closed the distance, executing a heavy slash. The previous sword wave was merely a tactic to force Lin Xian to reposition. Contrary to his brash appearance, Wu Fan fought with a cunning edge. Lin Xian smiled faintly. Get lost. With a powerful counter, a shockwave erupted from within Lin Xian, propelling Wu Fan away and causing nearly 1/5 of his health to evaporate in an instant. Active counter. With a fierce roar, Lin Xian unleashed a burst of energy, repelling all foes within a 200-meter radius and dealing damage with an attack power of 800. The cooldown was 20 seconds, consuming 800 mana. Lin Xian refrained from pursuing, curious to observe what other abilities a second-tier practitioner might possess. Based on the damage dealt, Wu Fan's defense was likely around 300,000, as Lin Xian had bypassed 60 of that defense, dealing over 180 million in health. Wu Fan rose from the ground, his face a mask of astonishment. The damage he had just sustained was beyond his expectations. Even his most formidable skill, with a 300% enhancement, could only achieve 170,000 against an opponent with 0 defense. Roaring charge. Wu Fan bellowed, causing Lin Xian to be momentarily stunned, unable to break free in time. Wu Fan's health glowed with a flickering light as his speed surged, and he swiftly darted past Lin Xian. Lin Xian suddenly regained his composure. That strike had depleted 45 of his health, triggering the effects of progress, thorns, and lifesteal, allowing him to recover to 85. A shield, nearly 7 million in strength, enveloped him. The fixed thorns also caused Wu Fan to lose nearly 400,000 health points. Goodness. Are you a hedgehog or a turtle? Wu Fan contemplated discarding his weapon. How could he continue fighting like this? Healing so rapidly and inflicting damage in return was utterly outrageous. Lin Xian chuckled softly. The passive skill was indeed quite effective. He resolved to seek out more passive skills in the future, perhaps ones that provided health regeneration per second, evasion, or damage amplification. Are you still going to fight? If not, it'll be my turn. Lin Xian summoned his hammer, resting it on his shoulder, and asked leisurely. Wu Fan scoffed, of course I will fight. Do you think the bloodthirsty berserker class is a freebie? Bloodthirst. His entire being erupted with blood energy, enveloping him in a crimson glow. In Lin Xian's perception, his attributes surged by 500,000, bringing his total to approximately 1.5 million. Charge. Hurricane slash. Wu Fan appeared beside Lin Xian in an instant, wielding his weapon in a fierce whirl. A centrifugal force erupted from his body, wrapping around Lin Xian like a tornado, dealing substantial damage. Tang Yuanshuang gazed at the screen, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Wow, Senior Zhou, after this ultimate move from Wu Fan, do you think Lin Xian can withstand it? Zhou Xing shook his head gravely. No, you underestimate Lin Xian. Besides, he still has a shield. Zhang Tong shared Tang Yuanshuang's perspective and quickly interjected, impossible. He is only at level 30. Even if he has a shield, how durable can it be? Although his attack power is high, in front of Senior Wu Fan, he remains quite fragile. His shield hasn't even been breached. As Lin Xian spun within the hurricane, protected by a 7 million health shield, he remained unfazed, calmly absorbing the damage from the attack. A total of 6 damage instances struck him, and as the skill concluded, Lin Xian was flung to the edge of the battle arena, landing gracefully from the air without his shield shattering. Conversely, Wu Fan suffered nearly 2 million damage from thorns, and Thunderous Might, triggered only twice, a rare occurrence. Forget it, I'm done. Lin Xian muttered disinterestedly. Having unleashed his ultimate move, there was little left to explore. It was time to let him go. With a sudden ambush, he appeared beside Wu Fan, who was startled by Lin Xian's instantaneous movement and had no time to react. The sky-breaking hammer struck down twice. Stunned. 2 seconds later, Wu Fan was enveloped in white light and vanished from the battle room. Unbeknownst to Lin Xian, his murmurs resonated clearly throughout the battle hall. Everyone exchanged glances. Should they listen to what he had said? A level 30 challenging a second transformation player, claiming he was playing? How audacious. The Demon Suppression Academy was indeed too arrogant. It was intolerable. Can't stand it any longer. Are you going to take action? Someone queried. What a joke. Do you believe that with one strike, he'll be on his knees begging for mercy? When Wu Fan emerged, he appeared utterly bewildered, reminiscent of a second Tang Yuanshuang. Zhou Sheng wearily rubbed his forehead, realizing that he could no longer endure this predicament. Approaching level 60 himself, he could hardly expect to be the one stepping forward. Winning would be one thing, but losing would elicit a chilling dread, as his master would surely expel him from the sect. Tang Yuanshuang, having accepted reality, approached the dazed Wu Fan with a somewhat schadenfreude demeanor, patting him on the shoulder in consolation. Senior Wu Fan, take it easy. You've just achieved your second advancement. Your skills are yet to reach their zenith, and your equipment is far from complete. Keep it up. As Lin Xian stepped out, he fortuitously overheard Tang Yuanshuang's words and paused momentarily. So that was the case. Nevertheless, he held confidence that even a genuine second-tier professional would not pose a challenge to him. After all, he had restrained himself today, relying solely on ambush and peace. With no passive abilities to blame, surely, he could not be faulted for that. Ah, Junior Lin Xian, Zhou Sheng hastily beckoned. My master has just informed me that he has returned. Shall we go now? This wretched place was no longer tenable for him. The next course of action lay in the hands of the master. He could hardly withstand it any longer. Chapter 58. As if I had seen my father. Thud, thud, thud. Master, Junior Lin Xian has arrived. Please come in. Following Zhou Sheng, Lin Xian entered, swiftly surveying his surroundings. A silent gasp escaped his lips. Compared to this place, Old Chi's residence seemed like a slum. The spacious and bright living room featured exquisitely arranged furniture, exuding a classical elegance, with sunlight streaming through the glass into the chamber. A figure stood with hands clasped behind his back before the floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing outward. What a sight! Lin Xian marveled inwardly. Old Chi had certainly lost another round. Speaking of which, Li Wutong ought to enter the sun's radiance. As a fellow virtuoso of pretense, who knows, perhaps Director Ji might even take him as a disciple. Greetings, Director Ji. I am Lin Xian, and at Old Chi's behest, I have brought you a parcel. With that, he retrieved a rather unassuming jade box from his backpack and presented it with both hands. The figure finally moved away from the window, allowing Lin Xian to discern Director Ji's appearance. He possessed a handsome visage, steady eyes, and a well-groomed, thick beard. A few fine lines at the corners of his eyes only added to his mature elegance. Truly, a distinguished middle-aged gentleman. 3 kills. Forget about Old Chi. Let us not dwell on that. Lin Xian began to understand from whom Zhou Sheng had inherited his mannerisms. With a gentle smile, Ji Tianlong accepted the jade box, opened it briefly, and then closed it again, a twitch appearing at the corner of his eye. Taking a deep breath to maintain his composure, he spoke softly. So it is Lin Xian. I am aware of your intentions. Let Zhou Sheng accompany you to the dungeon. I shall not detain you any longer. With a wave of his hand, he dismissed them. Uncertain of what Old Chi had sent, Lin Xian sensed that Director Ji seemed somewhat exasperated. Reluctant to depart, he hesitantly remarked, before leaving, Old Chi instructed me to inform you that Director Ji is particularly generous and has something for me. I have been curious all the way here about what that might be. Since the passing of his parents, life had been quite challenging for him and his younger brother. However, upon meeting Director Ji, Lin Xian felt an inexplicable warmth, as if he were gazing upon his father. Stop. Hold it right there. Before Lin Xian could finish his emotional sentiment, Director Ji tossed a book in his direction. You two should leave promptly. The elegance of Ji Tianlong was utterly unsustainable, as he forcefully expelled the 2 individuals from his presence. It was unexpected that this seemingly bright and sunny young man possessed such a shameless disposition. Fearing that if he allowed the conversation to continue, this fellow might start claiming paternal relations, Ji Tianlong could only shake his head in disbelief. Was the elder Chi truly so parsimonious, or did he possess such audacity? Lin Xian casually glanced around, spotting the skill book. He had not anticipated its actual existence. What a pleasant surprise. He promptly stowed it away in his backpack and called out at the entrance, "Thank you, Dad Dean. I shall visit you again soon," and hastily departed. Sensing the 2 had left, Ji Tianlong, in exasperation, toyed with the jade box in his hand while dialing a number. Elder Chi, where did this lad learn such shamelessness? He managed to extort a skill book from me. What is wrong with gifting a skill book as an elder? Such words do not sound like you. I didn't think you would be so generous as to allow that boy to send a mere empty box my way. In the Sunday Academy's dungeon hall, the atmosphere was charged with excitement. Level 30 dungeon, normal difficulty, looking for a speedy group, 4 for 1, attacking at 30,000. Self-reliant team, seeking level 25 and 30 healers. Level 40 veterans taking 10 for a hard dungeon, still needing 3 more to fill the slots. Let's get this underway. Is there a seasoned player willing to guide a level 25 master through the dungeon? Offering substantial rewards for those who pass the assessment. As Lin Xian and Zhou Xing stepped into the dungeon hall, they were met with a vibrant scene. The Sunday dungeon hall was grand beyond compare, housing hundreds of dungeon entrances controlled by the academy, filled with the cacophony of voices and an atmosphere of fervor. He had never experienced such a leveling method outside of the novice dungeon. I am formidable indeed. Lin Xian sighed softly, feeling that dreadful sense of loneliness. Junior Lin. This dungeon is the Xianlei Beast 10-person dungeon. Only in hell difficulty will you find the Xianlei crystal stones you seek. Please hold on. I shall post a notice to recruit some teammates for you, Zhou Xing offered, handing Lin Xian a stone tablet inscribed with the number 5. Lin Xian accepted it but quickly declined, saying, "Thank you, senior, but no need. I will take my time to level up myself. I appreciate your assistance, Zhou Xing." Without further delay, he entered the dungeon. Thunder Beast Fortress, level limit, 30 to 40, 10-person. Please select difficulty, easy, normal, hard, master, hell. Only hell difficulty will yield the Xianlei crystal stones. There is no choice but to proceed. Before him lay a desolate canyon, devoid of any greenery. At that moment, a bull-like magical beast, towering around 10 meters, roamed back and forth. Earth Bull Elite. Level, 30, health, 4, 35 million, strength, 44,000, constitution, 47,500, agility, 20,000, spirit, 19,000, skills, wave attack, bull trample, bull slam, bull charge. Was this the extent of the challenge? Aside from the Shadow Demon Cave, Lin Xian had yet to tackle any dungeons above level 30, and he had anticipated a greater difficulty. However, it turned out he had overestimated the challenge. For a typical professional at level 30, achieving an attack power of 20,000 to 30,000 was already considered elite, unbeknownst to Lin Xian, in dungeons beyond level 30. Although the monster's health increased with the varying difficulties, the real challenge lay in the heightened damage inflicted by the creatures. If one's vitality is lacking, to challenge a high-difficulty dungeon is akin to placing one's life on the line, as one can easily be dispatched in an instant. This is no mere game. Death here is final, with no springs of revival to return to life. How does that saying go? I can allow you to strike many times, but I need only to strike once at Shanggong. Moments later, the Earth Rampant Bull fell to the ground. Defeated the Earth Rampant Bull, earning 72,731 elite experience points. Constitution Attribute 4, Strength Attribute 1, yet unfortunately, nothing was dropped. Lin Xian shook his head and calmly entered the next level. The level 35 elite, Demonized Elf, boasted nearly 6 million health points. As for its attack power, Lin Xian was uncertain. Who keeps track of such details in mere seconds? 3rd level, 4th level. So this dungeon only yields the final drop of the Xianlei crystal, does it? Lin Xian could only sigh. No wonder Senior Zhou Xing had brought him here when the entrance was devoid of players. If one speaks of leveling up, there are merely 5, and the experience gained is rather ordinary. As for loot, not even a stray dog would be interested. Lin Xian directly advanced to the 5th level, the final encounter. It bore some resemblance to the Hulk from the movies, albeit with a beastly visage and a mane of red hair that stood on end, quite an eyesore. Xianlei Beast, boss level, level 40, health 17, 9 million, constitution 150,000, strength 120,000, agility 140,000, spirit 170,000. Skills, mental strike, charge, embrace, thunderfall, pursuing lightning. It was not the formidable level 40 commander he had encountered during his examinations. Lin Xian glanced at the stats and discerned the lack of difficulty. He had managed to defeat it during his exams, and now it was even more effortless. Do I not resemble my former self? The battle commenced. Shanggong activated. It enveloped the entire arena, though regrettably, there was only one foe present. The green behemoth immediately recognized Lin Xian as an unwelcome guest and charged forth with great strides. Chapter 59, Materials Acquired, Ascendance of the Breaking Hammer. Lin Xian remained unfazed. A single earth-shattering impact rendered the green giant stunned on the spot. Once the daze subsided, so too did the creature's existence. Throughout the encounter, it had not unleashed a single skill. Defeated the Xianlei Beast, boss level, earning 87,911 experience points. Constitution Attribute 4. Strength Attribute 1. Acquired forging material, Xianlei Crystal X1. Lin Xian collected the Xianlei crystal into his backpack with an expression of disbelief. At that moment, the entrance to Thunder Beast Fortress radiated a brilliant red light, capturing the attention of all within the dungeon hall. Who has broken the record this time? It has been ages since anyone set a new record. Senior Zhou Sheng was still waiting. Could it be Senior Wu Fan? That seems unlikely. It must be the Breaking Mirror Squad. Nonsense. The Breaking Mirror Squad was still engaged on the battlefield. As Lin Xian emerged, he noticed all eyes in the dungeon hall were wide with astonishment, leaving him utterly perplexed. Turning to the astonished Zhou Sheng, he inquired, Senior Zhou Sheng, you haven't left yet? What is going on? You cleared it? Zhou Sheng swallowed hard, staring blankly. Indeed, what other reason would there be for my departure? Upon seeing Lin Xian's nonchalant expression, Zhou Sheng felt a bit disoriented. He had believed he had adequately assessed Lin Xian's capabilities, yet he was still taken aback. Most notably, it was the speed. Zhou Sheng gestured towards the side notice board of the dungeon entrance and remarked, could you refrain from casually uttering such breathtaking statements? Lin Xian rounded to the side, observing the display which read, Thunder Beast Fortress, First, Lin Xian, Solo, held difficulty, 5 minutes 51 seconds. Thunder Beast Fortress. Second, Broken Mirror Team, 10 players, held difficulty, for hours 46 minutes. Is this a standard feature for every dungeon? Lin Xian mused with curiosity. Zhou Sheng, exasperated, rubbed his forehead, too weary to engage further. If it weren't for their brief interaction, he might have thought Lin Xian was merely boasting. It was unfathomable to him that a level 30 professional was unaware of the existence of a record board for dungeons. How had he even reached level 30? Lin Xian had scarcely participated in dungeons and had never paid attention to such details. Oh, during his first encounter with Elder Qi, he had mentioned it in passing. But Lin Xian had been rather befuddled at the time. His mentor had never taught him that either. Senior Zhou Sheng, you need not wait for me. I shall finish my run shortly and depart, Lin Xian remarked, unperturbed by the gazes of others. He bid farewell to Zhou Sheng, clutching the stone tablet with only 4 uses remaining, and proceeded to enter the dungeon once more. I am Lin Xian, present during the duel with Senior Wu Fan. How about that? I managed to hold my ground for a few minutes against Senior Wu Fan. I know. That guy managed to deliver a crushing defeat to Senior Wu Fan. Wow, even at level 30, he can contend with second transformation players? What is his profession? He's incredible. He's the national champion this year. Surely you've heard of him? A blacksmith. Most of the students in the dungeon hall were no longer in a hurry to engage with the dungeon, instead gathering around Thunder Beast Fortress, forming a lively conversation next to the dungeon entrance. The protagonist emerged every 5 minutes, and while the crowd was initially astonished, they soon grew accustomed to it, leading to increasingly exaggerated rumors. Have you heard? National champion Lin Xian defeated second transformation Senior Wu Fan in the combat room. I tell you, the Lin Xian from the Demon Suppression faction has declared that any second transformation player who steps up will be taken down in an instant. And he even took down Senior Zhou Sheng. Otherwise, why would he be standing here waiting? Stop it. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Speak more quietly. Zhou Sheng listened in despair to the increasingly absurd rumors swirling around him, wanting to shout, I'm still standing right here. It was utterly outrageous. 20 minutes later, Lin Xian emerged, and Zhou Sheng dragged him straight to the school gate. All right, I assume Lin Xian has acquired the materials, so I shall take my leave. Please extend my regards to Elder Qi on behalf of our dean. Lin Xian was utterly perplexed, glancing at the visibly distressed Zhou Sheng, and weakly replied, I haven't even said goodbye to my father or Dean Ji yet. There's no need. My master has already left and instructed me to escort you out of the academy. Zhou Sheng firmly refused, as he found it difficult enough to obtain a skill book from his master without having this junior pilfering more from him. Out again. I didn't expect you to be quite so adventurous. Well, I'll take my leave now, Senior Zhou Sheng. I'll come to visit you next time. After bidding farewell to the discontented Zhou Sheng, Lin Xian headed directly to the association's teleportation hall. This time, Lin Xian resolved to make the most of his return. He reflected on the gains from his journey. The skill book provided by Dean Ji was noteworthy, yet his battle against Senior Wu Fan, a second transformation professional, revealed many of his own shortcomings. His 4-dimensional attributes remained insufficient compared to those of a second transformation. His health was also low, and without equipment, there were no enhancements. Advancing his profession was imperative. If his assumptions were correct, ascending to silver would likely result in a staggering increase of 2 million in his attributes. Moreover, his innate physical attributes required the defeat of numerous monsters to develop. Fortunately, after leveling up, each kill granted him 4 points, and should he advance to silver, his talents would further evolve. Finding a dungeon rich in monsters would expedite his growth. However, his skills were still too few, both passive and active. His primary focus remained on the true damage passive skills, as he found himself lacking means against foes with impenetrable defenses. With these considerations in mind, Lin Xian prioritized his objectives, advancing the Breaking Heaven Hammer, gathering materials to enhance his professional proficiency, grinding in monster-dense dungeons, and utilizing his free time to discover useful skills. He informed Elder Qi of his plans before returning to his dormitory. Although the Breaking Heaven Hammer was currently only at the Black Iron level, its attributes were on par with 30-level Platinum equipment, and its characteristics were unparalleled. He was eager to witness the magnitude of enhancement upon his ascent to silver. Channeling his talent, he summoned the furnace. The breaking heaven hammer and the Xian Lei crystal were drawn into the furnace, which roared to life, visible only to him. 20 minutes later, a brand new breaking heaven hammer floated before his eyes, its patterns more pronounced, emanating a soft yellow glow, with chains entwined around its body, their excess parts swaying gracefully. Undoubtedly, the aesthetic enhancement alone made this upgrade worthwhile. Yet, his talent would never betray him. Equipment: breaking heaven hammer, level 30, quality, bronze. Attack, 14,100, strength, 14,100, attack power increase, 100, traits, 1, destruction. All attacks ignore 70 of any defense, dealing full damage to all targets. 2. Breaking limits. Each kill increases strength by 1 point for every 100 kills. Elated, Lin Xian grasped the breaking heaven hammer and planted a fervent kiss upon it. His attack power soared to 420,000, and the defense-ignoring capability reached 70. Most thrilling was the enhancement of breaking limits. The prospect of gaining strength with each kill was exhilarating, and he imagined that further advancements would mirror the growth of his innate physical attributes. Contentedly, he returned the breaking heaven hammer to his inventory and retrieved the skill book gifted by Dean G. Let me take a look. Wow, this call to dad is certainly well-deserved. Chapter 60, Offense is the Best Defense. Warrior Skill Book, Holy Hammer, summons a colossal hammer phantom imbued with divine power to strike down enemies ahead, inflicting 200 damage to the target unit, with a cooldown of 5 minutes and a mana cost of 5,000. Having transitioned through numerous skills, Lin Xian was quite experienced. This skill was undoubtedly a powerful move. Once optimized, its potency would be considerable. Overjoyed, Lin Xian reveled in the thought that one could never have too many ultimate abilities. Channeling his talent, he activated the absorption and transformation. Holy Hammer active. Concentrates 1's power to summon a gigantic hammer phantom, striking down upon enemies ahead. Inflicting 1,000 damage on the target unit, with a cooldown of 3 minutes and a cost of 1,000 mana points. Without hesitation, I leveled up. Ascending twice transformed it into Holy Hammer active. Channeling my inner strength, I summon a colossal hammer apparition to strike the enemies ahead, dealing 2,000 damage to the target unit, with a cooldown of 1 minute and a cost of 2,000 mana points. My hammer is impressive. Although I have yet to test the magnitude of this summoned giant hammer, the sheer damage increase of 2,000 elevates it to the pinnacle of Lin Xian's current skill damage. Most importantly, the skill's cooldown is sufficiently brief. Eagerly, Lin Xian prepared to venture into a dungeon, but upon reaching the entrance, he turned back and sat down. No need to rush, no need to rush. I have yet to utilize the skill inheritance stone and the 51,000 credits. The 50,000 top scholar reward, ranking first on the freshman list, grants only 1,000 credits per month. While not substantial, it is prudent to convert these resources into personal strength as soon as possible. Utilizing the bracelet to access the Academy's resource library, Lin Xian pondered, why is there only this little? His initial search was for the skill inheritance stones, which amounted to only a few pages. The demon suppression was not affluent. He needed one each for levels 20 and 30, so he must choose wisely. Had he known the arduous process of obtaining the skill inheritance stones, he would not have bemoaned the Academy's meager supply. Only by elevating a skill to perfection could one expend tremendous effort to forge it into an inheritance stone. However, upon successful creation, one's proficiency would drop by 2 levels to minor accomplishment. In contrast, skills learned through skill inheritance stones would only drop by 1 level, achieving major accomplishment, proficiency, without the need to painstakingly advance from novice. For an ordinary practitioner, elevating a skill from novice to major accomplishment would take at least 5 to 6 years, not to mention upgrading to perfection. The Hellfire Sea, Frost Spell, Lightning Strike, Half Moon Slash, Infinite Blade, and Whirlwind Slash, such a dilemma in choices. While they all appeared commendable, few truly dazzled him. Perhaps it was time to consider passive skills. Lin Xian murmured to himself. He had begun to grasp the advantages of passive skills. For him, monsters with breakable defenses were mere fodder, yet against those with impenetrable defenses, his methods felt somewhat lacking. 10 minutes later, Lin Xian wiped the sweat from his brow and finally selected 2 passives. Weaken, when my skill attacks inflict damage on an enemy target. It reduces the target's attack power by 20 for 3 seconds. And Spring's Embrace, while in combat, restore 1 of maximum health per second. After disengaging from combat, restore 15 of maximum health per second. Life is precious. Upon confirmation, personnel from the Academy's resource department would deliver them shortly. Lin Xian wasted no time. The 51,000 credits were already dancing in his pocket, and spending them was imperative. He casually flipped through the options, ultimately deciding to prioritize passives. As for the reason, those in the know understand. Goodness, are they really that expensive? Starting at a minimum of 6,000, some cost more than the skill inheritance stones. Lin Xian rearranged his selections, opting from highest to lowest. Universal Skill Book and Armor increases personal defense by 30 for 80,000 credits. Universal skills are invaluable, and with only 1 life. Higher defense equates to greater safety. An entry-level skill increases defense by 30 and 80,000 credits is quite reasonable. Universal skill book. Survival. Instantly restore 30 maximum health when health drops below 10, 80,000 credits. A counterattack? 80,000 credits. Perfectly acceptable. Universal skill book. Resistance. When health is low. Lin Xian discerned that universal skill books are increasingly expensive, a reflection of their high demand. Such exorbitant prices are hardly surprising. Yet, it is fortunate that I am not particular about professions. I can learn from any. Indeed, reality is not a game. Life-saving skills are always in demand. Lin Xian believed in the adage, the best defense is offense. Once all monsters are vanquished, what need is there for exorbitant defense? Superficial. Ignorant. 10 minutes later. Purchase. Warrior skill book. Strength. Increases base physique by 20, 19,000 credits. Priest skill book. Protection. Increases defense of oneself and teammates within a 20-meter radius by 15, 30,000 credits. Another adage rings true. A gentleman does not stand on a perilous wall, and upon reflection, it holds considerable wisdom. Increasing physique equates to boosting health, thereby enhancing Shanggong's true damage, strength, true damage. Any issues? None whatsoever. With 2,000 credits remaining, Lin Xian contemplated saving them for the time being. While waiting for the staff to deliver, Lin Xian threw all the black iron grade gear he crafted upon ascending to bronze rank into the furnace. Decompose. Selling? Black iron grade gear is hardly sought after. Previously, circumstances compelled him. He needed money, and during the college entrance exams, even novice gear could fetch a price. Decomposition was not an option. He had initially considered using the pretext of free gear crafting to enhance his professional skills, but with his bronze-level forging abilities, it was best not to embarrass himself. With a series of puffs, materials were expelled from the furnace. Lin Xian estimated there were at least 5 to 6 tons. He likely achieved a proficiency of around 20 in bronze-level crafting, yet there remained a significant gap. Allowing the materials to pile in the living room, he began forging casually. The Mad Warrior Guild had yet to uncover any results, but did he require evidence? In his heart, Lin Xian had already sentenced Zhang Huiran to death. Until Zhang Huiran was eliminated, he could not find peace, nor could he overlook the divine cult, that wretched group. At over level 60, Zhang Huiran likely boasted attributes exceeding 4 to 5 million, did he not? Lin Xian furrowed his brow. As a guild leader, Zhang Huiran had abundant resources, and with treasures at his disposal, he could have amassed considerable power. It was prudent to proceed cautiously. Once he struck, he must ensure that the opponent had no chance to escape. After much contemplation, it became clear that he needed to ascend to silver rank swiftly. He could not afford to delay. Thud, thud, thud. The skills must have arrived. Lin Xian snapped back to reality, massaging his throbbing temples before rising to open the door. Closing it behind him, he eagerly unwrapped the tightly sealed box. 2 skill inheritance stones emitted a faint glow, resting atop 2 skill books. He wondered what the skills within the inheritance stones would be like after conversion and optimization. Would they be like regular practitioners and directly attain mastery level? Or would they start from entry level? Lin Xian murmured to himself, then shook his head with a smile. Why speculate? One must simply try it to find out. Chapter 61. The Orc Lord's Training Grounds. Lin Xian held 2 skill inheritance stones in his hands. Talent, conversion optimization. Weaken passive, when dealing damage to an enemy target. Reduce their attack power by 10 for 1 second. Spring passive, regenerate 0.5 of maximum health per second while in combat. Upon exiting combat, regenerate 1 of maximum health per second. Indeed, this is rather disappointing. Upon seeing the level, Lin Xian realized that these skill inheritance stones were not particularly useful for him. However, it was fortunate that his skill level was increasing rapidly. After all, it was already commendable for a blacksmith to learn skills. What was there to be picky about? Level up, and level up again. Weaken passive, when dealing damage to an enemy target, reduce their attack power by 25 for 3 seconds. Spring passive, regenerate 1.5 of maximum health per second while in combat. Upon exiting combat, regenerate 3 of maximum health per second. The talent did not disappoint him. Even at a mere minor achievement, its effects surpassed those of perfect. The weakened skill had also transitioned from optimizing skill damage to enhancing personal attacks, meaning that whether through skills or basic strikes, as long as damage was inflicted, it could trigger. Let us not forget, as long as he remained within range. Lin Xian's Hall of Mourning would guarantee damage, implying that this passive could remain active perpetually. Furthermore, with Spring, he could fully restore his health in 67 seconds while in combat, along with these 2 skill books. Lin Xian held them in his hands, and, emulating a typical professional, clapped his hands together. Conversion. Level up. Strong passive. Increases basic physique attribute by 80. Protection passive. Increases defense of self and allies within a 500-meter radius by 50. This wave of enhancements pushed his health beyond 3 million, and the damage per second of Hall of Mourning reached 370,000. Lin Xian chuckled. This was true damage. and he was eager to see who could withstand it. Moreover, the protection passive would amplify the strength of his allies within a 500-meter radius, establishing a permanent boost. However, he still needed to focus on learning skills. The skill inheritance stones were somewhat of a letdown, offering low cost effectiveness. Dungeon farming, dungeon farming. The sky was still bright. Idling was not in his nature. With grievances unresolved, he could not rest easily. 5 minutes later, Lin Xian stood in the dungeon hall of the demon town, bewildered by the multitude of dungeons before him. Which one should he tackle? The hall was larger than that of the Sun God dungeon, yet there were fewer students present, as most seniors were engaged on the battlefield. Currently, the ones farming dungeons were primarily newcomers from his cohort. Lin Xian found himself in distress. The strategy was poorly prepared. Lin, having reported a month ago, was visiting the dungeon hall for the first time. As Lin Ling entered the dungeon hall, she spotted the national top student standing there, looking utterly confused. It was clear he had likely not even glanced at the strategies in the academy's forum, prompting her to tease him. Lin Xian smiled. It was fortuitous that Lin Ling had arrived just when he needed assistance. Aren't you off to complete a quest, Senior Lin Ling? Your timing is impeccable. Please, help me familiarize myself with these dungeons. My level is too low, and I wish to gain a few more levels. I must reach at least level 35. Updating my equipment will ensure greater safety. Speak, what kind of dungeon do you wish to conquer? Lin Ling asked with a self-deprecating smile. Ah, indeed. I seek a dungeon teeming with monsters, one suitable for level 30 players, Lin Xian replied. Teeming with monsters? Let me ponder that. Lin Ling, not in a rush, believed that taking the time to choose an appropriate dungeon was far more prudent than blindly entering one. By the way, there is indeed a dungeon renowned for its density of monsters, although it is a large-scale one meant for 50 players. It might prove quite challenging for you to tackle alone. Lin Ling was somewhat familiar with this dungeon, having participated in a team run before. She elaborated. This dungeon consists of merely 2 stages. The first is the Orc Camp, featuring around 3,000 monsters, and the second stage is the finale. When we attempted it, we faced it on hard mode, led by 30 upperclassmen of level 40, and it took us over 5 hours to clear. That sounds splendid. Lin Xian's eyes sparkled. Experience points were of little concern to him. With his level 3 talent, each monster slain granted him 4 points in vitality, totaling 12,000 points for 3,000 monsters. Not to mention the additional strength attributes from his unique skill, breaking limits. With only 2 stages, it would be a brisk endeavor, perfectly suited for him. This is the one. Are you truly preparing to tackle this dungeon, Lin Xian? While the experience is substantial, forming a party may prove difficult, and the first stage is even more formidable than the final. A horde of 3,000 monsters surging forth. Lin Ling shivered at the recollection, clearly shaken by the ordeal. Lin Xian nodded, his interest piqued. What to do? He beamed. I intend to give it a try. Lin Ling, aren't you also looking to level up? Should we go together? Lin Ling stared, momentarily taken aback by Lin Xian's radiant smile, and instinctively responded, sure. Lin Xian's smile faltered. He had merely asked out of curiosity, never expecting her to agree. Nonetheless, having another person to share experience points would hasten their leveling. And considering Lin Ling had assisted him several times, he could view this as repaying a favor. He promptly sent a party invitation her way. Lin Ling snapped back to reality, noticing Lin Xian already heading toward the dungeon entrance she had just mentioned. It dawned on her what she had just agreed to, her face flushing crimson as she muttered to herself, Lin Ling, you truly are audacious to embark on this. She accepted the invitation, thinking, if I perish, so be it. At least I've experienced this dungeon once before, and I might as well offer Lin Xian some guidance. Wait, Lin Xian, are we really going to tackle this 50-person dungeon together? Seeing Lin Xian's apparent lack of intention to recruit others, Lin Ling felt a shiver run down her spine. Her complexion paling as she weakly inquired while emphasizing the phrase 50-person. Lin Xian answered without hesitation, of course. Very well, Lin Ling said aloud, while internally berating herself. Lin Ling, have you lost your senses? To be so easily swayed by a smile. Yet, he seemed so confident, suggesting that it must be manageable. Surely, a prodigy would value their life too much to take unnecessary risks, right? This is my advantage. Lin Xian was oblivious to the internal struggle within Lin Ling's mind and confidently chose to enter the dungeon. In the Orc Lord's training ground, a restricted level of 30, 40, and 50 individuals, players were prompted to select a difficulty, easy, normal, hard, master, or hell. Without hesitation, they chose the highest difficulty. In a flash of light, 2 figures materialized within the safety zone of the instance. Lin Xian heard a trembling sound behind him and turned to see Lin Ling. Her face pale and her body quaking. He felt no responsibility for her state and curiously inquired, Senior Lin Ling, what troubles you? I selected hell difficulty, Lin Ling stammered. Swallowing hard, Lin Xian suddenly understood and chuckled. Do not fear. Stay here. I shall handle it alone. No, Junior Lin. The hell mode instance of the Demon Suppression Academy is unlike any other. It has not been cleared for 30 to 40 years. It's all my fault for not clarifying. Lin Ling fretted, her voice tinged with a sob. I never imagined I would perish in the instance before even reaching the battlefield. Lin Xian was at a loss. Noting her continued self-reproach, he decided not to explain further and stepped out of the safety zone, leaving her behind. His patience for others was rather limited. Chapter 62. The Might of the Holy Hammer. He was eager to test his highly anticipated new skill, the Holy Hammer. Before him loomed thousands of orcs, divided into 10 squads, each engaged in training. On either side, watchtowers constructed of massive stones stood, with an orc stationed atop each. There were likely 5,000 or more. Lin Xian mused, observing the training ground instance with interest. This location seemed to be halfway up a mountain, aside from the expansive platform before him. The surroundings were thick with forest. It appeared far more sophisticated than the orc instance of the Berserk Guild. Lin Xian nodded in approval. He cast a probing glance towards the nearest orc. Orc Soldier, Elite, Level 33, Health 1, 600, 000, Strength 21, 000, Constitution 26, 500, Agility 17, 000, Spirit 10, 000. Skills: Charge, Heavy Strike, Charge Strike, Shield Block. No wonder no team had ever cleared the Hell mode of this instance, considering the highest level of 40 for players. If they were of the same caliber as Ryu Tang Yuan Shuang, their attack power would not exceed 90, 000. Subtracting the orc's defense, the damage dealt would indeed be limited. Even with a party of 50, the chances of success remained slim. Before their second class change, their health was quite low, against 3, 000 orcs. A single charge could very well lead them to meet their demise. Lin Xian was eager to try out the Holy Hammer skill. To be cautious, he approached within 100 meters before halting. Alas, the orc atop the watchtower had already spotted him and sounded the horn. Holy Hammer. Lin Xian sensed that he could manipulate the size of the hammer's illusion, making it larger, larger, and even larger until he reached his limit. With his right hand raised, he held the hammer aloft, enveloped in an enlarged illusion, stretching approximately 500 meters, with the hammerhead measuring 100 meters in size, poised above the orcs. Lin Xian gazed upon the giant hammer illusion with satisfaction and struck down upon a squad of orcs. Boom. The ground trembled. 8, 0, 10, 000. After vanquishing a multitude of beastly soldiers, Lin Xian felt a surge of exhilaration as he waved his left hand, having accrued an astounding 898, 000 experience points. The defeat of the orc captain yielded an additional 407 points. With an impressive 8 million damage dealt in a sweeping attack, he felt invincible. Wasting no time, he activated the Shangong, covering an expansive area of 30, 000 meters in diameter, registering hits of 370, 000, and 481 million. At that moment, Lin Ling was jolted awake by the radiant aura of leveling up and hastily exited the safety zone, witnessing the thunderous cage enveloping all the orcs. He noted the experience gained from the numerous beastly soldiers had risen to 8, 982, 000, and the orc captains to 39, 663, while his own physical attributes surged to 18, 000, and strength to 4, 500. This leveling is astonishingly rapid, Lin Xian remarked, somewhat bemused. At this pace, he mused, there wouldn't be many opportunities left to conquer this dungeon. Clearly, soloing it was no longer feasible, given the allure of the attribute points. Lin Shuadao. This Lin Ling stammered in utter disbelief. Lin Xian merely smiled and replied, let us proceed. With that, he hefted the celestial hammer and strode directly toward the portal. All right. Good. By the way, there's a final shout skill that will stun everyone in the vicinity. She intended to caution Lin Xian, but thought better of it after recalling the previous scene and followed suit quietly. Although referred to as orcs, the orc lord resembled a giant, clad in heavy armor akin to his soldiers. Lin Xian casually cast a probe. Orc lord, lord level 40, health 30 million, 30 million, physique 400, 000, strength 330, 000, agility 250, 000, spirit 150, 000, skills, with such impressive stats exceeding 1 million in 4 dimensions. It was no wonder they struggled in combat. Lin Xian comprehended, realizing this was superior to the stats of an ordinary second-tier class. Stay hidden, he commanded as he activated Shangong. Without hesitation, he unleashed Holy Hammer, initiating the attack. The damage registered at 6, 32 million, followed by 380, 000, and 379 million. Before the Orc Lord could even react to the impending stun, he collapsed. Killed Orc Lord, Lord level, experience gained, 48, 990. Lin Ling stared in astonishment as Lin Xian dispatched the foe with such agility, left speechless as he gathered the loot and felt the disorienting sensation of exiting the dungeon. At the entrance, a brilliant red light radiated, signaling the breaking of records. Lin Xian smiled subtly, having secured 3,000 academic credits. Incredible, someone has shattered the record. It was said that no one had cleared the hellish dungeon for decades, let alone set a new record. Quickly inform the teacher. That's Lin Xian, our cohort's top achiever. Truly impressive. Lin Xian reveled in the attention and remarked to Lin Ling, Senior, could you assist me in gathering another 48 individuals? A single run requires merely 100 pounds of low-tier forging materials. He calculated that after reaching level 30, each level up would demand millions of experience points, making solo runs impractical and far too regrettable. Conversely, if the group consists of 50 individuals, the experience gained from each encounter would approximate over 400,000. This method is considerably more efficient than simply forming their own teams to tackle easier, ordinary-level dungeons. Furthermore, it serves to elevate the levels of fellow students, thereby enhancing their survival chances in combat. Given the remarkably low fees, it is an expense that anyone can afford. One cannot deny that the challenge presented by the demon suppression dungeons far exceeds that of the ordinary ones. Lin Ling, as if awakening from a dream, nodded in agreement with an expression of understanding. All right. Before Lin Ling could disseminate the information, the surrounding classmates, upon hearing that Lin Xian intended to form a group, immediately gathered around. Me. I can do it. I reserved 10 times. And me. Come on, let us trade. Here, take it all. Overwhelmed by the enthusiastic crowd, Lin Xian swiftly handed the role of captain to Lin Ling. In less than 5 minutes, Lin Ling had assembled a full team of 50. With a beaming smile, she approached Lin Xian and inquired, Junior Lin Xian, I will transfer the materials and credits to you now. No hurry. You can hold on to them for now. Lin Xian, observing the eager faces of his classmates, waved his hand dramatically. Let us set off. In an instant, all 50 individuals vanished at the entrance of the Orc Lord Training Grounds dungeon. Goodness, a record of 2 minutes and 1 second? A gasp drew the attention of those students who had not managed to join the team in time. They beheld the newly updated record displayed on the screen. Is this even human? Is he really from our cohort? Surely, he isn't just bombarding the novice village like a seasoned player? The disparity was stark enough to inspire despair. At the dean's residence, Yin Xingnan hurriedly entered the quarters of Elder Qi to deliver the report. Dean, Lin Xian has just shattered the record for the Orc dungeon. 2 minutes. Really? Elder Qi sprang to his feet, incredulous. Yin Xingnan nodded and hesitated before saying, It's true, but he is currently soloing while leading 49 classmates to level up. Should we impose a cooldown on the dungeon? Chapter 63. The physical attribute has finally increased. Our nation, Manhwa, is finally on the verge of producing a figure of national caliber. Elder Qi, upon hearing the confirmation, broke into a hearty laugh, which soon turned to tears of joy. Taking a deep breath to compose himself, Elder Qi settled back down, smiling as he said, No need, let him be. My Demon Suppression Academy and the Demon Suppression Legion have been in obscurity for too long. It's high time we had a figurehead. As for those demonic entities and the divine sect over there, Elder Qi scoffed dismissively. Though we may not be what we once were, our foundation remains. Let this young man stir things up. He will surely be able to protect himself. In the Orc Lord Training Grounds, Lin Xian and his 50 companions, including Lin Ling, appeared within the dungeon. Most had never attempted the hellish dungeons of demon suppression before. While they rationally trusted Lin Xian, anxiety filled their eyes, leaving them uncertain of how to proceed. Lin Xian, I'm a support. I'll follow you. Junior Lin, I'm also a support. Let me boost your damage. Lin Xian chuckled at the attempts of his companions to appear composed and reassured them, Don't panic. I'm incredibly fast. With that, he stepped boldly out of the safety zone. The others tightened their grips on their weapons, their expressions tense as they trailed behind him. 5,000 orcs were divided into 10 battalions, their training vigorous and their morale soaring. My goodness, even the minions have won. 6 million health? No wonder no one has succeeded in decades. How are we supposed to fight? Given this formation, I assume they will all target us at once. It is said that Lin, the blacksmith extraordinaire, remains steadfast in his craft. One cannot help but wonder how he performs his feats. Behold, a thunderous cage envelopes 5,000 orc warriors. In the next instant, the team annihilates a multitude of orc soldiers, earning a staggering 400,000 experience points, and dispatches numerous orc captains, netting an additional 881 points. The panel notification jolts the onlookers from their stupor, their eyes widening in disbelief as they gaze at the imposing figure ahead. Is this truly how he navigates dungeons? Is there no reverence for the sanctity of these challenges? Ah, hell. While Lin Ling remains in awe, a sense of superiority wells up within her as she observes the slack-jawed crowd, clearly unaccustomed to such spectacles. With Lin Xian already advancing towards the dungeon entrance, she clears her throat and calmly addresses the group. Everyone, do not dawdle. Hasten your pace, lest we keep Junior Lin Xian waiting. Her words resonate, and the crowd, shaken from their reverie, swiftly regains focus and follows suit. Ultimately, the outcome is unchanged. In less than 5 seconds, the battle concludes, and Lin Xian's party reappears in the dungeon hall. Curious, the onlookers at the entrance have yet to disperse, gazing in confusion as Lin Xian's group exits only to re-enter. The atmosphere is vibrant yet surreal. The announcement leaderboard has become a mere afterthought. How does one even assess this? Alas, time to depart. Exhaustion sets in, and within a minute, the crowd dissipates, leaving only a handful of individuals, dumbstruck before the dungeon entrance, one of whom breaks into tears. Remarkably, this method yields materials at an astonishing pace. Lin Xian, beaming with satisfaction, inspects his inventory, marveling at the results. After guiding them through 10 runs, he has amassed 24 tons of low-tier forging materials. With another half-day's effort tomorrow, he will have sufficient resources to ascend to silver rank. Those classmates he brought along, primarily below level 33, have mostly gained a level, while those above 33 may still be lagging behind. He too has reached level 33. The experience required only escalates with progression. It is rumored that leveling from 39 to 40 demands tens of millions of experience points. Nevertheless, this method is significantly more efficient than grinding alone. Should he also gather materials for ascending to gold rank? Lost in contemplation, this notion spirals into an obsession. It seems feasible. However, to achieve gold rank, low-tier forging materials alone will not suffice. Mid-tier materials must be incorporated as well. Let us do this. Lin Xian muses. Good morning, Lin. Will you still be bringing just 10 tomorrow? Indeed. Can you possibly bring a few more? I am willing to contribute mid-tier materials, they plead. Do not be greedy. Lin Xian is already generous in bringing you all 10 runs daily. Appreciate this. But Junior, this is my material for tomorrow, one interjects. You can forget it. Lin does not accept reservations. As he exits the dungeon, a throng of people quickly surrounds him, clamoring excitedly. Lin Xian chuckles wryly, gently raising his hands to quell the noise. Once silence reigns, he speaks deliberately. For the time being, I will cease carrying parties. If I choose to continue, I shall inform you all. He has devoted 10 entire days to this endeavor, guiding 10 runs each morning, and upon completion, he retreats to his dormitory to diligently enhance his professional skills. Unlike the leisurely pace of summer, he has not rested even a moment. Except on weekends when he returns to accompany Lin Mo. An amusing little incident transpired in the midst of all this. The day after leading the team, Li Wudong and Zhang Zixuan, upon receiving the news, followed suit, leaving the academy in a state of upheaval, their whereabouts unknown. As of now, his occupational proficiency has ascended to bronze-level blacksmith. A more pressing concern looms. Since reaching level 38, not only has he lost experience, but more critically, elite orc soldiers can no longer bestow enhancements to his constitution and strength attributes. The only remaining foes capable of granting experience and attribute boosts are the 35-level elite orc captains and the ultimate ones. Lin Xian speculates that this might be linked to the hidden limitations of his talent and the limit break of the heaven-shattering hammer. Is there a restriction against falling below level 5? He furrows his brow in contemplation. Regardless, this warrants further verification. This also serves as the reason for his temporary cessation of leading teams. He has already accumulated enough materials to promote to silver, including the first day. Over a span of 11 days, he has amassed nearly 1/3 of the mid-tier materials required for the advancement from silver to gold. Setting that aside, the enhancement of his constitution and strength attributes alone is enough to dazzle others. Over the course of these 11 days, Lin Xian has completed the Orc Lord training ground, a staggering 101 times. Each kill, augmented by his talent, grants an increase of 4 points to his constitution attribute, while the limit break of the heaven-shattering hammer adds an additional point to his strength attribute. In essence, for each cycle completed, his constitution attribute surges by 20,016 points. Excluding the 26 ineffective attempts post-level 38, after 101 attempts, his constitution has increased by a total of 150,1444 points, and his strength attribute has risen by 375,361 points. Such an enhancement is undeniably significant. Returning to his dormitory and reclining on the sofa, Lin Xian could not help but exclaim in relief. Finally, his constitution attribute has improved. It has been a long time coming. Previously, he had not fully harnessed his innate talent for constitution, but now he has finally made amends. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. Lin Xian, come here at once. It was old Qi. Lin Xian paused, momentarily dazed from the dungeon grind, questioning whether he was hallucinating. You heard me correctly, come here. Seemingly aware of his thoughts, old Qi continued. What sort of ability is this? Confirming it was not a figment of his imagination, Lin Xian hurried over. Old Qi, what is the urgency? Ah, Director Yan, greetings. Noticing that the combat specialist, Director Yan, was also present, Lin Xian promptly greeted him. Yan Xingnan nodded in acknowledgement, but remained silent, casting a puzzled glance at old Qi. Please take a seat. Let us wait a moment longer. Lin Xian and the others wore serious expressions and fell silent, awaiting further developments. Chapter 64. The Sacred Relic's Secret Realm. Within the span of a tea's brewing time, 5 individuals, including Li Wudong and Xie Zixuan, gradually entered. The other 3, 2 males and 1 female, appeared rather youthful. Lin Xian surmised they must be upperclassmen. Old Qi nodded, and Yan Xingnan slowly began to speak. The reason I have summoned you 5 is due to the reemergence of the Sacred Relic's Secret Realm, which has not appeared for 35 years. This is both an opportunity and a calamity. Observing their bewildered expressions, he elaborated. If the Tower of Hope is the aspiration of all practitioners in our nation, the Sacred Relics Secret Realm is a land of immense fortune that all nations on earth covet. In our nation, apart from the emerging talent, Xiao Moro, all esteemed individuals of national significance have ventured into the secret realm of divine abode, where they laid the foundation for their esteemed ranks. Even Elder Qi has experienced its depths. After speaking, he turned his gaze to Elder Qi, who, with profound eyes, took a long moment before responding. You are unaware that all who successfully emerge from the secret realm of divine abode are bound by an unbreakable oath, unable to divulge any of their experiences within to those who have not entered. The secret realm of divine abode appears at unpredictable locations and times, with no restrictions on the number of entrants or their ranks. Li Wudong immediately raised his hand, inquiring with curiosity. Given the immense fortune this realm offers and the absence of rank restrictions, it stands to reason that it should be widely known. Why then? Have we never heard of it before? Elder Qi shook his head and replied. The first appearance of the secret realm of divine abode was near the eastern Pacific of Sakura Nation. Due to the lack of restrictions on entrance, the news reached Sakura Nation first, leading to a nationwide influx of adventurers. As you might guess, this resulted in dire consequences. Could this be the true reason for the fall of Sakura Nation? Lin Xian pondered, recalling historical records that spoke of 100 years ago when Sakura Nation was invaded and annihilated by sea monsters, with only a handful of third-tier professionals escaping to join Lighthouse Nation. Elder Qi affirmed, indeed, that incident was the true catalyst. Based on the outcomes of the secret realm of divine abode's past appearances, it appears that each professional may only enter once. Those below level 30 face certain death, while those above level 60 encounter grave dangers. All who have emerged from the realm at level 60 or above have lost their sanity. Reduced to mere shells of their former selves, even the third-tier powerhouses are not exempt. Lin Xian felt an exhilarating thrill, recognizing the impending wealth and fortune that awaited them. Elder Qi, without time to ponder their reactions, continued. On that occasion, our nation received the news too late, resulting in only a few professionals entering. A senior from our nation, at level 55, entered the realm and, after emerging, rose to prominence within a few years, becoming our first national-level professional. The five were taken aback by this revelation, their faces flushing with excitement that was difficult to articulate. We must go. No one can stop me. Li Wudong murmured with fervor, while Xie Zishuan distanced herself slightly, her expression equally filled with anticipation. Although Lin Xian was excited, he prudently inquired, Elder Qi, will we encounter other professionals within the realm? Elder Qi nodded, indicating this was permissible to discuss. This is also something I wish to convey to you. Should you decide to embark on this journey, whether you encounter professionals from other nations or our own, it is imperative to remain vigilant. Though we share a common enemy, one must always be wary of those driven by greed. Elder Qi spoke with a calm demeanor. I summoned you because you are the most promising and talented individuals in the academy. The decision to go lies entirely with you. Entering the secret realm of divine abode is not necessarily beneficial in greater numbers. Statistics show that those with stronger combat abilities and higher talents have the highest survival rates. Coupled with the unpredictable appearance of the realm, this is why it remains shrouded in secrecy by the state. Sakura Nation serves as a cautionary tale. We shall go. The five individuals did not hesitate, resolutely nodding in agreement. Such an immense opportunity lay before them, and they were determined to seize it. With a slight sigh, Elder Qi continued, ultimately, I can only advise you not to overestimate yourselves once inside. Know when to withdraw. He then glanced at Yen Xingnan, offering a subtle nod. Yen Xingnan proceeded to remind them, this secret realm of the Divine Vault is located at our nation's border and is expected to open tomorrow. Besides the five of you, senior members who are already on external missions have been confirmed to be waiting in He Province. He granted them an hour to prepare, stating, we shall depart in 1 hour. The group immediately set off, leaving only Lin Xian and Elder Qi in the room. Lin Xian remained silent for a considerable time, searching for paper and a pen on Elder Qi's desk. His pen hovered hesitantly over the paper, unsure of how to begin. After a long pause, he scribbled a line of text and handed it to Elder Qi. He did not believe that his own strength would lead to any problems. Elder Qi took the paper, glanced at it, folded it neatly, and placed it away. He then pulled Lin Xian down into a seat and produced an intricately patterned stone from his bag, placing it in Lin Xian's hand. In a soft voice, he said, though your talent is remarkable and you could naturally develop into a national level or even a world-destroying powerhouse, the signs from the front line indicate that our time is limited. Lin Xian grasped the stone, examining it. It was a resurrection stone. Upon the bearer's death, it will resurrect them at a random location within 10 kilometers, restoring 50 health points. Usage, 3 times. Lin Xian's expression changed. Elder Qi, this is far too precious. I cannot accept it. He attempted to return the resurrection stone, astonished that Elder Qi would gift him such a rare treasure. Any item that could enhance one's chances of survival was invaluable, especially something as unique as the resurrection stone, which was a rarity across the entire planet. Elder Qi, uncharacteristically firm, stated seriously, The reason I want you to go is that it will allow you to shorten your growth period and, more importantly, broaden your horizons. However, this is not a call for you to risk your life. The dangers within the realm are not to be trifled with. One can never have too many means of ensuring their survival. Lin Xian reluctantly accepted the resurrection stone, contemplating that he would return it to Elder Qi later. After all, he still possessed the Life's Lament, a resurrection skill that granted him a chance to revive once a day, and if he attained silver rank, the cooldown time would likely be even shorter. While he could not boast of opportunities, he was certain that his survival capabilities were unmatched. At that moment, his health points had exceeded 23 million, and with various passive abilities, dying was no easy feat. Seeing Lin Xian obediently accept the stone, Elder Qi nodded in satisfaction. Regarding the earlier issue with the Mad Warrior Guild, we have obtained concrete evidence. Unfortunately, Huiran learned of the news in advance, and father and son promptly dissolved the guild and vanished. However, you need not worry, they are now like cornered dogs. We will handle them as soon as we receive any information. These are trifling matters, do not let them distract you. He reached out, adjusting Lin Xian's collar, gently tapping his forehead, and smiled. Once inside, be sure to prioritize your safety. I await your triumphant return. Lin Xian nodded obediently. Before long, the others returned in succession. Since everyone is here, let us depart now. Chapter 65. The Border, Zero Tolerance for Betrayers. Yin Xingnan led Lin Xian and the 5 others out of Old Qi's office, making their way towards the Academic Affairs office. As they walked, he explained, the location of the secret realm has been identified at the border of He Province. We will first teleport to the Demon Suppression 11th Regiment stationed at the border to rendezvous with them. Before long, under Yin Xingnan's guidance, they arrived at the teleportation hall located in the basement of the Academic Affairs building. The group gazed in astonishment, never having imagined that such a place could exist within the academy. An unfamiliar sensation of dizziness enveloped them, lingering for nearly 2 minutes before it subsided. When Lin Xian lifted his gaze, he found himself in a teleportation hall far larger than that of the Jianghuai Province Association. At that moment, apart from their group, there was not a soul in sight. Faintly, they could hear the sound of military horns from outside. Upon exiting the teleportation hall, a shiver ran down their spines as they abruptly transitioned from the warmth of the southern climes to the frigid northern air, an adjustment that was entirely understandable. Fortunately, as seasoned professionals, they adapted within mere seconds and began to take in their surroundings. What captivated their attention was not the closely arranged buildings nearby, but rather the imposing iron city walls in the distance, sprawled like a colossal dragon across the land, evoking a sense of awe. Yin Xingnan appeared quite familiar with the area, leading the 5 through various checkpoints with ease, heading directly towards a secondary building. Every soldier they encountered along the way exhibited discipline and efficiency. Lin Xian utilized the military insignia feature to glean a rough estimate of their levels. Noting that they were all above level 30, many of whom were second-tier professionals, he couldn't help but marvel inwardly at what the demon suppression battlefield must be like. This is merely the border, he thought. Due to external threats, all nations on Earth have long ceased their mutual invasions. The border regiments exist solely to defend against the savage, uninhabited areas teeming with beasts. At that moment, a man in the uniform of a demon suppression major, appearing to be around 30 years old, stepped out of the secondary building, greeting Yin Xingnan with a broad smile. Lin Xian's attention was drawn to the 5-star purple insignia on his chest, identical to the military merit badge that Lieutenant Colonel Luo Feng had applied for on his behalf. Although his own was merely a 1-star red badge, Yin Xingnan, maintaining his composed demeanor, approached with a smile, and after a warm embrace, he remarked, "We received the message and rushed here without delay. There's no time to waste. Let us head inside." The 5 followed closely behind. Upon entering the hall, thousands of eyes turned toward them in unison. Xie Zishuan's expression grew colder, while Li Wudong feigned calmness, striving to uphold his image. At the front of the hall stood a middle-aged woman clad in military attire, her 6-star insignia denoting her rank as colonel. Her commanding presence overshadowed her appearance as she surveyed the assembly. Once everyone had gathered, her aura surged, enveloping the entire hall as she spoke with gravity. The personnel entering the secret realm will consist of 5,000 from the regiment and 500 from the academy. You will have 10 minutes to memorize the faces of your comrades. They are your allies. I do not wish to see treachery or infighting within our ranks. While I cannot control others, my regiment has a zero-tolerance policy for such behavior. Do you understand? Understood, came the chorus of responses. Have you not eaten? Do you understand? Understood. We depart in 1 hour. The colonel nodded in satisfaction, her tone decisive and brisk. Afterward, accompanied by Major and Yin Xingnan, they departed, leaving the others in the hall exchanging glances. Among them, the highest level was 60, while the lowest was 38, revealing a noticeable gap. Lin Xian was not one to seek the spotlight, but he endeavored to familiarize himself with their appearances, a skill that came easily to professionals. Ahem, hello everyone. Let us introduce ourselves. It will facilitate better acquaintance. I am the eldest, so I shall begin. At this moment, a man with the rank of captain stepped onto the podium to suggest. Jean M. Okor, level 60 magic gunner, Wu Hua. The awkward atmosphere lightened somewhat, and they clapped appreciatively to show their support. With one person starting, the others felt less shy and took turns stepping up to introduce themselves. Zhen Mo Core. Level 55 Shield Warrior, Xiang Shower. Zhen Mo Academy, Level 48 Ranger. Zhen Mo Academy, Level 40 Annihilation Warlock, Li Wudong. Lin Xian, who was unfortunately preceded by Li Wudong, had no choice but to be the last to take the stage. Zhen Mo Academy, Level 39 Blacksmith, Lin Xian. He sensed a wave of astonished gazes directed at him as soon as he uttered the words blacksmith. Before stepping up, he had prepared himself. Should anyone dare to mock him, he would certainly deliver a loving little hammering. However, to his surprise, everyone was smiling and giving him thumbs up. As he descended from the stage, he felt a twinge of regret. More so, he found amusement in his own imagination. Realizing he had been too deeply influenced by past pretentious drama, this group was rather pleasant. Just as they were about to engage in further conversation, a woman in a colonel's uniform entered decisively, saying, "Let us move out." As they exited the hall, the colonel waved her hand, and a ship-like apparatus expanded in the wind, quickly stretching several thousand meters. A radiant light poured from the vessel, enveloping everyone, and they found themselves aboard. A protective shield rose, blocking the biting winds of the sky. Half an hour later, Lin Xian gazed down from the air, observing a sprawling riverside area dotted with various residences. Foreign powers were also arriving in succession, including Grey Bear Nation, Lighthouse Nation, and France, among others. Notably, China, Lighthouse Nation, and Grey Bear Nation were the main forces against the demons, their combined strength ranking among the top 3 on the entire Earth. Upon reaching their destination, the ship did not descend but hovered in midair. The colonel turned to the group and instructed, "The secret realm will not open until tomorrow. Please find a room to rest and recuperate." After speaking, she nodded to Yin Xingnan and the major, then gracefully leapt off the ship, heading towards what appeared to be the location of the Chinese guard. "If we encounter any challenges in the secret realm, do take care of me," Li Wudong said cheerfully, without a hint of embarrassment, as he draped an arm around Lin Xian's shoulder. Xie Zishuan disapproved of his behavior, giving Lin Xian a nod before seeking a room to rest. "Hey, that woman seems capable. Let us see how it goes. I'm off to rest." Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders and turned to leave. Li Wudong shook his head with a sigh. There is no love among classmates at all. I have some. Come. Let me show you my 207th bone." A burly man in military attire, resembling a gorilla, chuckled teasingly from behind. He was clearly a rough soldier. Li Wudong was momentarily taken aback before he scoffed. During the evolution of humanity, you must have been hiding away, right?" Lin Xian casually selected a room to settle into. Time was of the essence, and rest was not an option just yet. Having reached level 38, his pursuit of strength hinged upon advancing his profession. Currently, his occupational rank was that of a bronze-level blacksmith, and upon promotion, his 4 core attributes could potentially surge by a staggering 2 million, a significant enhancement indeed. Without hesitation, Lin Xian activated his innate talent, the Great Furnace. Chapter 66, Ascending to Silver Rank, the Divine Tower Awakens. With the moon hanging low, Lin Xian continued forging tirelessly throughout the night. Finally, the notification chimed. Promotion to silver-level blacksmith achieved. He let out a sigh of relief, rising to stretch his weary limbs. Despite the long night, fatigue eluded him. Instead, he felt invigorated. Knock, knock. "Lin Xian, are you awake? Everyone's already out. It seems the secret realm is about to open." Li Wudong's persistent knocking urged him. Reluctantly, Lin Xian had to abandon his plans for further training. He opened the door and replied, "Let us head out." Upon reaching the deck, the others had already gathered. The female colonel stood at the bow with Yin Xingnan and the major, quietly awaiting their departure. The practitioners from other nations mirrored this calm demeanor. Despite the presence of tens of thousands, an eerie silence prevailed, devoid of any conversation. In this moment, Lin Xian found himself unable to discern the relationship between China and other nations. Was it the presence of a common adversary that unified them? He mused, contemplating whether to engage should he encounter practitioners from other countries. Ultimately, he decided, if they do not provoke me, I shall not take their lives. "Hey, Lin Xian, do you know the colonel's name?" Li Wudong nudged him with his elbow, a mysterious glint in his eyes. The eagerness on his face was unmistakable. Lin Xian let out a scoff, turning away disinterestedly, counting silently, 3, 2, 1. Sure enough, Li Wudong could no longer contain himself, speaking rapidly. "I asked my dad yesterday. The female colonel is named Chun Wenxiu, a level 77 powerhouse. The most astonishing part is that she is actually a mage. Can you believe it? Wenxiu. I wonder what is so scholarly about that name. Such a waste." Lin Xian noticed the colonel, as if alerted, cast a sharp glance in their direction, prompting him to signal Li Wudong with a meaningful look. Quick to respond, Li Wudong turned his gaze away, stuttering to articulate the last 2 syllables of her name. He could almost feel the lethal intent emanating from her gaze. Had looks been lethal, he would have already envisioned his own dismemberment. Fortunately, Colonel Chun merely shot him a fleeting glance before turning her attention away, while Yin Xingnan shot them both a fierce glare. Li Wudong continually patted his chest, clearly shaken. Is that kid really Li Dinghua's son? Colonel Chun inquired coolly. Yin Xingnan, with an awkward smile, nodded, yes. I have no idea what possessed him to send his precious son to study at the Demon Suppression Academy. Ha! Colonel Chun sneered, then regained her composure, adding, what other reason could there be? Given the previous situation, it's not surprising he covets the legacy left by our esteemed Lord Chu Jingtian. Nevertheless, his son's profession is indeed fitting, and his talent seems adequate. Yin Xingnan was evidently aware of the reason, yet what could be done? Was there a more suitable choice given the current circumstances? It was all for the sake of the human race, for the welfare of Huagua. At that moment, a dark spot unexpectedly appeared on the river's surface, expanding at a visible pace, instantaneously repelling everything within a 10,000-meter radius, as if creating a vacuum, devoid of any sound. It was an abyssal black, as if all light had been absorbed into it, leaving everyone in a trance, fixated on the slowly rotating black hole before them, their eyes vacant of anything else. Suddenly, specks of light flickered, reminiscent of a galaxy. No, it was indeed a galaxy, shimmering like a silver ribbon, dreamlike and ethereal. Lin Xian shook his head violently, breaking free from the entrancing vision. Upon glancing back, he found the image had vanished, leaving only a towering azure stone gate, standing majestically above the river. Others, too, regained their senses, gazing in awe at the spectacle before them. Some audacious adventurers, undeterred by fear, ventured closer. Yet before they could approach within a kilometer, they were swiftly drawn into the azure gate. Witnessing someone successfully enter without incident, the crowd could no longer contain their excitement. They could enter, charge forth. With a collective shout, hundreds of thousands of adventurers surged towards the entrance. Colonel Chun turned his head and declared loudly, I hope you all find fruitful rewards. Go on in. The 5,000 members of the Demon Suppression Squad eagerly prepared to plunge into the secret realm. Wait. Just before being engulfed, Lin Xian thought he might have spotted Zhang Huairan from the Berserk Warriors Guild. To his knowledge, Zhang had surpassed level 60. Was he risking his life to enter? Never mind, it didn't matter. If they did cross paths, he would say, hey, I bought a lot of spare ribs. Let us stew them tonight. Lin Mo, carrying a large bag of groceries, excitedly opened the door and called out, where's my brother? Why hasn't he returned yet? Lin Mo wondered, puzzled. Normally, Lin Xian would be home during weekends, even if he was busy honing his crafting skills. Although perplexed, he dismissed the thought. Assuming his brother was simply preoccupied, soaking the ribs, he began washing vegetables and preparing dinner. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Mo casually shook his hand and rushed to the door. Brother, did you forget your keys, Chi Lao? Come in and sit. Chi Lao nodded, observing the cozy arrangement of the house, the kitchen still bubbling with stew, exuding a homely warmth. After a moment's contemplation, he took out a note left by Lin Xian from his backpack and gently said, There's a good opportunity in a secret realm. I sent your brother in. He should be back in no more than half a month. If anything comes up, just find me, understood? Is it dangerous? Lin Mo contemplated asking about the safety of the secret realm, but quickly thought better of it. Regardless of the danger, his brother had already departed. Knowing the risks wouldn't change anything. He chuckled lightly and warmly invited, We're stewing spare ribs at home. Chi Lao, why not stay and have some? Chi Lao waved his hand and, after some thought, reassured him, Your brother has a resurrection stone. Don't worry. He then turned and walked away. Lin Mo's smile faded as he quietly closed the door, clutching the damp note, lost in silence. Brother is so capable. He'll be fine. Lin Mo murmured to himself, though his heart felt as if burdened by a colossal stone, leaving him breathless. Stumbling unsteadily, he collapsed onto the sofa. Anguished groans echoing through the room. His eyes were tightly shut, beads of sweat cascading down his face, his skin turning an alarming pallor. A faint black mist emanated from his pores, growing denser until it enveloped the entire living room. Lin Xian felt as if he had traversed through time and space, lost within the vibrant hues of a cosmic tunnel for an indeterminate duration, before suddenly finding himself amidst the starry expanse. Before him loomed a colossal tower piercing through the galaxy, shrouded in chaos, obscuring the number of its layers. A moment of enlightenment flickered in his mind, only to be swiftly absorbed into the projection of the Grand Tower. Divine Repository Tower. Even when his feet finally touched solid ground, Lin Xian remained in a daze for an extended period. After a considerable time, he regained his senses and lifted his gaze, only to exclaim in surprise at the multitude surrounding him. Chapter 67. Could it be that he was about to embark on a path of cultivation? Estimating the crowd, he discerned there were tens of thousands, individuals from various nations among them. Surveying his surroundings, he found himself in a desolate landscape. The ground was riddled with jagged stones and intersecting fissures, the wind howling like a blade against his skin, causing his garments to whistle eerily, evoking a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse that instilled a sense of dread. Apart from the newly arrived practitioners, there was no other sign of life. Most of the practitioners stood as still as wooden posts, their expressions vacant, evidently still entranced by the recent spectacle. Suddenly, a bell tolled. its resounding chime reverberating throughout the expanse, startling everyone into alertness as they scanned their surroundings warily. In that moment, an irresistible force surged from the ground, separating everyone as if by an invisible grid, spacing them exactly 100 meters apart in an orderly fashion. Lin Xian cautiously surveyed the area. Now unable to see any other practitioners, he was utterly alone on this battlefield. Yes, it was a battlefield. The earth before him appeared as if ravaged by relentless bombardments. Trenches and craters marred its surface, a haze of smoke lingering in the air, leaving only devastation in sight. Just as confusion washed over Lin Xian, a voice resonated from above. Humanity, brace yourselves for the impending battle. The longer you endure, the richer your rewards will be. If you perish, then death will be your ultimate fate, came the voice, followed by a fit of violent coughing from Lin Xian, nearly choking on his own saliva. The words were sound, yet the juvenile tone of the voice was perplexing, almost disarming. Such a human-like quality. Could it be the spirit of the tower? A tool spirit? A formidable entity? Was he truly on the verge of embarking on a journey of cultivation? Lin Xian's mind raced, bursting with possibilities. Before he could fully indulge in his thoughts, a countdown reverberated in his mind. 54. A blinding white light erupted, prompting Lin Xian to raise his hand to shield his eyes, attempting to discern the nature of his adversaries. 321. As the white light dissipated, Lin Xian stood in stunned silence. Was this yet another science fiction scenario? Before him, a multitude of mechanical birds circled in the air, while an assortment of creatures, both familiar and unfamiliar, scattered across the ground, each uniquely bizarre in appearance. Yet, without exception, they were all made of machinery, the most striking feature being their eyes, which resembled glistening red gemstones, captivating and unnerving. Lin Xian instinctively adjusted his coat, though the sensation of being completely exposed lingered. Tap, 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 boom. The mechanical bird swept across the sky, its beak fiercely spewing blue flames, while the mechanical beasts on the ground unleashed projectiles of varying sizes from their myriad body parts. Lin Xian rubbed his eyes, his gaze widening in disbelief. Could it be any more contrived? The gunfire and bullets tore through the air, the acrid scent of gunpowder hitting him with palpable intensity. In that moment, he completely forgot to react, and moments later, a small mushroom cloud erupted from the spot where he stood. Emerging unscathed from the massive crater, Lin Xian observed the grand spectacle, knowing that his millions in defenses were not merely for show. If he were still on Earth, he might have been considered a minor superhuman. Shaking off his reverie, Lin Xian casually cast a detection spell. The interface flickered with the levels of the mechanical beasts, stabilizing after 10 seconds. Mechanical beast, level 10, health 250, 000, constitution 1, 500, strength 3, 000, agility 3, 000, spirit 2, 500. Skills. Unable to detect the skills, Lin Xian muttered, realizing these beasts were far superior to the magical creatures on Earth. Not only did they possess four-dimensional attributes at level 10, but their stats were astoundingly high. Even a seasoned practitioner in their 20s or 30s would pale in comparison. Facing the barrage, Lin Xian extended his right foot to the side and lightly stomped forward. The ground shattered with a resounding impact. A shockwave, several kilometers wide, surged across the terrain, racing towards the mechanical beast army like lightning. Lin Xian clicked his tongue. This was akin to using a cannon to swat a mosquito. As if sensing the impending doom, the mechanical beast's ruby-red eyes blazed to life, swiftly amalgamating into a colossal mechanical shield. In Lin Xian's perception, the four-dimensional attributes of the shield surged to about 50, 000, an increase of fivefold. Yet, all was in vain. With a light chuckle, Lin Xian unleashed the shockwave, which struck the mechanical shield with a force of 41 million, encountering no resistance. The shield crumbled like petals scattering in the wind. Tap, tap, tap. Oh, I almost forgot about the ones in the sky. Lin Xian looked up at the tireless mechanical birds, their beaks emitting blue flames like Gatling guns, and suddenly recalled a jest he had heard before, unable to suppress a laugh. No matter how charming you are, it won't save you from the consequences of attacking me. With the battle quieting after a cacophony of thunderous sounds, the battlefield lay strewn with mechanical parts, a testament that what had just transpired was no mere illusion. Sparse white lights began to gather in the air, coalescing into the shape of a book. A skill book? Lin Xian raised his hand, summoning the tome towards him. Detection. Technique. Body refinement method. Quality. Low level. Description. Master and enhance your own strength. Could this truly mark the beginning of my cultivation journey? Lin Xian was left speechless. The description felt utterly perfunctory, leaving him in a haze of confusion. Could this be the secret to creation that Qi and the others were unable to disclose, a national or even world-bending mystery? Only one way to find out. Activating his talent, he attempted to transform. Alas, there was no response. Scratching his head, Lin Xian curiously tried to open the book. Unlike the skill tome, this book offered no resistance whatsoever and opened effortlessly, transforming into a wisp of light that surged into his mind. A plethora of words materialized within Lin Xian's mind, subsequently absorbed by his cognitive faculties. Only upon complete assimilation did he uncover a shocking revelation, one that, if disseminated to the outside world, could potentially incite widespread upheaval. A practitioner must first cultivate their abilities to seamlessly integrate their existing panel strength into their essence. To illustrate with the simplest of examples, if a creature boasting a health pool of 10,000 stood before him, a single strike from Lin Xian would yield an astonishing 790,000 points of damage. The range and potency of his skills were equally uncontrollable. Take, for instance, the Earth Shatter Strike, which could extend over 30,000 meters. As the power of his skills intensified, Lin Xian became acutely aware that with each application, his energy, or stamina, would steadily deplete. Even with ample mana reserves, he would find himself utterly fatigued and unable to continue his combat endeavors. Furthermore, a critical point emerged, the inability to inflict critical hits. Since his class transition, neither he nor any others had ever encountered a critical strike, a clear indication of the challenge in mastering one's own strength. Should he achieve flawless command over his abilities, he could dispatch foes at minimal cost, thereby extending his capacity for prolonged combat. At that juncture, the attributes and skills on his panel would no longer be mere ephemeral constructs, but would genuinely transform into his intrinsic capabilities, allowing him to wield them flawlessly without reliance on the panel. Many practitioners might consider this inconsequential, believing that this is the very essence of their combat style. Yet Lin Xian's insight transcended such superficiality. After all, it is far preferable to hold everything firmly in one's grasp. One represents innate ability, while the other resembles the use of tools, an obvious choice for any discerning individual. Unlike skills, cultivation methods demand active engagement from the practitioner. Lin Xian endeavored to operate the cultivation method, and a warm current surged from within, coursing gently through his meridians. After completing a full cycle, he sensed a slight enhancement in his physical strength. Though modest, he was certain it was no mere illusion. At that moment, Lin Xian observed that his panel mirrored that of the mechanical beast he had just examined, accompanied by a flickering haze. Moments later, the panel returned to normal. Experience 500. Constitution 1, Strength 1, Agility 1. Chapter 68. Onward. It became evident that practitioners who had ventured into the divine abyss secret realm should not be underestimated. Lin Xian felt a tightening in his chest. A full cycle every 5 or 6 minutes could yield 30 attribute points in an hour. That amounts to over 260,000 in a year. This was merely a basic cultivation method. Undoubtedly, there exist intermediate, advanced, and even higher tier methods. Over the years, the potential for enhancement is unimaginable. Moreover, the implications of the cultivation method likely extend beyond this. He would need to consult Elder Qi for further clarification. According to Elder Qi, individuals who had entered the secret realm should be capable of exchanging insights regarding their experiences therein. Lin Xian sensed within him a delicate, pale white energy, finer than a strand of hair, quietly residing within his meridians. Additionally, a new entry appeared on his panel, Cultivation Method, Body Refinement Technique. Could Elder Qi's seemingly telepathic abilities also stem from a cultivation method? Lin Xian suddenly recalled the moment he had heard Elder Qi's voice in the dormitory. Startled at the time, believing it to be a mere hallucination, shaking his head, he pondered the possibility of being prompted. Shall you enter the next stage? Entering the next stage. Countdown commencing. 3. Did I consent to enter? Lin Xian found himself momentarily frozen. Moreover, he was certain that the childlike voice was not a mere product of the realm's regulations. Something was amiss. With little time to ponder, the blinding white light surged once more. 3 seconds later, Lin Xian's lips twitched slightly. What kind of situation was this secret realm presenting? A mechanical enthusiast? The mechanical army before him had grown even larger and appeared more advanced. As usual, the cacophony of gunfire erupted. The damage was minimal, yet the display was formidable. Alas, it was all in vain. Thanks to the magic surge, skill recovery, Lin Xian's Palace of Mourning skill remained active. You may unleash a storm of bullets, but I wield the wrath of thunder. Moments later, Lin Xian raised his hand, summoning yet another tome of techniques. Technique, Barbaric Bull Strength. Quality, low. Description, mastery and enhancement of one's own power. Why was it yet another body refining technique? Lin Xian felt puzzled, uncertain if this technique was random or predetermined. It wasn't he that body refining techniques were undesirable. On the contrary, after reading numerous novels, who wouldn't he covet the ability to transcend the corporeal realm? The body is indeed the foundation of life. He casually opened the tome, and a stream of radiant light surged into his mind, overwhelming him with an influx of information regarding the technique. Instinctively, Lin Xian began to cultivate, witnessing the words, body refinement technique, gradually fade, while barbaric bull strength began to take precedence. Was it truly the case that he could only cultivate one technique? Or was it a limitation pertaining to similar types of techniques? Just as Lin Xian was about to cease his efforts, A sudden flash of clarity ignited his mind. Instantly, he activated his innate talent, enveloping himself within a furnace of enlightenment, as the two techniques began to merge slowly, birthing a novel technique. Although it had not yet ascended to mid-tier, he sensed that the new technique amalgamated the advantages of both body refinement technique and barbaric bull strength, rendering it more formidable than either alone. The energy within his meridians transformed into a crimson hue, and the interface displayed subtle changes. Technique, unnamed. The fusion progress, however, remained unchanged. Retrieving the furnace, Lin Xian's heart raced like a drum, his excitement barely contained. His innate talent indeed proved unparalleled. He was not convinced that other practitioners could achieve such a fusion of techniques. If they could, he would gladly take on the mantle of little Lin Xian and declare it. There was no urgency regarding the name. He needed to seize the moment and reap the rewards. He still had the capacity to engage in thousands of rounds against those mechanical trinkets. It was no exaggeration. Bring on as many as they wished, he would obliterate them all. Lin Xian could hardly contain his exhilaration as he boisterously proclaimed, "Next." There was no response, yet the countdown had already commenced. No longer enveloped in white light, a crimson hue stained the battlefield, and at last, he discerned how these mechanical beasts were manifested. Suspended above the battlefield was a colossal vessel resembling a whale, let's call it a warship, dominating the entire arena, its sleek lines glistening in silver, exuding an aura of advanced technology. The enormous tail fin swayed gently, yet it emitted no sound. At that moment, a circular aperture opened beneath the warship, casting forth a radiant beam, revealing a multitude of mechanical beasts descending onto the battlefield below. Once the deployment was complete, the aperture gradually closed, and the entire warship slowly became transparent until it vanished. Invisible, Lin Xian was certain that the warship remained concealed. No longer fixating on the sky, his focus shifted to the technique tomes. Time was of the essence. Palace of Morning. Ground shatter impact. Holy hammer, let the next round commence. Next. With each advancement in stages, the mechanical beasts multiply, and the intensity of their firepower escalates. Yet, Lin Xian is particularly unaffected by the tactics of the beast tide. To him, whether facing 1 or 100 is inconsequential. Next, as Lin Xian's voice resonates, a vibrant orange glow illuminates the scene. This time, rather than a horde, merely 10 mechanical beasts resembling a fusion of tigers and western dragons materialize. Each beast bears a formidable black cannon on its shoulders, boasting a caliber of no less than 30 centimeters. Pokemon. He dispatched a probe for reconnaissance. Mechanical Beast Elite. Level 30. Health 2. For 100, 000. Constitution 27, 000. Strength 43, 000. Agility 31, 000. Spirit 12, 000. Skills. Although these mechanical beasts evoke a sense of familiarity, they must still be eliminated. After all, the allure of the technique is irresistible. With swift precision, he dispatched them, their combined health barely exceeding 10 million. Lin Xian showcased the art of making health bars vanish. Technique, Xian Ti Heart Method. Quality, Intermediate. Description, Mastery and enhancement of one's own strength. At last, an intermediate heart method has emerged. What a rare find. Lin Xian sighed in wonder, wiping non-existent sweat from his brow, and bellowed, "Clear them away." Next. 15 Pokemon. No, mechanical beasts. 20. Old Chi. Is it too soon to send Lin Xian to that place? Lu Ziqiu inquired, seated on the sofa at Old Chi's residence. Old Chi sighed, responding slowly. You know well that obtaining techniques early is advantageous. It prevents stagnation at the third transition and ensures continual progression. But isn't Lin Xian unable to transition? Perhaps his situation differs from ours, Lu Ziqiu remarked. Old Chi cast him a sidelong glance, regardless of his ability to transition. Do you expect him to rely on slaying magic beasts for experience post-level 75? How many would he need to defeat for a single level gain? Moreover, the sooner he cultivates, the greater his advantages and enhancements. As a seasoned veteran, Lu Ziqiu understood these dynamics well. Yet he was acutely aware that Lin Xian was the most formidable warrior of his tier he had ever encountered. Once he ascended in level, there was no doubt he would become a national-level practitioner. Such a gamble, he pondered, could be fraught with peril. Observing Old Chi leisurely sipping tea, he could not help but voice his concerns. Lin Xian is barely past level 40. Aren't you at all worried? Old Chi chuckled. I am well aware of that young man's capabilities. Besides, he possesses the resurrection stones I provided him. But can I share such details with you? He teased. Weren't you also around level 40 when you entered? Lin Xian is undoubtedly stronger than you were then. Lu Ziqiu's expression darkened, feeling the sting of Old Chi's reminder. Defiantly, he retorted, but I have self-awareness. I knew when to stop before pushing my limits. I fear Lin Xian may stubbornly pursue higher-tier techniques. What began as a casual remark morphed into genuine concern as he reflected, Old Chi, but I have no prior experience with Lin Xian. Is he truly that reckless? Techniques can be acquired anew, but one's life is singular. Old Chi's expression shifted. fully aware that every stage necessitated either the annihilation of all mechanical beasts or the demise of the participant. Only upon the conclusion of a stage could one refuse to commence the next, halting the trial. He stammered, "No, that cannot be." Chapter 69. Let the storm rage on. Stop, stop, stop. I need to pause. Lin Xian exclaimed, nearly calling out for the next round in the midst of battle. He waved his hand urgently, oblivious to how many rounds he had fought or how long he had been engaged, for there was no night in this realm. The escalating attacks and health points left him in a constant state of vigilance. He withdrew his weapon, the breaking sky hammer, and leaned heavily on his knees, gasping for breath. A glance at his backpack revealed over 100 tomes, including a dozen high-tier cultivation techniques. Ha ha ha. Lin Xian burst into laughter. Once I fuse all these techniques, it'll be a countdown. 3, 2, 1, what the hell? Didn't I just call for a stop? He stared despondently at the silvery warship above, now tinged with a shade of cyan, gritting his teeth in frustration. Are we playing with rainbows now? First white, then red. Orange, yellow, green, and now cyan. Are blue and purple next? No one answered his queries. The warship continued its relentless assault. 5 of them. Fortunately, they were somewhat larger in size. Recon. He attempted a reconnaissance, but to no avail. Using his military badge, he sensed their power, approximately level 55. With attributes reaching nearly 10 million, Lin Xian felt a chill. This was the highest attribute enemy he had encountered, and there were 5 of them at once. Wait, this doesn't add up. With such high attributes, I can't breach their defenses. But, hey, I realized I had been mistaken. Against invulnerable monsters, I can deal even greater damage. For in such circumstances, once the thunderous might was triggered, it would be counted as true damage from the Hall of Mourning. Although he didn't fully grasp why it worked this way, the results were impressive. With a wicked grin, Lin Xian faced the 5 mechanical beetles. Hall of Mourning. 3, 7 million, 44, 45 million. In an instant, nearly half of their health evaporated. What does it mean for a health bar to vanish? This is it. However, their health points were terrifyingly high. Over 100 million? The 5 mechanical beetles reacted swiftly, raising their bodies and connecting their backs, forming a small battleship. A translucent shield rose instantly, rendering his previous attack ineffective. 3, 7 million. In the next moment, Lin Xian realized that only the true damage from Hall of Mourning could affect them, as the attributes of the small battleship soared to nearly 50 million, its health points multiplying 5-fold after merging. The damage from Hall of Mourning now seemed like a mere scratch. But that was not the end. A brilliant blue energy gathered at the front of the small battleship. Lin Xian's hair stood on end as he sensed the imminent danger he had been locked onto. The blue energy was unleashed in a flash, moving with incredible speed. I can't take this head on, he thought, and with a surge of determination, he activated his fearless dive, propelling himself into the sky. Below, the ground trembled violently as if a dragon were awakening, the earth shifting beneath him. Coming again? The small battleship, having missed its target, recalibrated its aim toward Lin Xian in the air, the blue energy coalescing once more. Lin Xian smirked, unfazed, and even felt a chuckle rising within him. Soon, the smile vanished from his face as a cerulean energy column struck his waist, the immense force propelling him skyward like a fallen swan. He could no longer gauge his altitude. However, the damage to the small battleship had ceased. My kidneys. Cold sweat cascaded down Lin Xian's forehead as he dared not imagine that, without his invincible skill, he might have resurrected on the spot. Without lingering, Lin Xian continued his fearless dive, the subsequent damage descending upon the small battleship like a meteor. Boom. Cracks radiated from his point of impact, extending thousands of meters across the ground, a sight to behold. The spectacle was indeed breathtaking, yet the damage amounted to nothing. Fortunately, it seemed that the small battleship's 2 powerful attacks had exhausted its energy, leading to its disintegration and transformation into 5 mechanical beetles, which promptly fell lifeless. This must be a supreme technique, Lin Xian remarked while wiping the beads of sweat from his face. This time, it was genuine perspiration as the green light particles coalesced, slowly forming the shape of a book. Lin Xian stared intently, filled with anticipation. Moments later, the technique materialized. Technique, return to unity, quality, supreme. Description, mastery and enhancement of one's own power. Splendid, just as he had hoped. With a snap of his fingers, Lin Xian beamed with excitement. Having selectively ignored the description, the panel was merely at a loss for words. What more could be said? He dared assert that among all of Earth's inhabitants within this secret realm of divine abode, few would acquire such a top-tier technique. Considering the power of the small battleship's locked-on attack, a level 60, even a third transformation powerhouse would hesitate to endure it head-on. He was skeptical that anyone possessed an invincible skill. Suddenly, Lin Xian came to a realization and called out urgently, "Rest. I need to rest, pause the next phase." After a brief respite, he noticed that it had not yet commenced, allowing him to exhale in relief. At the very least, he had to wait for the fearless dive skill to conclude. The forthcoming mechanical beings would not be so easily vanquished, and he dared not let his guard down to avoid mishaps. Though the cooldown period was 6 minutes, Lin Xian took a full 10 minutes to recuperate. Bring it on. Let the storm come even fiercer. As you wish, the next phase commences. Countdown. No, I was merely expressing a thought. Are you serious? Lin Xian stood aghast, inwardly astonished. Was this truly alive? Was there really a tower spirit? Or did this secret realm have a master? If there were a master, what could they possibly gain from unleashing this realm? The thought was chilling. He shook his head vigorously, halting his spiraling thoughts. One must not frighten oneself. Given the emergence of high-tech machinery, it could very well be intelligent. The whale battleship remained unchanged, and as expected, the projected light was indeed blue. He had lost the desire to comment further. Commonplace. Utterly commonplace. So unbearably trite. With an expressionless face, Lin Xian gazed into the sky, letting out a cold chuckle as the ultimate romantic manifestation of man made its entrance. Before him floated a black-painted mech, adorned with dark golden luminescent patterns covering its entirety. The shield in its left hand pulsated with energy, while the colossal sword in its right hand shimmered with brilliance. Standing 3 meters tall, its sleek lines conveyed an impression of remarkable agility and grace, fully satisfying Lin Xian's every fantasy of a mech. Utilizing the military merit badge for subtle perception, he felt nothing at all. Military merit badge item. Function. If the level exceeds the badge owners by 20, it cannot be detected, and one can directly perceive the attributes of professionals below level 20. There is no doubt that it surpasses him by more than 20 levels. Huh. The female mech has already captured my attention. Chapter 70. My life comes to an end. Before he could react, the mech vanished in an instant. Lin Xian felt a sharp pain in his back as he was sent flying, immense damage manifesting upon him. 235,000, and 617,000. With his health at 30 million. 40 of his life force evaporated in an instant. The progress and thorns passives were triggered. Passive of progress. When one's health drops to 80, 60, 40, and 20, it instantly restores 20 of maximum health, immunizes against all negative effects, and grants a shield of 400 maximum health. Each stage has a cooldown of 10 minutes. Passive of Thorns. When attacked, it reflects 45 of the damage received back to the attacking unit, healing 5 of maximum health. He restored 25 points of health and bestowed upon himself a shield of 1.2 billion health. Lin Xian winced in pain, his figure flickering as he retreated several thousand meters. It is worth noting that his defense was amplified by 50 under the passive skill of Protection. What astonished him even more was that after the mech suffered 45 of the reflected damage, equating to 5 million, the health bar hardly changed. Hall of Mourning was activated instantly. 700, 000, and 740, 000, with a lifesteal passive triggering. In this situation, aside from employing Hall of Mourning and Thunderous Might to whittle down health, he had no other viable options. Such thoughts were beautiful. However, before the thunder could descend, a semi-transparent shield, akin to that of a small battleship, appeared around the mech, directly blocking the lightning. The colossal sword in the mech's grasp swiftly transformed and assembled into a massive black golden firearm, with azure electricity coursing over its body, visibly gathering at the muzzle, all accomplished in the blink of an eye. The blue energy, akin to a laser, shot forth, sealing off all surrounding space around Lin Xian. Sensing the energy akin to a battleship's ultimate move, Lin Xian dared not underestimate it. With no retreat left, he resolved to attack. In a flash, he appeared before the mech, his hammer descending like a torrential downpour. Clang, clang, clang. The metallic sounds resonated like the striking of iron. Boom. 880, 000. The shield trembled violently, and Lin Xian was sent flying by the shield in the mech's left hand. He twisted in midair to land, staggering back several hundred meters before finally halting. This was still with the weaken passive reducing the mech's damage by 20. Lin Xian could not help but smile bitterly. Mechanical entities could not be stunned. He could not simply exchange blood with it, nor could he outmatch it. The progress has 4 stages, providing an opportunity to possess 4 shields. Even together, that amounted to less than 500 million health. Most importantly, he could not break through its defenses, and relying on counter damage would leave him at a disadvantage this round. Calculating the mech's health, Lin Xian realized that to date, he had inflicted nearly 20 million damage upon it, and yet he barely saw a sliver of its health bar diminish. 1%, 20 billion? Lin Xian instantly abandoned other means, prioritizing self-preservation. As thoughts flowed like a river, 20 billion health points may seem substantial, and indeed it was. However, given the damage output of the Shanggong, it would be reduced in less than 10 minutes. Could one not evade me even if they cannot defeat me? Contemplation was merely a fleeting moment, and the combat instincts of the mech would not afford him any respite. In an instant, the mech's right hand transformed from firearm to colossal sword, its figure vanishing from sight, leaving Lin Xian with a chilling sensation at the nape of his neck. Get lost. Repel. Although it could not inflict damage, the mech was nonetheless compelled to be thrust back by the skill. Hammer of the Heavens. With a powerful leap, Lin Xian soared into the air, ensuring that the mech remained within a distance of 150,000 meters. Yet, reality proved otherwise, with his agility. He could not shake off the mech. Bang, bang, bang. 9, 79 million, 10, 02 million, 9, 92 million. Due to the skill's invulnerability, he could not be knocked back, rendering Lin Xian an easy target for the mech, which relentlessly struck his shield with its massive sword. How could I have forgotten this skill? Suddenly, Lin Xian recalled Taunt, a skill that could double the damage of his reflective skills. Taunt active. Upon activation, this skill forces all enemy units within a 200-meter radius to attack him, dealing 200 damage in return, consuming 200 mana points. As soon as Taunt was unleashed, the mech's strikes intensified. Indeed, at this moment, it effectively reflected 90 of the damage. For every 10 million Lin Xian lost, the mech would lose 9 million in return. Lin Xian chuckled, "Come on, let us harm each other." As the shield began to shatter, he paid it no mind, unleashing another strike that triggered the second phase of process, re-establishing the shield. No longer retreating. He stood resolutely atop the hammer of the heavens, smiling as he watched the mech relentlessly swing its massive sword at his shield. Bang, bang, bang. The third phase commenced. Bang, bang, bang. With the third shield on the verge of breaking, Lin Xian concentrated, intently observing the mech's movements. Crack. The shield shattered. 1 hit, 2 hits. Lin Xian instantly entered a state of near death, vanishing into the void, opting not to activate the passive fourth phase of process, saving it as a precaution. The mech, now devoid of a target, hovered in confusion, its eyes flashing with crimson light. Lin Xian, hidden in the interstitial space, patted his chest vigorously, nearly frightened out of his wits. His health was rapidly regenerating, and he felt immense relief, grateful for having exchanged for the passive skill, Spring Rebirth at the Academy. Passive of Spring Rebirth. While in combat, recover 15 of maximum health per second. After leaving combat, recover 3 of maximum health per second. It was precisely due to Spring Rebirth that Lin Xian bravely endured those additional hits. Reflecting more damage was indeed beneficial. Thus far, over a quarter of the mech's health had been depleted. 7 million. Victory was within reach. Lin Xian, concealed in the void, watched as the mech's health steadily declined, unable to suppress a smirk of triumph. The minor level skill, Void Escape, could last for 2 minutes. And as the skill neared its conclusion, Lin Xian retreated to the extremities of the Shangong's coverage. As he revealed his form in an instant, the mech immediately turned its gaze towards him, its shield retracting into its arm to transform into a colossal cannon. Unlike the Azure energy lasers, a tangible shell hurtled forth. Observing the trajectory of the impending strike, Lin Xian felt a wave of confusion. Could the mech truly miss its target? At this angle, it was elevated hundreds of meters above him. Left bewildered, Lin Xian could only adapt and prepare to evade. However, he was unprepared for the shell to explode directly above him, a tremendous force bearing down on his body as if he were carrying a mountain. The ground beneath him fracturing, with his legs sinking into the earth. A gravitational field? Lin Xian chuckled bitterly, witnessing the mech's health bar dwindling to half. Only to be met with this predicament. Was this not a cruel mockery of his ignorance? He found himself immobilized, utterly unable to move. Even his consciousness began to dull. After subduing Lin Xian, the mech did not relent. Its arms fused into one, instantly coalescing into a dark, elongated barrel of several meters in length. Bang! The mech was jolted back 1,000 meters, crashing to the ground. A semi-transparent bullet, roughly the size of a standard sniper round, erupted forth, disappearing after a mere 100 meters. Lin Xian's heart raced with trepidation, every cell in his body crying out in alarm. He sensed that the true danger lay not in the bullet itself, but in the drop of dark purple liquid contained within. My life is forfeit. Chapter 71, Divine Level Technique. Star-subduing body technique. He could feel that if it struck him, his passive fourth stage would be utterly ineffective in preserving his life. Lin Xian struggled fiercely, attempting to break free, but his millions of attributes had been reduced to mere rows of laughable numbers. There was no time for contemplation. The bullet revealed itself 100 meters away. Lin Xian's eyes widened in fury, veins bulging in his neck at the critical moment. A faint current of energy within his meridians began to circulate spontaneously. With a moment of clarity, Lin Xian immediately summoned his will. Holy purification, fearless dive. He instantly entered an invincible state, soaring into the void. A barely audible sound erupted as the bullet whizzed past the airborne Lin Xian, burying itself into the ground. Lin Xian glanced down, and the entire battlefield was instantaneously shrouded in dark purple hues until it reached the battlefield's boundary. The ground silently began to dissolve, plunging several dozen meters in mere seconds and continuing to descend. It seemed the mech had not anticipated Lin Xian's evasion. Although it ascended the moment the bullet struck the ground, some of the dark purple residue tainted its feet, swiftly enveloping its entire form. At that moment, Lin Xian truly comprehended the meaning of the vanishing health bar. Hiss! The remaining 1 billion health points were instantly depleted, and the mech was engulfed in dark purple flames, disappearing without a trace in the next heartbeat. Lin Xian hovered in the air, tears streaming down his cheeks. He wept not for the demise of his ultimate romanticism, but for the grim reality that he could not descend. The dark purple haze permeated the battlefield, leaving no unscathed area. The ground had sunk 1,000 meters deep. Oh, but it was not over yet. Right, the flying device. Lin Xian promptly ceased, fearless dive, canceling the skill, and began to free fall from the sky, deftly retrieving the shadow wings from his backpack and donning them. With wings unfurled, hovering in the air, a sense of trepidation mingled with a profound sigh of relief. Had it not been for the martial arts I had learned, I might have resorted to the resurrection stone. Yet, in light of the current scene, as long as I remained on the battlefield, even countless resurrections would prove futile. Where were the rewards? The mech lay in ruins, not a single component remaining. And there were no points of martial arts gathering either. The flying apparatus could only sustain itself for a mere 30 minutes. As if echoing Lin Xian's grievances, the entire battleground seemed to have been purified, the dark violet hues receding. Had it not been for the ground having sunk several thousand meters, Lin Xian might have believed that everything that had transpired was but a figment of his imagination. Suddenly, a book appeared above him, crashing directly onto his head. Bang! Lin Xian felt as though he had been struck with great force, falling directly to the ground. Cursing under his breath, he stood up, bewildered, only to realize he had suffered not a scratch. He picked up the fallen tome of martial arts, brushing it off as if it were mere dust, feeling considerably better. Martial arts, star controlling body technique, quality, divine tier. Description, mastery over and enhancement of one's own power. It was worth risking my life in battle. Lin Xian mused. Divine tier, truly a rarity on Earth. While there might be a handful of fortunate souls who acquire top-tier techniques, that mech just now. TCH. Had it not been for its self-destruction, Lin Xian could hardly guarantee he could have defeated it. He had only managed to deplete half its health even with all his skills combined, and enduring the cooldown time was no simple feat. Both of his invincible skills had a cooldown of 6 minutes, with the 2-minute activation of the Void Escape not counting towards that cooldown. If the mech's other abilities were similarly formidable, forget 6 minutes. Even a minute would suffice for it to desecrate the remains for 30 seconds. This area's trial is complete. You may rest in place or teleport to the inner circle or exit the secret realm. A youthful voice echoed, and a portal of light appeared before Lin Xian. The inner circle? Lin Xian sat cross-legged. He was certainly inclined to enter, but not at this moment. Having nearly met his end here, the inner circle undoubtedly promised even greater peril. It was wiser to process these gains first. And the rest this. Lin Xian removed the shadow wings. He had never considered converting items into personal skills before, but now seemed the perfect opportunity to experiment. Activating the talent conversion, his right hand was enveloped in silver light as it enveloped the wings. Feeling the wings vibrate, Lin Xian's heart leapt with joy. This could work. Sure enough. 10 seconds later, only 30 fragments of Eagleman feathers remained in place, and his skill panel now displayed an additional skill. Phantom Wings active. Upon activation, Phantom Wings coalesce behind, enabling flight and increasing speed by 300. Consumes 1 mana per minute. An increase in speed, the consumption negligible, and the recovery swift. Was this not akin to permanent aerial residency? Lin Xian beamed with delight, promptly elevating the skill to a minor mastery. Phantom Wings active. Upon activation, Phantom Wings coalesce behind, enabling flight and increasing speed by 800. Consumes 3 mana per minute. Next, it was time to address the martial arts. Lin Xian retrieved all the martial arts scrolls from his backpack. Aside from the 2 low-tier techniques he had already fused, there were a staggering total of 120 scrolls. 58 low-tier, 40 mid-tier, 20 high-tier, 1 top-tier, and 1 divine-tier martial arts scroll. Excitedly, Lin Xian took out the star suppression body technique. Unlike the easily opened lower-tier techniques, he exerted every ounce of his strength, his cheeks flushed with effort, yet the book remained immobile. After half an hour, Lin Xian lay despondently on the ground, his eyes vacant as he gazed at the sky. He had even resorted to smashing it with the celestial hammer, but the star suppression body technique remained unscathed, as if mocking his audacity. Was he unworthy? Lin Xian suddenly rose, filled with determination. I refuse to believe this, he declared, summoning the divine hammer. He enlarged the celestial hammer's illusion to 5 meters and struck down. Boom. The ground trembled, and a pit several dozen meters deep appeared before him. Peering into the abyss, he found, unsurprisingly, that the star suppression body technique was still unharmed. Taking a deep breath, he calmed himself. This was his own technique. He would not be defeated so easily. With resolve, Lin Xian leaped into the pit, grasped the technique, and activated Phantom Wings. A pair of shimmering silver wings manifested from his shoulder blades, large enough to envelop him completely. With a gentle flap, he ascended 1,000 meters into the sky. How astonishing! This speed rivaled that of teleportation, and in his elation, the frustration of being unable to learn the technique dissipated. With a flash, he returned to the ground. Sitting cross-legged once more, resting his chin on his hand in contemplation. What could be the reason? The talent could not be transformed. Nor could he learn or claim the technique. Suddenly, Lin Xian's eyes brightened as he struck his forehead with his palm. How could I have overlooked this method? What a disgrace. He quickly retrieved a small knife from his backpack, gently slicing his fingertip. No luck breaking through. Cursing under his breath, he rummaged through the sharp objects in his backpack. Gritting his teeth, he steeled his resolve and placed his finger in his mouth. Chapter 72. If Heaven Bestows Glory. It must outshine the wildness of the heavens. This time, it went smoothly. His teeth, indeed the hardest part of the human body, proved effective. As blood dripped onto the technique, it transformed into a stream of light that entered his mind. Lin Xian furrowed his brow, feeling an unbearable pressure in his mind. As the torrent of information surged, far more immense than that of the lower-tier techniques. Suddenly, his consciousness seemed to transcend into the vast expanse of the universe, where he beheld a solitary figure standing amidst the stars. In contrast, though seemingly insignificant, this figure radiated an overwhelming grandeur and unprecedented might. Lin Xian had encountered powerful individuals before, such as Colonel Chen Wenxiu, but before this figure, he felt like a mere child. The figure began to move. Each action infused with celestial grace. A punch shattered stars, a casual kick exploded celestial bodies, each movement exuding a breathtaking power. Lin Xian found himself entranced by this scene, unable to extricate himself. Unbeknownst to him, a faint starry aura flowed around him, though minimal, enhancing his presence with a serene and compelling dignity. After a long while, he regained his senses, the torrent of information now fully absorbed, and the celestial panorama in his mind gradually faded. Eagerly, he activated the technique. Boom, boom, boom. The golden energy flowed through his meridians, resonating like the sound of drums, affirming the extraordinary nature of this divine technique. Lin Xian summoned the furnace, enveloping himself within it. The previously low-tier energy currents stirred not a ripple, but seamlessly merged into the divine-tier techniques. Continuing forth, he completed the fusion of 10 tomes, 20 tomes, and 58 tomes. Upon careful contemplation, this star dominance body technique exhibited subtle changes, albeit minuscule. Lin Xian paid it no mind. Low-tier techniques were beneath his consideration. Mid-tier techniques. High-tier techniques. As each technique merged, Lin Xian felt the might of the star dominance body technique, intensifying. No, it could no longer be referred to solely as the star dominance body technique. While all belonged to the realm of body refinement, each technique possessed its own merits. It could only be said that the technique had become increasingly comprehensive and refined. Only one tome remained. Lin Xian grasped the pinnacle technique, returned to Unity, opening its pages. The torrent of information was merely 1% of the divine tier techniques, yet it was still overwhelmingly vast. In his mind, a vision unfolded, a figure surged from the void to the ground, annihilating a territory spanning millions of miles, causing volcanic eruptions and tectonic shifts. From a divine perspective, Lin Xian observed, his blood boiling. Such was the destiny of men. As the technique integrated, the golden energy subtly vibrated, its hue deepening. He noted that the fusion progress displayed on the interface had also shifted. Technique, unnamed. Another naming dilemma arose. Was this a challenge for me, Fat Tiger? The 8 desolations and 6 harmonies, or perhaps the 9 mysteries technique, or the transformation to freedom. Rubbing his head, Lin Xian found himself perplexed, needing to conjure a name of grandeur. 10 minutes later. Enough of this. I've settled on one. With a face of irritation, Lin Xian felt the prickling of naming fatigue. He recalled a novel he once read, where the protagonist practiced a body refinement technique that rendered the flesh indestructible. Even with the death of the soul, rebirth was possible. Continuing the fusion, he believed it was not beyond reach for his technique to attain such a level. Lin Xian raised his brow, understanding the importance of ambition. Naming it, the imperishable canon. Technique, the imperishable canon, finally completed. Lin Xian exhaled deeply, relieved to have bestowed a name upon his troublesome creation. He activated it. Streams of golden energy, the thickness of chopsticks, flowed slowly through his veins, suffusing his entire body with a faint golden hue. After cycling through a complete round, the interface refreshed. Experience 100,000, Constitution 50, Strength 50, Agility 50. Truly, it was the mark of a divine technique. Lin Xian calculated. At the current pace, achieving 10 complete cycles in an hour seemed plausible, yielding an increase of 500 points. In a day, that would amount to 360,000. Good heavens. In a year, it would total 140,000 attribute points. Mother, I am invincible. Of course, this was merely his imagination. Even for a professional, it was implausible to abstain from food and rest for 10 days, or even half a month. Such a feat was impossible. Nevertheless, even so, it was still a terrifying prospect. Lin Xian, elated, continued to operate the imperishable cannon. An hour later, the fusion progress reached 0.02. He glanced at the teleportation portal, hesitating slightly. He had just ascended to silver rank before entering and had not yet honed his abilities. Thoughts whirled in his mind. Sharpening the axe does not delay the cutting of wood. He must first enhance himself. It was still uncertain what dangers awaited in the inner circle, but they were assuredly greater than those here. Having made his decision, Lin Xian no longer hesitated and activated his talent. The furnace. In an instant, Lin Xian vanished from his original location, unaware that the moment he entered the furnace, the entire projection of the divine tower trembled violently before gradually resuming its operations. Had he inadvertently entered the wrong place? As he re-entered the space of the furnace, his eyes widened in disbelief at the transformations within. Had it not been for the fact that this was his exclusive space of talent, he would have thought he had stepped into the inner sanctum of a mysterious realm. From the moment Lin Xian entered, the fluctuations of the entire space unfolded vividly in his mind, as clear as day. The current space had expanded over 100-fold compared to his previous visit, with the platform soaring like a colossal peak reaching into the void. With a mere thought, Lin Xian found himself at the edge of the platform, peering down to behold a vast sea of deep gray mist enveloping the expanse below. Closing his eyes slightly, he scanned the area with his consciousness and discerned that the furnace space resembled a floating rock sphere in an abyssal world. Within, the towering platform reached heights of 10,000 meters, standing at the heart of an expansive ocean. In the distance, rugged mountain ranges occasionally revealed flowing volcanic magma, while endless sandy plains were intermittently swept by tornadoes, only to be drawn into the deeply carved gorges, an eerily silent, yet breathtaking spectacle. Was this a world on the brink of evolution, a realm unto itself? Lin Xian's heart raced as his imagination ignited. If this were truly the case, could this be his celestial domain? Before he could suppress the increasingly deranged smile upon his face, a chain, etched with intricate patterns, suddenly constricted around his neck, pulling him toward a massive stone tablet. Lin Xian's cheeks flushed crimson as he struggled against the binding. Is this a chokehold? Are you strangling me? I advise you to cease this immediately, he shouted, but to no avail. You rodent, loosen up a bit. I can't breathe. With a loud thud, Lin Xian collided with the giant tablet, the chain coiling around him, binding him in the shape of a rice dumpling. This wasn't merely a wooden binding. He found it rather disconcerting. Attempting to shift uncomfortably, he realized he was utterly immobilized. Suddenly, an overwhelming sense of danger descended from above, causing Lin Xian to look up, his body seized with terror as beads of sweat streamed down his face. Surely, this was not the end. Chapter 73, Further Tempering. The Jinyu Tablet. Was this an attempt on his life? A thunderous sphere, a kilometer in diameter, tore through the dark void, plummeting earthward like divine retribution. As it approached, Lin Xian's pupils dilated, his eyes wide with rage as the shadow of death loomed ever closer. Time stretched unbearably long, a torturous ordeal. Indeed, there was great terror before life and death. Come on then, Lin Xian roared defiantly, refusing to believe that his own talent could lead to his demise. He resolutely shut his eyes, awaiting the thunder's arrival in silence. Crackling sounds filled the air, and the entire stone tablet became enveloped in lightning. Lin Xian's clothes and hair evaporated in an instant, his bronze skin adorned with blooming flesh like flowers of blood. The electric plasma surged throughout the platform. Had he the presence of mind to monitor his health bar at that moment, he would have observed it plummeting from 100 to 1, only to slowly rise again. After reaching full health, another thunderstrike would follow, this cycle repeating incessantly. In the initial 5 minutes, Lin Xian, who had the energy to shout, now lay still like a lifeless fish, only twitching occasionally to affirm his existence. The indestructible tablet operated autonomously. After a day, the rampant thunder and plasma were entirely absorbed by the stone tablet, restoring tranquility to the platform. Sitting cross-legged at the base of the tablet, Lin Xian opened his eyes, a brilliant light emanating from them. Rising to his feet, he casually stretched his arms and kicked his legs, feeling invigorated. A glance downward revealed a rather sprightly appearance. Hastily, Lin Xian retrieved a change of clothes from his backpack and donned them with alacrity. He then took out a mirror to inspect himself. Indeed, he was quite bald on top and rather bare below. Rubbing his shaved head, Lin Xian's expression soured at the thought of encountering that tyrant, Li Wutong. He would surely be the subject of mockery. The panel displayed: name, Lin Xian; occupation, blacksmith; level, 38; profession level, silver level forgemaster; 42, 530, 000, 42, 530, 000, 5, 900, 000, 5, 900, 000. Attack power, 1, 883, 380, 000. Defense power, 4, 250, 255, 000. Constitution, 2, 180, 207, 000. Strength, 990, 850, 000. Agility, 580, 490, 000. Spirit, 560, 30, 000. Lin Xian could hardly contain his laughter. Was this not invincibility? With over 5 million in attack and 680 million in defense, who could withstand such power? While the specifics of the third advancement remained uncertain, it was evident that below the third advancement, he would reign supreme. The skills had undergone a significant upgrade, all reaching great accomplishment level, without delving into the damage of several area skills. It was noteworthy that the skill range had expanded to a staggering 1,000 meters, allowing the Annihilation Palace to cover a radius of 380 kilometers upon activation. This substantial enhancement came at a terrifying cost to his mana. Annihilation Palace consumed 2 mana per second, while Hammer Control and Void Escape drained 1,000 mana per second, with other active skills starting at a consumption of 10,000. Were it not for the Mana Boiling passive skill at great accomplishment level, which restored 4 mana per second, sustaining his formidable combat power would have been impossible. It is worth mentioning that the Life's Dirge talent skill had also risen to level 4, with a cooldown of merely 12 hours, affording him 2 resurrection opportunities each day, although one hoped never to rely on such a feature. A shorter cooldown significantly bolstered Lin Xian's sense of security. However, he lamented the slow enhancement of his constitution. Shaking his head in dissatisfaction, he acknowledged that post-talent upgrade. Each kill now granted 8 points to his constitution. Although there were level restrictions, this would expedite his progress in future endeavors. Yet, compared to the 2 billion health points of mechanical mechs, his own health seemed pitifully meager. There are always greater forces beyond oneself. Lin Xian would not allow himself to become complacent. Reflecting on the images he had seen while mastering divine-level techniques, effortlessly obliterating stars, 380 kilometers seemed trivial. Even in the fleeting visions of top-tier techniques, a single punch could annihilate 1,000,000 miles. What was he, if not merely a novice? Upon contemplating the vast expanse of the universe beyond the Earth star, Lin Xian's eyes sparkled with excitement and anticipation. His vision had transcended the confines of his home planet. If his previous ambition had been to conquer the Earth star and vanquish the demon race, now an additional desire had emerged, to unravel the origins of the demon race. Was there a greater world beyond the Earth star, a larger stage awaiting his exploration? Given this opportunity in his renewed life, why not ascend to greater heights and behold the view? With a crack, Lin Xian felt as though the shackles binding him had been shattered in that fleeting moment. His mind blossomed with clarity, and he seemed to transcend his former self. The indestructible cannon within him began to operate spontaneously, unleashing an overwhelming aura that swept through the entire furnace space. The sky swirled with gray mist, thunder rumbled, and the mountains erupted with volcanic fury, while tsunamis crashed violently upon the towering peaks, as if celebrating his awakening. After a prolonged silence, the space settled into tranquility. Lin Xian, as if awakening from a dream, reflected on the recent occurrences, shaking his head with a light chuckle. With attributes now soaring to 500,000 in spirit and mastering the indestructible cannon, he turned to the stone tablet before him, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. In that moment of enlightenment, he had gleaned insights about the furnace space, realizing he was indeed embarking on an unprecedented path. From this day forth, let it be called the Jinyu Tablet. With that declaration, his figure flickered and departed from the furnace space. The colossal tablet erupted in radiant light, 3 grand characters etched upon it with an extraordinary flair, harmonizing perfectly with the pre-existing patterns that danced and transformed. As the brilliance faded, the characters gradually disappeared from the surface of the stone, not lingering any longer. Lin Xian stepped directly into the teleportation circle, eager to discover what lay within the inner realms. Soon, his surroundings shifted from darkness to light, revealing a desolate landscape. The atmosphere was bleak and devoid of life. The sky was somber, and the ground lacked any hint of greenery. Lin Xian found himself at the entrance of an expansive canyon, ample enough to accommodate tens of thousands, yet now only a few thousand practitioners occupied it, amplifying the sense of desolation. The canyon stretched several thousand meters wide, its sheer cliffs rising perpendicularly into the heavens. As he ventured inward, he observed an array of stone forests of varying heights and widths, their true depths obscured from view. The nearby stone pillars towered nearly 1,000 meters high, while others stood merely a few dozen, devoid of any discernible pattern. Once he had surveyed the surroundings, Lin Xian turned his attention to the scattered practitioners. Uncertain of what they awaited, his arrival drew considerable attention, making him the center of focus. After all, not everyone possessed a head as smooth and bare as a boiled egg. Before long, Lin Xian spotted Xie Zishuan, Li Wudong, and several other members of the Demon Suppression Corps. The atmosphere there felt tense, charged with an impending confrontation. A hint of amusement crossed Lin Xian's face as he approached them swiftly. Hand over the Thunder Core, little girl. Do you really expect these useless members of the Demon Suppression Corps to protect you? A man, scarcely reaching 1.6 meters, sneered, his staff crackling with faint lightning. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian had no desire to grasp the situation further. With a flash, he appeared before Xie Zishuan. What are you barking at? Chapter 74. The gears of fate begin to turn. Lin Xian, channeling his cultivation technique, exuded an overwhelming aura that seemed to consume the very mountains and rivers. Gazing down upon the diminutive man before him, with a slight tilt of his head, he casually dug at his ear and reiterated, "What were you barking about just now?" What is the matter with my demon-suppressing prowess? Come, repeat it for me. I wish to hear it again. The group of 40 to 50 individuals stood in stunned silence, exchanging bewildered glances at the sudden appearance of Lin Xian. At that moment, Li Wudong exclaimed, Lin Xian? What has happened to your hair? Lin Xian's body stiffened, his previously formidable presence deflating like a punctured balloon. He turned to Li Wudong, flashing a grin, and then, like a bolt of lightning, delivered a punch that sent Li Wudong flying. With a nonchalant flick of his sleeve, as if brushing off dust, he turned back to the group and smiled slightly, raising his hand. Now, let us resume our earlier conversation. The group seemed to regain their composure. Having been momentarily intimidated by the bald newcomer, they now relaxed upon realizing Lin Xian's youth. The small man, brimming with arrogance, proclaimed, Bald kid, hand over your little companion and the Thunder Core, or else, haha. You may find it difficult to leave this secret realm. Given the tone of his voice, it was evident he had engaged in such intimidation before. Such scoundrels could hardly be relied upon to confront the demon race at the front lines. Their demise would be of little consequence. How shameless. Do you think we, of Huagua, are without defenders? Before Lin Xian could respond, Xie Zishuan stepped forward, positioning herself protectively in front of him, deliberately raising her voice to draw the attention of all nearby professionals. She was no fool. The opposition was clearly in the majority, and their demon-suppressing forces were far too few in number. If a confrontation ensued, their side would undoubtedly suffer greatly. Moreover, she had witnessed the prowess of the man leading the opposition. Despite his short stature, he possessed remarkable attributes and was a formidable thunder mage. Had she not been teleported to the inner circle immediately after acquiring the Thunder Core, Lin Xian, no matter how powerful, would likely have found himself at a disadvantage against this small yet formidable adversary. What is happening? Who dares to bully a citizen of Huagua on our own territory? Let us go. Let us take a look. Truly audacious. Have you grown weary of life? As professionals, they had keen hearing, and with Xie Zishuan's loud declaration, many from Huagua converged, their gazes fixed intently on the small man. At that moment, Lin Xian spotted Senior Zhou Sheng from the Sunlight Academy stepping forward, utilizing his badge. He sensed the situation, noting the lack of response, indicating that the man was likely at level 59 or 60. Zhou Sheng nodded slightly at Lin Xian, then turned his cold gaze upon the small man. What is this? Is Mr. Inuyasha D conducting himself in such a manner in your Sakura nation as well? After this, he slapped his forehead, feigning an insincere apology. Oh, my apologies. I had forgotten that the Sakura nation has long been extinguished. I wonder how your father, Inuyasha, is faring in the Lighthouse Nation? Inuyasha D's expression soured. He was well aware of the implications behind Zhou Sheng's words. However, seeing the growing number of Huagua citizens surrounding him, he began to entertain thoughts of retreat. Suddenly, a large contingent of professionals from the Lighthouse Nation appeared, hastening towards the scene. At the forefront was a woman exuding an air of cold determination, her golden hair tightly coiled at the nape of her neck. Clad in a form-fitting combat suit that accentuated her impressive physique, moving with a swift and commanding presence. With a piercing gaze, he scanned the surroundings and inquired, Mr. Inukai, what is the matter? Zhou Sheng's expression tightened as he quietly explained to Lin Xian, this woman is Catherine from the DuPont family in the Lighthouse Nation. Lin Xian nodded slightly, recognizing the name. The DuPont family had been the foremost family in the Lighthouse Nation even before the mutations on Earth. After the upheaval, their influence grew even stronger. Over the years, the entire Lighthouse Nation had been under their control. Catherine, being acknowledged as the next heir in her capacity as a woman, wielded considerable power in the Lighthouse Nation. However, Lin Xian thought to herself, so what? A subtle smirk graced her lips. She had best not provoke me, or she would witness my wrath. Upon seeing the arrival of guests, Inukai D was overly excited and distorted the truth, stating, Miss Catherine, they from Huagua, relying on their sheer numbers, looked down upon our Lighthouse Nation. The Thunder Core my father entrusted to me was snatched away by that woman while I was distracted. Catherine frowned. She was well aware of Inukai D's character and questioned the veracity of his words. However, his father had recently ascended to the national level and was stationed at the front lines for the Lighthouse Nation, which complicated matters. She turned to Xie Zishuan, awaiting her response. At that moment, Xie Zishuan's expression grew even colder as she scoffed, utterly shameless. It is he who covets my Thunder Core treasure. Yet he now turns the tables. What is there to discuss? Clearly, this little man is envious of the young lady's possession. If a confrontation is to ensue, when have we Huagua practitioners ever retreated? Indeed, I am eager to see if you Lighthouse Nation can exit our territory unscathed. Surrounding Huagua practitioners were filled with righteous indignation. Their fighting spirit ignited. Lin Xian felt a sense of satisfaction. Despite a few bad apples, the majority held steadfast in their stance. In the face of external threats, unity was inevitable. As more individuals entered the inner circle, practitioners from other nations also arrived, lingering at the outskirts, eagerly observing the unfolding drama. As if they were enjoying a spectacle, Catherine found herself in a precarious position, casting a fierce glare at Inukai D. Do tell me, what is truly going on? Inukai D, noticing the increasing number of Huagua practitioners, sensed the situation turning against him and hesitated to speak. Catherine immediately grasped the gravity of the matter, her anger simmering beneath the surface, though she maintained a composed exterior. Addressing Xie Zishuan, she offered an apology. This incident reflects poorly on our lighthouse nation. Consider this equipment as compensation for your troubles. Should a conflict arise, all parties would inevitably suffer losses. This secret realm holds extraordinary opportunities. It would be unwise to let minor disputes lead to greater losses. What do you think? Though Xie Zishuan was infuriated, she recognized the truth in Catherine's words. It would be foolish for her to risk the lives of Huagua practitioners over this matter. Her own strength was still lacking. Otherwise, she would have dealt with that little man long ago. With a fierce glare directed at Inu Kaidi, she waved her hand dismissively. Enough. The Huagua practitioners collectively scoffed disdainfully at the little man and dispersed. Lin Xian yawned in boredom. Since the involved parties had settled matters, what more could she say? Besides, the location was not appropriate for further discourse. Inu Kaidi's face flushed crimson with anger. After all, he was a level 60 Thunder-type practitioner with nearly 4 million in attributes. When had he ever endured such humiliation? As the crowd dispersed, he venomously remarked, "Humph, you pathetic fools from the demon suppression, I could crush you with a single hand." The gears of fate began to turn. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian felt a surge of anger. Without hesitation, he summoned the Holy Hammer, the apparition exuding a formidable aura that sent shivers down the spines of all present. He aimed directly at Manhwaedit, ready to strike. Chapter 75. How wonderful. The world is flattened. Catherine sensed the imminent danger and, employing some unknown artifact, vanished from sight. Manhwaedit reacted swiftly, unleashing a thunderous roar as lightning surged around him. Erecting a protective shield, a deafening crash echoed as the impact unleashed devastation. Manhwaedit was reduced to nothing but a puddle of flesh. Catherine, filled with rage and disbelief, glared at Lin Xian. Lin Xian, unperturbed, raised an eyebrow. Though lacking eyebrows, he directed his gaze at Catherine and remarked, "Did you hear that? If your lighthouse country believes I am in the wrong, then come at me together." I am unfazed. Not only the lighthouse country, but all present were struck with horror. Their gazes fixed incredulously on Lin Xian. What? Is this damage dealt by a mere first-tier professional? This must be a hidden powerhouse. When did our Huagua acquire such a figure? My heavens, while Manhwaedit may be small in stature, his attributes surely exceeded 4 million. Yet he was annihilated in an instant. The Huagua professionals were even more astonished than their foreign counterparts. Whoever claims Lin Xian is merely a blacksmith. I shall shatter their skull. What was initially thought to be a mere expedition into the secret realm had turned into a revelation of self-embarrassment. Could those of the national level grow so rapidly? It had only been a brief period since his class transition. To encounter Lin Xian in the secret realm was already beyond imagination, yet he had ascended to such heights. Those who had previously witnessed Lin Xian, including Zhou Sheng and others, were equally astounded. The last time they faced him, he had not displayed such overwhelming strength. Although they could not comprehend the reason for his baldness, it was evident that he had transformed remarkably. Li Wudong pushed his way to Lin Xian's side, his bruised eyes wide with shock as he gazed at Lin Xian, nervously running a hand through his long hair. So being bald makes one stronger? Without looking back, Lin Xian delivered a punch to his uninjured eye, sending Li Wudong flying once more. Wait, Weigen, are you jealous of me? Lin Xian retorted, recalling the last time he felt this perplexed. Suddenly, the remains left by Manhwaedit began to fade, leaving Lin Xian puzzled. Just then, someone exclaimed in envy. A resurrection stone. He possesses a resurrection stone. The crowd quickly scanned their surroundings, parting to reveal the terrified Manhwaedit, who had randomly reappeared less than a kilometer away. Catherine immediately positioned numerous professionals from the lighthouse country in front of Lin Xian, her tone now lacking its previous assertiveness. Sir, Manhwaedit has learned his lesson. Huagua and the lighthouse country are not enemies. I believe you would not wish to see a rift between our nations, would you? At that moment, Zhou Sheng approached Lin Xian, whispering, Manhwaedit's father recently ascended to national level. With all eyes upon us, Lin Xian glanced at Manhwaedit, who, upon meeting his gaze, trembled in fear. Lin Xian casually nodded and smiled warmly at Manhwaedit. Very well. Believing that dogs will eventually behave well if raised properly, right? Dog trainer D nodded fervently, a satisfied smile curling his lips as he declared, All right, everyone disperse. There's nothing to see here. Regardless of their willingness, the crowd obediently scattered, for this bald man wielding a hammer, despite his cheerful demeanor, was undeniably menacing. The brutal scene they had just witnessed lingered in their minds. Leaving every professional present acutely aware of the peril, none dared to accept the challenge. Their attributes paled in comparison to those of Dog Trainer D. Let alone this bald man. A fleeting glimmer of malice crossed Dog Trainer D's eyes. He vowed not to rest until vengeance was served. How wonderful it was. The world laid bare. Lin Xian clapped his hands, nodding in satisfaction. He then turned to Xie Zishuan, inquiring, What is the situation here? There was no mention of a trial or anything similar, and it doesn't appear to be a treasure site. I'm not entirely sure, Xie Zishuan replied. But previously, someone attempted to enter the canyon, only to be cleaved in two upon stepping into the stone forest. So, we've all been waiting here. She candidly recounted the events leading up to his arrival. At that moment, Li Wudong approached, sporting dark circles under his eyes. His sorrowful gaze made Lin Xian tense up, his fists clenching involuntarily. Observing Lin Xian's growing agitation, Li Wudong quickly retreated, waving his hands in a gesture of appeasement. Wait, this is serious business. Lin Xian tilted his chin slightly, urging him to continue. What is this serious matter? I've just gathered some information, Li Wudong began. It seems the outer circle is divided into several attribute zones. You enter the zone corresponding to your own attributes. For instance, Xie Zishuan entered the thunder zone. In addition, there are zones for metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. As for light and dark attributes, I'm unsure if they exist. Lin Xian paused, pondering what zone he had entered. Could it be related to body refinement techniques? Li Wudong, with a smug expression, added in a hushed tone. I risked my life in the outer circle and acquired a high-level technique. What about you? Xie Zishuan smirked, feigning nonchalance. Oh, a high-level technique sounds impressive. I merely obtained a top-tier one. She shook her head, seemingly dissatisfied with her own performance. After a prolonged silence with no reply from Li Wudong, Xie Zishuan glanced at him in confusion, her smile still lingering. She soon realized he was staring at her with a dazed expression, prompting her to quickly turn away. A faint blush creeping onto her cheeks. Lin Xian observed the entire scene with a sigh. In a world where all were intoxicated, he remained sober, aware that the wise do not fall into the snares of love. These two youngsters were doomed, since they had both succumbed to love's embrace. Was it too much to sprinkle a little mischief into the mix? He brandished his hammer between them and declared, Come now, weren't you eager to spar? Let us see you both in action. The two snapped back to reality. Li Wudong's face flushed crimson, resembling a ripe fruit. Inadvertently, he caught Xie Zishuan's fleeting glance, igniting another wave of embarrassment that rendered him even more bashful than her. Lin Xian gasped in surprise, a chill running down his spine as he rubbed the goosebumps on his arms. At that moment, a resounding boom echoed through the air. The entire canyon, save for the entrance where they stood, became shrouded in mist, visibility dwindling to less than a meter. Trial initiated. Rewards await every 100 meters traveled. You may also choose to exit the secret realm at any time. A voice resonated within Lin Xian's mind, prompting him to survey his surroundings. The expressions of those around him varied, indicating that they too had heard the announcement. A newfound clarity blossomed within him. To exit the secret realm, one merely needed to silently affirm their intent. Xie Zishuan remarked solemnly, We can only wonder what reward awaits us. The corpse of that previous adventurer still lies outside the stone forest. No need to rush. Let us observe how events unfold. Lin Xian mirrored her patience. He would not be the first to take the plunge. Li Wudong chuckled, eager to see who would falter first. Among the nearly 30,000 adventurers present, all exchanged glances, awaiting the emergence of the first brave soul. The atmosphere fell silent for about 10 minutes. Look over there. A warrior has appeared. A sudden exclamation drew everyone's attention. They beheld a spirited young man with dreadlocks, seemingly reveling in the spotlight. With an air of disdain, he proclaimed, What is there to fear? The brave are destined to savor the world. With that, he strode boldly into the misty gorge. 5 seconds later, 3 segments of his body materialized at the mist's entrance. Chapter 76, Root Removal, The Art of Techniques. What is happening? You are the strongest. Do you comprehend this? Lin Xian murmured. The situation was indeed peculiar. Yet the specifics remained shrouded in uncertainty. Meanwhile, in the darkened area of the secret realm, a group of enigmatic figures cloaked in black robes hurried through the shadows. Faint murmurs of conversation wafted through the air. This is truly strange. I heard our commander mention Shinzong Tower, a place coveted by the titans of the star domains and cosmic seas throughout the Kanglan galaxy. I never expected it to manifest thrice on this planet. Indeed, it is bizarre. You are young and inexperienced. Even I have never encountered such an extraordinary life planet. Not only does it possess a self-evolving cultivation system, but it also enforces restrictions on power. Humph, the young commander must know more. Perhaps he will enlighten us. A defiant, slender figure in a black robe abruptly removed his hood, revealing a youthful visage, with dark patterns creeping up his exposed neck. He gazed in admiration at the leading figure among them and inquired, Young commander, may we hear your insights? The young commander paused, turning to face the eager assembly. Seeing their expectant expressions filled with curiosity, he relented and spoke, I am not entirely certain of all the details. My father once recounted that over 2 centuries ago, the sovereign brought him here to this desolate land, where he soon discovered this life planet but was hindered by its rules. Even my father, upon entering, would find his power suppressed to the apocalyptic realm, after which the natives awakened their own cultivation systems to resist our entrance. With a sigh, he continued, From what my father indicates, this place is crucial for the sovereign's potential return to the demon domain. Otherwise, no matter how swiftly the natives cultivate, They are but lowly creatures to my father, easily extinguished. Enough idle chatter. You are all aware of the magnitude of Shinzong Tower. The apocalyptic realm offers only a single opportunity for entry. Do not squander your time here. Yes, young commander. In an instant, they arrived at a valley. The young commander exhaled, sensing that they had reached their destination. The young figure in black turned cold. Young commander, there are still a few natives present. Shall we eliminate them? Do such insignificant beings deserve this opportunity? Inner circle, Misty Gorge. Li Wudong was anxiously scratching his head, unable to contain himself. Brother Lin, are we just going to stand by and watch? If you want to die, go ahead. Before Lin Xian could respond, Xie Zishuan rolled her eyes at him and retorted with annoyance. Li Wudong, unfazed, chuckled and scratched his head, falling silent. Lin Xian couldn't bear to watch any longer. Thinking what a fool he was, he moved away from the nauseating duo to avoid being infected by their foolishness. Indeed, he had lost his patience, by now. About 10 professionals had entered, and without exception, they emerged in fragments, some in halves, some in thirds, and so forth. However, this prolonged observation was not without merit, as he at least learned how these professionals met their demise. In a moment of inspiration, recalling the novels he had read on Earth, he quietly activated the divine technique, Indomitable Cannon, channeling his internal energy into his eyes. The world transformed into a realm of remarkable clarity. The previously obscured mist now revealed itself clearly up to 10 meters away. Was it true that encountering a stone pillar would trigger a spatial rift? No wonder those who emerged were in pieces. Just then, Inuyaki D strode boldly into the mist. As he was about to enter, he cast a sinister glance back at Lin Xian before stepping in resolutely. Lin Xian's thoughts shifted, mentally marking Inuyaki D as an enemy, and quietly activated Grief Palace. He had been keeping a close watch on that dog, having sensed the malicious glint in his eyes earlier. Moreover, Inuyaki D was now exceedingly brazen. 638,000. 638,000. 5,865,000. This dog had rather good fortune. It was only on his second attempt that he triggered the thunderous calamity. Lin Xian smirked, deactivating Grief Palace, while muttering under his breath. Brother Lin, what are you murmuring about? Li Wudong interjected. Inuyaki D has some nerve. So many professionals have perished, and he still dares to. Before he could finish his sentence, Inuyaki D reappeared at the entrance, now devoid of life, his body bearing the marks of a thunder strike. Even heaven could not bear to watch any longer, striking down this beast with lightning. Xie Zishuan scoffed, clearly pleased. Catherine, uncertain of what to say, felt a sense of dissonance but could not articulate it. Nevertheless, if her father Inuyaki Air inquired, it would suffice as an explanation. However, such a death left the professionals present utterly stunned. Hiss, how has the method of death changed? Wasn't it always in pieces? Now it's by lightning? Never mind, never mind. I see this as not my destiny. I shall withdraw to avoid an unclear demise. In a brief moment, the majority of professionals had departed, which was understandable. They had already secured their fortunes on the outer circle, and the rewards within the mist remained uncertain, making it illogical to venture in at the risk of their lives. Even the professionals from Manhwa had retreated in large numbers, shaking their heads as they observed Lin Xian and his companions remaining in place, unperturbed. The newly initiated are indeed fearless of tigers. Zhou Shang, along with a dozen individuals from Ryu, approached to bid farewell. Lin Xian, we are preparing to exit the secret realm. Master instructed us to know when to withdraw, and perhaps he was referring to this place. Observing that Zhou Shang and his group clearly had no intention of staying, Lin Xian no longer urged them, gently shaking his head. Let us wait a little longer. You all may go ahead, Senior Zhou. In less than 10 minutes, only a few thousand remained in this place. Entering seemed daunting, yet retreat felt unsatisfactory. Unconcerned with the actions of others, Lin Xian beckoned Li Wudong and Xie Zishuan to his side, whispering, surely you both noticed the stone pillars in the canyon? Although puzzled by his inquiry, they nodded earnestly. Indeed, Lin Xian continued, once enveloped in the mist, those stone pillars are to be avoided at all costs. Any contact will result in spatial rifts, as was the fate of the fallen practitioners. A sharp intake of breath escaped the two. Curious, Li Wudong asked. How do you know about this mist, Lin? Visibility is less than a meter. You both have learned your techniques in the outer circle, Lin Xian replied. By channeling your inner energy to your eyes, you can see more clearly. He openly shared the method with them, leaving the decision to enter up to their discretion. When Li Wudong tried it, he exclaimed in excitement, wow, Lin, you're truly a genius. I can see up to 4 meters. Good to know. Now, whether to enter is for you to decide. I shall proceed. With that, Lin Xian wasted no time and strode into the mist. Look, the bald genius is going in. They say he is this year's national champion from Manhwa. Compared to him, our top scholar seems trivial. Guess how many segments he'll break through? Shoo. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Activating his technique, Lin Xian stepped forward, immediately surrounded by a mysterious energy that propelled him deeper into the canyon. His speed, governed by this enigmatic force, left him no option to halt or retreat. He could only evade left, right, or upwards. Fortunately, his stamina was ample, allowing him to see clearly within a 10-meter radius. With his agility and reaction speed, he adeptly maneuvered around the pillars. However, as he pressed on, a sense of foreboding crept in. Was his speed still increasing?